The Venerable Swordsman Chapter 2216 to Chapter 2268. Yi Xian ignored Xiao Ta and continued to focus on his cultivation. Keep pursuing, keep breaking through. As a human being, one should have a goal, and his goal was to be invincible. He dared to think about it, but he didn't dare to do it. Now, he dared to think about it, but he dared to do it. In the starry sky, Yi Xian tried again and again. At this moment, his cultivation was close to insanity. Perhaps because of this, the demonic berserk bloodline in his body was stirring, showing signs of activation. However, he firmly suppressed the demonic berserk bloodline. The power of the bloodline was not a foreign object, but he didn't plan to use it. Right now, he wanted to be a pure swordsman. In the starry sky, rays of sword light tore through the starry sky. Before long, the entire starry sky was torn into countless pieces by these rays of sword light. Several days later, Yi Xian suddenly stopped. At this moment, his eyes were a little red, and his hair was messy. At first glance, he looked a little crazy. Yi Xian tightly gripped the sword in his hand, silent. In these days, no matter how he tried, he couldn't destroy the essence. Even if he stacked the sword to decide life and death to 50,000 rays, it still wouldn't work. 50,000 rays was his current limit, but he still couldn't destroy matter. Was the method wrong? Yi Xian frowned, a little suspicious. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. Calm down. He knew that he had to calm down now, because the countless failures had made him a little impatient. Calm down, ferocious, calm down. Yi Xian took a deep breath and sat cross-legged in the starry sky. At this time, Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Young master, I think that as long as you use the green profound sword, the current you can definitely destroy matter. You should know that the green profound sword can destroy all laws, all daos, and all essences. Moreover, have you forgotten? The green profound sword can help you advance by 2 tiers. You're now in the divine transformation tier, which means that as long as you use the green profound sword, you can instantly reach the time tier that big sister Qingguan mentioned. Not only that, but you don't even need to cultivate to directly possess the legendary power of time." Yi Xian remained silent and ignored Xiao Ta. Xiao Ta continued, "As long as you nod, you'll be the strongest in the entire universe." Yi Xian remained silent. Xiao Ta said again, "Young master, let me tell you, every chosen one will rely on something abnormal. It's normal for you to rely on it. Don't feel any psychological burden." Yi Xian still ignored Xiao Ta. Xiao Ta was about to speak when Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes, and he spoke softly, "I understand now." Xiao Ta quickly said, "Have you thought it through?" Yi Xian said softly, "Pure. What I did was not pure enough." Miss Qingguan said, "There are no obstacles to cultivation. It's just that people's minds are too complicated and have too many thoughts. That's why there are obstacles in cultivation. I thought too much and wasn't pure enough. If I wasn't pure enough, how could my sword surpass my own limits?" As he spoke, he got up and walked toward the depths of the starry sky. At this moment, he let go of all the shackles in his heart and abandoned all thoughts. There was only the sword in his heart. Yi Xian just walked like that, his heart calm. 3 days later, the walking Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes and slashed with his sword. With this slash, the spacetime in front of him cracked, and in the next moment, the cracked spacetime suddenly turned into nothingness. Destroying matter, Yi Xian stopped. That slash just now wasn't to decide life and death, nor was it to slash the past and the future. It was just a simple slash. But it was a pure slash. In the starry sky, Yi Xian said softly, "I see." Pure. There was an essential difference between focusing on one thing and doing it mechanically. At this moment, he could already surpass Tao and Dharma, spacetime and matter, directly destroying the essence. As if thinking of something, he suddenly pulled out his sword and slashed. The river of time in front of him was directly torn apart by his slash. The river of time was destroyed. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Now, he could also directly destroy the river of time. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly turned around. Not far in front of him stood a middle-aged man. It was the Law Master. The Law Master looked at Yi Xian. "Are you surprised?" Yi Xian said with a smile, "You must have come with ill intentions, right?" The Law Master sneered. "What do you think?" Yi Xian suddenly asked, have you eaten? The law master was stunned. Yi Xian smiled. If you haven't eaten, then have a taste of my sword. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly disappeared. The sword radiance tore through the battlefield. In the distance, the law master's expression instantly changed. Damn, is this person crazy? Directly fight when they meet? I haven't even said the words I prepared. Without thinking much, the law master was about to attack. However, at this moment, his expression changed drastically. At this moment, he realized that Yi Xian's sword was different. Something was wrong. The law master was shocked and hurriedly said, Sect Master, save me. The sect master was speechless. Although the law master was extremely shocked, he did not choose to sit and wait for death. He clenched his right hand and then punched forward. In this punch, countless laws surged out. In an instant, the surrounding starry sky directly cracked layer by layer. The power was too strong. As Yi Xian's sword slashed, countless laws were destroyed. The sword pierced straight through and directly entered the law master's glabella. The law master's body froze and his face was full of disbelief. One sword, he could not even withstand one sword. How was this possible? The law master looked at Yi Xian in front of him and said blankly, You. Did you cheat? Yi Xian was a little dissatisfied. What are you saying? I've only just broken through. The law master was stunned at first. In the next moment, his pupils suddenly constricted and he said in a trembling voice, You reached half a step into the observer state? Yi Xian shook his head. No. The law master's expression froze. Observer state? Yi Xian nodded. The law master suddenly roared angrily, How is this possible? How is this possible? How could you reach the observer state in such a short time? This is impossible. Don't lie to the old man. Yi Xian was speechless. The law master seemed to have gone crazy. No, you are not the observer state. You are definitely not the observer state. As he spoke, he turned around and slowly walked into the distance as if he had lost his soul. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Do you think you can escape by pretending to be crazy? As soon as Yi Xian said this, the law master rushed into the sky and wanted to escape. At this moment, the sword that had entered the law master's glabella suddenly shook violently and directly destroyed all the vitality in the law master's body. The law master's body froze on the spot and his face was full of confusion. He could not accept this. How could he accept this? How many years had he cultivated for? How much hardship had he suffered? However, he was only half a step into the observer state. However, this Yi Xian had actually reached the observer state in such a short time. Damn it, how unfair was this world? The law master, who was about to disappear completely, suddenly roared angrily, The heavens are unfair, the heavens are unfair. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the distant starry sky. What does it have to do with me, the Tendo? Why do you have to compare yourself with someone who is backing? Aren't you retarded? You want to make me the handsome scapegoat. Tui. Tendo, Yi Xian looked up into the starry sky. The person who had just spoken was this world's Tendo. The law master suddenly looked up. Little Tendo, how dare you humiliate me? The Tendo said calmly, Law master, let me remind you, you are about to die. Please know what you are doing. The law master was stunned at first, then he suddenly turned his head. Path master, save me. Before he could finish speaking, a sword light flashed across his throat. Pissed, the law master's voice suddenly stopped. He had been completely erased, there was no longer a path master in this world. Yi Xian looked up into the distant starry sky. In the distant starry sky, an old man was looking at him. It was the path master of the southern region. At this moment, the path master's heart was in turmoil. Observer state, Yi Xian had actually reached the observer state. This was something he had not expected at all, because Yi Xian had only been in the divine change state previously. He was not even half a step into the observer state, but now, Yi Xian had actually reached the observer state directly. This was too terrifying. After all, he had been half a step into the observer state for tens of thousands of years. Now, Yi Xian had actually reached the observer state in such a short time. The path master's expression was complicated, and his heart was even more complicated. He also wanted to say, why is the heavens so unfair? However, when he remembered that the tendo was just beside him, he gave up. Strictly speaking, it did not seem to have anything to do with the tendo. The Pathmaster collected his thoughts and looked at Xian. Did you reach the observer state because of the heavenly meridian? Xian shook his head. The Pathmaster narrowed his eyes. How is that possible? If not for the heavenly meridian, how could you have reached the observer state in such a short time? Xian thought about it and said, do you really want to know? The Pathmaster nodded instinctively. Xian smiled. Actually, it is quite easy to reach the observer state. As he spoke, he opened his palm and the notebook that Qingguan had left for him slowly flew to the Pathmaster. The Pathmaster was stunned at first, then he opened the notebook. As he read, the Pathmaster's mind went blank. Observer state, they actually did not know much about the observer state. If they knew much, they would not have been unable to break through after so many years. At this moment, after reading the detailed description of the observer state in the notebook, the Pathmaster was shocked. He was truly shocked. At this moment, he realized that it was just as Xian had said. Actually, the observer state did not seem to be very difficult. It was like a second-generation heir. His father taught him how to earn money from a young age and gave him money. Was it difficult for a second-generation heir? Definitely not. But was it difficult for an ordinary person? Of course it was. Because everything had to be figured out by oneself, and that was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. When he read about the time realm after the observer state, the Pathmaster's blood suddenly boiled. These two realms seemed to have opened a door for him. Cultivation. The Pathmaster was extremely excited. He wanted to cultivate. At this moment, he was confident that he could cultivate to the supreme observer state or even the time realm. At this moment, a ray of sword light suddenly flashed. The Pathmaster who was reading suddenly looked up. He was shocked, and he pressed his right hand forward. Countless Dao laws surged out. However, the sword easily tore those Dao laws apart and pierced his forehead. Boom, the Pathmaster was frozen on the spot. The Pathmaster looked at Xian in the distance. He was a little confused. Xian smiled. Are you confident that you can break through and reach the observer state? The Pathmaster looked at Xian blankly. Why are you showing me this? Xian smiled. To let you have hope, and then despair. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly appeared in front of the Pathmaster and stabbed the Pathmaster's abdomen with the sword in his right hand. He said fiercely, not only do I want to kill, but I also want to destroy your heart. The Pathmaster was speechless. P.S. I've returned home. I don't have much time to write. It's a little difficult for me to update normally. Sorry. Is there a problem with delaying the outburst? I will choose a climax point for the outburst to let everyone have a good look. Sorry again about the outburst. Kill the heart. With a hideous look on his face, the Pathmaster roared hysterically. I curse you. Hiss, Xian suddenly slashed with his sword and left. The Pathmaster's body and soul started to vanish at a visible rate. The Pathmaster roared furiously. His roar was filled with unwillingness. What was the cruelest thing in the world? Nothing more than seeing hope, only to be met with despair. Xian gave him hope, only to be met with despair. This was the cruelest. Gradually, the Pathmaster's voice grew weaker until it vanished. There were no more masters in the world. Out of the 4 masters of the southern region, only the world master was left. In the distance, Xian was flying on his sword. Xiao suddenly asked, Young master, what do you plan to do next? Xian was silent for a moment before he said, Look inside. Since he had achieved the outer appearance, then his goal was to look inside. As if he had thought of something, he suddenly opened his palm and the green profound sword appeared in his hand. The green profound sword. Xian held the green profound sword and sensed it carefully. He sensed the legendary power of time. Qingguan relied on the green profound sword to create the state of time. Since Qingguan could do it, why couldn't he? After all, he was a person of destiny, even though he didn't know what a person of destiny was. After a while, Xian frowned. Xiao Ta asked, What's wrong? Xian was silent for a moment before he said, I sense the power of time. Xiao Ta continued, and then? Xian thought for a moment before he shook his head and put away the green profound sword. He didn't continue studying the power of time because he realized that it wasn't something he could control right now. Unless he used the profound azure sword as a medium, he would be able to control the power of time within the sword. However, he didn't want to do that. The reason for that was because he knew that using such a method to control the power of time was only useful for showing off. There was no other meaning to it, as it was not something he could cultivate. Moreover, he discovered a problem that he had never discovered before. When he chose to give up on relying on the green profound sword and focus on improving himself, the green profound sword became even more terrifying. Just like now, if he were to use the Xianxia sword, he was confident that he could even kill a Vipassana master. To put it simply, the stronger he was, the stronger the green profound sword would be. After a while, Xian suddenly said, "Xiao Ta, you've been with Dad since the beginning, right?" Xiao Ta said, "Yes, from the very beginning." "Actually, young master, there's something that I don't know if I should say or not." Xian smiled and said, "What is it?" Xiao Ta sighed in a low voice, "Master and I have gone through life and death together countless times. Based on our relationship, it's really not too much for you to call me Ta Dad." "Oh, no, call me Uncle Ta." Xian's face immediately darkened. Xiao Ta still wanted to say something, but Xian suddenly flew up on his sword and disappeared into the horizon. On the way, Xiao Ta said, "Young master, where are you going?" Xian said, "The three-dimensional universe." Xiao Ta was puzzled, "Young master, why are you going to the three-dimensional universe?" Xian said softly, "To understand Dad's previous life." "Didn't you all say that he lived a hard life?" "I want to understand." Hearing this, Xiao Ta understood. Xian was trying to break through to the Vipassana master. Soon, Xian arrived at the three-dimensional universe. Because of his dad's protection, ordinary people couldn't enter the three-dimensional universe. Of course, he was an exception. Sword Sect, Floating Mountain, Handyman Peak. Presently, the Sword Sect could be said to be the largest swordsman sect in the Southern Territory, and any swordsman would take pride in joining the Sword Sect. When it came to the Sword Sect, two people had to be mentioned. One was the founding ancestor of the Sword Sect, the Unfettered One. He'd never been defeated in his entire life, and he sought defeat all his life. In the end, he couldn't endure the loneliness of being invincible, so he left the Southern Territory and headed to a stronger world. The second was the Sword Devil, Xianxia. He was an extraordinary genius that had appeared in the Sword Sect after the founding ancestor. Because he'd once been a labor disciple, the status of labor disciples in the Sword Sect had risen along with him. Many inner court disciples would even come to Labor Peak to be labor disciples for a period of time, and they put it in a euphemistic way, to gain experience. When Xian arrived at Labor Peak, he noticed that the swordsmen here weren't very weak. Even though they weren't as strong as the swordsmen from his universe, they weren't weak either. Xian arrived before a hall, and he was slightly dazed as he gazed at the dazzling and resplendent hall before him. The hall before him was built in an extremely luxurious manner. The pillars were actually completely made of gold, the walls were even made of dark iron, and even the floor was made of pure mithril. There were 3 large words at the top of the hall, Xianxia Hall. Xian gazed at those words with an emotionless expression. "Xiao Ta, you told me that Dad suffered when he was a labor disciple." "Yes, living in such a place and being a labor disciple is truly very bitter." He'd placed extra emphasis on the word bitter. Xiao Ta's face was covered in bewilderment. It wasn't like this in the past. At that time, it was just an ordinary thatched hut. Why has it become like this now? Damn it. It was definitely those fellows from the Sword Sect who did this. "Young master, you understand. Once a person becomes famous, then even the bed he slept in will become priceless." Xian shook his head. He pushed open the door of the hall and walked in. Inside the shop, there were some bookshelves on both sides, and at the center of the shop, there was a statue made of pure gold. It was the statue of the man in green. Looking at this statue, Xian was instantly speechless. It was actually made of pure gold, and it was extremely luxurious. Xian suddenly turned his head and looked at the bookshelf in the distance. There was a small plaque on the bookshelf, and there were a few large words written on it, Xianxia's classic quotations. Dad's classic quotations? Xian was slightly curious. He picked up a scroll and opened it to take a look. Fight him until he's undefeatable. Kill him until his blood flows like a river. Looking at this sentence, Xian's face was filled with black lines. Dad's vicious aura is really heavy. He's obviously not a good person. In next to no time, Xian looked down, and there was actually an annotation at the bottom. Fight him until he's undefeatable. Kill him until his blood flows like a river. These words seem to be crude and simple, but they actually contain supreme truth, and they warned the people of the world. In these chaotic times, we must have the heart of an expert. If we don't have the heart of an expert, then we'll be like withered grass in the water. We can only drift along with the current, live an ordinary life, and transform into dust in the end. We must have the heart of an expert like Sect Master Xianxia. We must have the determination and imposing manner to shout loudly in the face of this dark and chaotic world, fight him until he's undefeatable. Kill him until his blood flows like a river, and we'll return a bright world to this world. Xian closed the scroll, and then he asked. Xiao Ta, did Dad say these words? Xiao Ta said, he did. Xian asked another question. Is the meaning of Dad's words the same as the annotation? Xiao Ta fell silent for a moment before he said, it doesn't seem to be like that. Xian asked, then what does it mean? Xiao Ta thought for a moment, and then he said, it means that he's gone mad from killing. He's roaring randomly. Xian's face instantly darkened. Damn it. Then what does this annotation mean? Xiao Ta said, truthfully speaking, I don't understand it as well. Xian was speechless. After a short moment, Xian picked up another scroll at the side, and he opened it and took a look. Only by experiencing hellish torture would one possess the strength to conquer heaven. Only by bleeding fingers would one be able to play out the ultimate song of the world. Xian was just about to look at the annotation when he seemed to have thought of something, and he asked. Xiao Ta, did Dad say these words? Xiao Ta went silent for a moment before he said, I don't think so. Xian's expression froze. Are you sure? Xiao Ta said, I've always been with Master. I can basically remember everything he said. This sentence shouldn't have been said by him. Moreover, Master is the same as you. He doesn't like to read, so it's impossible for him to say something of such standard. His words are either about fighting or killing, or some messy limerick. Xian said in a low voice, since he didn't say it, why did you say that he said it? Xiao Ta said in a low voice, I don't understand either. Xian was speechless. What the heck? At this moment, footsteps suddenly came from the side. Xian turned his head to look. Not far away, a swordsman walked in. When he saw Xian, the swordsman was slightly stunned. Very quickly, he frowned. Who are you? Xian put down the scroll and smiled. Xian. The swordsman looked at Xian. A trace of vigilance flashed in his eyes. You're not from my sword sect. Xian waved the sword in his hand and smiled. I'm also a swordsman. The swordsman stared at Xian. But you're not a swordsman from my sword sect. Xian nodded. I'm not. The swordsman placed his left hand on the hilt of his sword. His eyes turned cold. Who are you? Xian was about to speak. Suddenly, many footsteps came from outside the hall. Obviously, their voices were too loud, and it alarmed the sword sect's experts in the surroundings. Soon, a group of swordsmen appeared in the hall. Greetings, sect leader. Meanwhile, all the swordsmen within the hall suddenly bowed towards the people outside the hall. All of them looked towards the outside of the hall. An old man was walking in slowly. The old man wore a large black robe and had a sheathed sword hanging from his waist. Moreover, he emanated a faint pressure. Xian sized up the old man and said, Xiao Ta, do you know him? Xiao Ta remained silent for a moment before he said, I don't. Xian frowned slightly. You don't know him? He's the sect leader of the sword sect. Xiao Ta was slightly helpless. Young Master practically never returned after he left the southern territory all those years ago. Even though Matriarch Su has taken care of the sword sect in secret, Master doesn't have any thoughts about the sword sect. Xian was puzzled. Why? Xiao Ta said, all those years ago, when Master's mother, your wet nurse, was annihilated by the Flower Palace, not only did the sword sect not interfere, it even expelled Master from the sword sect. Even though Master didn't implicate the sword sect because of Matriarch Su, he doesn't have any feelings towards the sword sect. Xian nodded slightly and was about to speak. Meanwhile, the sect leader of the sword sect spoke in a hoarse voice, "Who are you?" Xian instinctively pointed at the statue of the green-clothed man. "I'm his father." As soon as he finished speaking, Xian was stunned on the spot. The others were speechless. Xiaota spoke solemnly, "Young master, are you sure?" As soon as he finished speaking, Xian felt a bit embarrassed. Too fast, Xian quickly corrected himself, "He is my father." Everyone, the sword sect leader looked at Xian as if he wanted to see through Xian. "You said you are sect leader Yang's son?" Xian nodded. The sword sect leader sneered, "Ridiculous, really ridiculous, who doesn't know that sect leader Yang only has one daughter?" Xian, the sword sect leader continued, "You swordsman, you are really shameless, pretending to be sect leader Yang's son." Xian said in a deep voice, "I really am his son." The sword sect leader said angrily, "Sect leader Yang does not have a son, only a daughter." Xian, the sword sect leader sighed, "For a small benefit, you don't hesitate to sell your soul and recognize someone else as your father. Young man, do you think you are worthy of your biological father?" Xian suddenly activated his bloodline. As soon as the bloodline power appeared, a powerful pressure suddenly enveloped the surroundings. The surrounding swordsmen's expression changed greatly, and they all retreated, their eyes full of fear. The sword sect leader's expression also changed slightly. What do you want to do?" Xian frowned slightly, "You don't recognize my bloodline?" The sword sect leader said in a deep voice, "What bloodline?" Xian said in his heart, "Xiaota, they don't recognize the mad demon bloodline?" Xiaota was silent for a moment, then said, "The mad demon bloodline was awakened by the young master later, they don't recognize it." Xian asked, "Then how do I prove my identity?" Xiaota thought for a long time, then said, "I don't know." Xian was speechless. The sword sect master glared at Xian, "Sir, I advise you to be kind. If you dare to act recklessly, my sword sect will have to summon our ancestor." Summoning the ancestor, Xian shook his head and sighed. What a ridiculous world. At this time a swordsman suddenly said in a trembling voice, "Sect master, look carefully, he really does look like sect master Yang." Hearing this, everyone looked at Xian, and after sizing him up, they were shocked. He really does look like him. The sword sect master glanced at the statue of the green-cloaked man, and then glanced at Xian. He hesitated for a moment before he said, You said you're sect master Yang's son. Do you have proof?" Xian smiled and said, "What proof do you want?" The sect leader of the sword sect fell silent. Sect master Yang? Actually, he wasn't familiar with the legendary sect master Yang. Xian suddenly turned around and left. He didn't try to prove that he was Xianxia's son because it was meaningless. If these swordsmen acknowledged him, then he would definitely leave some benefits for them. Since they refused, then he could only bid farewell to them. Xian didn't stop at all and vanished from the sword sect. The sword sect master raised his head and looked up into the sky in silence. Actually, he'd acknowledged Xian's identity as soon as he laid eyes on Xian. They were too similar. However, he hadn't chosen to acknowledge Xian's identity. Why? He was the sect master of the sword sect right now. So, what if sect master Yang's son tried to seize his position? If he acknowledged sect master Yang's identity as the junior sect master, he'd obtained this position with great difficulty, so how could he give it up so easily? Not a chance. The sword sect master grunted coldly in his heart, and then he turned around and left. South Peace City. South Peace City was where his father used to live, and it was a small city in the Southern Territory. Xian was slightly dazed as he stood before a luxurious building. This building was 9 floors tall, and it could only be described with a single word, extravagant. The entire building was forged from a special profound sky, and the ground was paved with golden bricks. At a glance, the golden light flickered, blinding one's eyes. Especially those pillars, which were several tens of feet wide. These pillars were actually made of special materials, and with a single glance, one could tell that they were not ordinary objects. Moreover, there were numerous pearls that were the size of a head embedded into the walls of the building. The entire building emanated the aura of a tycoon. Yixian gazed at the building before him and said in a low voice, Xiao Ta, my father lived here in the past? Xiao Ta fell silent for a short moment before he said, it really was here in the past. However, it was only an extremely simple and crude stone house at that time. Have we gone the wrong way? Yixian suddenly pointed at the top of the building. See that? There are 4 large words there, Xianxia's former residence. Xiao Ta was speechless. Yixian said in a low voice, Xiao Ta, tell me the truth. Was my father really left to fend for himself when he was young? Or could it be that his method of being left to fend for himself is different from mine? Xiao Ta was speechless. At this moment, he was slightly dazed as well. How did it become like this? Meanwhile, a voice sounded out from the side. Brother, are you going to visit the Sword Emperor, Xianxia's former residence? Yixian turned around and saw a young man standing not too far away. The young man wore a light yellow robe, and he held a folding fan in his hand. There were 2 black-robed old men following behind the young man. Both of them were expressionless, and it was obvious that they were experts. The young man walked over to Yixian and said with a smile, I'm Yuchuan. May I know your name? Yixian smiled and said, Yixian. Yixian, Yuchuan smiled and said, Brother Yi, do you want to go in and have a look with me? Yixian smiled and said, all right. Under Yuchuan's lead, Yixian entered the building, and there were some comparatively simple household items placed within it. Yuchuan grinned and said, all of these were once used by Senior Yang Yi, and they have a very long history. Yixian frowned slightly. The Sword Emperor? Yuchuan gazed at Yixian and said with a smile, is there a problem? Yixian was slightly puzzled. Meanwhile, Xiao Ta suddenly said, the Sword Emperor is the highest accomplishment a swordsman can attain in the Southern Territory. After Master left the Southern Territory, his current accomplishments aren't something that the people of the Southern Territory can imagine. Of course, in their eyes, they still think that Master is only the Sword Emperor. Yixian nodded lightly, and then he said with a smile, no problem. Yuchuan glanced at it, and then he withdrew his gaze and said with a smile, Brother Yi, do you think we've made a legend of the Sword Emperor, Yang Yi? Yixian gazed at Yuchuan, and then Yuchuan smiled lightly and said, actually, I really don't like this. The current imperial family is too exaggerated. I can't deny that the Sword Emperor, Yang Yi, was definitely a monstrous genius amongst monstrous geniuses in the past. However, the entire Southern Territory is singing his praises now, and they think he's the savior of the world. As he spoke, he glanced at the surroundings and smiled, even the place he lived in has become a hallowed ground. Needless to say, it's very laughable and pitiable. Xiao Ta suddenly couldn't help but say, pitiable? Laughable? Damn it. If it wasn't for Master, then the 3rd dimension would have been destroyed by Big Sister Tianming. Yuchuan frowned slightly when he heard Xiao Ta, and then he gazed at Yixian's stomach and said, Brother Yi, what's talking? Xiao Ta said furiously, you're the thing. I'm the #1 pagoda in all the worlds in the universe. Yuchuan spoke indifferently, a Xiao Ta who possesses intelligence is quite rare. However, Xiao Ta, you're really too good at bragging. You're practically bragging to death. Xiao Ta was speechless. Yixian suddenly smiled and said, Brother Yuchuan, even though I don't really like legends as well, to be honest, all of you haven't made him a legend. Conversely, you've weakened him a little. Yuchuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Weakened him? Yixian smiled and said, yes. Yuchuan shook his head and smiled. Brother Yi, you're too young. Yixian was speechless. Yuchuan suddenly said, Brother Yi, you seem to possess an extraordinary bearing, so I presume you're an ambitious person. Are you interested in following me? Yixian looked at Yuchuan and was stunned. Follow you? Yuchuan smiled and said, to be honest, I'm the 3rd prince of the current dynasty. My ambition is to become the sovereign. Brother Yi, how about you follow me to create a great cause? Yixian hesitated for a moment before saying, fight for the throne? Yuchuan laughed heartily. That's right. Yixian was silent. Yuchuan sized up Yixian and said, Brother Yi isn't a swordsman from the sword sect, right? Yixian nodded. Yes. Yuchuan smiled faintly. In that case, Brother Yi should be a rogue cultivator. Saying so, he took out a storage ring and placed it in front of Yixian. Then he smiled and said, "Brother Yi, this is a small token of my appreciation, please accept it." Yixian glanced at the storage ring. There were 10 spirit stones inside. They were the most common kind of spirit stones, the amount of spiritual energy in them was almost negligible. Yixian hesitated for a moment before saying, "Brother Yuchuan, what are you doing?" I don't deserve a reward, I don't dare to accept it." Saying so, he hurriedly pushed the storage ring back to Yuchuan. Yuchuan sneered in his heart. These swordsmen are really hypocrites. They obviously want it, but still refuse. Yuchuan's face was full of smiles as he pretended to be displeased. "Brother Yi, do you think it's too little?" Yixian was speechless. "You really don't have enough," Yuchuan said seriously. "Brother Yi, if you don't think it's too little, please accept it. I know it's not easy for you rogue cultivators. These spirit stones are just a small token of my appreciation. To tell you the truth, when I seize the throne in the future, there will be many more like this." As he spoke, he walked over to Yixian and smiled. "Brother Yi, let's join forces, and the future will be ours." Yixian was slightly embarrassed. Yuchuan suddenly pointed at Xianxia's statue in the distance, and then he said, "Brother Yi, so long as you're willing to fight, then nothing is impossible in the future. If you follow me and I seize the throne, then you'll have the support of the imperial family in the future. Coupled with your natural talent, Brother Yi, I dare say that you'll definitely be able to attain the heights of the Sword Emperor, Yang Yi. No, it's even possible for you to surpass him." Yixian was speechless. Xiaota suddenly said, "Young master, he's deceiving you." Yixian nodded. "I can tell." Yuchuan grew more and more excited as he spoke. "Brother Yi, this opportunity doesn't come by again." Yixian fell silent. Yuchuan suddenly withdrew a small cloth bag, and he placed it in front of Yixian. There were 10 spirit stones within the small cloth bag. Yuchuan gazed at Yixian. "Brother Yi, my annual salary is only 20 spirit stones." Yixian was speechless. Yuchuan grinned. "Brother Yi, there's no need to be too moved. It's merely 20 spirit stones. It's nothing." Yixian sighed lightly, and then he patted Yuchuan on the shoulder lightly. "Listen to brother's advice. You can't hold on to the throne, so give it up." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Refuse, Yuchuan stared fixedly at Yixian. He'd actually been so courteous, yet he'd actually been refused. This was an extraordinary humiliation. His blood immediately surged, and he couldn't help but speak fiercely. "My fate is up to me and not the heavens. Swordsman, since you look down on me today, then I'll make it so that you'll never be able to reach me in the future." Yixian staggered and almost fainted when he heard this. P.S. There are a few days every month where I don't feel like writing. I no longer have the drive I had when I was young. Back then, I'd break the chapters whenever I didn't like it, but now I'm ashamed. Defy the heavens? Yixian was speechless. This Prince Yuchuan is truly a genius. He actually wants to defy the heavens. Does this fellow really know what the heavens are? Many people in the mortal world are truly ignorant and useless, yet they shout about defying the heavens every single day. Really, everything depends on one's mouth, and one's mouth can do anything. Xiaota suddenly said, "Young master, he's like some people in the Milky Way galaxy. In the virtual world, he strikes with force, but in reality, he's a yes man." Yixian shook his head and smiled, and then he turned around to gaze at Yuchuan, who had an extremely unsightly expression on his face. He sighed softly, "Brother Yuchuan, I don't have any intention of looking down on you. I just feel that you're really unable to hold on to the throne." Yuchuan ridiculed, "How laughable. A dignified prince like me needs an independent cultivator like you to do things for me?" Yixian shook his head, and then he suddenly turned around and clenched his left hand. Bang! Countless clouds in the distant sky suddenly shot down violently, and then they surged down towards Yixian like tidewater. When they arrived before the hall, all the clouds transformed into a sword that descended into Yixian's grasp. Yuchuan's expression instantly changed violently when he witnessed this scene, and he moved backwards repeatedly. "You." Yixian glanced at the statue of the green-cloaked man, and then he smiled, "Brother Yuchuan, I'll say it one more time. All of you didn't worship him, and not only did you not, you even greatly weakened him. Perhaps he's not a good person, but he really did save the three-dimensional universe. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Yuchuan seemed as if he'd been frozen on the spot within the hall, and his face was covered in astonishment. A long time passed before he spoke with a trembling voice. Is that the Sword Emperor? Yi Xian looked down at the southern territory in the starry sky, and the entire southern territory seemed extremely tiny from his position. Yi Xian sighed softly. He'd originally come to see his father's past and see if he could find some inspiration to attain insight. However, all he found was loneliness. Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Young master, since you're here, then go pay your respects to Elder Mu." Yi Xian frowned slightly. Elder Mu? Xiao Ta said, "Yes, he is a senior that master respects very much. Master treats him as his master. If not for him in the early stages, master would really be dead. His tomb is in the depths of the 100,000 mountains. You can pay your respects there." Yi Xian nodded. "All right." With that, he disappeared on the spot. In the blink of an eye, he'd arrived at the depths of the Grand Myriad Mountains, and Yi Xian saw a tomb on the peak of a mountain. Yi Xian gazed at the tombstone, Elder Mu's grave. Disciple, Yang Yi. There were only a few words and they were very simple. Yi Xian walked over to the tomb, and then Xiao Ta said in a light voice, "The deaths of those two people were a huge blow to Master. The first was Master's mother, and the second was Elder Mu. After they died, Master's disposition became extremely extreme, and he didn't trust anyone besides Matriarch Su and Matriarch Zi for a very long period of time. Actually, Master's life was really bitter. It wasn't just Master, wasn't Big Sister Tianming quite miserable as well? Who would have imagined that the invincible Tianming had almost starved to death in a cave?" As it spoke, it sighed lightly. If it said that the person who suffered the least was the unfettered one. That fellow was invincible since the southern territory began, and he was invincible until now. Big Brother, Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. Needless to say, Big Brother's life was really legendary. A short while later, Yi Xian bowed deeply to the tombstone, and then he turned around and left. Right at this moment, a voice resounded from the side. "Who are you?" Yi Xian turned around and saw a woman walking over slowly from afar. The woman was tall and wore a black dress. Yi Xian sized her up and said, "Who are you?" The woman stared at Yi Xian for a long time before she said, "You're his son." Yi Xian spoke in a low voice, "You know my father?" The woman fell silent. Yi Xian asked in his heart, "Xiao Ta, do you know her?" Xiao Ta said, "I know her." Yi Xian asked, "Who?" Xiao Ta said, "In any case, her relationship with Master isn't ordinary. Do as you see fit." Yi Xian. The woman suddenly spoke softly, "Where is he now?" Yi Xian shook his head. "I don't know either." The woman looked at Yi Xian, "Have you been left alone?" Yi Xian's expression froze. The woman said, "Looking at your expression, it should be." Yi Xian nodded. "Yes." The woman spoke softly, "Will he come back here again?" Yi Xian looked at the woman, "This. How should I address you?" It didn't seem very good to call her aunt. The woman shook her head and didn't speak. Yi Xian asked again, "Are you waiting for Dad here?" The woman nodded. Yi Xian continued to ask, "How long have you waited?" The woman spoke softly, "Look, my hair has already turned white." Yi Xian glanced at the woman. Indeed, although the woman still looked young, her hair had already turned white. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then opened his palm, and a storage ring slowly floated in front of the woman. There are cultivation methods and cultivation resources in the storage ring. It can increase your lifespan and strength. The woman looked at Yi Xian, "What's your name?" Yi Xian smiled, "Yi Xian." The woman frowned slightly, "Not surnamed Yang?" Yi Xian said, "He left me alone in the Yi family, so." The woman nodded slightly, "I understand." Yi Xian asked again, "Are you still waiting?" The woman nodded, "Waiting until death." Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he said, "How about this? I'll remind Dad to come back and have a look when I see him next. With his current strength, it'll only take an instant for him to return here." A trace of light lit up in the woman's eyes when she heard this. "All right?" Yi Xian nodded. I'll tell him that someone is waiting for him here. The woman said, thank you. Yi Xian said with a smile, goodbye. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and flew on his sword, vanishing into the horizon. The woman looked up into the sky and remained silent for a long time. Yi Xian couldn't help but ask, Xiao Ta, who exactly is that woman? Xiao Ta said, in any case, she once had a dispute with Master. Alas, speaking of this, I have to say a few more things. In the past, Master's character was really extreme, and he was stubborn like a bull. Of course, this is related to his experiences. It's impossible for someone who grew up in such an environment to not be extreme. In terms of character, I think you're much better than him, young master. At the very least, you don't act rashly most of the time. In the past, Master was really the type of person who would kill your entire family at the slightest disagreement. He was just like a pervert. Yi Xian was speechless. Small Tower continued to say, you're just flowery and showy, just like an idiot. Yi Xian said indifferently, Xiao Ta, if I kill you, will I be able to attain the Tao? Xiao Ta said, it's useless to kill me. If you kill Master, you'll definitely attain the Tao. Yi Xian hurriedly said, don't talk nonsense. I've never thought of it that way. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and vanished into the horizon. In the western region. On this day, the strongest sect in the western region, the primordial sect, was on high alert, as if facing a great enemy. The Dao clan had returned. The sudden return of the Dao clan shocked all the forces in the dark observation cosmos. They were naturally familiar with the Dao clan. After all, they had joined forces to drive the Dao clan out of the dark observation cosmos. Now, the Dao clan had made a comeback. In the sky above the primordial sect, Dao Ling stood quietly. Behind him were the 12 observer realm powerhouses. At this moment, an old man appeared in front of Dao Ling. This old man was the sect master of the primordial sect, and one of the strongest people in the dark observation cosmos. The sect master of the primordial sect looked at Dao Ling. It seems that you're much stronger than your father was back then. Dao Ling said, today, I'm here to collect a debt. Are you ready? The sect master of the primordial sect stared at Dao Ling. He slowly clenched his right hand and was about to attack. At this moment, Dao Ling suddenly shook his head. There's no rush. As soon as he finished speaking, an afterimage suddenly flashed over from afar. In the next moment, that afterimage had appeared in front of Dao Ling, and then he casually tossed a few hundred heads down from the sky. The eyes of the sect master of the primordial sect almost split apart from rage when he saw these heads. The Dao clan. Dao Ling gazed at him. You intend to leave a spark for your primordial sect? As he spoke, he shook his head slightly. How could that be possible? The sect master of the primordial sect spoke fiercely. Members of the primordial sect, heed my command. We'll fight the Dao clan to the death. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward. In the distance, Dao Ling suddenly raised his right hand and pressed it down. Bang! The sect master of the primordial sect didn't even have the chance to react before he was blasted down to the ground by a mysterious force. Rumble! The sect master of the primordial sect fell into the primordial sect, and then the countless grand formations within the primordial sect exploded into pieces. Moreover, the sect master's body was blasted into pieces, and only his soul remained. He'd been killed in a single move. The experts of the primordial sect had astounded expressions on their faces when they witnessed this scene, and their eyes were filled with despair. Their formidable sect master was actually instantly killed by a single move. The sect master of the primordial sect raised his head to look at Dao Ling, and he was slightly dazed. You. The Insight Realm. You've actually attained the Insight Realm. Dao Ling didn't answer him, and he just flicked his sleeve. Bang! The sect master of the primordial sect's soul was blasted into pieces, and he was obliterated. Dao Ling turned around and left. Don't let a single survivor of the primordial sect escape. It didn't take long for 12 extraordinary experts to charge into the primordial sect, and it wasn't long before numerous shrill and miserable cries resounded from within the sect. After Dao Ling left the primordial sect, he traversed the stars and arrived at the forbidden area of the far north. Presently, there were only 2 extraordinary powers left in the profound universe. One was the Time Court, and the other was the forbidden area. As soon as Dao Ling arrived at the forbidden area, a middle-aged man appeared before him. The middle-aged man gazed at Dao Ling, a heaven defier. Dao Ling shook his head. I don't really like that title. I'm just me, not a heaven defier. The middle-aged man chuckled and said, you're very strong, but you have to admit that it's because of some sort of luck that you're able to be so monstrous. To put it simply, your strength isn't pure, is it? Dao Ling said softly, this forbidden area is going to surprise me. The middle-aged man looked at Dao Ling, let me experience the strength of a heaven defier of this generation. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly disappeared on the spot. Bang! In an instant, the entire Milky Way was destroyed, the Insight Realm, not only that, but it was also the Insight Realm. Introspection, Dao Ling had to admit that the middle-aged man's strength had surprised him. It seemed like the forbidden area wasn't as simple as he'd thought. Dao Ling didn't think too much about it. He took a step forward, flipped his right hand, and swung it down. Boom, space-time cracked open, and a giant hand with a primordial aura emerged from the crack. Then, it swept downwards with the intention of crushing the middle-aged man who was charging at it into pieces. The middle-aged man laughed coldly. He bent 3 fingers on his right hand and pressed it above his head. Boom, a golden light shot into the sky from his palm. The golden light contained boundless mysterious energy. Rumble, suddenly, an explosion resounded throughout the entire universe. Waves of terrifying energy swept across the entire starry sky like waves. At this moment, the starry sky was like boiling water, violently surging and then collapsing. It was incomparably terrifying. Dao Ling's expression was calm. He waved his sleeve, and the terrifying waves of energy in front of him vanished instantly. In the distance, the middle-aged man smiled faintly and waved his right hand. The shockwaves of energy around him instantly dissipated. The middle-aged man looked at Dao Ling and smiled. Introspection. I have to say that you've achieved introspection at such a young age. Moreover, you have such attainments. As expected of a heaven-defying person. Dao Ling looked behind the middle-aged man and said, it seems like you've been hiding your strength in the forbidden area. The middle-aged man shook his head, we didn't hide our strength. It's just that you never understood us. Dao Ling said, there's no need to understand us. Because all of you will vanish from this world very soon. The middle-aged man smiled, I can't do introspection. Dao Ling said, I'll try. With that, he took a step forward. Boom, the spacetime beneath Dao Ling's feet cracked open. Then, the spacetime in front of the middle-aged man shattered, and a fist shot forward. The fist burned with raging flames. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes. He opened his right hand and clenched it tightly. In an instant, countless mysterious substances condensed in his palm. After attaining the introspection state, one could extinguish substances. But what if the substances were strong enough? Water could extinguish a fire. However, if the fire grew too big, it might not be the same. The middle-aged man suddenly charged forward and punched. Boom, on the middle-aged man's fist, a terrifying power poured out like a tidal wave. In an instant, the entire galaxy was destroyed. Rumble, the two of them collided head-on once more, but in the next moment, the middle-aged man retreated explosively for hundreds of kilometers. As soon as he stopped, his right hand was incinerated into nothingness by a mysterious force. The middle-aged man lifted his head and looked at Dao Ling in the distance. There was a hint of seriousness in his eyes. The great pacifier. Dao Ling did not waste any time. He took a step forward and threw another punch. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes. He opened his palm and a long spear appeared in his hand. In the next moment, he leaped up and stabbed with his spear. Chi, sky-splitting spear. Dao Ling's expression was calm. When the spear arrived in front of him, he suddenly clenched his right hand tightly and punched out. A simple punch, however, this punch instantly turned the starry sky within a radius of several million zhang into dust, erased. Rumble, the middle-aged man was blasted over 30 kilometers away along with his spear. As soon as he stopped moving, the spear in his hand had shattered into pieces. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed when he witnessed this scene, and then he raised his head to gaze at Dao Ling. Suddenly, he raised his head, and then a palm swept down towards him. The middle-aged man's pupils constricted, and then he crossed his arms. Defend! Bang! In an instant, countless strands of energy converged around him. Rumble, as soon as the palm descended, the middle-aged man was blasted into a mysterious world of space. his eyes were filled with shock when he stopped moving, the world of death. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man's face started to age swiftly. Moreover, his body even emanated an extremely disgusting stench, the 5 heavenly blight. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for an expert at his level to experience the 5 heavenly blight. However, this was the world of death. What was the world of death? It was a world that didn't have any material substance. Nothing existed in this world, and there was only the legendary energy of time. The passage of time. Could anyone in the world resist the passage of time? At this moment, the middle-aged man was slightly panicked. He hadn't expected that Dao Ling's strength would be so terrifying that it had actually blasted him into the world of death. If he didn't leave as soon as possible, then even he would become a speck of dust in 15 minutes. Because even he wouldn't be able to resist the energy of time, the middle-aged man suddenly smashed his right fist forward, and a powerful force surged out from within it. However, it vanished in the next moment. Anything that appeared in this world would be corroded by time and become a thing of the past. At this moment, the middle-aged man was truly panicking. The greatest threat to an observer realm expert was time. The middle-aged man looked up at Dao Ling and spoke fiercely, "You want to destroy my forbidden area? Not to mention you, even you, and that piece of trash from the mandate of heaven together wouldn't be able to destroy it." Yi Xian was speechless. Dao Ling gazed at the middle-aged man in silence. Something unexpected occurred when the middle-aged man was about to vanish completely. A hand suddenly stretched into the world of death, and then it forcefully pulled the middle-aged man out. At the same time, the hand suddenly swung in Dao Ling's direction. Bang! A strand of energy swept out like a torrent. Dao Ling frowned slightly from afar, and then he raised his right hand to block it. Bang! An explosion resounded abruptly, and then Dao Ling was blasted 30 kilometers away in the next moment. Dao Ling frowned slightly after he stopped moving, and then he gazed into the distance. There was a figure standing by the middle-aged man's side. It was a young man. It wasn't his main body. The young man wore simple white clothes, and his long hair hung loosely behind him. There was a trace of a smile on his face, and there was a trace of a playful expression in his smile. The white-clothed man sized up Dao Ling, and then he smiled, "You're the heaven-defying figure of this generation." He shook his head slightly as he spoke. "You're nothing much." Dao Ling gazed at the white-clothed man and suddenly smashed his fist forward. Hiss! A flaming fist suddenly swept through the surroundings, and then it instantly arrived before the white-clothed man. The white-clothed man chuckled and pointed his finger forward. Bang! The flaming fist shattered and was obliterated. On the other hand, the white-clothed man was completely unharmed. The white-clothed man waved his right hand lightly, and then he shook his head. "How boring. I thought you and the Destined One would be able to give me a pleasant surprise. But now it seems like both of you are idiots. How can the two of you be equally as famous as me?" In the distant starry sky, Yi Xian suddenly sneezed, and he frowned slightly. "Xiao Ta, it seems like someone is scolding me." Xiao Ta said, "Who?" Yi Xian shook his head. "I don't know. In any case, it's definitely scolding me. I have a premonition." Xiao Ta said, "Then what are you going to do?" Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he said, "I'm going to scold them back, of course. Fuck their ancestors." Xiao Ta was speechless. Dao Ling's eyes narrowed slightly. "Outside the rules." The white-clothed man smiled. "I was born invincible." Dao Ling frowned slightly. The white-clothed man turned to look at the middle-aged man. "Where's the Destined One?" The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment, and then he said, "He was at the Celestial Treasure Pavilion just now. I don't know where he is now." As he spoke, a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. "Young master, this person isn't worthy of your attention at all. According to what I know, he's only at the divine transformation realm. Moreover, he's so showy and indecent." The white-clothed man said indifferently, "Since he's able to become the Destined One, how could he be as useless as you say?" The middle-aged man hurriedly nodded. Yes. It's my fault for being too narrow-minded. Young master is right." The white-clothed man turned to look at Dao Ling in the distance, and then he smiled. "I know you didn't use your full strength just now. Come, use your authority. Let me see if you're qualified for my main body to find you." Dao Ling glanced at the white-clothed man, and then he suddenly vanished on the spot. Bang! In an instant, the entire Milky Way started to burn, everything started to be destroyed, including the Milky Way's river of time, everything was destroyed. In the distance, the white-clothed man's eyes narrowed slightly. He suddenly took a step forward and pointed a finger forward. Bang! This finger forcefully blocked Dao Ling's terrifying punch. However, in the next moment, the white-clothed man's soul started to disappear at a speed visible to the naked eye. The white-clothed man frowned slightly. He suddenly retracted his hand and flashed backwards. This flash brought him tens of thousands of feet away. When he stopped, his soul was almost transparent. He had not been able to withstand that punch just now. The white-clothed man looked at Dao Ling and smiled. Interesting. Haha. Dao Ling's face was expressionless as he slowly clenched his right hand. The white-clothed man suddenly shook his head. That's all for today. Heaven-defying person, I'll find you and the destined one another day. I'll personally kill both of you. During this period of time, you and the destined one must work hard. Haha. After saying that, his body gradually disappeared. Before he disappeared, the white-clothed man still wanted to say something. In the distance, Dao Ling suddenly punched out. Bang! The white-clothed man directly disappeared. Dao Ling was expressionless. Nonsense. On the side, the middle-aged man stared at Dao Ling. Clan leader Dao Ling, young master will personally find you. After saying that, he gradually became illusory. Soon, he completely disappeared. Dao Ling took a step forward. This step brought him directly to the Forbidden Land. After entering the Forbidden Land, he frowned slightly. This was because he realized that there was no aura of living beings in the entire Forbidden Land. All of them had left. The middle-aged man just now was actually stalling for time. Dao Ling remained silent for a moment before turning around and leaving. On the other side, Xian had just returned to the boundless thousand domains when Elder Zhang appeared in front of him. Elder Zhang said in a deep voice, "Young Master Yi, the person outside the rules has appeared." Xian was slightly stunned. Then, he asked, "Who?" Elder Zhang's expression was rather solemn. Shi Tian, the heir of the Shi family who controls 800 galaxies. He is said to be invincible since he was born. In his entire life, he has never been defeated by someone of the same level. Not only that, but he has also never been defeated by someone of a higher level. As he said that, he looked at Xian. The person outside the rules, the heaven-defying person, the destined one. The three of you have appeared in the same era. This is not a good thing. Xian was silent. Outside the rules, what is outside the rules? Just like Big Brother Unfettered One, Big Brother is truly invincible. Xian remained silent. He didn't underestimate Shi Tian because he'd already met Dao Ling, and he'd experienced Shi Tian's strength. Even now, he didn't have the confidence to defeat Shi Tian. At this time old Zhang said, "Young Master Yi, you have to be careful. He seems to be here to kill you." Xian frowned slightly. "Kill me? Why?" Old Zhang smiled bitterly. "He said that you and Dao Ling aren't qualified to be on equal footing with him. Therefore, he wants to kill the two of you." Xian said, "Just because of this?" Old Zhang said in a deep voice, "Young Master Yi, do you think this way of thinking is childish?" Xian nodded. "A little." Old Zhang shook her head. "This matter isn't that simple. He came to kill the two of you. It seems to be a battle of wills, but in reality, it's a battle of karmic luck. You, Dao Ling, and him have all occupied a portion of the heaven and earth karmic luck. If you don't have karmic luck, you won't be able to reach this level. He is the same. Therefore, he is fighting for karmic luck, fighting for the eternal invincibility of the great Tao." Karmic luck? Xian was a little puzzled. "Senior, is the karmic luck you speak of luck?" Old Zhang shook her head and smiled. "Actually, you can say it that way. But strictly speaking, it's the karmic luck of the great Tao. The so-called karmic luck of the great Tao is the karmic luck written by Dadaobi. Whoever it supports, that person will have the karmic luck of the great Tao." As he said this, he paused for a moment and said, "The above words are what the pavilion master told me to tell you. She told young Master Yi to be extremely careful and not underestimate the battle of karmic luck this time." You might not die, but if you lose, you will never be able to bear the consequences. Yi Xian frowned slightly. What consequences? Old Zhang said in a deep voice, something like this happened in the past. It was between your father, and that unfettered swordsman. Regarding what happened in the past, the pavilion master said that you can ask Xiao Ta. Xiao Ta suddenly sighed softly. Yi Xian said in a low voice, Xiao Ta, why are you sighing? Xiao Ta said in a low voice, young master, if it's really as Sister Qingguan said, then this matter is really very serious. You can't lose. Yi Xian asked, what do you mean? Xiao Ta's tone became somewhat solemn. Do you know how many people died in that battle? Master's family, the two elder sisters Tian Ming, Tian Xiao, Bai Tian, Erya and Little White were almost killed. Not only them, even Master was almost killed back then. Although Master didn't die, the people around him almost died. Furthermore, there was something special back then. Sister Tian Ming had already broken through and was not in the mood to kill anymore. Her goal was to find you, otherwise. At this point, it did not continue. Yi Xian was silent. Xiao Ta said again, young master, this time is different from the past. You must treat it with caution. Actually, I understand what Sister Qingguan meant when she said that you must fight for this thing. If you don't fight for it, you will lose a lot. Moreover, if you don't fight for it, you will die because others will not let you go. Many times, there is no right or wrong. If you hinder others, others will deal with you. It's that simple. Yi Xian nodded slightly. I understand. As he said, he looked at old Zhang. Senior, can you help me pass a message to that Shirtian? Old Zhang hesitated for a moment and then said, harsh words? Yi Xian shook his head. Tell him that I admire the Dao clan's patriarch, Dao Ling, very, very much. I think he is the #1 monstrous genius since ancient times. If he wants to fight for the fate with my brother Ling, he is daydreaming. He is not even fit to carry my brother Ling's shoes. Old Zhang's expression froze. Yi Xian said seriously, you must pass it to me. As he said, he turned and left. Old Zhang. In the distance, Xiao Ta said in a low voice, young master, didn't you say that you would stop being fancy? Yi Xian stopped and sighed softly. Xiao Ta, do you know what intelligence is? Xiao Ta hesitated for a moment and then said, I am just a Ta. Yi Xian, after a moment, Yi Xian said seriously, Xiao Ta, I don't want to rely on Qing'er and Dad now. Under such circumstances, if I provoke this Shirtian and the Shir clan too early, what will the result be? I will definitely be beaten up. At that time I will risk my life, burn my soul, self-detonate. In the end, I will have no choice but to let Qing'er come out to deal with it, and then Qing'er will come out and start a massacre. As he said, he shook his head slightly. Don't you get tired of this routine? Xiao Ta, Yi Xian continued. I can't beat him now, so why should I provoke him? Isn't it better to develop a little? Xiao Ta hesitated for a moment and said, true experts disdain to play tricks. Yi Xian asked. Then what do you play? Xiao Ta said, play with your life. Yi Xian smiled, Dad was like that in the past, right? Xiao Ta said, yes. Yi Xian said, you told me a lot on the way to the three-dimensional universe with you. I remember one thing, that group of experts from Profounder Continent detonated themselves to fight the Tendo of the hallowed grounds. It was the group of experts from Qingguan's father's group. Dad joined forces with them to fight the Tendo. Countless defiant experts perished, but Dad was still alive. Why? Xiao Ta hesitated for a moment and said, because Master's father, Yang Wudi, saved him. Yi Xian asked, what would have happened to Dad if he didn't have such a formidable father? If Dad didn't have you and Snowy all those years ago, if Dad didn't have Elder Mu. Xiao Ta was speechless. Yi Xian didn't say another word, and he just turned around and left. He understood everything, but he didn't want to care about it. He just wanted to change himself. That was all. Since he wasn't confident in Qing'er and his father, then he had to change himself. He had to figure out what enemies he could and couldn't offend, and he couldn't be brainless and take the initiative to offend enemies. When one's strength hadn't arrived at the peak of the world like Qing'er, one's brain was extremely important to one's life. what was flashy, since he couldn't win, he still went to provoke others. That was showy. If one's strength wasn't enough, then one had to use their brains. Was there something wrong with that? Yixian returned to the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Now, the 12th floor had become his residence. Every day, when he was free, he would read and relax. On this day, the Time Master suddenly arrived at the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. Seeing Yixian, the Time Master hurried over and said with a trembling voice, "Young Master Yi, save my Time God Court." Yixian asked, "What's wrong?" The Time Master's face was pale. "The Tao race wants to destroy my Time Court." Hearing this, Yixian frowned. "Destroy your Time Court?" The Time Master nodded, "Yes." Saying this, he bowed deeply. "Please save us, young Master Yi." Yixian said, "According to what I know, a few great powers of the Dark Observer universe destroyed the Tao ancestors back then." The Time Master hurriedly shook his head. "My Time Court didn't participate in that battle. I hadn't fully matured yet, and it was the Tao Lord who participated." Yixian was puzzled. "Since you didn't participate, why would they want to destroy you?" The Time Master smiled bitterly. "They want to dominate the Dark Observer universe." Yixian thought for a moment, and then he put down the ancient book in his hand. "Come, let's go to your Time Court." Hearing this, the Time Master was stunned, and then he said with a trembling voice, "Young Master Yi is willing to help." Yixian nodded. "You've helped me quite a bit in the past. Now that you're in trouble, how can I just sit by and do nothing? Let's go." With that, he got up and left. The Time Master fell silent for a moment, and then he smiled slightly. Good karma from back then, good karma today. It didn't take long for Yixian and the Time Master to arrive at Time City. At this moment, some experts of the Tao race had already gathered here, but Dao Ling wasn't there. Obviously, the Tao race didn't care about the Time Court. In the sky, Yixian arrived before the experts of the Tao race, and his gaze fell on the old man in the lead. The old man looked at Yixian with a calm expression. Yixian smiled slightly. "The Tao race wants to destroy the Time Court." The old man nodded, "Yes." Yixian nodded, "Then let's fight." With that, he opened his palm, and a sword appeared in it. The old man frowned slightly. "Person of the Mandate of Heaven, why are you interfering in this matter?" Yixian smiled. "The Time Master has helped me quite a bit in the past, and I can't be ungrateful, can I?" The old man looked at Yixian. "Are you really going to interfere in this matter?" Obviously, he was somewhat fearful of Yixian, the person of the Mandate of Heaven. Yixian smiled slightly, "Yes." The old man's eyes narrowed slightly. "Please enlighten me." With that, he took a step forward. With that step, the starry sky distorted, and endless power surged from all directions. At this moment, Yixian suddenly slashed down with his sword, and it was just a simple slash. The heavens and earth split apart, and with it, the distorted starry sky and the surroundings also split apart. Destroy matter. In the distance, the old man slowly clenched his right fist, and there was a trace of seriousness in his eyes. Visualization. Yixian walked slowly towards the old man with a calm expression, and he walked very slowly. However, an invisible sword force directly enveloped the old man. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly, and he was just about to attack when he suddenly frowned slightly. In the next moment, he looked at Yixian. "I'll give you face." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and vanished with all the experts of the Tao race. On the spot, Yixian frowned slightly. Why did they suddenly leave? Yixian pondered deeply for a moment, yet he still couldn't figure it out. However, he didn't think too much about it and just turned around and left. On the other side, in the starry sky, the old man who led the group just now led all the experts of the Tao race and bowed slightly towards someone not too far away. Standing before them was none other than Dao Ling. The old man hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Clan leader, is there a deeper meaning to giving face to the person of the Mandate of Heaven?" Dao Ling looked up into the distant starry sky and said softly, "I've already found the location of the Shi clan. Go there on my behalf and tell them that the person of the Mandate of Heaven is someone that I, Dao Ling, respect. If Shi Tian dares to cause trouble for him, I, Dao Ling, will not let him off even if I become a ghost." The old man was speechless. An unknown starfield. There was an extremely enormous planet in this starfield, and there were hundreds of planets of various sizes revolving around this planet. If one looked carefully, one would notice that these planets were actually an enormous formation, a formation formed from the starfield. There was a clan on the largest planet. The Shur clan, within the city. A young man sat cross-legged on the ground, and there were two old men standing by his side. Both of them were at the Insight realm. The young man was Shur Tian. Before Shur Tian had appeared, the Shur clan was already an extraordinary clan that controlled 800 starfields. Besides the ancient Zhou clan, they were invincible throughout the universe. Now, an extraordinary genius like Shur Tian had appeared in the Shur clan, and the Shur clan could even look directly at the Zhou clan. Presently, the Shur clan's protection of Shur Tian could be described as abnormal, because so long as Shur Tian was here, then completely surpassing the Zhou clan was only a matter of time. Meanwhile, a black-robed old man walked over slowly to Shur Tian, and then the black-robed old man bowed slightly. "Young master, the Chosen One and the Heaven-defying One have sent letters." Shur Tian, who sat cross-legged on the ground, opened his eyes and smiled. "A letter for me?" The black-robed old man nodded. "Yes." Shur Tian received the letter and opened it. After a long time, he sneered, "The two of them really appreciate each other." Meanwhile, a refined old man behind Shur Tian took the letter and read it, and then he said after a short moment, "Both of them want to ask young master to find the other first so that they can buy some time for themselves." Shur Tian smiled. "How could I not understand? How interesting. Do they think I'm an idiot?" The refined old man shook his head slightly. "It's not that simple." Shur Tian gazed at the refined old man. "Teacher, did you notice anything else?" The refined old man spoke lightly. "They might join forces." "Join forces?" Shur Tian frowned. "They're both geniuses of the heavens. It can't be, right?" The refined old man shook his head slightly. "Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't. But if you're too strong, then they might join forces." Shur Tian spoke in a low voice. "Where's their pride?" The refined old man shook his head. "All of that is empty. A moment of laughter is nothing, and the one who laughs in the end is the true winner. Both of them see it very clearly." Shur Tian was silent. The old man continued, "Although the divination cosmos is inferior to the heavenly cycle cosmos, don't forget that the mysterious pavilion master came from there. Moreover, according to what we know, she has created a brand new realm, and it's called the Passage of Time." "Time?" Shur Tian frowned slightly. "Teacher, who exactly is this pavilion master?" The elegant old man shook his head. "I don't know." Shur Tian was silent. The scholarly old man continued, "You are competing with the heaven-defying man and the mandate of heaven. What you are competing for is luck. Therefore, the three of you will have to fight. Right now, the two of them are weak, so it's the best time to kill them. However, if you go personally, the two of them will definitely join forces." Shur Tian sneered. "Why should I be afraid?" The elegant old man frowned slightly. "How many times have I told you? It's good to be confident, but don't underestimate anyone in the world. Moreover, those two aren't ordinary people." Shur Tian nodded slightly. "Teacher is right." The elegant old man nodded. "Remember, you can't be too complacent. If you are, then you will regress. The current you is practically invincible in the younger generation. However, your mental state is still slightly flawed, and that is your weakness." Shur Tian nodded. "This disciple will remember." The elegant old man opened his palm, and two scrolls slowly floated over to Shur Tian. "These are the information about those two people. Read through them." Shur Tian nodded, received the scrolls, and then started to read through them. The elegant old man retreated silently. Before long, the elegant old man arrived in a starry sky. Not too far away, he saw a woman. The woman wore a simple cotton dress and carried a small sack on her shoulder. The elegant old man bowed slightly. "Pavilion Master Qin Guan, please wait a moment." In the distance, Qin Guan stopped. She turned around to look at the elegant old man and smiled. "Is something the matter?" The elegant old man bowed slightly once more. "Shuru greets Pavilion Master Qin." Qin Guan smiled. "You're from the Shur clan?" The elegant old man nodded. "I am." Qin Guan nodded slightly. "Do you have something the matter?" Shuru hesitated for a moment and said, "The Shur clan would like to invite Pavilion Master Qin to be a guest of the Shur clan." I wonder if Pavilion Master Qin has the time. Qin Guan shook her head. I don't. I still have many things to attend to. As she spoke, she looked at Shiru and smiled. Get straight to the point. Shiru bowed deeply. I would like to ask Pavilion Master Qin to provide guidance to my student, Shi Tian. Qin Guan blinked. You mean that person who doesn't abide by the rules, right? Shiru hurriedly nodded. Exactly. Qin Guan shook her head. Shiru was astounded. Qin Guan smiled. Your Excellency, I still have matters to attend to. Farewell. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and left. Shiru suddenly said, as far as I know, Pavilion Master Qin has provided guidance to the chosen one, Yi Xian. Qin Guan stopped and smiled. He's a super distinguished guest of my immortal treasure pavilion. Is there a problem with me providing guidance to him? Shiru looked at Qin Guan. Pavilion Master Qin, have you chosen the chosen one in the karmic luck of the Grand Tao? Qin Guan shook her head. I have no intention of interfering in their struggle. Me providing guidance to young Master Yi is my own business, and it has nothing to do with your Shi clan. Shiru hesitated for a moment, and then she said, Pavilion Master Qin, I have no intention of offending you. Qin Guan nodded lightly, and then she turned around and left. Shiru wanted to say something but hesitated. It didn't take long for Qin Guan to vanish into the distance. At this time an old man appeared in front of Shiru. The old man looked at Qin Guan who stood at the end of the starry sky in the distance, and his gaze flickered. Old Ru, didn't this girl say that she never cultivates? Why don't we? Shiru suddenly turned around and slapped the old man. Slap, the old man was directly slapped flying hundreds of kilometers away. The old man was stunned. Shiru glanced coldly at the old man who was still stunned. She said that she never cultivates, and you believe her? If she doesn't cultivate, how can she walk around in the endless starry sky? If she doesn't cultivate, how can she wander around blindly with treasures? Can you have some brains? The old man was speechless. Shiru looked up at Qin Guan who stood at the end of the starry sky in the distance, and he remained silent. Pavilion Master Qin, whether she was strong or not, he didn't know. In any case, she dared to wander around in the starry sky with treasures all over her body, and nothing happened to her. This was outrageous. Moreover, the immortal treasure pavilion was open to all the heavens, and even the Zhou clan made an exception to allow Pavilion Master Qin to open the immortal treasure pavilion, and even gave her countless benefits and conveniences. Although the Shi clan wasn't afraid of such a person, they didn't dare to rashly provoke her. A moment later, Shiru turned around and left. At the end of the starry sky in the distance, Qin Guan suddenly stopped and turned around. Not far away, a woman in a purple dress stood there. The woman held a black folding fan in her hand, and there was a faint smile on her face. The corners of the woman's mouth curled up slightly. Qin Guan, long time no see. Qin Guan smiled and said, Zhou Yu. The woman named Zhou Yu walked up to Qin Guan and said with a smile, I thought you wouldn't come. Qin Guan smiled and said, I went back to meet someone. Zhou Yu blinked. Who? Qin Guan smiled slightly. The son of my father's friend. Let me tell you, that young Master Yi is really thick-skinned. He's really fun to play with. If you meet him in the future, you'll definitely like to be friends with him. He's like you, cheerful. Young Master Yi, Zhou Yu secretly remembered this name, then smiled and said, will you be staying for a few more days this time? Qin Guan shook her head. I can't. I still have something to do. Zhou Yu was a little curious. What is it? Qin Guan smiled and said, establishing a heart for the universe. Hearing this, Zhou Yu was stunned. Qin Guan smiled slightly. Zhou Yu, we'll meet again if fate wills it. With that, she turned around and left. Zhou Yu suddenly said, Qin Guan, are you going to keep going like this? Qin Guan nodded. Yes. Zhou Yu smiled and said, won't it be too boring to be alone? Qin Guan smiled and said, a little, but it's also free. With that, she waved her hand. We'll meet again if fate wills it. We'll meet again if fate wills it. Zhou Yu was silent. Her intuition told her that they might never meet again. After a long time, Zhou Yu turned around and left. In 2 hours, I want to see all the information about that young Master Yi in the Dark Universe. Dark Universe. In the study, Yi Xian was quietly reading some of the books left behind by Qin Guan. Although these books were written in the Milky Way's language, it was too easy for him to master a language. Yi Xian was a little engrossed in reading. Especially those written by Qin Guan, they were extremely valuable. Right at this moment, Yi Xian frowned slightly. He raised his head and saw two old men standing not too far away from him. Both of them were at the insight realm. Yi Xian put down the book in his hand and said, "You two are?" The old man in the lead said in a hoarse voice, "Let's go somewhere else." With that, he and the old man beside him vanished on the spot. After the two of them left, Yi Xian picked up the ancient book and continued reading. Xiaota suddenly reminded, "Young master, they want you to go out and talk." Yi Xian shook his head. Xiaota was puzzled. "Why not?" Yi Xian said indifferently, "They might want to beat me up." Xiaota was speechless. Right at this moment, the two old men from before appeared in the study again, and the old man in the lead stared at Yi Xian. "Let's talk somewhere else." Yi Xian smiled and said, "If you have something to say, then say it here." The old man fell silent. Yi Xian blinked. "You're not going to say it?" The old man said in a low voice, "Let's go somewhere else." Yi Xian shook his head. "No." The old man was speechless. Yi Xian suddenly asked, "You're from the Shi clan, right?" The old man's eyes narrowed slightly, and he was quite frank. "Yes." Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "Where's that young master of yours, Shi Tian? Isn't he coming to find us? Why did he send you here?" The old man stared at Yi Xian. "Let's go somewhere else." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "Isn't the struggle for karmic luck between us and your young master? Does your Shi clan intend to interfere?" The old man ridiculed. "Who said that clans can't be used in the struggle for karmic luck? Don't you know that clans and backgrounds are also a form of one's own strength?" Yi Xian fell silent for a moment, and then he said, "I originally wanted to live a low life and experience the hardships of life. But since you said that, then I'll lay my cards on the table. Actually, I'm the second generation." As his voice fell, he opened his palm, and the green profound sword appeared in his hand. Boom! Yi Xian directly reached the Vipassana realm. The two old men were stunned. Boom! At this moment, Yi Xian directly reached the time realm from the Vipassana realm. The eyes of the old man in the lead widened. F***ck. Directly reaching the time realm, the two elders felt as if they had been struck by lightning, and their minds went blank. What was going on? At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly disappeared. The two of them did not dare to make a move in the study, but he did. The moment Yi Xian disappeared, the two elders' pupils constricted. How fast was Yi Xian's speed now, surpassing everything? The old man in the lead suddenly raised his arms to block, and a terrifying force swept out from within his body. However, as soon as this force appeared, it was directly shattered by Yi Xian's azure sword as if it was cutting tofu. Qi, the elder was directly dismembered by Yi Xian's sword, and that was not the end. After dismembering the elder, he suddenly swept his sword horizontally. Boom! The other elder was directly dismembered by the green profound sword. In front of Yi Xian, the soul of the elder who was dismembered by Yi Xian's sword rapidly dissipated. He looked at Yi Xian in disbelief. "You? What happened to you?" Yi Xian smiled. "That's what happened." The elder roared, "You cheated." Yi Xian frowned. "Didn't you say that family background and backing are also a kind of strength?" "I used the sword my younger sister made for me." "That is also a kind of strength." "Elder," Yi Xian smiled, "have a safe journey." After saying that, he slashed out with his sword. Qi, the elder was instantly dismembered. At this moment, old Zhang appeared at the door. Old Zhang hesitated for a moment, then said, "They are all dead?" Yi Xian nodded. Old Zhang bowed slightly, "Sorry for disturbing." After saying that, he turned and left. Outside the door, old Zhang leaned against the wall, her face blank. Is this what the pavilion master meant by cheating? That's great. I want to have it too, one had to say. Old Zhang was dumbfounded at this moment. Two insight realm experts, and they were gone just like that. This was ridiculous. In the study, Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground and looked at the azure profound sword in his hand. Xiao Ta suddenly asked, do you regret it? Yixian shook his head. Xiao Ta was puzzled. That is? Yixian grinned. This feels great. Xiao Ta, Yixian suddenly sighed in a low voice. If he were to fight with his own strength, he definitely wouldn't be able to defeat the two of them. He didn't even have the confidence to defeat one of them. However, when he used the Xianxia sword, he could instantly kill a cultivator in the insight state, time, in front of the power of time. The insight state was like an ant. If I can't beat him, I'll rely on my sister to kill him in one move. After a long moment of silence, Yixian shook his head lightly, and then he put away the azure profound sword. Xiao Ta said, young lord, aren't you going to use the green profound sword? Yixian thought for a while, and then said, if the enemy isn't too much, I won't use the green profound sword. Xiao Ta was a little curious. What you said isn't too much. What would be considered too much? Yixian said calmly, gang up on people like me. Xiao Ta said, I understand. Yixian suddenly got up and left. After a while, he came to a river and laid on the ground. Then, he smeared some blood on his body, making himself look like he was seriously injured. Xiao Ta was a little puzzled. Young lord, what are you doing? Yixian said, don't speak. Xiao Ta, at this time, a terrifying aura suddenly appeared in the sky. The next moment, the spacetime was torn apart, and an old man walked out. The old man's gaze directly fell on Yixian. Where are they? Below, Yixian hurriedly got up and looked at the old man with caution. You. Who are you? The old man frowned slightly. You're that person with the mandate of heaven? Yixian was a little afraid. You. Brother Daoling. After saying that, he suddenly turned and ran. He was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the horizon. On the spot, the old man was a little confused. He escaped just like that. After a while, the old man shook his head. What the hell? How can someone like him be called the person with the mandate of heaven? After saying that, he disappeared on the spot and headed towards the Dao clan. The Dao clan. The old man directly charged into the Dao clan, and his right hand pressed down. Boom, a terrifying pressure swept down from the sky. In an instant, the entire world within the Dao clan boiled. At this time, a figure rushed up from below. Boom, in the sky, the terrifying pressure suddenly vanished like smoke in thin air. The old man looked at Dao Ling, who was not far away. Where are the people from my Shi clan? Hearing that, Dao Ling frowned slightly. What the hell? The old man stared at Dao Ling. You killed them. Dao Ling was slightly puzzled. What are you talking about? A ferocious look flashed in the old man's eyes. You're still playing the fool? Die. After saying that, he suddenly disappeared on the spot. Hiss, the spacetime in front of Dao Ling suddenly exploded. In the next moment, a terrifying force swept over. Dao Ling's face instantly turned gloomy when he saw that. He took a step forward, pressed his right hand together, and pointed forward. After that, he punched again. Rumble, the spacetime in front of Dao Ling shattered and was obliterated, and the old man was blasted tens of thousands of meters away. As soon as he stopped, Dao Ling disappeared on the spot again. The old man's pupils constricted, and he blocked with his arms. Boom, a terrifying force blasted against the old man's arms. Rumble, the old man's arms shattered, and then he was pushed back tens of thousands of meters. As soon as he stopped, he suddenly raised his head. At this moment, Dao Ling had appeared above him, and a ferocious look flashed in Dao Ling's eyes. Get lost. As soon as he spoke, he suddenly stomped his foot. Boom, countless experts of the Dao race watched as space was instantly obliterated where Dao Ling's foot landed, and it transformed into an immaterial area. The old man moved over 30 kilometers back, and he just stopped when a fist suddenly smashed down towards him. Bang! Everyone watched as the old man transformed into nothingness and was forcefully obliterated. An expert at the insight realm had been crushed. Countless experts of the Dao race felt their blood boil as they watched this scene. Their patriarch had actually used 5 moves to kill an expert at the insight realm. His strength was invincible. Dao Ling suddenly said, "Investigate why he came here." An old man who stood behind him left without making a sound. It wasn't long before the old man appeared here once more, and he bowed slightly. Patriarch, according to our knowledge, 2 experts of the Shi clan went in search of Xian just now, but they suddenly vanished. On the other hand, he first went to look for Xian, but we don't know why he came to our Dao race. It's definitely because of Xian. As he spoke, the old man spoke with slight rage. That kid is truly inhuman. Xian. Dao Ling fell silent for a moment before he said, the Shi clan probably intends to act against us. The old man was slightly puzzled. Patriarch, there's no enmity between us and the Shi clan, so why are they targeting us? Dao Ling slowly closed his eyes. The struggle for karmic luck. The struggle for karmic luck. He knew that the battle for karmic luck was unavoidable. Only the living could enjoy all the karmic luck of the Grand Dao. The old man spoke in a low voice. Patriarch, then what should we do now? Dao Ling's face was emotionless. Head to the universe. The old man was astounded. To the universe. Dao Ling nodded slightly. They had to head to the universe, otherwise, the battlefield would be at the Dark Observance universe. At that time, it would be extremely disadvantageous to the Dao race. Presently, the Dao race had just risen to prominence, and it couldn't endure the torment of the Shi clan. The old man intended to say something, but Dao Ling suddenly said, I've made up my mind. Dao Chu, from this moment onward, you're the vice-patriarch of our Dao race, and everyone in the race must obey your orders. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished into the horizon. Dao Chu looked up into the sky while worry filled his eyes. Somewhere by a river, Xian, who was lying on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes. Not far in front of him stood a man. It was Dao Ling. Dao Ling looked at Xian, not saying a word. Xian smiled, so it's the patriarch of the Dao race. I've heard a lot about you. Dao Ling went straight to the point, the Shi clan won't let us go. Instead of waiting for them to come, why don't we go and find them directly? Xian smiled slightly. You're afraid that the battlefield will be at the Dark Observance universe, because if the battlefield is at the Dark Observance universe, it will be extremely disadvantageous to your Dao race. You should know that your Dao race has just returned from the burial ground, and what you need is time to develop, right? Dao Ling nodded, yes. Xian smiled, you're quite honest. Dao Ling looked at Xian. This time, 3 of their Vipassars have died. Next time, it might be time, or even stronger. Are you sure you want to sit here and wait for death? Xian fell silent. Dao Ling continued, just tell me, do you feel good seeing that Shi Tian? Xian grinned, I don't. Dao Ling nodded, then what are we waiting for? Kill him. Xian said, then let's kill him. With that, the 2 of them disappeared on the spot. They did it immediately. They headed to the heavenly cycle universe. On the way, Xian suddenly asked, what kind of place is the burial ground? Dao Ling was silent for a moment, then said, it's an ancient ruin. It's rumored that a great battle took place there. Xian was a little puzzled. Why didn't the major forces of the Dark Observance universe chase after you and kill you all? Dao Ling said calmly, there's an evil aura there. They're afraid of death, so they don't dare to chase after you. Xian frowned slightly, an evil aura? Dao Ling glanced at Xian, do you know about the evil spirit race? Xian shook his head. Dao Ling said, they're a very powerful race. They're not from the heavenly cycle universe, but from another universe. They were defeated and escaped to the Dark Observance universe, but they were sealed and suppressed. Xian was a little curious, by who? Dao Ling looked at Xian, do you think I know everything? Xian. Dao Ling retracted his gaze, let me ask you. Did you kill those 2 Insight Realm cultivators? Xian nodded. Dao Ling frowned slightly, those 2 are Insight Realm cultivators. If you were to fight with them, there would definitely be a big commotion, but why is there no commotion at all? Xian turned to look at Dao Ling, a little puzzled, what commotion do I need to make to kill an Insight Realm cultivator? Isn't it just a matter of 1 sword? Why, do you need to use a second move to kill an Insight Realm cultivator? Dao Ling was silent for a moment, then said, I also killed an Insight Realm cultivator just now. Xian blinked his eyes, and then? Dao Ling said seriously, I only used half a move. Xian. P.S. It's the 5th chapter today, I'm just complaining. If you don't like it, don't read it. As mentioned before, I've returned to my hometown, so I don't have much time to write. Hence, the outburst was delayed, then, it was spat out. That's to be expected, ha, everyone knows that I'm married. I have a son, ha, he's more than a year old. But today, I realized that I haven't spent much time with him. He would call me mother, aunt, sister, but he doesn't really call me father. This is because I lock myself in my room to write every morning until noon. After lunch, I'll take a nap and continue writing in the afternoon. If I write fast, I can finish in the afternoon. If I don't, I'll continue writing at night. It's like this almost every day. I don't have much time to spend with him. Since I've been updating constantly, it means that I have to write every day. I've never taken a break, never. I know that in many people's eyes, writing is very easy. Just write tens of thousands of words. You might not know that sometimes, I struggle for more than an hour to finish a chapter. It's just a few crosses. Sometimes, when I reach a bottleneck and get stuck, it's so painful that I want to die. Actually, this kind of pain can only be understood by those who have written before. Those who haven't written before won't understand. They'll only think that I'm fooling them again. Finally, the purpose of my writing is very simple. I hope that when everyone is pooping in the morning, I can turn on my phone and read a few chapters. If you feel happy, hot-blooded, or touched when you read the book, then I'll be satisfied. Of course, I know that there's always the possibility of getting hit by water. I can imagine a certain brother who is pooping in the morning. As he reads, he suddenly curses, "Boss Egg, you're a fake. Damn it, you're making 2 more chapters." I hope that this sword can accompany all of you. Of course, I also know that this company will come to an end. One day, the invincible Qing the defeated unfettered one, the cheerful Yang Yi, the shameless Yi Xian, the mischievous Arya and Xiao Bai. They will disappear from everyone's daily lives. Half a move, Yi Xian gave Dowling a thumbs up. Awesome, awesome. Dowling nodded. Not bad. Yi Xian suddenly said, let's compete in speed? Dowling looked at Yi Xian. Speed? Yi Xian nodded. Yi Xian smiled. Let's see who can reach the heavenly cycle universe first. Shall we compete? Dowling shook his head. No. Yi Xian frowned. Why? Dowling said indifferently, you must be up to something. Yi Xian fell silent. Dowling suddenly said, I've fought with Shirtian before. I have a certain understanding of his strength. Do you want to know? If you do, give me some benefits. Yi Xian waved his hand. I'm not interested in him. Dowling frowned. Yi Xian said again, I'm invincible. Do whatever you want. Dowling gave a thumbs up. Awesome. Yi Xian laughed. Brother Dowling, you're a heaven-defying one. You're born to defy the heavens, right? Dowling shook his head. Heaven-defying is just an adjective. It means that I'm a monster. I'm not going to destroy the heavens. Yi Xian nodded. I understand. The two sped up. In the starry sky, the two tore through the starry sky. Several days later, the two left the border of the dark observation cosmos. The two stood in an unknown starry sky. From where they stood, they could not see the end of the starry sky. The two fell silent. After a long time, Dowling said softly, there's another universe outside the dark observation cosmos. Where is the end of the universe? Yi Xian suddenly smiled. The end of the universe is where the heart and feet have yet to reach. Dowling was slightly stunned. He turned to look at Yi Xian. Where the heart and feet have yet to reach? Yi Xian nodded. Dowling fell silent. He seemed to have understood something. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Damn it, this guy wouldn't break through just because of what I said, right? Then, Dowling suddenly looked at Yi Xian. Brother Yi, I didn't expect you to be a cultured person. Yi Xian was speechless. A moment later, the two of them tore through the galaxy and disappeared into the distance. Not long after the two of them disappeared, a shadow suddenly appeared in the field. The illusory figure gradually solidified. It was a young man. The young man wore a bright red robe and had a faint smile on his face. This smile was somewhat evil. At this moment, an old man appeared beside the young man. The old man looked at the distant end of the starry sky. What do you think? The corner of the young man's mouth curled up. I'm interested in the Dao clan's clan leader, Dao Ling. He's indeed a heaven-defying being of this generation. Not only has he achieved insight at such a young age, but his aura is also very strong. The old man asked, what about the other youth? The young man fell silent for a moment before he said, I can't see through him. The old man nodded slightly. This person is especially valued by Pavilion Master Qingguan. He's definitely not an ordinary person. The young man frowned slightly. Who exactly is Pavilion Master Qingguan? The old man shook his head. I don't know. In any case, he's an existence that my evil spirit race can't afford to offend. The young man narrowed his eyes. He's that strong? The old man looked at the young man and said seriously, Evil Lord, don't underestimate this person. He's far more terrifying than you can imagine. The evil lord nodded slightly. Understood. The old man nodded and said, This battle for providence is an opportunity for our evil spirit race. We must seize this opportunity. The evil lord smiled. Second uncle, who do you think will win out of the three of them? The old man pondered for a moment before saying, It was originally Shi Tian. After all, he has the supreme overlord of the Shi clan behind him. But now, the evil lord said, Yi Xian and Dao Ling have joined forces. The old man nodded. The evil lord asked. Actually, the outcome of this battle for providence has already been decided. The old man looked at the evil lord, who said softly, Shi Tian has the Shi clan behind him and is already in an invincible position. Because no matter what, it's impossible for Yi Xian and Dao Ling to kill him. Background is also a kind of strength. Yi Xian and Dao Ling lost at the starting point. The old man nodded slightly. That's true. The evil lord said, Let's go. Let's go to the heavenly cycle universe and take a look at this battle for providence. With that, the two of them disappeared at the end of the galaxy. In the distance, at the end of the starry sky. On the way, Dao Ling asked, Brother Yi, are we going directly to the Shi clan? Yi Xian nodded. Dao Ling was a little hesitant. Won't we be ganged up on if we go like this? Yi Xian smiled. We're going to openly challenge Shi Tian. Under such circumstances, how could the Shi clan have the nerve to gang up on us? Usually, such supreme forces are very concerned about their reputation. They won't do something as shameless as ganging up on us. Dao Ling nodded. Understood. 2 hours later, the two of them arrived at a star domain. The Shi clan, both of them fell silent as they gazed at the extraordinary formation that was formed from numerous stars. The Shi clan seems to be much stronger than we imagined, Dao Ling gazed at Yi Xian. Yi Xian said, They probably know that we're here. Dao Ling glanced at the surroundings. There's no movement. Yi Xian glanced towards the distance, and then he said, Brother Dao Ling, go challenge them. Dao Ling hesitated for a moment and said, Why don't you go? Yi Xian roared with laughter. Fine, I'll go. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward and roared with laughter. Shi Tian, didn't you want to kill us? We're here today. Please kill us. Please kill us, his voice rumbled like thunder and reverberated through the starry sky. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared in front of them. The middle-aged man gazed at them in silence. Yi Xian smiled. What about Shi Tian? The middle-aged man's expression was calm. Both of you have balls to actually dare to come to my Shi clan by yourselves. What? Are you looking down on my Shi clan? Yi Xian smiled, cut the crap. Ask Shi Tian to come out here. Dao Ling nodded. Ask him to come out here. The middle-aged man was about to speak when roaring laughter suddenly resounded from the depths of the starry sky. A moment later, a figure flashed through the starry sky, and then a young man appeared in front of Yi Xian and Dao Ling. The person that had arrived was precisely Shi Tian. Shi Tian glanced at them, and then he smiled and said, Both of you can come at me together. Together, the middle-aged man's brows knit together slightly when he heard this. He's underestimating them too much. He was just about to stop them, but it didn't take long for him to stop. At this moment, he understood Shi Tian's intentions, force, what was most important in a battle between two armies. It was their aura, of course. Shi Tian intended to crush Yi Xian and Dao Ling with his force as soon as he entered the battlefield. As for fighting both of them, if Yi Xian and Dao Ling had the slightest sense of shame, then they wouldn't choose to fight both of them, geniuses. How proud were they, not to mention that these two weren't ordinary geniuses. Yi Xian and Dao Ling exchanged glances. Is there such a good thing? In the next moment, both of them vanished on the spot. They attacked together. Both Shi Tian and the middle-aged man were stunned when they witnessed this scene. What's going on? Shi Tian reacted extremely quickly. He hurriedly took a step forward and smashed his fist forward, and it collided with Dao Ling's fist. Bang! As soon as their fists collided, the space here was instantly obliterated. Dao Ling retreated repeatedly. At practically the exact same instant that both of them retreated, a ray of light suddenly appeared behind Shi Tian, and it was just at the right moment. Shi Tian's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he swiftly turned around and raised his right arm to block. Bang! The ray of light shattered, and Shi Tian was pushed 3 kilometers back. As soon as he stopped moving, a terrifying aura swept towards him from behind. Dao Ling, a wisp of a ferocious expression flashed through Shi Tian's eyes as he turned around again. He didn't retreat, nor could he. He suddenly pressed the fingers of his right hand together, and then he tapped forward. This tap of his finger directly collided with Dao Ling's fist. Bang! In an instant, the expanse of space where he and Dao Ling resided had been transformed into nothingness, and then a terrifying force erupted like a volcano. Rumble! Both Dao Ling and Shi Tian retreated explosively at the same time. However, at the instant that Shi Tian retreated, a ray of light slashed down onto the back of his head. Bang! Shi Tian's figure was blasted over 10 kilometers away. However, he wasn't dead because his head had actually forcefully resisted Yi Xian's attack. However, a bloody mark had appeared on his head. Shi Tian had just stopped moving when Dao Ling suddenly appeared in front of him like a ghost, and then Dao Ling suddenly raised his leg and swung it. It was a very simple move, but it carried a strand of terrifying force. Just a single sweep of his leg caused the starry sky in an area of over 100 kilometers to be blasted into pieces. For the first time, a solemn expression appeared in Shi Tian's eyes when he faced Dao Ling's terrifying punch. But in the next moment, that solemn expression transformed into a ferocious expression. He raised his right hand, and then his entire right arm started burning. In the next moment, he suddenly smashed it towards Dao Ling's leg. He was going head-on against it. He had no choice but to do so because Yi Xian and Dao Ling had joined forces, and their attacks were practically perfectly linked together. So, he wasn't able to dodge at all. Bang! Dao Ling was instantly blasted over 100 kilometers away by Shi Tian's attack, and the space around him was instantly incinerated and obliterated. In the end, it transformed into nothingness. He'd been completely obliterated. On the other hand, Shi Tian wasn't able to gain the upper hand, and he retreated explosively. However, he'd just started retreating when a ray of light slashed down onto his head. Bang! Shi Tian instantly felt like a heavy blow had struck his head, and he felt dizzy. After that, numerous rays of light suddenly slashed down towards him. Bang! 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 As he retreated explosively, Shi Tian had suffered at least a few thousand attacks. Shi Tian suddenly roared furiously, and then he clenched his fists tightly while a strand of terrifying force shot into the sky from within him. Rumble! A few thousand rays of light were instantly blasted apart. But right at this moment, Dao Ling suddenly appeared in front of Shi Tian, and then he smashed his fist against Shi Tian's face. Bang! Shi Tian was instantly pushed over 30 kilometers back. As soon as he stopped moving, his body instantly split apart like a spider web. However, that wasn't the end of it. At the instant that he stopped moving, a ray of light had slashed down towards his face. Rumble! This attack blasted Shi Tian's body into pieces, and he retreated explosively again. Yi Xian was about to attack again, but he suddenly turned around and swung his sword. Bang! An expanse of light was blasted apart, and then Yi Xian was pushed over 10 kilometers back. It was the middle-aged man who'd attacked. At the same time, Dao Ling was being obstructed by an old man. Both of them frowned. Yi Xian gazed at Shi Tian and said, "Are you a sore loser?" Shi Tian stared fixedly at Yi Xian. Yi Xian frowned slightly. "What are you looking at? Don't put on an act if you're a sore loser." Dao Ling glanced coldly at Shi Tian. "A sore loser? Tui." Tian's expression was extremely unsightly. Actually, he'd only asked them to attack him together because he wanted to crush Xian and Dao Ling with their imposing aura. However, he hadn't imagined that they would actually be so shameless and really attack him together. Damn it, are they so shameless? Moreover, he hadn't imagined that their joint forces would actually be so terrifying. Xian suddenly said, "Are we going to fight or not?" Tian gazed at Xian, one-on-one. Xian frowned slightly. "Didn't you ask us to attack him together?" Tian spoke furiously, "I want a one-on-one battle right now." Xian's expression was calm. "Are you a sore loser?" Tian's gaze was slightly ferocious. "Don't the two of you have any sense of shame?" Xian was slightly puzzled. "It was you who asked us to attack him together." Tian stared fixedly at Xian. "Now, I want a one-on-one battle." Xian turned around to look at Dao Ling. "He wants a one-on-one battle." Dao Ling thought for a moment and said, "How shameless." Xian was speechless. Tian suddenly said, "Indeed, I have to admit that I can't defeat your joint forces. However, do the two of you not even have the courage to fight me in a one-on-one battle?" At this moment, Tian's expression had recovered its calm, and the restlessness and ferocity from before had vanished from his eyes. Moreover, he'd taken the initiative to admit that he couldn't defeat the two of them so that his mental state would be flawless. He was a genius of the heavens in the end, so it was impossible for his mental state to be spoiled by a few words from Xian and Dao Ling. Xian glanced at Tian. Needless to say, Tian was extraordinary indeed. He was unlike all the opponents he'd encountered in the past. Not only was he strong, his mental state was practically flawless, and it was impossible for words to defeat him. Xian turned around to look at Dao Ling. "You or me?" Dao Ling thought for a moment and said, "I'll do it." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly took a step forward. Boom, in an instant, a terrifying aura swept out from Dao Ling's body. In the next moment, he slowly put his palms together and closed his eyes. Gradually, a huge Dharma appeared behind him. The Dharma was tens of thousands of meters tall and spanned across the galaxy. It was a magnificent sight. This respect Dharma idol was none other than himself. Looking at Dao Ling before him, Xian recalled something Qingguan once said. With himself as the boundary, Xian slowly closed his eyes. He had previously ignored the sentence, or rather, he had not thought about it in detail. Now that he thought about it carefully, it was boundlessly profound. In the distance, Tian stared at Dao Ling. He opened his palm. Condense. Boom, Tian's fleshly body began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. At that moment, Dao Ling opened his eyes. Behind him, the gigantic Dharma idol opened its eyes as well. A terrifying pressure that shook the heavens emanated from its eyes. In an instant, the entire galaxy started to split apart. The starry sky was actually unable to withstand the pressure emitted by this pair of eyes. Moreover, this was merely pressure. Countless experts of the Shur clan were extremely shocked in the shadows. He's merely at the insight realm, but his imposing aura far surpasses the insight realm. How terrifying! Dao Ling suddenly raised his right hand, and then he suddenly swung it down and roared furiously. Sky split. The gigantic Dharma idol suddenly raised its right hand. As soon as it did, the starry sky seethed and started to be obliterated. Bang! The enormous palm suddenly descended from the depths of the starry sky. In an instant, the galaxy in an area of a few million kilometers was obliterated. Moreover, the countless Daos, techniques, and matter within this galaxy were obliterated as well. At this moment, the Milky Way was as small as an ant in front of this palm. A ferocious smile arose on the corners of Tian's mouth, and then he suddenly clenched his right hand tightly. In an instant, countless mysterious talismans appeared in the obliterated starry sky. These talismans were like a waterfall that covered the starry sky, and every single one of them contained an unknown and mysterious energy. Moreover, every single one of these energy actually possessed a completely different attribute. Moreover, every single talisman contained a terrifying will. As soon as these mysterious talismans appeared, murmurs actually resounded in the surroundings. The murmurs seemed to have come from the distant primeval times, and it was breathtaking. Tian suddenly raised his head and roared furiously. The grand Tao of all life. As soon as he finished speaking, he smashed his fist towards the sky. Bang! in an instant, the countless talismans in the surroundings converged into the shape of a fist, and then it shot into the sky to meet the descending palm. A moment of silence ensued. Rumble, suddenly, a deafening explosion resounded through the heavens and the earth. After that, the gigantic Dharma idol and the talisman fist exploded into pieces, and a terrifying wave of energy instantly swept through the all-heaven starry sky. At this moment, the entire starry sky was reduced to ruins. It was as if the starry sky had been forcibly erased, and it no longer existed. However, the mysterious murmurs from before still lingered in the surroundings. At this moment, both Xianxia and Dao Ling were directly sent into the realm of death. There was no substance in this realm, both of their faces were extremely pale. Not only that, their physical bodies no longer existed, and their souls were so weak that they were almost transparent. Both of them were seriously injured. In the realm of death, Xianxia stared fixedly at Dao Ling. There is no substance in this realm, and the 10,000 Daos do not exist, but, as soon as he finished speaking, he slowly clenched his right hand. Bang! Suddenly, the murmurs in the realm of death became louder, and each sound carried a strange power that could suck one's soul. Dao Ling frowned. Xianxia stared fixedly at Dao Ling. This is the will of an expert that I have refined, and it is not restricted by this realm. As soon as he finished speaking, the will began to corrode Dao Ling outside. Yixian watched the scene in silence. At this moment, a middle-aged man nearby looked at Yixian. It's a fair duel. You're not thinking of interfering, are you? Yixian did not speak. Interfering? He did not want to interfere. Since it was a fair duel, it should be fair. If Dao Ling died, it meant that he was not as skilled. If it was him, Yixian, he would do the same. Seeing Yixian's silence, the middle-aged man sneered. In the faraway realm of death, Dao Ling frowned slightly. This was because he realized that his soul was beginning to disappear bit by bit. Corroding will, if it was outside, a puny will would not be able to corrode him. However, this was the realm of death, and he could not use any power here. Suddenly, Dao Ling seemed to have thought of something, and he clenched his right hand. Will was not restricted, will was not material. Although he did not have the will of others, he had his own will. Thinking of this, Dao Ling slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, his soul was becoming more and more illusory. Desperate situation, a real desperate situation. At this moment, a mysterious force suddenly appeared around Dao Ling. Will, his own will. He was using his own will to resist Xianxia's will. Xianxia frowned slightly when he witnessed this scene. Dao Ling's soul that had been corroded gradually started to recover. Moreover, his will was growing stronger and stronger. Dao Ling raised his head and gazed at Xianxia. My will is firm like a rock. As soon as he finished speaking, Dao Ling's soul started to tremble. He's about to break through. The expressions of the Shi clan's experts in the dark instantly became unsightly when they witnessed this scene. If one didn't die in a hopeless situation, then it was rebirth. Obviously, Dao Ling was rebirth right now. Xianxia's eyes narrowed, and he slowly clenched his right hand. Right at this moment, a shadow suddenly charged into the realm of death, and then it smashed its palm towards Dao Ling, who was about to break through. This shadow directly disregarded the restrictions of the realm of death. Time, only the time energy of a time realm expert could disregard the realm of death. Because time wasn't a material thing, this sudden and unexpected event caused Dao Ling's expression to change violently. He'd never imagined that someone would actually attack him at this moment. Moreover, it was a time realm expert. Perhaps he would be able to resist it if it was in the outside world, but how could he resist it now? After all, only his soul remained. Moreover, it was within the realm of death, and he was completely restrained. My life is over. That was the only thought that remained in Dao Ling's mind. Right when the mysterious expert was about to slap Dao Ling to death, a ray of light suddenly appeared in front of Dao Ling. Bang! The ray of light shattered, but Dao Ling was over 1 kilometer away, and Yixian was standing in front of him. Dao Ling gazed at Yixian. You saved me. Yixian said, isn't that obvious? Dao Ling was speechless. Yixian looked into the distance, and a middle-aged man stood there. Yixian sized up the man, and then he said mockingly, fairness? Is this the fairness your Shi clan speaks of? Don't you think it's laughable? The middle-aged man's expression was calm. Fairness? My Shi clan is being benevolent by talking about fairness with you. If we don't, then that's how it should be. Yi Xian said in a low voice, you're a time realm expert at any rate. How can you say such shameless words? The middle-aged man said mockingly, shameless? You're really childish, chosen one. Let me ask you, what's the use of shamelessness in this world? Can it increase your cultivation or bring you cultivation resources? You've lived for so long, yet you still want to talk about shamelessness? Has your cultivation reached your ass? Yi Xian fell silent. This world was a little nonsensical and a little absurd, damn it. The middle-aged man suddenly glanced at the sword in Yi Xian's hand, and then he said, the reason you're able to freely enter the death realm is probably because of this sword. Interesting. Yi Xian fell silent, and it was unknown what he was thinking. Meanwhile, Shi Tian suddenly spoke coldly, Patriarch, why are you doing this? Do you think that I can't defeat this heaven-defying expert? This middle-aged man was the Shi clan's patriarch, Shi Yuan. Shi Yuan shook his head slightly. Shi Tian, you should look further ahead and not just focus on these two. You want to fight for karmic luck and karmic luck. We can use the simplest method to kill the two of them right now, so why are you wasting time with them? Just now, this heaven-defying expert was about to break through. If this continues, there will be too many variables, and it won't be good for us. Shi Yuan spoke in a low voice, I can kill him. Shi Yuan shook his head, you did have a chance at the beginning, but now, he's about to break through. If he really attains the time realm, then you won't be able to kill him, and we might not be able to keep him here either. We can't take this risk. As soon as his voice resounded, another two Shi clan experts appeared within the seamless realm. They were time realm experts as well, 3 time realm experts. Shi Yuan stared at Yi Xian and Dao Ling. There is no such thing as fairness in this world. You want fairness, but you don't have the qualifications to talk to us about fairness. This fairness, if we want to give it, we can give it. If we don't give it, then you have to bear with it. Understand? Yi Xian, Dao Ling suddenly said, Brother Yi, protect me for a while. I'm about to break through. Yi Xian looked at Dao Ling, how long? Dao Ling thought for a moment, then said, 1 month. Yi Xian suddenly asked, what did you say before? Dao Ling was stunned, then said, protect me for a while. Yi Xian suddenly said, scram. Dao Ling. P.S. Thank you everyone for your support. Every vote, every comment, it's all support. Thank you everyone. 1 month, Yi Xian was speechless. Damn, can I hold on for a month? Although he has the green profound sword and can reach the time realm directly, the problem is that there are 3 genuine time realm experts here. Moreover, who knows if the Shi tribe has other time realm experts? Hold on for a month, even holding on for a day is too much. At this time, Dao Ling suddenly said, 10 days. Yi Xian turned to look at Dao Ling, 10 days? Dao Ling nodded, yes. Yi Xian said solemnly, you're not tricking me? Dao Ling said seriously, 10 days. After 10 days, I will break through. At that time, we can join forces and stop the Shi tribe. 10 days, Yi Xian fell silent, still hesitating. Dao Ling suddenly asked, Brother Yi, do you have any brothers? Yi Xian shook his head, I only have 1 sister. Eh? Why are you asking this? Dao Ling hurriedly said, from this moment onwards, I am your brother. Yi Xian's face darkened. Damn, this person is really shameless. At this time, Shi Yuan suddenly said, kill. Kill. As soon as he said that, he and the 3 time realm experts charged at Dao Ling and Yi Xian. Yi Xian stared at Dao Ling, 10 days, I can't stop you. 1 hour, I will give you 1 hour. If you don't break through in 1 hour, we will die together. As he said that, he directly sent Dao Ling into the Xiao Ta. As soon as he entered the Xiao Ta, Dao Ling was stunned. In the next moment, Dao Ling couldn't help but praise, awesome. As he said that, he hurriedly sat down and continued to break through. Yi Xian looked at the 3 charging at him, and his eyes flashed with savagery. Boom, the green profound sword suddenly trembled, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body. Insight, however, it was not over yet. In the next moment, Yi Xian directly went from insight to the time realm. All the experts of the Shi clan were stunned by this scene. He had reached the flowing time realm just like that. Yi Xian suddenly charged forward and swept out with his sword. An expanse of sword light swept out like a waterfall that swept through the starry sky. This sword strike contained the terrifying energy of time. and it was capable of annihilating all things. Rumble, this sword directly forced the three-time realm powerhouses back, but Xian also instantly retreated hundreds of thousands of feet. As soon as he stopped, his face turned pale. The power of time, Xian was shocked. He realized that he really couldn't fully control the power of time. He couldn't maintain it for too long in this realm, although there were no side effects. This was equivalent to him overdrafting himself in advance. He couldn't continue for too long, or else he would collapse. In the distance, Shi Yuan looked at Xian in disbelief. What kind of freak are you? You, right at this moment, Xian suddenly turned around and vanished on the spot. Run! Xian immediately used the Xianxia sword to teleport. Shi Yuan's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly said, "Lock down." As soon as he finished speaking, he stretched his right hand forward and clawed. Bang! The space and time where Xian had disappeared in the distance suddenly became distorted. In an instant, millions of miles away, Xian, who was traveling in space and time, suddenly narrowed his eyes. He turned around abruptly, drew out his sword, and slashed. Hiss! An expanse of sword light descended, and the space around him was instantly torn apart. Rumble! A powerful force blasted Xian over 100 kilometers away. As soon as he stopped moving, Shi Yuan and the others were still in front of him, and Shi Tian was there as well. Shi Tian stared fixedly at Xian. How shameful! You're actually using external sources of strength. How truly shameful! Xian thought for a moment and said, "You three-time realm experts are fighting me, yet you're not allowing me to use external sources of strength? You're going too far." Shi Tian was about to say something when Xian suddenly said, "Shi Tian, do you dare to fight me in single combat?" Shi Tian spoke coldly, "Why?" Meanwhile, Shi Tian suddenly said, "He's trying to buy time so that Dao Ling can break through. Don't fall for his trap." Shi Tian frowned when he heard this. Xian suddenly roared with laughter. How laughable! Shi Tian, to think that you call yourself the #1 genius in the entire universe, yet you're actually afraid that your opponent will break through. How laughable! Shi Tian's expression suddenly became slightly unsightly. Xian continued, "We clearly agreed to a one-on-one battle, yet you went back on your word and launched a surprise attack against Dao Ling. Shi Tian, don't you feel that such actions are shameful?" Shi Tian stared fixedly at Xian. "You want to destroy his Dao heart? You?" Shi Tian suddenly said, "Patriarch. I think that he isn't the one who wants to destroy my Dao heart, but you." Shi Tian's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard this, and he gazed at Shi Tian. "What are you trying to say?" Shi Tian spoke fiercely, "What am I trying to say? Motherfucker. We agreed that I would fight Dao Ling in single combat, yet all of you interfered. What's the meaning of this? If news of this were to spread, then others would think that I, Shi Tian, am a sore loser." Shi Tian stared fixedly at Shi Tian. "You have to think about the overall situation. You. Big my ass." Shi Tian suddenly cursed furiously, "Patriarch, I respect you, but your actions today are very shameful to me. They came to my Shi clan from the Dark Watch universe with the intention of fighting me fairly, yet you directly mobilized the experts of your clan to deal with them. Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by others?" A wisp of a cold glow flashed through Shi Tian's eyes. "Shi Tian, you have to remember your status. You aren't the patriarch yet, you're just the junior patriarch." Shi Tian suddenly roared with laughter. "Junior patriarch. Haha. Junior patriarch. Tui." He glanced at the surroundings as he spoke, and then he said, "Elders, don't all of you think that the patriarch's actions are shameful?" Meanwhile, Shiru sighed softly. "Shi Tian, on many occasions, the process isn't important. What's important is the outcome. So long as you kill them, then you'll be the winner, and my Shi clan will rise to prominence." The other elders hurriedly tried to persuade him as well. But Shi Tian shook his head. "No, that isn't the Dao I seek. The Dao I seek is to have a clear conscience. As far as I'm concerned, such actions are shameful." As he spoke, he gazed at Shi Tian and said, "Allow Dao Ling to break through, and then I'll fight him in single combat. If I lose, then all of you can do whatever you want. However, no one from the Shi clan is allowed to act against him until I die." Xian glanced at Shi Tian, and he was quite surprised. Just like him, Shirtian's values were very upright. Shirtian gazed at Shirtian and said, "Do you know what you're doing?" Shirtian's face was expressionless. "I do." Shirtian fell silent for a long time, and then he said, "Shirtian, you're the most monstrous genius in the history of my Shir clan, and you'll be the future patriarch of my Shir clan. But do you know what it takes to be a qualified patriarch? It's to put the clan first in everything." When he spoke up to this point, he glanced at Yixian and said, "You only have yourself right now, and you only think about yourself. Do you know that both of them aren't as simple as you think? Especially that fellow with the sword. That sword of his was able to improve his cultivation to the eternal realm. Such ability is simply heaven-defying. If my Shir clan doesn't kill them today, then they'll continue growing. Most importantly, the Zhou clan will definitely try to rope them in. I can't allow them to leave the Shir clan alive and be used by the Zhou clan." The experts of the Shir clan nodded to themselves when they heard this. Actually, they felt that such actions were quite shameless in the beginning, but they didn't dare ask about it. After all, it was the patriarch's decision. Now, when they heard Shi Yuan, they finally understood that the patriarch had other intentions. Indeed, if Yixian and Dao Ling were allowed to leave the Shir clan, then the Zhou clan would definitely try to rope them in. Once they were used by the Zhou clan, then it would be extremely disadvantageous to the Shir clan. When they thought up to this point, all of them couldn't help but feel a trace of admiration as they gazed at Shi Yuan. The patriarch really knows how to look at the bigger picture. Shirtian is still a little too young. Shirtian fell silent. Shi Yuan continued, "I know that you're proud and arrogant, and you feel that such actions go against your heart and are shameful. But do you know that if they leave the Shir clan and are used by the Zhou clan, then if conflict arises between our Shir clan and the Zhou clan in the future, then how many of our clansmen would die at their hands?" Shirtian's expression was quite unsightly. Shi Yuan continued, "They're already such monstrous geniuses right now. If the Zhou clan fosters them with all its might, then do you dare to say that you'll definitely be able to surpass them? Do you know how terrifying their destructive strength would be if both of them attain the eternal realm?" Shirtian clenched his fists tightly while an extremely unsightly expression appeared on his face. Shi Yuan shook his head slightly. He glanced at the surroundings and said, "Elders, will all of you listen to me or this future patriarch? Make your choice. If you choose him, then I, Shi Yuan, will resign from the position of patriarch right now and stop interfering in the affairs of the Shir clan. If anyone else dared to question him, then he would just beat that person to death, but Shirtian was different. He was the most monstrous genius in the history of the Shir clan. So, if Shirtian dared to arouse any killing intent, then the elders of the Shir clan would be the first to object. Moreover, Shirtian had already been decided on as the next patriarch. So, once Shirtian attained the eternal realm, then the authority of the Shir clan would immediately be transferred to him. Shirtian was too monstrous. He was monstrous to the point of being able to change the fate of the Shir clan. The expressions of the elders changed slightly when they heard Shi Yuan. If they really chose Shirtian now, then the Shir clan would have to face a split. Moreover, the situation of the Shir clan hadn't been decided yet, so they had to rely on Shi Yuan. One of the elders hurriedly said, "Patriarch, Shirtian is still young, so it's normal for him to be unable to figure out many things. Why get angry at him?" The other elders hurriedly acted as mediators as well. At a time like this, the Shir clan absolutely couldn't be split apart. Regardless of whether it was Shirtian or Shi Yuan, both of them couldn't be left behind. After all, the Shir clan wasn't invincible right now. So, once the Shir clan split apart, then it would be completely devoured by the Zhou clan. Shirtian and Shi Yuan didn't speak. The elders felt quite awkward as they tried to mediate because they didn't seem to have any intention of backing down. Right at this moment, Shi Ru suddenly pointed at Yixian, "I think that we can put aside the internal affairs of our clan for now. Let's kill him first, and then we can sit down and talk things out. We're all a family, so there's nothing that can't be discussed." The other elders hurriedly chimed in, "Right, let's kill that shameless swordsman first." Kill the swordsman. Obviously, the best way to resolve the internal conflicts of the Shir clan was to shift the conflict to the outside world. All the experts of the Shir clan gazed at Yixian with undisguised killing intent in their eyes. Yixian suddenly gazed at Shirtian. "Shirtian, I think that you should change your way of thinking. If I were you, I would kill Shi Yuan and annihilate the ancestors, and then I'll be the master of the Shi clan from now on. All the experts of the Shi clan were speechless. Hearing Yi Xian's words, the expressions of the Shi clan's experts became unsightly. This swordsman was truly inhuman. He actually dared to drive a wedge between Shi Tian and the Shi clan. How sinister was he? Some of the Shi clan's experts were about to attack, but they were stopped by Shi Yuan. The current Yi Xian was already at the time realm. Ordinary experts would be courting death if they attacked him. Shi Yuan looked at Yi Xian and chuckled. Yi Xian, I have to say that both you and Dao Ling surprised me. Dao Ling was able to undergo a nirvanic rebirth in a hopeless situation. His talent is extremely rare. As for you. Yi Xian smiled. What about me? Shi Yuan stared fixedly at Yi Xian. You have someone backing you, right? Yi Xian nodded. I do indeed have someone. Shi Yuan smiled. Is he strong? Yi Xian smiled. Not bad, not bad. He's just a little stronger than me. Shi Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and a faint smile appeared on his face. No one knew what he was thinking. At this moment, one of the Shi clan's experts suddenly said in a low voice, Patriarch, this person is stalling for time. Yi Xian smiled. Elder, it isn't just me who's stalling for time. Your patriarch is stalling for time as well. Hearing this, everyone looked at Shi Yuan. Shi Yuan's face was expressionless. I don't know what method he used to advance to the time realm, but this method definitely has side effects. We just need to wait. After a period of time, this secret technique of his will disappear. Not only that, but he might even become weaker. As he spoke, he looked at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, am I right? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. At this moment, he was overjoyed in his heart. Would there be side effects when he used the Azure Profound Sword to improve himself? Actually, there wasn't. The only drawback was that he still couldn't fully control time energy. As long as he used time energy, just as Shi Yuan said, he would indeed become weak. However, if he didn't use it, he wouldn't become weak. Yi Xian was overjoyed. If Shi Yuan and the other two really attacked together, he really didn't know what to do. Although he had the green profound sword, these three were genuine flowing time realm cultivators. Even if they were to exhaust him, they could still exhaust him to death. The surroundings suddenly fell silent. The experts of the Shi clan were waiting. One must know that Shi clan did not know of Xiao Ta's existence. Thus, Shi clan was in no hurry at all. Yi Xian was also waiting. Meanwhile, Shi Yuan suddenly said, Young Master Yi, according to what I know, you're acquainted with Pavilion Master Qin. Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Shi Yuan stared at Yi Xian. What's your relationship? Yi Xian smiled and said, Friends. Shi Yuan chuckled. Friend? Young Master Yi, are you joking? Yi Xian was speechless. He realized that if he, Yi Xian, spoke the truth, no one would believe him. Shi Yuan suddenly said, Young Master Yi, what's the relationship between you and that Pavilion Master Qin? Clearly, he was afraid of Qin Guan. Yi Xian said, Friends. Shi Yuan stared at Yi Xian. Impossible. As far as I know, she has always been a lone wolf and doesn't have any friends. It's impossible for you to be her friend. Yi Xian frowned. Then what do you think our relationship is? Shi Yuan was silent for a moment, then said, I don't know. Yi Xian, Shi Yuan said again, Young Master Yi, if you think that with Miss Qin Guan here, my Shi clan will let you off, then you might be thinking too much. Yi Xian smiled and said, Clan leader Shi Yuan, you keep mentioning Miss Qin Guan. It's obvious that you're very afraid of Miss Qin Guan. He finally saw through it. Shi Yuan was very afraid of Qin Guan. When he thought up to this point, Yi Xian smiled and said, Clan leader Shi Yuan, I'll be very frank with you. There's someone behind me, and it's someone you can't afford to offend. Let's stop fighting and make peace. How about it? Shi Yuan chuckled. How laughable. Yi Xian was speechless. See, no one believed me when I used my trump card right at the beginning. Meanwhile, Shi Ru suddenly said, Clan leader, something's off. As he spoke, he sized up Yi Xian. He doesn't show any signs of suffering from backlash. Shi Yuan frowned when he heard this. He'd noticed it as well. Up until now, Yi Xian's expression was calm, his aura was stable, and there wasn't a trace of disorder. At this moment, in the distance, Yi Xian suddenly coughed violently. Then his face suddenly turned a little pale. Shi Yuan and Shi Ru were stunned by this scene. Some of the Shi clan's experts instantly smiled. Looks like Yi Xian is suffering from backlash. Shi Yuan gazed at Yi Xian and asked, is he pretending? Shi Ru spoke in a low voice, it's possible. Suddenly, a wisp of blood seeped out from the corner of Yi Xian's mouth. Shi Ru and Shi Yuan were stunned once more. He's bleeding? Yi Xian suddenly looked at Shi Yuan and roared with laughter. Clan leader Shi Yuan, I've heard that you're the #1 expert in the heavenly cycle universe. I'd like to seek guidance from you. Please. Shi Yuan stared at Yi Xian. You can't hold on for much longer. Yi Xian's eyes opened wide, and he seemed to be angry from embarrassment. Bullshit. I can still fight. Come over here, let's fight one-on-one. Shi Yuan smiled and said, young Master Yi, you'll ruin your mental state by being so impatient. Yi Xian stared at Shi Yuan as if he wanted to kill Shi Yuan with his gaze. The more Yi Xian acted like this, the happier the Shi clan's experts were. At this moment, another wisp of blood seeped out from the corner of Yi Xian's mouth. Yi Xian hurriedly wiped the blood off his mouth. Seeing this scene, the Shi clan's experts couldn't help but laugh. In the end, it's an external enhancement, not the right way. Shi Yuan smiled and said, young Master Yi, if you can't hold on, then don't hold on. In the distance, Yi Xian was silent, but his body gradually began to tremble. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes and thought, Dao Ling, how much longer do you have? If I continue to pretend, I'll vomit out all my blood. After a moment of silence, Dao Ling said, Brother Yi, I've encountered some difficulties. Yi Xian, Dao Ling said in a low voice, there are many problems that I can't understand no matter how I think about them. Brother Yi, I need more time. Yi Xian said angrily, you need more time? Do you think I can challenge the entire Shi clan alone? Dao Ling smiled bitterly. Brother Yi, I'm in a difficult situation. I've never come into contact with the time realm. Today is the first time I've come into contact with it. Thus, there are many things that I'm confused about. Yi Xian said, it's merely the time realm. What's there to be confused about? As he spoke, a notebook landed in front of Dao Ling. Dao Ling was stunned. Brother Yi, this is? Yi Xian said calmly, this is a notebook that I wrote. It contains some of my views and understanding of the time realm. Take a look. Dao Ling hesitated for a moment, then opened it. A moment later, his eyes suddenly narrowed. Holy shit, Brother Yi. Did you really write this? Yi Xian's expression was calm. What else could it be? Dao Ling gulped and said in a trembling voice, Brother Yi, you're pretty awesome. Previously, I thought you were an ignorant and incompetent idiot. I'm ashamed. I'm very ashamed. Idiot, Yi Xian? Dao Ling hurriedly said, Brother Yi, I'm about to break through. Hold on for a while longer. When I come out, you and I will join forces and annihilate the Shi clan with a flick of our fingers. Outside. Yi Xian stood silently, spitting blood from time to time. At this moment, the clothes in front of his chest were already dyed red with blood. At first glance, he looked a little miserable. The smiles on the Shi clan's experts' faces became brighter and brighter. It was obvious that Yi Xian couldn't hold on for much longer. Shi Ru, who was beside Shi Yuan, frowned. Something's not right. Shi Yuan looked at Shi Ru. What's wrong? Shi Ru stared at Yi Xian. He's only spitting blood, but his aura is very stable. Moreover, although he looks angry, his eyes are calm. I think he's pretending. Hearing this, Shi Yuan looked at the distant Yi Xian. After a moment of silence, he slowly clenched his right hand. At this moment, Yi Xian's aura suddenly began to weaken. His aura was gradually weakening. Shi Yuan was stunned when he saw this, and then he roared with laughter. What? Young Master Yi, are you going to suffer a backlash? In the distance, Yi Xian's eyes were closed, and his fists were clenched tightly. Shi Yuan roared with laughter. Young Master Yi, you used a secret technique to advance to the time realm. The side effects of such a secret technique will definitely be very strong, right? Yi Xian glanced at Shi Yuan but didn't speak. Shi Yuan grinned. Young Master Yi, don't worry. I won't act against you right now. We can wait. Yi Xian suddenly said, Patriarch Shi Yuan, can we have a chat? Shi Yuan smiled. Chat? What does young Master Yi want to talk about? Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he said, Patriarch Shi Yuan, there's no enmity between us. I don't think it's worth it for us to get into a fight to the death over such a small matter. Shi Yuan sneered. But I think it's worth it. When cutting weeds, you have to pull out the roots. Haven't you heard of that? Moreover, if it were you, Yi Xian, who was stronger today, would you talk to us? No, you wouldn't. Yi Xian sighed softly. Shi Yuan said again, Young Master Yi, in this world, there are many times where there's no right or wrong. There are only standpoints. The appearance of the two of you will threaten my Shi clan. So, the two of you deserve to die. Do you understand? Yi Xian fell silent for a moment, and then he nodded. I understand. I will remember what you said today. Shi Yuan laughed. You want to take revenge? Unfortunately, you won't have the chance. Yi Xian suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His body bent as if he was about to collapse. At this moment, Shi Yuan's eyes narrowed. He gave a signal, and in the next moment, one of the Shi clan's time realm experts directly vanished from the spot. A cold light slashed towards Yi Xian who was about to collapse. Shi Yuan looked around warily, just in case someone tried to save Yi Xian. In truth, he was guarding against the Zhou Tian clan. He was afraid that the Zhou Tian clan would forcefully rescue Yi Xian and Shi Yuan. Just as that time realm expert arrived in front of Yi Xian suddenly raised his head. In the next moment, he charged forward, slashing out with his sword. Seeing Yi Xian's sudden attack, that time realm expert's expression instantly changed. Was this guy pretending? Boom, a wave of sword light suddenly exploded. In the next moment, that time realm expert was directly sent flying hundreds of thousands of feet away. Just as he stopped, his body directly shattered. The Shi clan's experts were stunned. Shi Yuan was also startled. In the next moment, he said savagely, You're pretending. Yi Xian blinked, and then he spat out another mouthful of blood. I can't take it anymore. Patriarch Shi Yuan, I really can't take it anymore. My heart hurts. I feel so uncomfortable. Everyone. P.S. Haven't you noticed? I haven't asked for votes in 2 days. As soon as I ask for votes, I get scolded. I don't dare to ask anymore. He was pretending. The experts of the Shi clan had extremely unsightly expressions on their faces. At this moment, they finally understood, Yi Xian was putting on an act, but the problem was that Yi Xian hadn't suffered any backlash from using a secret technique to advance to the time realm. Shi Yuan couldn't figure it out. How could this be possible? Yi Xian stood in the distance with a faint smile on his face. Patriarch Shi Yuan, do you have many questions? Shi Yuan gazed at Yi Xian. Why didn't you suffer any backlash? Yi Xian roared with laughter. Do you want to know? Shi Yuan nodded. I'm very curious. Yi Xian grinned. I won't tell you. Shi Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he suddenly vanished on the spot. Hiss! The space in front of Yi Xian suddenly split into an enormous spatial rift that was 30 kilometers wide, and then an enormous hand stretched out from within the spatial rift. Rumble! As soon as the enormous hand appeared, the starry sky here trembled violently, and then it exploded apart like a piece of glass that had been struck by a hammer. It was an extremely shocking sight. In front of that giant hand, Yi Xian seemed extraordinarily small and insignificant. However, there was no fear in his eyes. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. Calm, focus, be at ease. At this moment, Yi Xian felt like everything around him had fallen silent. Only Yi Xian and the sword in his hand remained in this world. At this moment, the gigantic hand slammed down. As soon as it descended, the starry sky started to be obliterated. Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes, stomped his right foot on the ground, and transformed into a ray of light that shot into the sky. A sword howl shook the starry sky, and then a ray of light slashed against the enormous hand. Rumble! The enormous hand trembled violently, but it didn't shatter. Moreover, it continued to descend. Bang! Yi Xian crashed down from the starry sky, and an enormous bottomless abyss appeared on the ground as soon as he descended to the ground. Wherever the giant hand passed, the space was forcefully erased. In the starry sky, Shi Yuan frowned. Something was wrong. The next moment, his pupils suddenly constricted. He's trying to escape. As he spoke, he charged downwards. Qi, heaven and earth were directly torn apart, forming a huge hole. The speed was too fast. At this moment, Yi Xian had already disappeared into the abyss using the green profound sword. In another unknown region of the starry sky, space had suddenly split apart, and then a ray of light flew out from within it. It was Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked around after he had come out. Then he disappeared from where he was. However, at this moment, the space and time where he had been exploded. Then Yi Xian, who had been traveling through space and time, was forced out of the space and time by a dreadful force. As soon as Yi Xian came out, Shi Yuan appeared in front of him. At the same time, there were two other time realm experts. The time realm expert whose body had been destroyed by him earlier had already recovered. At this moment, this expert was staring fixedly at Yi Xian as if he wished for nothing more than to eat Yi Xian's flesh. He'd actually been tricked just now. That was simply an extraordinary humiliation. Yi Xian glanced at Shi Yuan's group of three. The rules of the Jianghu, one-on-one. Shi Yuan ridiculed. One-on-one. Why should we fight you one-on-one? If you have the ability, then call for help as well. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he said, that's not too good, right? Shi Yuan's expression was calm. Come, call. Yi Xian shook his head. I won't. Shi Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Why? Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he said, Qing'er's appearance won't end well. Xiao Ta, Shi Yuan slowly clenched his right hand. The person behind you isn't Pavilion Master Qingguan. Obviously, he asked Yi Xian to call for help because he wanted to see the power behind Yi Xian. Actually, up until now, he still had some misgivings. Why? Because he hadn't figured out Yi Xian's true background. A person like Yi Xian definitely had an extraordinary background, and there was definitely a powerful power behind him. If he didn't figure out this power, he wouldn't be able to rest easy. Yi Xian was slightly annoyed. Patriarch Shi Yuan, I've already told you. The person behind me is very, very strong, really very strong. He can fight even better than Pavilion Master Qingguan. Can you believe me this once? I can swear that this time, I really didn't lie to you. Believe me, the person behind me is truly invincible. Shi Yuan looked at Yi Xian. You're trying to trick me. Yi Xian's expression froze. F***ck me. At this time, Shi Yuan said again, you've always emphasized the strength of the person behind you. What a joke. Just like the rich people in the secular world, rich people never say they're rich. You said that the person behind you is invincible, but obviously, you're just bragging. I guessed right, right? Yi Xian, Shi Yuan continued, I can almost confirm that although you have a power behind you, it definitely isn't very strong. Since that's the case, then Yi Xian, prepare to die. As soon as he finished speaking, his right hand suddenly grabbed upwards. Boom, in the depths of the starry sky, a thunderclap sounded. In the next moment, countless dark divine lightning surged out. As these divine lightning appeared, the entire starry sky trembled violently, and countless matter began to be annihilated bit by bit. Yi Xian frowned slightly. What was this? At this time, Shi Yuan suddenly roared, condense. Boom, in the depths of the starry sky, countless dark divine lightning suddenly condensed into a giant sword tens of thousands of feet long. The moment the sword condensed, rumble, the starry sky became illusory, and all things were obliterated. The starry sky here wasn't able to endure the might of this enormous sword at all. Some of the experts of the Shi clan retreated in unison because the might of this sword was something that even Insight Realm experts couldn't endure. Obviously, Shi Yuan intended to kill Yi Xian, that was normal. After all, Shi Yuan had nothing to worry about anymore. Down below, Yi Xian was struck dumb when he saw that horrifying giant sword. What's that? Shi Yuan suddenly pointed furiously at Yi Xian. Yi Xian, you're a swordsman as well, so I'll make you die beneath this sword condensed from divine lightning of time. As a swordsman, dying at the hands of a swordsman isn't a bad fate. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, "Do you want to try something else? This sword might be useless against me." Shi Yuan started laughing from extreme rage. "Is that so? Then let me see how you're going to block this sword." "Yi Xian, allow me to tell you that I spent tens of thousands of years to refine this divine lightning from the sands of time, and I've never utilized this move against anyone. Aren't you honored that you're the first?" As soon as he finished speaking, his right hand suddenly descended, slash. Slash, as soon as he finished speaking, the enormous sword suddenly slashed down from the depths of the starry sky. Hiss, everything in its path was obliterated. The divine lightning of time was capable of obliterating all techniques, all Daos, and all matter. Hundreds of thousands of zhang away, the powerhouses of the Shi clan all had extremely solemn expressions on their faces. At this moment, they were already hundreds of thousands of zhang away from Yi Xian and Shi Yuan. However, when they saw the giant sword falling down, all the powerhouses felt despair. True despair. Even Insight Realm experts were tiny like ants before the divine lightning of time, and they weren't even able to arouse the slightest desire to resist. On the other hand, the two-time realm experts had solemn expressions on their faces. This move was too terrifying. After all, the divine lightning of time was refined from the river of time, and it itself represented the passage of time. Even though Shi Yuan hadn't refined much of it, it was still extremely terrifying. Everyone looked down at Yi Xian. Before that bolt of divine lightning of time, Yi Xian was tiny like an ant on the ground, and he wasn't even worth mentioning. However, Yi Xian's expression was very calm, and he didn't panic at all. Everyone was looking at Yi Xian. They naturally didn't think that Yi Xian would just sit there and wait for death. Yi Xian would definitely release some sort of ultimate move. Everyone watched silently. Shi Yuan was also staring fixedly at Yi Xian. He wanted to see what kind of ultimate move Yi Xian was going to release. However, when the enormous sword arrived above Yi Xian's head, Yi Xian suddenly spread open his arms and said excitedly, "How can I accept this?" Haha, under everyone's gazes, the sword slashed down on Yi Xian's body. Boom! Yi Xian's body trembled violently, and then the enormous sword was directly absorbed by Yi Xian. "It's gone." Everyone was stunned. Loud thunder, but small raindrops. Shi Yuan, who stood opposite Yi Xian, was completely dumbfounded. "It's gone, what's going on?" At this moment, his mind was buzzing. This was the divine lightning of time that he had refined for tens of thousands of years. It's gone just like that. In the distance, Yi Xian was madly absorbing the energy of the enormous sword. At this moment, he was extremely excited. Divine lightning of time, that was the power of time, but now, he could directly absorb the power of time. Yi Xian's aura rose explosively like a volcano that couldn't be stopped, breaking through. At this moment, even Yi Xian was slightly stunned. He hadn't expected that he would actually break through, but he was at the time realm now. If he were to break through now, what realm would he break through to? The next realm hasn't come out yet. Yi Xian was in a dilemma. At this moment, Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Young master, you can directly stabilize the time realm. So long as you can, then you can be considered to be at the time realm in the future even if you don't use the green profound sword." Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he said, "Can I?" Xiao Ta said, "Let's give it a try." Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he nodded. "Let's give it a try." As he spoke, he started to madly absorb the terrifying energy within his body, and then he transformed it for his own use. In the distance, Shi Yuan suddenly said in a daze, "You're absorbing the divine lightning of time that I refined." Yi Xian glanced at Shi Yuan and hurriedly shook his head. "No, you're wrong. Yi Xian." Shi Yuan suddenly roared furiously, "Why are you able to absorb my divine lightning of time? Why is it ineffective against you? Why?" Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he said, "Perhaps it's too little, and its power isn't enough. Why don't you release 2 more bolts of divine lightning of time? Perhaps it'll have an effect." Shi Yuan stared fixedly at Yi Xian. "Who exactly are you? Why are you able to use external objects to raise your cultivation to the time realm without suffering any backlash? Moreover, you're able to ignore my divine lightning of time. Who exactly is the person behind you?" Yi Xian said seriously, "Have you heard of Heaven's Mandate?" Shi Yuan's expression was incomparably gloomy. "No." Yi Xian said very seriously, "She is invincible." Shi Yuan roared furiously, "Do you think I'm stupid? Would I believe your nonsense? Yi Xian, Shi Yuan's expression was ferocious. Who exactly are you? Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he said, I'm your father, alright? Yi Xian was completely speechless. Damn it, no one would listen to you if you spoke the human language. You had to speak the lies. Shi Yuan's expression grew even more ferocious when he heard Yi Xian. How dare you insult me? Yi Xian sighed softly, I really didn't intend to insult you. You're just too fucking stupid. I can't take it anymore. I really think that even Tianyi is smarter than you. He's just arrogant, but you're really an idiot. Tianyi was speechless. Shi Yuan was about to speak when Shiru suddenly spoke in a low voice, Patriarch, don't lose your mind. He was able to discern that Shi Yuan's mind was in a state of chaos, and it was extremely dangerous. Because it was easy to make a wrong decision at a time like this, don't make a decision while angry. Shi Yuan slowly closed his eyes when he heard Shiru, and his expression started to gradually calm down. Needless to say, he was really infuriated by Yi Xian. That swordsman is truly infuriating. Shi Yuan opened his eyes. At this moment, his mental state had returned to normal. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly said, Patriarch Shi Yuan, do you still have more of that divine lightning of time from before? Give me some more. Shi Yuan's face twitched when he heard this, and his eyes turned red. His defenses had almost been broken through. Divine lightning of time, that was something that he had refined bit by bit over the years. He'd spent tens of thousands of years. After all, even he didn't dare rashly enter the river of time. Because it was truly too terrifying. Every single time he entered the river of time to refine divine lightning of time, he'd been extremely careful because he was deeply afraid of making a mistake and losing his life. After tens of thousands of years of accumulation, he'd finally refined a bolt of divine lightning, and he'd utilized it as the core to strengthen it. It could be said to be one of his strongest trump cards, and even experts in the same realm of cultivation would find it difficult to resist it. He'd utilized the divine lightning of time with the intention of killing Yi Xian. However, he hadn't expected that Yi Xian would actually absorb it. Tens of thousands of years of hard work had been given to someone else. Thinking of this, Shi Yuan's heart bled. In the distance, Yi Xian suddenly laughed and said, Patriarch Shi Yuan, what kind of expression is that? Was it just a bolt of time divine lightning? Do you have to be so petty? Ah. Shi Yuan suddenly roared, Yi Xian, even if the person behind you is truly invincible, I will definitely kill you today. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly vanished on the spot. Chi, the space-time in front of him exploded, and a terrifying aura swept over. In his rage, Shi Yuan's strength had actually become even stronger. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. His body was still frantically absorbing the energy. It was not a good time for him to make a move. But he had no choice but to act. Right at this moment, a spear suddenly blocked in front of Yi Xian. Boom, the spear trembled violently, and then it was bounced off. But in the next moment, a hand grabbed it. Yi Xian turned his head. The person who attacked was precisely Xianxia. When he saw Xianxia, Yi Xian was stunned. Little and Xianxia's expression was calm. Breakthrough in peace. As soon as she finished speaking, she held her spear and walked towards Shi Yuan. Yi Xian didn't waste his breath and directly returned to Xiaota. When he arrived in front of Dao Ling opened his eyes and glanced at Yi Xian. Brother Yi, what are you? Yi Xian said indifferently, breaking through. Dao Ling was stunned, and then he said, time? Yi Xian nodded. Dao Ling hesitated for a moment, and then he said, Brother Yi, I remember that you're only at the outer realm. You haven't even attained Vipassana. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Who said that one can't cultivate above one's realm? Dao Ling's expression froze. Yi Xian blinked. Brother Dao Ling, have you never cultivated above your realm before? Dao Ling was speechless. Yi Xian said, stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and cultivate. My wife might not be able to hold on for long. As soon as he finished speaking, he slowly closed his eyes. Dao Ling was silent for a moment, and then he asked again, Brother Yi, what you said just now about cultivating above one's realm, is that true? Yi Xian nodded. Dao Ling frowned slightly. That doesn't make sense. Yi Xian sighed softly. There are no obstacles in cultivation. It's just that the human heart is too complicated and has too many thoughts. That's why there are obstacles in cultivation. If you can be as pure and flawless as I am, you can do it too. As soon as he finished speaking, he discarded all distracting thoughts and began to concentrate on absorbing the time god thunder. Pure and flawless? Dao Ling glanced at Yi Xian and frowned slightly. This brother you didn't look like a pure and flawless person. Instead, he was a little shameless. Or could it be that being shameless could make one pure and flawless? As he thought of this, Dao Ling secretly decided that he would try being shameless in the future. Outside, Shi Yuan looked at the approaching Xianxia and frowned slightly. Who are you? Xianxia didn't waste any words. She directly disappeared on the spot, and her spear tore through the sky like lightning. Vipassana? Shi Yuan frowned slightly when he saw this. A Vipassana dared to attack him? Shi Yuan flicked his sleeve. Bang, and Xianxia was forced back along with her spear. However, Shi Yuan also retreated explosively. Shi Yuan's eyes were filled with disbelief. You, in the distance, and Xianxia didn't waste any words. She suddenly charged forward, and the spear in her hand suddenly left her hand. Chi, a cold light instantly arrived in front of Shi Yuan. Besides being fast, and Xianxia's spear also carried an aura of invincibility. A cold light flashed in Shi Yuan's eyes. He opened his right hand, and a spear appeared in his hand. In the next moment, he charged forward and stabbed out with his spear. Head-on, in the past, he was also a spear cultivator. Of course, he didn't focus on the spear Dao. At his level, weapons were dispensable to him. Bang, a wave of spear light suddenly erupted, and in the next moment, both of them simultaneously retreated explosively. As she retreated, and Xianxia slowly closed her eyes. In the next moment, she suddenly stomped her right foot on the ground. The starry sky trembled, and she stopped. She looked at Shi Yuan, who had also stopped, and then she opened her red lips. Martial Dao, godly connection. Bang! A terrifying aura suddenly swept out from her body, and a powerful aura instantly swept through the starry sky. In an instant, and Xianxia's aura rose explosively. She hadn't reached the time realm, but her aura was infinitely close to the time realm. In the distance, Shi Yuan's expression became extremely unsightly. Secret technique. And Xianxia looked at Shi Yuan. She didn't waste any words and suddenly disappeared on the spot. Bang, the starry sky was directly torn into countless pieces. At this moment, although Xianxia wasn't at the time realm, her strength was infinitely close to it. After all, even though she didn't have as many resources as Yi Xian, she was still martial god and's disciple. How could she not have any trump cards? And Xianxia's spear attack caused Shi Yuan's expression to instantly change drastically. Because he noticed that Xianxia's spear attack could actually destroy matter. It can destroy matter even without the energy of time. Shi Yuan was quite stunned. He was sure that Xianxia's attack didn't contain any energy of time, but the might of her spear attack could destroy matter. That's even possible. Shi Yuan felt like his brain wasn't strong enough. At this moment, Xianxia's spear had arrived in front of him. A ferocious expression flashed through Shi Yuan's eyes. I refused to believe it. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately put his spear away and clenched his right fist. In an instant, the starry sky around him trembled, and then some time energy surged towards him. As soon as the time energy appeared, the starry sky here gradually became illusory. Shi Yuan suddenly charged forward. Die. As soon as he finished speaking, he smashed his fist forward. Rumble. It was like an earthquake had struck the heavens and the earth, and the entire starry sky instantly collapsed and was obliterated. Meanwhile, the powerful force within his fist surged towards Xianxia's spear. It was a head-on collision. Bang! As soon as the spear and fist collided, it caused the world to be obliterated, and a strand of force instantly swept out. In the blink of an eye, the starry sky in an area of hundreds of thousands of kilometers was instantly obliterated. Even the dark matter here was forcefully obliterated and ceased to exist. On the other hand, Xianxia and Shi Yuan retreated explosively at the same time. As soon as the two terrifying forces collided, they created an even stronger force, and both of them were unable to resist it at all. As he retreated explosively, Shi Yuan suddenly roared furiously, "Kill her! Kill her!" At this moment, Shi Yuan was finally in slight panic, because he noticed that while this woman didn't possess the energy of time, her strength wasn't weak to the energy of time. It was truly too terrifying. First it was Dao Ling, then it was Yi Xian, and now it was this woman, three extraordinary monstrous geniuses. This caused him to feel slightly terrified. he had to eliminate them. At this moment, he didn't intend to crush them on his own and establish his prestige. The reason he'd chosen to fight Yixian and Xianxia in single combat was because he wanted to crush them on his own and establish his might. However, he hadn't imagined that both of them were actually more monstrous than the other. He absolutely couldn't allow the three of them to grow. As soon as Shi Yuan finished speaking, the two time realm experts in the distance suddenly vanished on the spot. In the distance, Xianxia, who was still retreating explosively, frowned slightly, and then she suddenly swept her spear. Rumble, the spear light had just appeared when it was directly shattered, and Xianxia retreated explosively once more. In the blink of an eye, she'd retreated over 100 kilometers away. However, before she could even stop, a strange afterimage soundlessly appeared behind her. Another time realm expert, including Shi Yuan, there were a total of 4 time realm experts. As soon as that strange afterimage appeared, Xianxia's pupils constricted, and then she swiftly turned around and swept her spear forward. However, this spear strike directly missed, and Xianxia was shocked. She didn't even turn around, and with a twist of her wrist, her spear stabbed backwards. Bang! A cold light suddenly exploded from behind Xianxia, and then an afterimage retreated repeatedly. Meanwhile, a deep saber mark had appeared on the back of Xianxia's neck. However, this wasn't the end of it. A time realm expert suddenly appeared above Xianxia, and then he suddenly stomped down. Bang! The space where Xianxia was directly collapsed, and then Xianxia directly fell from the sky, falling into the world of death. As soon as she entered the world of death, her body directly exploded, turning into nothingness, and at this moment, another afterimage quietly appeared, and then a cold light swept towards Xianxia's throat. Xianxia's eyes widened. At this moment, she could no longer block it, the combined attack of 4 time realm experts. How could she block it? That cold light directly flashed past Xianxia's soul. Bang! Xianxia's soul directly disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. She was truly being erased, and Xianxia looked into the distance, a bit dazed. Was it going to end just like this? She was somewhat unwilling, somewhat regretful, but it was finally over, and Xianxia slowly closed her eyes. Just as Xianxia was about to vanish completely, a sword suddenly appeared and entered her soul. Bang! Xianxia's soul trembled violently. Her soul that was about to vanish was locked down by a mysterious force, and then it gradually condensed. This sword was the profound green sword. Yixian had suddenly appeared beside Xianxia. His expression was unusually calm as he looked at Xianxia, whose soul was so weak that it was almost transparent. Xianxia looked at Yixian. The 4 of them can't beat me. Yixian nodded. I understand. As he spoke, he gently stroked Xianxia's face and said gently, heal first, leave the rest to me. Xianxia nodded. Okay. After speaking, she entered Xiaota. Yixian turned around. At this moment, Shi Yuan was staring at him. Shi Yuan looked at Yixian with shock in his heart. Just now, that woman's soul had been heavily injured by the power of time. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for her to survive. However, he was shocked to discover that after the sword entered the woman's body, it actually protected her soul. Strange, terrifying. Shi Yuan was incomparably shocked. Just who was this young man Yixian? Why was the sword he carried so heaven-defying? Such a divine object, even in the heavenly cycle universe, was definitely a peak existence. But why had he never heard of it? At the same time that Shi Yuan was shocked, he also felt more and more puzzled and uneasy. An unknown uneasiness. At this moment, he was already riding a tiger with no way out. It wasn't just him, the Shi clan was the same. Facing such a terrifying genius, they could only strangle him in the cradle and prevent him from growing. If they didn't kill the tiger, they would be devoured in the end. They had to eliminate the roots. Thinking up to here, Shi Yuan slowly clenched his right hand. At the side, the other 3 time realm experts also locked their gazes onto Yixian. It wasn't just Shi Yuan, the 3 time realm experts were also feeling somewhat terrified and uneasy. The talent these 3 people displayed was truly terrifying. If they were allowed to grow, it would be the end of the Shi clan. Shi Yuan suddenly said, kill. Kill. As the sound of his voice faded, the 4 of them directly charged at Yixian. In the distance, Yixian slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, he had yet to reach the time realm. After all, if he had continued to break through just now, and Xianxia would have died. In the world of death, 4 flowing time realm powerhouses attacked at the same time. How terrifying was that? If they were outside, any one of these 4 people would be able to destroy an entire universe. However, at this moment, the 4 of them attacked together for the sole purpose of killing Xian. They didn't want to continue dragging things out. Things might change if this dragged on, so they had to kill Xian. Only then would they be at ease. The best way to face fear was to destroy it. Xian suddenly opened his eyes. He opened his palm, and a sword light flew over and landed steadily in his hand. Boom! Xian had directly reached the flowing time realm. Although he had not directly broken through to the time realm, he had broken through to the insight realm, and he could use the Xianxia sword to raise his cultivation by 2 realms. After reaching the flowing time realm, Xian's aura continued to skyrocket. Very soon, his aura reached the peak. Boom! In an instant, the world of death suddenly trembled. In the distance, the expressions of Shi Yuan and the others changed. What the hell? This guy's aura had already surpassed the flowing time realm. Right at this moment, the distant Xian suddenly swept out with his sword. Chi, as this sword swept out, the space within the world of death rippled. In the next instant, a wave of sword light fell like a waterfall. Boom! Shi Yuan and the others, who had rushed in front of Xian, were directly pushed back by this wave of sword light. And with this retreat, they actually directly exited the world of death. The 4 of them looked at Xian, whose aura was still skyrocketing in the world of death, dumbfounded. Was he going to break through to the flowing time realm? The 4 of them felt that this was a bit absurd. What was above the flowing time realm, no one knew, because in the entire heavenly cycle universe, the highest cultivation level was at the flowing time realm. And this flowing time realm was because of Qingguan. If it weren't for Qingguan, they wouldn't even be at the flowing time realm. Before Qingguan, the strongest cultivators in the heavenly cycle universe had been at the peak of insight. However, although there were no flowing time realm cultivators at that time, Shi Yuan and the others were still the peak super experts of the heavenly cycle universe. Moreover, they were different from ordinary insight cultivators. They were also working hard to break through the limits of insight, wanting to reach a higher level. However, walking the path of others and opening one's own path were 2 completely different things. And after Qingguan mentioned that the flowing time realm could be controlled, these peak experts instantly felt enlightened. They found a brand new cultivation path, and that was the power of time that Qingguan had mentioned. Through cultivating the power of time, they could reach the flowing time realm, surpass the material realm, and surpass the myriad of Daos in the world. However, no one knew that the reason why Qingguan mentioned the flowing time realm and discovered that he could control time was because of the Xianxia sword. The Xianxia sword contained the power of time. Qing'er didn't create a cultivation level, because she was no longer interested in these cultivation levels. However, she was very clear about the path that Xian had to walk. Therefore, she left the power of time in the Xianxia sword to give Xian a direction. And what was special about the Xianxia sword? It was to increase 2 cultivation levels. Xian could increase 2 cultivation levels at any time. Now that Xian had reached insight, increasing 2 cultivation levels was naturally above the flowing time realm. And what was above the flowing time realm, Xian didn't know, but he knew that he would find out soon. Xian's aura grew stronger and stronger. In the blink of an eye, his aura reached a peak. After a few more breaths, a terrifying aura swept out from his body like a volcanic eruption. Boom! In an instant, the realm of death began to boil, and then it was destroyed. A mysterious and terrifying force had appeared within this aura, and as soon as it appeared, the surrounding flowing time energy actually became illusory. The flowing time energy was actually unable to resist this terrifying force. What sort of force is this? Outside, when Shi Yuan and the others saw the scene in front of them, they were shocked like soulless statues. It really is above the flowing time realm. The young man before them has actually reached the flowing time realm. It's absurd. Can it be played like this? Suddenly, a pained expression appeared on Xian's face, and it didn't take long for his features to warp as if he was enduring some sort of intense pain. Meanwhile, Soul spoke with horror. Young lord, quickly return to the flowing time realm. That force is too strong, and you can't endure it right now. Hearing this, Xian did not hesitate in the slightest. He immediately stopped and suppressed his cultivation level to age. He had no choice but to stop. If he didn't, then he would really die. That force was even more terrifying than the flowing time energy, and it wasn't something he could endure right now. When facing this force, he was like a 10-year-old holding a Qingguan's "don't mess with me." Even though it was powerful, the recoil was truly unbearable. His enemy might die with a single shot, but he would definitely die as well. However, this was normal. He'd crossed 2 realms in one go, and he was definitely unable to endure the force that exceeded his normal cultivation. It was just like eating. If a person were to suddenly overeat and eat a few times or even 10 times the amount of food they should eat, then it was very likely that that person would be stuffed to death. When his cultivation returned to the flowing time realm, Yixian instantly felt much better, and the mysterious force around him had vanished as well. At this moment, Shi Yuan and the others were beyond shocked. The scene from before had overturned everything they knew. Flowing time, the young man before them had actually crossed 2 realms in succession and reached the flowing time realm. He was too abnormal. Right at this moment, Shi Ru appeared by Shi Yuan's side, and he stared fixedly at the green profound sword in Yixian's hand. Patriarch, it's because of that sword. The reason he was able to rise by 2 realms in succession was all because of that sword. If we can obtain that sword. The gazes of Shi Yuan and the others instantly burned with desire when they heard this. The sword, Yixian himself wasn't terrifying, it was the sword that was terrifying. So long as they obtained the sword, then it was entirely possible for them to reach the flowing time realm. So long as they could reach the flowing time realm, then wouldn't they be invincible? When they thought up to here, Shi Yuan and the others exchanged glances, and then they charged towards Yixian, seized the sword. At this moment, their objective wasn't just to kill Yixian, they also wanted the green profound sword in Yixian's hand. On the other side, Shi Tian watched silently from the side, and he didn't speak. He hadn't spoken since the beginning, and no one knew what he was thinking. Yixian suddenly opened his eyes, and he frowned slightly when he saw the 4 of them charging towards him. In the next moment, he charged forward and swept his sword forward. He was fighting 4 by himself. It was a battle of brute force. Rumble, an expanse of sword light suddenly exploded within the realm of death, and then Yixian retreated explosively. Even though his strength had increased greatly, it was still difficult for him to resist the joint forces of 4 people. After all 4 of them were at the flowing time realm, and they weren't weak at all. Yixian had just retreated when he suddenly frowned, and then he swiftly turned around. Meanwhile, an afterimage flashed over, and then a cold ray of light swept towards his throat. It was extremely swift. Yixian blocked it with his sword. Bang! Yixian instantly retreated hundreds of thousands of feet away. At this moment, several terrifying forces attacked him from behind. A ferocious smile arose on the corners of Yixian's mouth, and then he swiftly turned around and slashed repeatedly with his sword. This slash directly overlapped with over 60,000 sword lights. In an instant, the sword lights were like a waterfall that blotted out the sky. Rumble. The sword lights shattered as soon as they appeared, and the powerful force caused Yixian to retreat repeatedly. As he retreated, his body actually started to burn. The strength of 3 flowing time realm experts was simply too great. So, he was retreating too quickly, to the point that his body couldn't endure the speed, and then it started to burn. Right at this moment, a hand suddenly pressed down on Yixian's body. Bang! A powerful force directly pressed Yixian to the spot. Yixian turned around and saw that it was Dowling. Dowling's expression was calm, and his gaze was deep as if it could pierce through the stars. Flowing time, Yixian knew that this digger had reached the flowing time realm. Dowling smiled slightly. Brother Yi, leave the rest to me. Watch carefully, watch my performance. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot and charged towards Shi Yuan and the others. Bang! In an instant, the powerful force caused the world of death to tremble. At the same time, Shi Yuan and the others suddenly vanished on the spot as well. A moment of silence ensued. Rumble, a world-shaking explosion resounded abruptly, and then a figure retreated explosively, and he'd retreated for over 100 kilometers in an instant. It was Dowling. As soon as Dowling stopped moving, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Moreover, his body had even shattered. Dowling was slightly stunned. Shi Yuan gazed at Dowling. Do you think that the 4 of us are very weak? Dowling was speechless. Yixian gazed at Dowling. Brother Dowling, please continue your performance. Don't stop. Dowling was speechless. Dowling felt quite embarrassed. He'd really underestimated Shi Yuan's group of 4. As far as he was concerned, he should be invincible in the same realm of cultivation once he attained the time realm. After all, he'd always been invincible in the same realm of cultivation. But he was wrong this time, because he'd overlooked something, and it was that it wasn't just one expert at the time realm before him, but four. He had a very good chance of winning in a one-on-one battle. But the problem was that it wasn't a one-on-one battle. For experts, regardless of whether it was Yixian or Dao Ling, none of them had a chance of winning, because Shi Yuan and the others weren't idiots. Right at this moment, the distant Shi Tian suddenly said in a light voice, "This is my clan?" All of them turned around to look at Shi Tian when they heard this. Since the beginning until now, they'd overlooked Shi Tian's existence. After all, Shi Tian was an extraordinary monstrous genius. Meanwhile, Shi Tian suddenly chuckled, "I think it's quite sad." "How sad?" Shi Yuan and the others frowned when they heard this. Shi Tian roared with laughter, "For the clan? Patriarch, all I see right now is greed." The expressions of the experts of the Shi clan became unsightly when they heard this. Shi Yuan stared fixedly at Shi Tian. "Do you know what you're saying?" Shi Tian smiled, "Of course I do." "For the clan? Patriarch, you make everything sound so righteous, but you're actually just greedy and have no bottom line. The battle for karmic luck is a battle between the two of us, and it doesn't involve the clan at all. However, you just had to use the clan to suppress them, causing a simple matter to become complicated, and you even dragged the entire clan down with you. Now, you've led the entire Shi clan down a path of no return. If we don't kill them, then the clan will be in danger in the future. If we kill them, then wouldn't the clan be in danger as well?" As he spoke, he pointed at Yixian and said, "How could that sword in his possession be forged by an ordinary person? Even if the Zhou clan mobilizes its entire clan, it's impossible to forge that sword. If all of you kill him, then will all of you really be able to resist the creator of that sword?" Shi Yuan's expression was quite unsightly. Actually, it wasn't that he hadn't thought about it, but it was just as Shi Tian had said. The Shi clan really had no way out now. He'd selectively overlooked these problems. Now, he could only walk to the end, kill Yixian, snatch the sword, and then break through. In the distance, Shi Ru sighed in a low voice, "Little guy, we shouldn't be talking about this right now. We should unite against the enemy." Shi Tian shook his head. "Teacher, you are wrong." Shi Ru was a little displeased. "The overall situation is more important." Shi Tian chuckled and said, "The overall situation is the most important? What is the overall situation of our Shi clan? Did he not want to make friends with a monster when he saw it, but wanted to destroy it? Everything has karma. Today, our Shi clan has killed the two of them. Teacher, do you really think that our Shi clan can bear this karma?" Shi Ru's face turned ugly. Shi Yuan suddenly mocked, "Make friends? Shi Tian, do you know what you're saying? You and the two of them are fighting for destiny, the destiny of the great Tao. You were born to be enemies, do you understand? Furthermore, at least half of what you have today is due to the family's nurturing. The family nurtured you. Why, are you questioning the family now?" Shi Tian looked at Shi Yuan, "I am not questioning the clan, I am questioning you." Shi Yuan's eyes narrowed when he heard this, and a cold light flickered within them. Shi Tian wasn't afraid in the slightest. "Shi Yuan, your eyes have already been blinded by greed. You wanted to kill the two of them because you were afraid that they would side with the Zhou clan, but you never thought that your current actions would push them into the embrace of the Zhou clan. Moreover, Shi Yuan, you want to seize the sword of the person of destiny. Let me ask you, have you ever thought about it carefully? Can you really bear this sword? Can an ordinary person bear such a heaven-defying divine treasure? Can my Zhou clan bear it?" Shi Yuan said fiercely, "Are you trying to boost the morale of others and diminish our own?" Shi Tian shook his head lightly. "I just don't want you to drag my Shi clan step by step into the abyss." Shi Ru sighed softly. "Shi Tian, what you say isn't without reason. But now, we should unite and face the enemy as one. Think about it, if we don't kill them today, would they let our Shi clan off in the future? At this moment, we have no path of retreat. We can only kill the two of them and eliminate this calamity." The rest of the elders also nodded in agreement. Presently, the Shi clan really had no path of retreat. Shi Tian fell silent for a short moment before he said, "Elders, I understand all of you, but I'm sorry, I don't agree with your actions. If I, Shi Tian, want to fight, I'll fight in an open and aboveboard manner, I'll fight in an upright manner, I'll fight in an open and aboveboard manner. What's the point of fighting for karmic luck in such a manner even if I win? As he spoke, he glanced at the experts of the Shi clan. You have your reasons, but I have my principles, and my principles don't allow me to act in this way. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Moreover, his aura actually rose explosively with every single step he took. All of them were stunned by this scene. When he took the 10th step, his aura had arrived at an extremely terrifying level. In an instant, countless strands of mysterious energy surged towards him. The energy of time, it was the energy of time. The experts of the Shi clan were petrified. Shi Tian had attained the time realm. Shi Yuan's expression was extremely unsightly. Next to him, Yi Xian and Dao Ling looked at each other in silence. Shi Tian's actions really had exceeded their expectations. Dao Ling suddenly spoke softly. He adhered to his principles and his heart. He didn't choose to compromise in the end when facing his heart and his clan. Compromise, Yi Xian fell silent. A person would face many choices in their lifetime, and some choices might really go against their heart. However, those choices might also bring about benefits. At times like these, many people would choose to compromise. Just like the people of the mortal world. Many people would take risks and commit crimes in order to earn money. Did he not know that his actions were against the law? He knew, but his eyes had been blinded by benefits, and as time passed, it would blind his heart as well. Should he follow his heart and be a person with principles, or should he compromise with the world and do things that he really didn't like or even hated? Obviously, Shi Tian had chosen to follow his heart. If the clan was in the wrong, then it was in the wrong, and he didn't choose to follow it. However, he wasn't the patriarch, so he couldn't change it. If he rebelled now, then others would follow him, but the clan would kill each other. He chose to leave. Meanwhile, Shi Tian suddenly said, if the clan is in danger in the future, then I'll definitely return. As soon as he finished speaking, he'd vanished. The experts of the Shi clan had complicated feelings in their hearts. He's gone, the #1 genius in the history of the Shi clan had actually left. Did we do something wrong? But the patriarch hadn't done anything wrong. Both of them were monstrous geniuses, and they were Shi Tian's enemies since birth. If they weren't annihilated now, then when, considering the overall situation, the patriarch hadn't done anything wrong? Had Shi Tian done anything wrong? Shi Tian had his own principles and pride, and he didn't want to win the battle for karmic luck in such a manner. Was that wrong? Shi Yuan suddenly spoke fiercely. Shi Tian betrayed the clan. From this moment onward, he's no longer a member of the Shi clan. Some of the elders gazed at Shi Yuan with expressions of disbelief. Expel Shi Tian from the Shi clan. All of them were old geezers who'd lived for so many years, so how could they not understand what Shi Yuan was thinking? Shi Yuan wanted to seize this opportunity to solidify his own authority. All of them were quite displeased. Shi Ru suddenly spoke in a low voice. Patriarch, Shi Tian didn't say anything about withdrawing from the Shi clan. Don't you think your actions are slightly inappropriate? Shi Yuan glanced coldly at Shi Ru with killing intent in his eyes. Are you doubting me? Shi Ru didn't show any weakness. What? Patriarch, do you intend to make the Shi clan your own? Some of the Shi clan's elders gazed at Shi Yuan with slightly hostile expressions. Shi Yuan suddenly gazed at the 3 time realm experts nearby. At this moment, we have no path of retreat. All of you know what the consequences will be once the chosen of heaven, Dao Ling, and that woman from before grow up. Moreover, if the 3 of them leave today, they'll definitely be used by the Zhou clan. If we don't annihilate them today, then our Shi clan will definitely be annihilated by them in the future. Make your choice. The 3 time realm experts fell silent. A short moment later, the old man in the lead spoke in a low voice. There's no path of retreat. As he spoke, he gazed at Yi Xian. Kill him, seize his sword, and break through. Break through. If at the start they were really doing this for Shi Tian and the Shi clan's future, then at this moment, they were doing it for themselves. Because when they saw Yi Xian use that sword to break through to the realm above time, they were tempted. Above time, this temptation was something they couldn't refuse. No time realm expert could refuse this temptation. Hearing the old man's words, Shi Yuan nodded slightly, then kill. As he spoke, he gazed coldly at the surrounding Shi clan experts. Whether it's right or wrong, we won't care about it today. Let time be the witness. Let me tell you, even without Shi Tian, Shi Yuan, can already lead the Shi clan to glory. The Shi clan experts fell silent. Resist? They couldn't resist at all, because the 4 time realm experts had already chosen to stand on Shi Yuan's side. Let alone them, even if Shi Tian was here, he wouldn't be able to resist. Only those with bigger fists had the right to speak and make decisions. Shi Yuan gazed at the distant Yi Xian. Shi Tian said that I can't bear the karma of killing you, but I don't believe it. Many years ago, a fortune teller told me that my life was tough. So, I want to give it a try today. I want to see if I, Shi Yuan, and the Shi clan can bear this karma. In the distance, Yi Xian turned to look at Dao Ling. How many do you want to fight? Dao Ling thought for a moment, and then said, 2. Yi Xian blinked. I thought you would be domineering and say that you can fight 4. Dao Ling hurriedly shook his head. No. Brother Yi, it shouldn't be a problem for us to fight 2 each, right? Yi Xian was just about to speak when 2 terrifying auras suddenly appeared in the darkness. Seeing this, Yi Xian and Dao Ling's expressions changed. Another 2 time realm experts. In the distance, Shi Yuan looked at Yi Xian and Dao Ling and sneered. What? Do you think that my Shi clan only has 4 time realm experts? Yi Xian turned to look at Dao Ling. How many do you want to fight? Dao Ling hesitated for a moment, and then said with difficulty, 3. I'll fight 3, you fight 3. It's fair. Yi Xian nodded. You go first. Dao Ling nodded. Without thinking too much, he directly charged towards the 3 time realm experts in the distance. And at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly turned and disappeared into the horizon. He slipped away. In the distance, Dao Ling, who had already reached the 3 time realm experts, froze. F***ck. P.S. If there's free tiger food, I'll grind it. Flee. Yi Xian decisively chose to flee. 1 against 3, that wasn't realistic, not to mention 1 against 3, he wasn't even fully confident in his ability to take on 2. Moreover, he still hadn't completely absorbed the energy within his body. He had to find a place to stop and absorb it. Moreover, his intuition told him that the Shi clan definitely had more trump cards. The Shi clan couldn't possibly reveal all of his trump cards at once. Seeing Yi Xian flee, Dao Ling didn't hesitate to turn around and flee. Both of them were extremely fast, and they tore through space and vanished on the spot in the blink of an eye. All the experts of the Shi clan were stunned by this scene. They fled just like that. Shi Yuan suddenly said fiercely, trying to run? You guys are dreaming. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly charged forward. Hiss, space and time were torn apart, and in the next moment, Shi Yuan and the others vanished into the distance. Shi Ru and the others didn't give chase. They weren't able to participate in a battle of this level. Insight realm experts were very strong in the outside world, but they weren't strong enough before time realm experts. If they gave chase, they would be giving their lives away. Shi Ru fell silent for a moment before turning around and leaving. He didn't return to the Shi clan, nor did he search for Shi Tian. Instead, he headed to the dark visualization universe. He wanted to personally investigate Yi Xian. A genius like Yi Xian was absolutely not an ordinary person. Especially that sword in his hand. Even the Zhou clan couldn't forge it. He wanted to investigate Yi Xian's origins. Shi Ru hadn't even entered the dark visualization universe when he was stopped by a mysterious expert. Shi Ru had a solemn expression as he gazed at the mysterious expert. Time realm. Shi Ru fell silent. He'd already guessed the other party's identity. The mysterious expert suddenly opened his right hand and pressed it down lightly. Boom, Shi Ru was locked down by a mysterious force, and then he was placed into a black pouch. The mysterious expert turned around, and a woman was walking over slowly from not too far away. It was the eldest young miss of the Zhou clan, Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu smiled slightly. It's too late to think about getting to know this young Master Yi in detail now. Obviously, she was stopping Shi Ru from investigating Yi Xian. The mysterious expert said in a deep voice, Miss, why didn't we help Yi Xian and Dao Ling just now? Zhou Yu shook his head. There is not much point in saving him now, because the hatred between them is not strong enough. Moreover, Shi Yuan has been secretly guarding against our Zhou clan. If we save him now, we will suffer great losses. The mysterious expert nodded slightly and said, What's the background of that young Master Yi? Zhou Yu said softly, there's probably a terrifying existence behind this person that even my Zhou clan cannot afford to offend. The mysterious expert frowned. Zhou Yu chuckled. Do you think I'm exaggerating? The mysterious expert nodded. Zhou Yu smiled and said, actually, what I said might be an underestimation. That sword was able to allow young Master Yi to advance 2 levels in a row without any side effects. This in itself was already very, very heaven-defying. The most terrifying thing is that this sword can allow young Master Yi to reach beyond the passage of time. As she spoke, a complicated look flashed across her eyes. Before Pavilion Master Qin appeared, the highest realm in our heavenly cycle universe was the Insight Limitless realm. At that time, many people had no direction, and even my father was still pondering over it. After Pavilion Master Qin created the passage of time, the extreme insight realm in our heavenly cycle universe had a cultivation direction. But now, that sort of young Master Yi can help him advance beyond the passage of time. Speaking up to here, she shook her head. If this sword was created by Pavilion Master Qin Guan, it means that he has Pavilion Master Qin Guan's support. If it wasn't created by Pavilion Master Qin Guan, it means that the person behind him might be even stronger than Pavilion Master Qin Guan. The mysterious expert frowned. Even stronger than Pavilion Master Qin Guan? Zhou Yu nodded. Yes. The mysterious expert wanted to say something but hesitated. Zhou Yu smiled. That's not important. What's important is that regardless of whether the person behind him is Qin Guan or someone else, he is definitely not someone we can provoke. The mysterious expert said in a low voice, Miss, our Zhou clan is not weak either. Zhou Yu laughed. I know, but our Zhou clan is not invincible. The universe is boundless. Our Zhou clan is strong in this heavenly cycle universe, but it doesn't mean that we are strong in other places. Let's not talk about anything else. Pavilion Master Qin Guan definitely has the ability to destroy our Zhou clan. The mysterious expert hesitated for a while. From what I know, Pavilion Master Qin Guan doesn't cultivate. Moreover, her immortal treasure pavilion is a business. There aren't many who fight. Zhou Yu shook her head. She did say that she doesn't cultivate. However, if she doesn't cultivate, can she live that long? If she doesn't cultivate, can she ignore all the obstacles in the universe and cross star fields and universe? The mysterious expert fell silent. Zhou Yu said softly, I know her, but I still feel that she is a stranger. As she spoke, she shook her head. Let's not talk about Miss Qin Guan. Let's talk about Shi Tian. A cold light flashed in the mysterious expert's eyes. He has already left the Shi clan. Can we? Zhou Yu shook her head. No. The mysterious expert was slightly puzzled. Why? Even though he has reached the time realm, he has only just reached the time realm. Now that he has broken off relations with the Shi clan, it won't be difficult for us to kill him. Zhou Yu said softly, it isn't that simple. He has karmic luck. If we want to kill him, we can only wait for him to make a mistake. Or rather, we can only wait for him to court death. The mysterious expert said in a low voice, Eldest Miss, you seem to have some understanding of the 3 of them. Zhou Yu said with a smile, I heard from Qin Guan that the 3 of them and the other person are blessed by luck. If you want to kill them, you'll have to make mistakes and seek death themselves. Otherwise, it'll be very difficult to kill them. The mysterious expert was slightly puzzled. The other person? Zhou Yu nodded, and her expression turned slightly solemn. Qin Guan said that there was another person. I asked her, but she didn't tell me. In other words, there's another mysterious genius who possesses the karmic luck of the Grand Tao. The mysterious expert fell silent for a moment before he said, What role will my Zhou clan play in this battle for karmic luck? Zhou Yu grinned. We'll stand on Yixian's side. The mysterious expert asked, Why? Zhou Yu said softly, a woman's intuition. Do you believe it? The mysterious expert was speechless. A short while later, Zhou Yu and the mysterious expert left. Not long after they left, a red-robed young man and an old man appeared here. The young man chuckled, Miss Zhou actually stopped Shi Ru from heading to the Dark Observer universe to investigate Yixian. Interesting. The old man spoke indifferently, the Zhou clan wants to kill the Shi clan. The young man nodded slightly. Old Gu, according to my knowledge, Shi Yuan is a genius of his generation. However, his actions can only be described as retarded. I'm very puzzled. The old man chuckled, he's been blinded by power and desire. Just think about it, Shi Tian is the next patriarch of the Shi clan. So long as Shi Tian reaches the time realm, then he'll have to relinquish his authority. Under such circumstances, do you think he would be willing? He would naturally be unwilling. Once power is in his grasp, how could he give it up so easily? It would be fine if Shi Tian was his son, but unfortunately, he isn't. Even if he is, Shi Yuan's breadth of mind and ability wouldn't relinquish his authority so easily. The young man spoke softly. At his level, he should understand that power is just fleeting, so why is he still so persistent? The old man shook his head. You're wrong. The reason he was able to attain his current level of cultivation is precisely because of power. Cultivation requires resources. Without the accumulation of the ancestors of the Shi clan, how could it have been easy for him to attain the time realm? Why are there so few time realm cultivators in the world? Is it because geniuses and monstrous geniuses are rare? No, there are many geniuses and monstrous geniuses, but not all of them are able to go very far. Resources and a platform are very important. The young man fell silent. The old man continued, Shi Yuan was blinded by his own desire and greed, forcing himself into a corner. The current him has no way out, he can only walk to the end. The young man smiled, Old Gu, what do you think about Shi Tian leaving the Shi clan? After a moment of silence, the old man said, Xianxia, you might be able to defeat the Yi Xian and that Dao Ling, but you might not be able to defeat Shi Tian. Xianxia narrowed his eyes, why? The old man said softly, Shi Tian was able to persevere in that kind of situation and adhere to his principles. He is a very remarkable person. This person's path towards the great Tao will go very far. Xianxia smiled, I'm actually thinking of fighting with the three of them. The old man nodded, there will be a chance. Xianxia nodded, as if he had thought of something. He suddenly said, earlier, that Yi Xian used that sword to reach the time realm. Hearing this, the old man's expression turned serious. Xianxia smiled, I have to say, even I am somewhat tempted by that sword. The old man said in a low voice, you have your own Tao. Xianxia laughed. I'm just a little tempted. As he spoke, he glanced at the depths of the starry sky in the distance and said, Old Gu, was the calamity that our evil spirit race faced back then also because of the patriarch at that time? The old man shook his head. Back then, it wasn't a man-made calamity. Xianxia's eyes narrowed slightly. Then it was a natural calamity. Old Gu's expression became extremely solemn. Xianxia, you are the last hope of our evil spirit race. You are not allowed to do anything before you obtain the great Tao karmic luck, let alone think about revenge. Xianxia fell silent. Old Gu suddenly said sternly, did you hear that? Xianxia slowly clenched his right hand. Old Gu, even with my current strength, I'm unable to contend against him? Old Gu stared fixedly at Xianxia. The current you is still like an ant before him. Only by obtaining the blessing of the great Tao karmic luck will you be able to contend against him. Otherwise, you can never take revenge for our evil spirit race. No, you can't even mention it. Xianxia said in a low voice, Old Gu, who exactly is he? After a moment of silence, Old Gu said, a terrifying existence that can resist the great Tao karmic luck's power of destiny. Resist the great Tao brush? Xianxia's pupils constricted when he heard this. What was the great Tao brush? It was a divine brush that could decide the fate of all living beings. Yet, the other party was actually able to resist the power of the great Tao brush. At this moment, the old man suddenly sighed. Let's go. With that, he turned around and left. Xianxia was silent for a moment before he left as well. He didn't ask who the other party was because it was meaningless. On the other side, Yi Xian and Dao Ling were fleeing madly through space-time. Even though they couldn't defeat Shi Yuan and the others, if they were to flee, Shi Yuan and the others wouldn't be able to do anything to them. After all, Dao Ling was at the time realm. Even though Yi Xian wasn't, he had the green profound sword. The two of them were extremely fast and had already passed through countless stars. However, Shi Yuan and the others were like maggots in their bones. Within space-time, Dao Ling looked at Yi Xian. Brother Yi, where are we going? Xian said solemnly, to the Zhou clan. Dowling hesitated for a moment and said, will the Zhou clan help us? Xian said seriously, we are passing by the Zhou clan. There is no need for us to stay there. Understand? Dowling was stunned, and then he gave a thumbs up. Amazing. Passing by the Zhou clan, so long as they passed by the Zhou clan, Shi Yuan and the others would definitely pass by the Zhou clan as well. The two clans had always been at odds with each other. Would the Zhou clan allow Shi Yuan and the others to enter the Zhou clan? Definitely not. Thus, when they passed by the Zhou clan, Shi Yuan and the others would have two choices. First, retreat. Second, fight the Zhou clan head-on. No matter which choice it was very beneficial to the two of them. At this moment, Dowling suddenly said, Brother Yi, do you know how to get to the Zhou clan? Xian hesitated for a moment and said, I don't think so. Dowling's face instantly darkened. Xian felt his balls aching, damn it. I actually forgot about that, how to get to the Zhou clan. Dowling glanced at the surroundings and said, if this continues, they'll catch up to us sooner or later. Xian thought for a moment, and then he said, I have a way. As he spoke, he took out the Shantian token and activated it. Soon enough, the Shantian token in his hand emitted a low hum. Not long after, an illusory elder appeared in front of Xian and Dowling. The elder bowed slightly and was about to speak when Xian and Dowling disappeared into the depths of the starry sky. The old man was stunned. At the end of the distant starry sky, Xian suddenly said, Senior, how do we go to the Zhou clan? Point me in a direction. The old man's face froze, and he hesitated for a moment before he said, Young Master Yi, all of you're going in the wrong direction. He naturally knew that it was Xian who had summoned him. Now, in the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, only Xian had the Shantian token. At the end of the starry sky, Xian's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot when he heard the old man's words. Damn it, wrong direction, we're going back? Xian suddenly turned to look at Dowling. Brother Dowling, I'll be leaving first. Take care of yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, Xian used the green profound sword to travel back to the Shi clan. On the other hand, Dowling was dumbfounded. Fuck. Brother Yi. Don't sell me out. Meanwhile, Shi Yuan and the others appeared in front of Dowling. Dowling hesitated for a moment before he said, Everyone, that sword is in Brother Ye's hands. Moreover, he's heading to the Dao clan now. It's not too late for you to chase after him now. Xian was speechless. The expressions of Shi Yuan and the others became extremely unsightly when they heard Dowling's words. After all, their true target was Xian and the green profound sword in his hand. As for Dowling, of course, they couldn't let him go. Shi Yuan glanced at an old man at the side. In the next moment, the old man's group of three charged towards Dowling. On the other hand, Shi Yuan led two time realm cultivators back. In the distance, a wisp of ferocity flashed through Dowling's eyes. Come. So what if it's 1 against 3? As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward. Rumble, space and time shattered, and Dowling retreated explosively tens of thousands of meters away. As soon as he stopped, he fell into the world of death. Moreover, his body gradually became illusory. The full-powered attack of 3 time realm cultivators was still very terrifying. Dowling's eyelids twitched when he saw the 3 experts of the Shi clan charging towards him again, and he hurriedly said, No. I'm not coming anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and vanished into the horizon. If it was in the past, he would have fought to the end. Even if he couldn't win, he would still fight. But now, he felt that it was better to be more wretched. As long as there's life, there's hope. The expressions of the 3 time realm cultivators instantly became unsightly when they saw Dowling flee again. They didn't hesitate to chase after him. On the other side, after Xian used the green profound sword to return to his original position, he immediately used the green profound sword to pierce through the galaxy of time and space and rush towards the Zhou clan. He used the green profound sword to push his speed to the limit. In the blink of an eye, he had already passed through dozens of star fields. However, he still hadn't reached the Zhou clan. Xian couldn't help but frown. So far, without thinking too much, Xian continued traveling. In the blink of an eye, he passed through dozens of star fields. Very soon, he frowned because he discovered that this was the direction to the mysterious observer cosmos. At this moment, space and time in front of him suddenly split open, and Shi Yuan and the other two walked out. They caught up. Yi Xian stopped and took out the mysterious heaven token. After a moment, an old man appeared in front of Yi Xian. The old man looked at Yi Xian and smiled. "Young Master Yi." Yi Xian looked at the old man. "The direction you told me isn't to the Zhou clan, right?" Shi Yuan ridiculed, "Of course not." The old man hesitated for a moment before he said, "Young Master Yi, the Shi clan isn't bad. There's definitely some sort of misunderstanding between you and them. Since it's a misunderstanding, then we can sit down and talk about it. There's nothing that can't be discussed. What do you think?" Yi Xian said with smile, "It seems like Sire is not from Immortal Treasure Pavilion but Shi clan." The old man smiled, "I'm from the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. However, I'm not willing to see young Master Yi and the Shi clan having such a deep misunderstanding. That's why I lied about the route. I hope young Master Yi can understand." Yi Xian stared at the old man. "Do you know what you're doing?" The old man smiled and said, "Young Master Yi, are you trying to use the Pavilion Master to pressure me? If that's the case, then young Master Yi will be disappointed. As far as I know, the Pavilion Master has already left the Heavenly Cycle Universe." Yi Xian looked at the Tianqian token in his hand and fell silent. At this moment, the space in the distance suddenly split open. Bang! A mysterious figure walked out slowly. He wore a loose black robe, wore a mask, and held a black pike in his left hand. The expressions of Shi Yuan and the others instantly became solemn when they saw him. "Who is he?" Yi Xian's gaze descended onto the mysterious figure, and he secretly became vigilant in his heart. His aura was so formidable that it far surpassed Shi Yuan's group of three. Meanwhile, the mysterious figure suddenly vanished on the spot and shot towards the old man from the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. The old man's expression instantly changed when he witnessed this scene, and then he clenched his right fist and smashed it forward. Bang! The expanse of space in front of the old man transformed into a huge abyss. An instant later, the sound of something tearing apart resounded, and then a pike pierced through the center of the old man's forehead. The expressions of Shi Yuan and the others instantly changed violently when they witnessed this scene. The old man was a time realm expert. He was killed just like that. The mysterious figure walked out slowly from afar. He gazed at the bewildered old man and spoke in a hoarse voice, "You traitor." As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his sleeve. Bang! The old man was instantly annihilated. The mysterious figure turned around to gaze at Yi Xian, and then he bowed slightly. "Young Master Yi, I'm sorry for causing trouble for you." Yi Xian spoke in a low voice, "You're one of Qing Guan's subordinates?" The mysterious figure nodded. After the Pavilion Master found out that young Master Yi had arrived at Universe Expanse, she ordered the person in charge of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion here to give young Master Yi some convenience. However, she was worried that someone would disobey her orders in secret. So, she made me stand on guard here. Yi Xian hurriedly pointed furiously at Shi Yuan's group of three, "Kill them." Shi Yuan was speechless. The mysterious figure hesitated for a moment before he said, "Young Master Yi, I'm sorry, but I can't help you." Yi Xian was slightly puzzled. "Why?" The mysterious figure spoke in a low voice, "Young Master Yi, the Pavilion Master said that this is a battle for karmic luck, and it's better for you to fight for it yourself. We can give you some convenience, but we can't help you fight. Otherwise, this battle for karmic luck would be meaningless." Yi Xian fell silent. The mysterious figure continued, "Young Master Yi, farewell." With that, he was about to leave. Yi Xian suddenly said, "You can give me some convenience, right?" The mysterious figure nodded, "Yes." Yi Xian hurriedly walked over to the mysterious figure's side, and then he took out a Xiao Ta and placed it in the mysterious figure's hand. "Senior, can you help me take care of this?" The mysterious figure hesitated for a moment, and then he said, "Just take care of this?" Yi Xian nodded, "Yes." The mysterious figure nodded slightly, "This is a small matter, of course. Young Master Yi, don't worry, this thing is in my hands, and no one in this universe can take it away from me." Yi Xian nodded, "Then I can rest assured." With that, he directly entered the Xiao Ta, and then started to madly absorb the energy within his body that hadn't been completely absorbed. Seeing Yi Xian directly enter the Xiao Ta, the mysterious figure was stunned. The mysterious figure hurriedly said, "Young Master Yi, I only promised to protect this pagoda. I didn't promise to protect you. Yi Xian was slightly puzzled. Senior, I didn't ask you to protect me. You just have to protect Xiao Ta, don't worry about anything else. Even if I get beaten to death, don't worry about it. The mysterious figure gulped. Young Master Yi. You can't do this. Yi Xian had already closed his eyes. He only needed a little bit of time to reach the Age Realm. Outside, the mysterious figure looked at the pagoda in his hand, and his expression was somewhat chaotic. Can it be played like this? In the distance, Shi Yuan suddenly said ferociously, Your Excellency, my Shi clan has always been on good terms with the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. Is it worth it for the Immortal Treasure Pavilion to become enemies with my Shi clan for a human? The mysterious figure hesitated for a moment, and then he said, Actually, it's quite worth it, Shi Yuan. Shi Yuan's expression became extremely unsightly when he heard this. The Immortal Treasure Pavilion, the strongest merchant group in the world, was actually willing to offend his Shi clan for Yi Xian. He knew that Yi Xian was an extraordinary VIP of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion and had obtained the favor of Pavilion Master Qin Guan. However, he still felt that it was impossible for the Immortal Treasure Pavilion to become enemies with his Shi clan for Yi Xian. After all, how stupid would one have to be become enemies with an extraordinary power for a single person? In any case, he couldn't do it. So, he felt that even the extremely intelligent Qin Guan wouldn't be able to do it, but now, Qin Guan had actually done it. Is Qin Guan an idiot? Shi Yuan cursed in his heart. The mysterious man was quite speechless as well. He agreed to protect Xiao Ta, but now, Yi Xian is in Xiao Ta's arms. What should I do? Meanwhile, Shi Yuan spoke in a low voice. My Shi clan and Yi Xian are irreconcilable enemies. I can tell you clearly that my Shi clan will absolutely not make any concessions. If you insist on interfering in the enmity between my clan and him, then my clan will have no choice but to declare war on the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. A declaration of war. When they heard this, the two powerhouses from the Shi clan beside Shi Yuan were stunned. A declaration of war against the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. How could Shi Yuan dare to do that? One of the elders spoke in a low voice. Patriarch, you need to calm down. He noticed that there was something wrong with Shi Yuan's mental state. Shi Yuan stared fixedly at the mysterious man. He was betting that the Immortal Treasure Pavilion wouldn't really declare war on the Shi clan for Yi Xian. The mysterious man spoke in a low voice. Are you sure? Shi Yuan spoke fiercely. I'm sure. His intuition told him that the Immortal Treasure Pavilion would definitely compromise the Shi clan. How could the Immortal Treasure Pavilion possibly declare war on the Shi clan for Yi Xian? How could that be possible? It was absolutely impossible. The mysterious man nodded. I'll contact the pavilion master. As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his palm, and a talisman suddenly floated up into the air. A moment later, the starry sky above him trembled slightly, and then a figure appeared above everyone. It was Qin Guan. Qin Guan stood in an unknown bamboo forest. Not far from her stood a woman. She carried a small bamboo basket on her back and held a sickle in her hand. She was currently discussing something with Qin Guan. The woman with the sickle had enmity in her eyes. She gripped the sickle tightly as if she wanted to attack. At this moment, Qin Guan suddenly turned around and looked at the mysterious man. What's wrong? The mysterious man spoke in a low voice. Pavilion Master, the Shi clan has declared war on my Celestial Treasure Pavilion. A declaration of war. Qin Guan frowned. Why? The mysterious man hesitated for a moment, and then he said, perhaps they want to be annihilated. Qin Guan was speechless. Shi Yuan suddenly said, Pavilion Master Qin, my Shi clan must kill Yi Xian today. If your Immortal Treasure Pavilion refuses to stop us, then my Shi clan can only declare war on your Immortal Treasure Pavilion. Qin Guan thought for a moment, and then she said, Patriarch Shi Yuan, this is a battle for karmic luck. You don't possess karmic luck, so why are you interfering? The mysterious man suddenly said, he's afraid that young Master Yi and young Master Ling will join the Zhou clan, so he wants to annihilate them first. Moreover, he seems to want to seize the sword in young Master Yi's possession. Qin Guan's beautiful brows knit together slightly when she heard this, and then she gazed at Shi Yuan. Patriarch Shi Yuan, you're a time realm expert at any rate. Why are you acting so brainlessly? Shi Yuan stared fixedly at Qin Guan. Are you teaching me how to do things? Qin Guan was speechless. As if she'd thought of something, Qin Guan suddenly gazed at the mysterious man. Did you interfere? The mysterious man hurriedly shook her head. No, no. Young Master Yi asked me to protect his pagoda. I thought about it for a moment, and then I decided to protect the pagoda. There shouldn't be any problems. After all, the pavilion master said that he would give young Master Yi some convenience. But I never expected that young Master Yi would hide in Xiaota. At this point, even he was speechless. He felt like he'd been tricked. Qingguan rolled her eyes. This fellow. Meanwhile, Shi Yuan suddenly spoke fiercely from afar. Pavilion Master Qin, will we fight or not? Just give me an answer. Qingguan thought for a moment, and then she said, since you've declared war, then let's fight. As she spoke, she opened her palm, and a slightly strange weapon appeared in her hand. Within Xiaota, Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. This weapon was exactly what Qingguan had said to him in the past. Don't provoke me. Qingguan aimed it at Shi Yuan. Patriarch Shi Yuan, are you sure you want to fight? I'll give you one last chance. It's not too late to surrender now. Shi Yuan roared madly with laughter. How laughable. Qingguan, I thought you were a smart woman, but now it seems like you're a retard. My Shi clan gave face to your immortal treasure pavilion all those years ago, but you think we're afraid of you? How laughable. Come, let me tell you right now. My Shi clan will fight to the death with your immortal treasure pavilion. From this moment onward, my Shi clan will use all our strength to destroy your immortal treasure pavilion. In the starry sky, Qingguan thought for a moment, and then she pulled the trigger. Bang! In an instant, a ray of white light surged out from the muzzle of the gun. The ray of white light actually ignored the layers of starry sky and arrived in front of Shi Yuan. A sinister look flashed in Shi Yuan's eyes. He folded his hands together, and a terrifying aura swept out from his body. At this moment, his aura had reached its peak. The starry sky boiled, and all things were destroyed. However, as soon as his aura came into contact with the ray of white light, it was like snow in boiling oil, instantly melting. Bang! Under everyone's gazes, the ray of white light pierced through Shi Yuan's forehead. It didn't disappear, but disappeared at the end of the starry sky. Rumble, Shi Yuan's body seemed to be nailed to the ground, and his body started to turn illusory bit by bit. Shi Yuan was stunned. Gone, I'm gone, he was insta-killed. The two Shi clan experts beside Shi Yuan had faces full of shock, and their bodies couldn't help but tremble. At this moment, they were completely dumbfounded. Shi Yuan was at the Year Realm, and he was insta-killed by Qingguan just like that. Shi Yuan looked at the distant Qingguan and said with a trembling voice, You. What the hell are you holding? Qingguan blinked. Don't provoke me. Shi Yuan's throat rolled, and then he said, You're so powerful. Qingguan chuckled. It's not bad, it's not bad. Shi Yuan, Qingguan turned to look at the woman in front of him, and then he said, About the matter I mentioned just now, let's discuss it again. The little girl glanced at the divine object in Qingguan's hand, and then she said, No. There's no need to discuss it. Whatever you say. As she spoke, she hesitated for a moment, and then she put away her scythe. You're right. Fighting is indeed not good. We should have a good talk. Women can't hit other women, don't you think? Qingguan. In the starry sky, Shi Yuan's body became more and more illusory. He knew that he was going to be completely gone. At this moment, Shi Yuan's face was filled with confusion. The approach of death caused his mind to calm down a little. He had lost the bet. The immortal treasure pavilion didn't put the Shi clan in their eyes at all. Shi Yuan looked towards the end of the starry sky. Suddenly, he shook his head and smiled. His smile was somewhat miserable. It had to be said that he had indeed been blinded by power and desire. Now that he thought about it carefully, how could this Yi Xian be an ordinary person? Just as Shi Tian had said, even if he killed Yi Xian and obtained the green profound sword, could his Shi clan bear the consequences? He had lost his mind. Shi Yuan suddenly said softly, Shi Qian, go and find Shi Tian. Tell him to come back and lead the Shi clan, Shi Qian said in a trembling voice. Clan leader, Shi Yuan shook his head. I'm sorry. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared completely. Shi Qian and Shi Tian fell silent for a moment, then they turned and left. Kill Yi Xian? They didn't dare to. The most important thing now was to find Shi Tian and rebuild the Shi clan. At this moment, Xiao Ta suddenly trembled slightly. Then, Yi Xian walked out. At this moment, he had reached the time realm. Yi Xian looked at the mysterious person in front of him. The mysterious person hesitated for a moment, then said, "Young Master Yi, you reached the time realm just like that?" Yi Xian nodded. The mysterious person was speechless. What the hell, just now, he was still looking into the time realm. Why was cultivation as easy as drinking water? Yi Xian put away Xiao Ta, then said, "Senior, thank you." With that, he turned and left. The mysterious person said in a deep voice, "Young Master Yi, where are you going?" Yi Xian didn't even turn his head. "Exterminate the Shi clan." The mysterious person. On the other side, Dao Ling was being pursued crazily. He still couldn't fight 1 against 3. Fortunately, Dao Ling wasn't weak either. He fought while running, and he could barely hold on. At this moment, Dao Ling suddenly stopped. The space-time in front of him split open, and Yi Xian appeared before him. Seeing Yi Xian, Dao Ling was stunned at first, then he was overjoyed. "Brother Yi," Yi Xian looked at the 3 Shi clan experts in the distance. The 3 suddenly turned and disappeared into the horizon. Obviously, they already knew what happened to Shi Yuan. Seeing the 3 people suddenly leave, Dao Ling was slightly puzzled. He turned and sized up Yi Xian, then said, "Brother Yi, you've reached the time realm?" Yi Xian nodded. "To the Shi clan?" Dao Ling frowned slightly. "Why are we going to the Shi clan?" Yi Xian said indifferently, "That Shi Yuan is dead. Now, the Shi clan is leaderless. Kill them." Dao Ling said in a deep voice, "Shi Yuan is dead? How did he die?" Yi Xian opened his palm, and the green profound sword appeared in his hand. He casually waved the green profound sword in his hand, then raised his eyebrows. "What do you think?" Dao Ling hesitated for a moment, and then said, "You killed him?" Yi Xian smiled proudly, but he didn't speak. "Dao Ling," Yi Xian suddenly said, "Brother Dao Ling, I've also reached the time realm now. If we join forces, exterminating the Shi clan will be as easy as snapping our fingers. Shall we go?" Dao Ling thought for a moment, and then said, "Brother Yi, even though Shi Yuan is dead, most of the top-rate experts of the Shi clan are still alive. I'm afraid it'll be quite dangerous for us to go to the Shi clan like this." Yi Xian said seriously, "What's there to be afraid of? Both of us are top-rate geniuses in this world. With our strengths, do we have any opponents in the same realm as us? No. None at all. Let's go. Kill the Shi clan." As soon as he finished speaking, he dragged Dao Ling and headed straight for the Shi clan. In the starry sky, Dao Ling glanced at the sword in Yi Xian's hand. "Brother Yi, this sword of yours is really good. Where did you buy it?" Yi Xian said, "My younger sister forged it." Dao Ling hesitated for a moment, and then he said, "Brother Yi, you and I are brothers, so your younger sister is my younger sister. There's no problem with me saying that, right?" Bang! Suddenly, a ray of sword light descended from the depths of the starry sky. Dao Ling didn't even have time to react before the ray of sword light pierced his head. Rumble! Dao Ling's body shattered, and his soul vanished at a speed visible to the naked eye. Dao Ling was dumbfounded. "What's wrong with me? Who am I?" Xiao Ta suddenly said, "It's one thing to play around, but don't make fun of his younger sister." In the Milky Way. In a small room, a sigh suddenly resounded. "You can't do that. He has the great Dao's karmic luck on him. You can't kill him recklessly." At this moment, the Xing Dao sword suddenly appeared in the small room. Then, Qing Er's voice resounded. "Say that again." The room fell into silence. Have you guys seen a cartoon, The Adventures of the Little Carp? And the Go Boy? Did I expose my age? In space, Yi Xian saw Dao Ling's soul disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. He hurriedly said, "Qing Er, forget it. He's one of us." Boom, the sword light in Dao Ling's body shot up into the sky and disappeared at the end of the galaxy. Dao Ling was still in a daze. "Brother Yi, that sword just now," Yi Xian said calmly, as Xiao Ta said, "It's one thing to play and one thing to mess around, but don't use my sister as a joke." Dao Ling. After a while, Dao Ling's body returned to normal, but he was still very weak and needed to heal. The plan to attack the Shi clan had to be put on hold for now. Yi Xian was also speechless. After a long while, Dao Ling said solemnly, "Brother Yi, may I ask, what is your sister's realm?" Yi Xian said calmly, no realm. Dao Ling frowned. No realm? Yi Xian nodded. No realm. She doesn't cultivate her realm. Dao Ling said solemnly, impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yi Xian said, how do you feel after she gave you that sword just now? Dao Ling, Yi Xian sighed softly. Brother Dao Ling, don't be so narrow-minded. The world is very big and there are many experts. We are all very insignificant. Dao Ling was silent. Yi Xian suddenly said, Brother Dao Ling, have you recovered from your injuries? Dao Ling looked at Yi Xian. Are we really going to attack the Shi clan? Yi Xian laughed. Of course. A gentleman's revenge is never too late, but I, Yi Xian, like to take revenge on the same day, unless I really can't beat them. Dao Ling, after a while, Dao Ling's injuries recovered. The two set off for the Shi clan. Along the way, Dao Ling was troubled. He had to admit that the sword just now had left him dumbfounded. He had never thought that one day, he would be insta-killed by a sword. One had to know that he was now at the Time Realm, one of the strongest experts in the world. However, he was almost killed in a second. It was too outrageous. Before long, the two of them arrived at the Shi clan. At this time, all the experts of the Shi clan had already returned. After the two of them entered the Shi tribe, Yi Xian did not say a word and directly slashed downwards. Qi, a huge sword Qi descended from the sky, slashing toward the Shi clan below. At this moment, an afterimage suddenly soared into the sky from below. Rumble, the sword Qi was directly shattered. An old man appeared before Dao Ling and Yi Xian. That old man was none other than Shi Qian. After Shi Yuan's death, Shi Qian became the acting patriarch of the Shi clan. Shi Qian looked at Yi Xian and didn't waste any words. Sacrifice the array. Boom, in the Shi clan, a huge screen of light suddenly shot into the sky. In the blink of an eye, a huge round screen of light appeared above Yi Xian and Dao Ling's heads. Around them, more screens of light shot into the sky from the Shi clan and gathered into the round screen of light. Rumble, the round screen of light started to tremble violently, and then numerous strands of terrifying pressure swept down towards Yi Xian and Dao Ling. At the same time, 4 Time Realm experts appeared behind Yi Xian and Dao Ling. Peace, Shi Qian hadn't thought of it that way. The Shi clan and Yi Xian were irreconcilable enemies, so asking for peace would only be asking for humiliation. At a time like this, it was best to just kill them. Yi Xian turned to look at Dao Ling. What do you think? Dao Ling glanced at the surroundings, and then he said, I'll fight 2 Time Realm experts in this formation. How about you fight 3 Time Realm experts? Yi Xian nodded. All right. Dao Ling hesitated for a moment, and then he said, Brother Yi, promise me that you won't sell out your teammates. Yi Xian was speechless. Dao Ling didn't say anything else, and he just charged towards the distance. Bang! In an instant, a Dharma idol that was over 30 kilometers tall appeared in the starry sky outside the screen of light. It was Dao Ling's Dharma idol. Dao Ling's Dharma idol was many times larger than before. Moreover, the aura it emanated was completely different from before. Everyone felt a terrifying pressure descend upon them. Shi Qian's eyes narrowed slightly. Shi Ran, Shi Mu, don't underestimate your enemies. The 2 Time Realm experts nodded slightly, and then they shot into the sky. A wisp of ferocity flashed through Dao Ling's eyes. He was just about to attack when he seemed to have thought of something, and he gazed at Yi Xian. Brother Yi, don't sell out your teammates. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged towards the 2 Time Realm experts below him. Yi Xian was speechless. Am I the sort of person who would sell out my teammates? Shi Qian suddenly said, Come, let me see how the two of you intend to destroy my Shi clan today. As he spoke, he charged towards Yi Xian. Rumble, the space in front of Yi Xian was directly blasted apart by a terrifying force. Yi Xian suddenly drew his sword and slashed. Bang, a wave of sword light erupted, and in an instant, both of them retreated explosively. While Yi Xian was retreating, an afterimage suddenly flashed behind him, and a fist smashed towards the back of his head. A perfect combination. He wasn't even given the slightest chance to catch his breath. Yi Xian's expression was calm. With a command in his heart, the green profound sword transformed into a sword shield that blocked behind him. Rumble, the verdant mysterious sword and shield shook violently, and the powerful force blasted Yi Xian and the shield hundreds of thousands of meters away. As soon as he stopped moving, a cold light suddenly tore the space behind him apart and slashed straight at him. A wisp of ferocity flashed through Yixian's eyes. He suddenly grabbed the green profound sword with his right hand, and then he turned around and slashed. Rumble, the sword light shattered, and an afterimage was blasted back 30 km, but right at this moment, two terrifying auras suddenly appeared by his side. Yixian's eyes suddenly closed slowly. In an instant, numerous strange rays of sword light appeared in the surroundings. Shi Qian's expression changed slightly when he arrived in front of Yixian. Because these swords seemed as if they'd been waiting for them here, and their appearance was truly too strange, Shi Qian immediately withdrew his fist that was smashing towards Yixian, and then he smashed it towards those strange swords. Rumble, an expanse of sword light suddenly exploded apart. Shi Qian retreated repeatedly, and the time realm expert retreated madly as well. In the distance, Yixian didn't move at all, but a few dozen strange swords had appeared in the surroundings. Shi Qian's expression instantly changed violently when he witnessed this scene. Because the appearance of these swords was truly too strange. Most terrifying of it all was that Yixian's swords were extremely sharp, and even they didn't dare to rashly go head-on against them. Shi Qian hurriedly said, "Defend." As soon as he spoke, the three of them hurriedly converged together, and then they attacked together to resist those strange swords. Meanwhile, Yixian's expression was calm, and he didn't move at all. He hadn't drawn his sword, but swords were ceaselessly slashing towards Shi Qian and the others. Every single sword was more terrifying than the last. Shi Qian and the others were forced to retreat repeatedly by these swords. They could only defend passively because the appearance of these swords was too strange, and they couldn't be traced at all. Right at this moment, one of the time realm experts suddenly said, "We must seal off the space here." Shi Qian's figure suddenly leaped up when he heard this. He directly disregarded the sword that was slashing towards him from behind and smashed his right hand forward. Rumble, in an instant, the space in the sky above the Shi clan was instantly obliterated, and the river of time was obliterated along with it. At the instant that the river of time was obliterated, the strange swords in the surroundings had instantly vanished. Shi Qian and the others heaved sighs of relief when they witnessed this scene. Those swords were truly too strange. Most importantly, they were too sharp, and they posed a lethal threat to them. Meanwhile, Yixian suddenly opened his eyes, and he gazed at Shi Qian. At this moment, Shi Qian and the others had solemn expressions in their eyes. Yixian's combat strength had slightly exceeded their expectations. Yixian suddenly opened his palm, and the green profound sword flew out. Shi Qian's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he flipped his palm. A black shield suddenly appeared in his grasp, and he charged forward with the shield in hand. Bang! The sword light was directly blasted apart, but the shield exploded apart as well. The green profound sword continued forward and slashed at Shi Qian. Meanwhile, a spear suddenly stabbed against the green profound sword. Bang! The green profound sword was forcefully stopped. The other time realm expert had attacked. Yixian opened his palm, and the green profound sword flew back into his grasp. Yixian slowly closed his eyes, and in the next moment, his figure gradually became illusory. Shi Qian's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw this scene. "Watch out!" Swordsman, Yixian's combat strength had severely exceeded their expectations. Now that they were facing Yixian, they didn't dare to be careless or underestimate him in the slightest. Right at this moment, Yixian suddenly opened his eyes. In the next moment, a ray of sword light suddenly appeared in the distant horizon. The expressions of Shi Qian and the others instantly changed drastically when they saw this scene. Shi Qian roared furiously, "Watch out!" They hadn't expected that Yixian's attack wasn't aimed at them, but at Shi Ran, who was fighting Dao Ling in the distant horizon. Shi Ran's expression instantly changed drastically, and he swiftly turned around and blocked with his right hand. Bang! Everyone watched as Shi was blasted back into the realm of death, and as soon as his figure stopped moving, his body instantly shattered into pieces. At the same time, another sword slashed down towards him. This sudden attack caused Shi Ran's already shattered body to fall into despair. But right at this moment, an afterimage suddenly charged in front of him, and then a cold light collided with that sword. Bang! Yixian's sword was blocked, and the afterimage hurriedly brought Shi Ran out of the world of death. Shi Ran instantly heaved a sigh of relief, and then there was a trace of fear in his eyes as he gazed at Yixian. If it was a head-on battle, then he wasn't afraid. Because even if he wasn't a match for Yixian, the difference wouldn't be too great. However, He was slightly afraid of those who played dirty like Xian. It was impossible to guard against. That sword that had appeared from the future was too mysterious, Xianxia suddenly said. Activate the formation. As soon as he finished speaking, the enormous barrier of light in the sky suddenly started revolving swiftly, and then numerous terrifying beams of light tore through the sky like shooting stars towards Yixian. Yixian frowned slightly. He opened his palm, and then he issued a command in his heart. A few 100,000 energy swords suddenly appeared around him, and then he said softly, "Rise." A sword howl resounded through the heavens and the earth, and then the energy swords shot into the sky and collided with the torrential beams of light. Hiss, hiss. Hiss. Hiss, rumbling and tearing sounds resounded incessantly throughout the heavens and the earth, and it seemed like the end of the world had arrived. In the sky above the Shur clan, numerous explosions and ripping sounds resounded incessantly as sword chi collided with the pillars of light. In an instant, the sky above the Shur clan was in a mess. He'd just stopped it. Xianxia and the others had extremely unsightly expressions on their faces. Yixian had actually stopped the grand formation of the Shur clan by himself. Right at this moment, Yixian suddenly opened his palm, and then the green profound sword in his hand trembled violently before it transformed into a ray of light that shot into the sky. Hiss! The green profound sword tore through the sky and slashed down on the enormous barrier of light. Bang! Before the eyes of all the Shur tribe experts, the huge barrier of light directly exploded into smithereens. The formation had been destroyed. Xianxia and the other experts of the Shur clan had extremely unsightly expressions on their faces. Yixian's strength has simply changed by the day. What the hell did he eat to cultivate? He's like a freak. They'd seen monstrous geniuses and geniuses because Xiantian was a monstrous genius, and his speed of cultivation was extremely terrifying. But Yixian's speed was already abnormal. It was like cheating. In the sky, Yixian stood with his sword in hand as he gazed at Xianxia, who led the group. I'll definitely annihilate the Shur clan today. Even if 3 attacks come at me, I'll still. He hesitated for a moment when he spoke up to this point, and then he said, I can consider it if 3 attacks come at me. Xiao Ta suddenly said, consider it my ass. Just be frank and say that you can't defeat me. Yixian was speechless. Xianxia stared at Yixian, let me see how you'll annihilate me. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly stomped his right foot against the ground and vanished on the spot. Hiss! The space in front of Yixian had split apart, and then a fist suddenly flew out and headed straight for Yixian's face. The formidable force it carried seemed like it intended to crush Yixian into countless pieces. It was extremely terrifying. Yixian's expression was calm as he lightly flicked his thumb. Hiss! The green profound sword suddenly slashed forward. Rumble! The space-time in front of Yixian suddenly exploded, and a figure rapidly retreated. It was none other than Xianxia, and Yixian also retreated several thousand feet. But just as he stopped, 2 terrifying auras suddenly attacked him from both sides. 2 time realm experts attacked at the same time. Yixian narrowed his eyes. In the next moment, his bloodline suddenly boiled. Boom! A red light suddenly shot out from Yixian's body into the sky. Bloodline power activated. Yixian suddenly turned around and swept out with his sword. Boom! A blood-red sword light surged out. Rumble! The sword of time expert in front of him was swept tens of thousands of feet away by his sword. As soon as he stopped moving, the starry sky behind him collapsed and was annihilated. At this moment, a fist mark arrived beside his head. Yixian's expression was calm. A sword suddenly flew out and directly slashed at the fist mark. Rumble! The fist imprint was directly shattered, and that time realm expert was forced to retreat. At this time, a sword case had appeared behind Yixian at some point. Heaven Burial Sword Case. This was the Heaven Burial Sword Case that Qin Guan had given him. There were 12 super divine swords hidden inside. Yixian turned his head to look at Xianxia. In the next moment, he suddenly disappeared from where he stood. At the instant he disappeared, the sword case on his back suddenly trembled violently, and then 12 beams of sword light soared into the sky and slashed towards Xianxia. Xianxia's eyes flashed with malevolence. He opened his palm, and suddenly, a black umbrella appeared in his hand. In the next moment, the umbrella flew out and blocked in front of him. In an instant, the space-time around the umbrella turned into a giant black vortex. At this time, the 12 swords slashed down, boom, on the surface of the umbrella. The 12 swords were all blocked. However, some cracks also appeared on the umbrella. In the distance, Xian frowned. "Old man, you even know how to use treasures? I thought you only knew how to use fists." "Sure Qian," Xian suddenly said, "take another sword attack from me." As soon as he finished speaking, the green profound sword in his hand suddenly slashed out. A ray of sword light slashed directly against the umbrella. Bang! The umbrella shook violently, and then it cracked apart. There were no divine treasures beneath the green profound sword. Sure Qian's expression instantly changed when he saw this, and he hurriedly put the umbrella away. This umbrella was one of the few precious treasures of the Sher clan, and it couldn't be destroyed just like that. Xian turned to glance at Dao Ling. At this moment, Dao Ling was fighting two enemies by himself, and he wasn't weak at all. In fact, he was actually showing signs of being suppressed. Moreover, he noticed that Dao Ling was getting more and more valiant as the battle progressed. As expected of a heaven-defying expert, Xian withdrew his gaze, and then looked at Sher Qian. "The three of you can come at me together." Sher Qian's face was expressionless. "As you wish." As soon as he finished speaking, the three of them charged directly at Xian. Xian's face immediately darkened. Sher Qian knew very well that the three of them had to join forces against Xian. Otherwise, they wouldn't have any chance of winning. Xian's strength wasn't just ordinarily terrifying. Especially the sword in his hand. It was simply terrifying, and the three of them didn't dare to rashly go against it. So, they had to join forces. It couldn't be helped. Xian had no choice but to fight three enemies by himself. His nerves were extremely strained as he fought three enemies by himself. Because he couldn't relax in the slightest. Because a single mistake could be fatal. Sher Qian and the others didn't dare to go head-on against his sword, but he didn't dare to use his body to go head-on against their strength as well. The battle was growing more and more intense. Flying swords slashed incessantly in the sky above the Sher clan, and numerous terrifying tearing sounds resounded incessantly. On the other side, the experts of the Sher clan had extremely solemn expressions as they watched the battle in the sky. On the other side, two people were watching the battle intently. The person in the lead was Zhou Yu. The old man by Zhou Yu's side spoke in a low voice. "The Sher clan is going further and further down the path." Zhou Yu chuckled lightly. "The Sher clan's strength is only inferior to our Zhou clan since the beginning. They've always looked down on other powers besides our Zhou clan." At this point, she lightly shook her head. "Any power that reaches a certain level will begin to grow arrogant. And so long as it grows arrogant, some retarded behavior will appear. It's just like some people in the secular world who have a little bit of strength behind them. They act arrogantly as if the entire world is their home. Arrogance can cause people to lose themselves." At this point, she paused for a moment and continued, "Isn't my Zhou clan the same? Isn't my Zhou clan the same as well? Before this, I felt that my Zhou clan was invincible in the heavenly cycle universe. Even though I took Xian and Dao Ling seriously, I didn't feel that they could threaten my Zhou clan in the depths of my heart. But the facts have proven that my Zhou clan isn't strong enough to look down on everything in the boundless universe." The old man fell silent. Zhou Yu continued, "I quite admire that Sher Tian, because he had already seen through this point. In the past, he looked down upon everything and was extremely confident. However, his battle with Xian and Dao Ling allowed him to understand that while he was very outstanding, others weren't inferior as well." As she spoke, she looked at Xian and Dao Ling in the distance. Xiuan was afraid that the two of them would pledge their allegiance to the Zhou clan. However, he never thought that such monstrous geniuses would pledge their allegiance to others. The old man spoke abruptly. "Their strength can only be described as terrifying. Even old geezers like us wouldn't dare say that we can suppress them at the time realm." Zhou Yu chuckled. "Both of them possess the karmic luck of the Grand Tao, so it's normal for them to be monstrous geniuses." The old man suddenly said, "Does the Zhou clan have any other trump cards?" The corners of Zhou Yu's mouth curled up slightly. "Of course. They intended to keep them to guard against my Zhou clan. But now it would seem like they have no choice but to guard against these two fellows first." The old man hesitated for a moment and said, "Young miss, should we attack?" Zhou Yu thought for a moment and was about to nod. However, a mysterious masked figure suddenly appeared in front of Zhou Yu. It was the masked old man from the Immortal Treasure Pavilion who'd helped Xian guard the pagoda earlier. Zhou Yu was slightly stunned, and then she said, "The old man." She'd met him in the past because he'd frequently appeared by Qingguan's side when he was with Qingguan. The old man nodded slightly. Miss Zhou Yu, the pavilion master asked me to pass a message to you. Zhou Yu hurriedly said, please go ahead. The old man spoke in a low voice. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. As soon as he finished speaking, he left silently. Zhou Yu pondered deeply for a moment on the spot, and then her pupils constricted. She swiftly turned around and swept the surroundings, and her divine sense instantly swept through countless stars. However, she didn't notice anything. Zhou Yu had an extremely solemn expression on her face. No, it was slightly horrifying. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. There's a mysterious power hiding in the shadows. Zhou Yu slowly clenched her fists. Who is it? The old man glanced at the surroundings as well, but he found nothing as well. He hesitated for a moment before he said, Miss, what's wrong? Zhou Yu fell silent for a moment before she said, send the order immediately. All the experts of my Zhou clan outside must rush back to the Zhou clan within 2 hours. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and left. On the other side, Xianxia looked at Zhou Yu, who'd left into the distance. Did she notice us? Beside him, the old man nodded. She didn't notice us. It was that person from the Immortal Treasure Pavilion who notified them. Xianxia frowned slightly. Meanwhile, the space before them suddenly split open, and the masked old man walked out in the next moment. Xianxia looked at the masked old man without saying a word. The masked old man said, I presume you're the one who caused the change. Xianxia's eyes narrowed slightly. Your pavilion master knows me. The masked old man said, everything in the universe is not unchanging, and the chance of survival in a situation of despair is the change. The change is the truth of all the phenomena in the universe. The change causes life and death to alternate, and the change brings boundless light and boundless vitality to life. The change opens up a wider space for our lives and the great Tao. Many sufferings are rekindled because of the change. Xianxia said in a deep voice, what is your pavilion master trying to say? The masked old man said, the pavilion master said that young master is able to become the change because you possess the great Tao providence. If you look further ahead, you may have a chance to take revenge. As soon as he finished speaking, he quietly left. Xianxia suddenly smiled. I understand what your pavilion master means. Your pavilion master wants to say that I should not compete with the destined one and the heaven-defying one for the great Tao providence, right? The masked old man was silent. Xianxia smiled. Does pavilion master Qingguan mean that I can't compete with them? The masked old man suddenly said, young master, what is the great Tao providence? Xianxia frowned slightly. The masked old man continued, the reason why the pavilion master asked me to bring this message to young master is because she sympathizes with the evil spirit clan's experience in the past. The evil spirit clan died in battle to save the countless lives of the evil Ling Tian region. The pavilion master admires this. That is why she asked the old man to bring this message to young master. Xianxia said in a deep voice. From what I know, Pavilion Master Qin is very fond of that man of heaven's mandate. However, that man of heaven's mandate is not completely invincible. As long as his fate of the great Tao is exhausted, he will still die. We make mistakes, we seek death, and when the great Tao providence is exhausted, he will also die, right? After a moment of silence, the masked old man said, he might not. Xianxia was puzzled. Why? The masked old man sighed. The pavilion master said that Dedeabi has been kidnapped. He is finished. Xianxia. P.S. Everyone has seen the invincible sword domain, the only sword. Let me ask you a question. If both Yi Xian and Yang Yi had no backing and were in the same world as enemies, who do you think will survive until the end? Xianxia wanted to say something else, but the masked old man had already left. He had delivered his message, so it was pointless to say anything else. It was up to Xianxia to make his own decision. Xianxia fell silent. Old Man Gu spoke in a low voice. What did the pavilion master mean by that? Xianxia gazed at Yi Xian and Old Man Gu, and it was unknown what he was thinking. Somewhere in the starry sky, Qingguan suddenly stopped in his tracks. She blinked. What are you doing? There was nothing but endless starry sky around her. Qingguan smiled. I found you. Still no response. Qingguan smiled. Don't be like that. If you have something to say, just say it. After a long time, an ethereal voice suddenly resounded, "Woman, you're meddling too much." The voice didn't seem to have come from the surroundings, and it seemed to have drifted over from the passage of time. Qingguan smiled, "Culpa Lord, may I give you a suggestion?" The voice replied, "There's no need." Qingguan shrugged and dropped the subject. The voice spoke again, "You freak. If you dare meddle in other people's business again, I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death." Qingguan frowned, "Are you threatening me?" The voice replied, "Yes." Qingguan was slightly angry. She opened the pouch and was about to take something out. But suddenly, the starry sky in an area of tens of millions of kilometers started burning. It was the end of the universe. Suddenly, a Tai Chi circle appeared beneath Qingguan's feet. The surrounding universe was obliterated, but Qingguan was completely unharmed. The Tai Chi circle had forcefully blocked all the force. Suddenly, the top of Qingguan's head split apart, and then a bolt of 9-colored divine lightning descended. As soon as the bolt of divine lightning appeared, a terrifying pressure swept down. The pressure was so strong that even the living beings that were a few tens of millions of starfields away could feel it. At this moment, the experts of countless universes were shocked, and they looked up into the starry sky. What pressure! Countless people were horrified. In the starry sky, Qingguan looked up at the 9-colored divine lightning with a calm expression. Suddenly, she took out a talisman from her small pouch. She blinked, then slammed her palm upwards and shouted, "Mighty dragon of heaven!" Boom! The talisman in her hand suddenly soared into the sky, transforming into a golden dragon that crashed into the 9-colored divine lightning. Below, Qingguan quickly covered his ears. Rumble! A terrifying explosion resounded in the starry sky, and then the bolt of divine lightning was instantly obliterated. However, the golden dragon did not disappear. It continued to roar and soar in the starry sky. At this moment, the voice suddenly rang out with some astonishment. "What kind of dragon is this? How can it destroy even my tribulation lightning?" Qingguan opened her palm, and the golden dragon suddenly flew back into her hand, and then turned into a talisman. She looked into the depths of the starry sky in the distance, and put the talisman back into the small cloth bag, and then took out a big sniper rifle. "It's not too late to apologize to me now." The voice fell silent. Qingguan aimed at the starry sky and directly pulled the trigger. Boom! A ray of white light suddenly surged out, and then it pierced through space and vanished into the distance. After a few breaths of time, an explosion suddenly resounded in the depths of the starry sky. Meanwhile, the voice suddenly said, "That's it?" Qingguan blinked, and then she put away the weapon in her hand. But it didn't take long for her to take out an even larger one. This weapon was similar to the previous one, but it was several times larger. Especially the long tube at the front, it was 3 m long, and there were 2 supports beneath it. Qingguan aimed it at the depths of the starry sky and said, "This shot will destroy 300 billion divine veins." As she spoke, she pulled the trigger. Bang! A ray of white light suddenly surged out from the long tube at an extremely fast speed, and it instantly vanished from Qingguan's field of vision. After a moment of silence, another loud explosion resounded in the distant starry sky. Qingguan blinked. "It's a little too far." As she spoke, she suddenly withdrew a cylinder and placed it before her eyes. In next to no time, she saw an expanse of starry sky that was hundreds of millions of years away, and there was a silhouette standing in that expanse of starry sky. At this moment, that silhouette's right hand was gone. Moreover, there were actually some cracks on its body. Qingguan put the cylinder away, and then she gave a thumbs up and praised, "You're really good. You're still alive." As she spoke, she put her weapon away. But in the next moment, she withdrew an even larger weapon. This weapon's tube was as thick as an adult's, and it was supported by 2 wheels. Qingguan said, "This shot will destroy 1 trillion divine veins." As soon as she finished speaking, she pressed a button. Bang! A red cannonball suddenly shot into the sky, and it instantly vanished into the distance. This red cannonball merely traversed through the starry sky, and it didn't destroy the universe as it passed through. Even though it contained extremely terrifying energy, it didn't leak out. That was extremely terrifying. In the unknown starry sky, the silhouette spoke ferociously, "How fancy." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly spread open his right hand, and then he swiftly swept it forward. This sweep caused countless strands of terrifying divine lightning to sweep out, These strands of divine lightning were so strong that they could destroy universes. Actually, it should be said that every single one of them could easily destroy an entire universe. Meanwhile, the cannonball arrived. Rumble, the silhouette watched with astonishment as all of his divine lightning was obliterated. He was horrified, and he hurriedly utilized a huge shield of divine lightning to block in front of him. Bang, the shield of divine lightning shattered and was obliterated, and the silhouette was blasted a few stars away. The silhouette was stunned when he stopped moving. Even though his body hadn't been completely obliterated, it had cracked apart. After all, this was a tribulation body that had been tempered through trillions of tribulations. At this moment, the silhouette's head was buzzing. On the other side, Qingguan put down the cylinder, thought for a moment, and then said, "You're still alive? Not bad." As she spoke, she put the weapon in front of her away. But it didn't take long for her to withdraw a sword, and then she lightly pressed the button on the hilt. Bang, the sword suddenly trembled violently, and then a sword howl shook the universe. The silhouette said in a low voice, "You're a swordsman?" Qingguan shook her head. "No. This sword of mine is for money. 1,000,000 universe veins is equivalent to 10 trillion star god veins." The silhouette roared furiously, 1,000,000 universe veins? Are you bragging? Do you know how long it takes for a universe vein to form? Not to mention 1,000,000, even 100,000 universe veins are difficult to form. You actually said 1,000,000 universe veins? That's ridiculous. Qingguan blinked. Perhaps poverty has limited your imagination. The silhouette said fiercely, 1,000,000. Why don't you say you have 10,000,000? Qingguan chuckled. I really do. The silhouette was speechless. Qingguan continued, let's not talk about money. To me, money is just a bunch of numbers. I'm not interested in it because I can't finish spending it anyway. Let's fight. As she spoke, the sword in her hand suddenly shot into the sky. The sword directly tore apart countless star domains. It was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it slashed in front of the silhouette. The mysterious man's pupils suddenly constricted. He hurriedly took out an ancient wooden shield and placed it in front of him. He activated the ancient shield. The ancient shield trembled violently, and a terrifying aura surged out from it like a tide. At this time, Qingguan's sword slashed down. Boom, the ancient shield directly exploded. The powerful force sent the silhouette flying hundreds of star domains. As soon as the silhouette stopped, his body directly exploded. His body shattered, countless divine lightning splashed out from his shattered body like a tide. This part of the starry sky was directly annihilated. This part of the starry sky couldn't bear the fragments of his body. After the silhouette stopped, he looked at the sky full of fragments of his body and said with a trembling voice, "What the hell is this?" At this moment, his whole body was numb. His 10,000 calamities body was actually shattered. In the distance, at the end of the starry sky, Qingguan suddenly frowned. You're not dead yet? It seems that I have to use something more powerful. As she spoke, she placed her hand into the small cloth bag. The silhouette was dumbfounded. Wasn't that powerful? At this time, Qingguan's eyes suddenly lit up. She took out a strange weapon. The weapon was the size of a palm, square, and translucent like a crystal. At this time, the silhouette suddenly turned and disappeared into the starry sky. His speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he disappeared without a trace. Moreover, there was not a single trace of his aura. Seeing this scene, Qingguan couldn't help but frown. He ran, the silhouette actually ran away. Qingguan curled her lips. What a waste of my time. After saying that, she put away the weapon. She looked around and then walked towards the depths of the starry sky. In a short while, she disappeared into the starry sky. Shi clan. At this time, Yi Xian and Dao Ling were still fighting against the Shi clan's experts. Yi Xian was fighting 1 against 3. At this time, he was equally matched with the 3-time realm experts of the Shi clan. Neither side could do anything to the other. Right now, both sides were fighting a protracted battle. Let's see who can last longer. Within the Shi clan, the other experts didn't interfere. A battle of this level was something they couldn't interfere at all. Not only could they not interfere, but they also had to stay far away to avoid being caught up in the shockwaves. At this time, something strange happened. In the sky, Yixian suddenly turned around. In the next instant, several afterimages appeared. Yixian's pupils constricted. With a thought, the green profound sword turned into a sword shield in front of him. Rumble, the green profound sword shield trembled violently. Yixian and the shield were sent flying hundreds of thousands of zhang away. Yixian looked into the distance. Beside Xianxia, there were 3 more people. These 3 people were actually at the time realm. Yixian frowned. Are you guys done yet? There are still time realms? Xianxia was expressionless. Ancestor summon. As his voice fell, a terrifying aura suddenly soared into the sky from the Shi clan. Yixian's expression instantly became unsightly when he saw this. Xianxia gazed at Yixian, and his expression was extremely unsightly. He finally understood. Yixian and Dao Ling hadn't come to annihilate the Shi clan. They'd come to use them for practice. Yixian and Dao Ling had just attained the time realm. At this moment, they yearned for battle. The more intense the battle, the happier they would be. Both of them were stabilizing their cultivations. Xianxia understood that they couldn't drag on like this. They had to kill these 2 at all costs. Dao Ling appeared by Yixian's side. He gazed into the distance and said, "Brother Yi, what should we do? The more they fight, the more people there are." Yixian thought for a moment, and then he said, "Flee." Dao Ling was stunned, and then he said, "Flee?" Yixian nodded. When experts fight, it's best to stop. Let's develop for a while and come again next time. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and vanished into the horizon. Dao Ling was speechless. Flee, Yixian was truly a slippery character. His speed was extremely fast, and he vanished into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Dao Ling was taken aback at first, and then he vanished into the horizon. Yixian had already fled. If he didn't flee, then his head would probably be smashed to smithereens. A Shi clan expert beside Xianxia wanted to give chase, but he was stopped by Xianxia. Xianxia shook his head slightly. We can't do anything to them. That Shi clan expert fell silent. It was just as Xianxia had said. They couldn't do anything to Yixian and Dao Ling now. With Yixian and Dao Ling's current strength, if they didn't fight and kept fleeing, then even a few more time realm experts wouldn't be able to do anything to them. Some of the Shi clan experts sighed softly. This matter was simply a devastating blow to the Shi clan. Shi Yuan had died in battle, and Shi Tian had left. The Shi clan's current situation was simply too terrible. At this moment, one of the Shi clan experts said solemnly, "What should we do now?" Xianxia fell silent for a moment, and then he said, 2 things. First, get Shi Tian back. Second, spread the news that Yixian possesses that sword. Hearing this, one of the Shi clan experts hurriedly said, "Wonderful. I don't believe that no one will be tempted by such a divine weapon. So long as someone is tempted, then someone will look for trouble with that Yixian and buy some time for the Shi clan." Xianxia said softly, "I hope our Shi clan can survive this crisis." The strength and talent that Yixian and Dao Ling displayed were simply too terrifying. If they were to continue growing, it was unimaginable. On the other side, Yixian stopped. He turned around and frowned slightly. The Shi clan actually didn't chase after them. At this moment, Dao Ling suddenly said, "Are you wondering why they didn't chase after us?" Yixian nodded. Dao Ling smiled, "I don't know either." Yixian's face darkened. "If you don't know, then don't say anything." Dao Ling laughed. At this moment, a woman suddenly appeared. It was Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu smiled lightly. "Young Master Yi." "Master Dao?" Yixian asked, "Zhou clan?" Zhou Yu nodded. "I'm Zhou Yu, a friend of Miss Qingguan." Qingguan, Yixian was stunned for a moment before he smiled and said, "Miss Zhou Yu, since you are Qingguan's friend, you are also my friend. Good friends." Haha. Zhou Yu was slightly taken aback. He then smiled and said, "Brother Yi, Qingguan, you are a very funny person." As expected, haha. Yixian smiled and said, "Miss Zhou Yu, there must be something you need from us, right?" Zhou Yu nodded. "Shall we talk somewhere else?" Yixian nodded. "All right." After saying that, the 3 of them disappeared on the spot. 2 hours later, under Zhou Yu's lead, the 2 arrived at the Zhou clan. Zhou Yu smiled and said, the Zhou clan is located in the heavenly cycle realm. That's right, it was named after the heavenly cycle universe. Yi Xian glanced at Zhou Yu. The reason why the heavenly cycle universe is called Zhou Tian is because of the Zhou clan? Zhou Yu nodded. It's because of my ancestor. He came to this world and created a brand new martial arts civilization here. Since then, the people of this universe have changed the name of this universe to Heavenly Cycle Universe in order to commemorate him. My ancestor is called Zhou Tian. After saying that, she looked at Yi Xian. Dark Cycle Universe. This Xian is Master Dao, right? Yi Xian nodded. That's right. Dao Ling suddenly asked, Brother Yi, what contribution did you make to Dark Cycle Universe? Yi Xian said calmly, does it have anything to do with you? Dao Ling smiled. I was just curious, so I asked. Yi Xian's expression was calm. Anyway, it's a great contribution. Dao Ling glanced at Yi Xian and was a little doubtful. Zhou Yu glanced at Yi Xian and did not ask further. A smart woman knew when to ask and when not to. After a while, the three of them came to a garden. Zhou Yu made an inviting gesture and said, please sit. Yi Xian and Dao Ling did not stand on ceremony and sat down. Zhou Yu sat down as well. She picked up the teacup in front of her and took a small sip. Then she said, I just found out that the Shi clan has spread the news about young Master Ye's divine sword. Now, everyone in the Heavenly Cycle universe knows that young Master Yi has a sword that can raise one's cultivation realm. Moreover, it can raise one's cultivation realm above the age realm. Yi Xian said with a smile, will anyone come to me? Zhou Yu thought for a moment and said, under normal circumstances, no. Because what young Master Yi and young Master Dao Ling did in the Shi clan has already spread. Ordinary people would not dare to come looking for you. Yi Xian nodded slightly. If they dare to come looking for me, then they must be top-notch experts, right? Zhou Yu nodded. Yes. Yi Xian frowned. Other than the Zhou clan and the Shi clan, are there any other super forces in the Heavenly Cycle universe? Zhou Yu shook her head. No. But there are powerful itinerant cultivators. Yi Xian nodded. I understand. Zhou Yu opened her palm and two scrolls floated in front of Yi Xian and Dao Ling. These scrolls record a few powerful itinerant cultivators in the Heavenly Cycle universe. Young Master Yi cannot underestimate these people. Of course, with the strength of young Master Yi and Dao Ling, I'm afraid no one in the Heavenly Cycle universe can kill you alone. Dao Ling hurriedly smiled. Of course. Now that we have reached the age realm, who can kill us instantly? There is no such thing. Yi Xian suddenly said, have you forgotten what happened before? Dao Ling's expression froze. Yi Xian's sister, thinking of this, Dao Ling's expression turned ugly. Zhou Yu suddenly asked, young Master Dao, you don't look too good. What's wrong? Dao Ling hurriedly shook his head. It's nothing. I just feel a little stifled. Zhou Yu, Yi Xian suddenly said, Miss Zhou Yu, since you are Miss Qingguan, you are one of us. Since you are one of us, I have something that I need your help with. This, you don't mind, right? Zhou Yu was stunned. Yi Xian looked straight into Zhou Yu's eyes and asked, is there a problem? Zhou Yu hesitated for a while and said, of course. Yi Xian hurriedly said, it's like this. I want some universe veins. Not many, just a few tens of thousands. Universe veins. After reaching the age realm, he found that star god veins were no longer very useful to him. He had to get some universe veins. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Zhou Yu's expression froze. At the side, Dao Ling hesitated for a while. In the end, he did not dare to speak, to ask for something the moment they met. He really could not bring himself to do so. Although he also wanted universe veins, the effect of devouring star god veins was minimal. Zhou Yu suddenly smiled bitterly, young Master Yi. 10,000 universe veins in a few days. That is too much. Yi Xian blinked his eyes, is it a lot? Zhou Yu nodded, very, very much. To be honest, my Zhou clan has less than 200,000 universe veins in our storage. Yi Xian frowned slightly, so little? I remember Qingguan said that she had a few million universe veins. Zhou Yu smiled bitterly. Miss Qingguan. You can't compare to her. Her celestial treasure pavilion has opened all over the myriad heavens and realms, and she can even create realms. Do you know why people here can easily reach the age of time? Yixian shook his head. Zhou Yu shook his head and smiled. Miss Qingguan came to sell it. She said that as long as you have 200,000 universe veins, she will teach everyone the cultivation method. Yixian frowned slightly. That's not right. Qingguan said that the cultivation system is for the benefit of the universe. She won't charge any fees. Zhou Yu nodded. I know she said that we can't exploit the poor commoners, but she also said that we are not commoners. We belong to the capitalists. Yixian, Dowling frowned slightly. What do you mean by capitalists? Zhou Yu shook her head. I don't know. In any case, it doesn't mean that we are poor. From what I know, Miss Qingguan has already sold this realm to many, many universes. In any case, she has plundered all the money of the top big shots. Yixian was speechless. This woman could really make money. Not to mention, just selling her realm would probably make a lot of money. Zhou Yu suddenly said, Young Master Yi, I can give you 20,000 universe veins. These 20,000 universe veins are all of my personal wealth. As she said that, she took out a storage ring and placed it in front of Yixian. Yixian said seriously, how can I accept this? Zhou Yu was about to speak when Yixian suddenly took the storage ring and cupped his fists. Miss Zhou, thank you. Zhou Yu smiled slightly. Can I see young Master Yi's sword? Clearly, this was a conditional exchange. Yixian smiled, of course. As he said that, he handed the sword to Zhou Yu. After Zhou Yu looked at it for a moment, a complicated look flashed in her eyes. Good sword. As she said that, she returned the sword to Yixian. Dowling looked at Zhou Yu, hesitated, then said, Miss Zhou Yu. You are Miss Qingguan's friend, and Miss Qingguan is Brother Ye's friend, and I am Brother Ye's friend. In that case, we are also. Zhou Yu spread her hands. Young Master Dowling, I really don't have anything else. Dowling's expression froze. Yixian suddenly asked, Miss Zhou Yu, are there any other experts in the Shi clan? Zhou Yu nodded. There is one. You must be careful. It is also because of this person that our Zhou clan has not had any conflicts with the Shi clan. Otherwise. As she said that, she did not continue speaking. Yixian frowned slightly. Who? Zhou Yu said solemnly, Shi Lanqin, the reason why the Shi clan could rise so quickly is because of this person. This person is the clan leader of the Shi clan 2 generations ago. He was the one who led the Shi clan to rise. If not for Shi Tian's appearance, this person would be the most monstrous existence in the Shi clan's history. Yixian said solemnly, the clan leader of the Shi clan 2 generations ago, is still alive? Zhou Yu nodded. He is definitely alive, but whether he is still in the heavenly cycle universe, I do not know. Yixian asked, even the Zhou clan does not know? Zhou Yu nodded. We have investigated, but found nothing. Yixian fell silent. Zhou Yu continued, besides that, the Shi clan has another trump card, the ancestral soul. That ancestral soul was left behind by the Shi clan's first clan leader. In order to nurture this ancestral soul, the Shi clan has been continuously nurturing this ancestral soul in secret. Now, this ancestral soul should have reached the time realm, and its strength is absolutely not to be underestimated. Yixian fell silent. At the side, Dowling hesitated for a moment, and then he said, Brother Yi, are we still going to annihilate the Shi clan? Zhou Yu looked at Yixian, and he did not speak. After a short while, Yixian smiled and said, Annihilate. As he spoke, he looked at Dowling, let's annihilate them together. Dowling said solemnly, just the two of us? Yixian nodded. Dowling hesitated for a moment, and then he said, why don't we let them go? Annihilating a clan is a bit cruel. Yixian fell silent. Let the Shi clan go? No such thing exists, and Lanqiu had almost died at the hands of the Shi clan. Yixian stood up and left. Dowling and Zhou Yu were both stunned, and Zhou Yu hurriedly asked, Brother Yi, where are you going? Yixian said, to annihilate the Shi clan. Zhou Yu, Dowling hesitated for a moment, and then he stood up and followed. Yixian turned to look at Dowling. We have no chance of winning. I'm not trying to fool you with this. Dowling looked at Yixian. I only have one request. Yixian frowned slightly. What is it? Dowling said seriously, don't sell me out when we fight. Yi Xian. He was really a little scared of some of Yi Xian's tricks. Yi Xian laughed. Let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them were about to leave. Meanwhile, Zhou Yu suddenly said, Young Master Yi, are you really going to annihilate the Shi clan? Yi Xian nodded. Zhou Yu hesitated for a moment and said, Forgive me for being blunt, but with your current strength, annihilating the Shi clan will be quite difficult. Yi Xian smiled. It's fine. We'll take it slow. If we can't annihilate them in a day, then we'll do it in 10 days. If we can't annihilate them in 10 days, then we'll do it in 10 years. One day, we'll annihilate them. As soon as he finished speaking, he and Dao Ling vanished into the horizon. Zhou Yu fell silent. The Shi clan actually offended the two of them. If geniuses like Yi Xian and Dao Ling were to take revenge, then not to mention the Shi clan, even the Zhou clan would have a headache. The two of them would run if they couldn't win, cultivate for a few days, and then come back to fight again. Who would be able to endure that? After a long time, Zhou Yu shook his head and left. The fact that Yi Xian and Dao Ling were taking revenge on the Shi clan was undoubtedly a good thing for the Zhou clan. No matter who won in the end, the Zhou clan just had to wait and see, and they would be able to reap the benefits. In the distant starry sky, Yi Xian and Dao Ling stopped, and then Yi Xian brought Dao Ling to Xiao Ta. Yi Xian and Dao Ling sat facing each other. They were exchanging battle experiences and thoughts. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice, What do you think about the battle with the Shi clan? Dao Ling pondered for a moment and said, The river of time is the key. Yi Xian nodded. Exactly as I thought. Time realm, is the core time energy? No, it's the river of time, just like the river of time. They're already able to touch the river of time, and it can be said to be the source of power for time realm experts. Because the time energy used by time realm experts is extracted from the river of time. Dao Ling suddenly said, The strength of a time realm powerhouse depends on how much time energy he can extract from the river of time. Even we are unfamiliar with the river of time. Unfamiliar, Yi Xian nodded. Although they had reached the time realm, they weren't extracting time power from the river of time. Rather, they were extracting time power from the river of time. Dao Ling suddenly said, My guess is that the river of time is like a huge ocean, and cultivators are like the fish and prawns in the ocean. If we can enter the ocean, we will be able to obtain the power of the river of time. With that, the two of them looked at each other. In the next moment, the two of them left Xiao Ta and arrived at a starry sky. Both of them slowly closed their eyes and started to sense the river of time through the time energy. It didn't take long for both of them to sense the river of time. However, they were shocked to discover that the river of time was emitting a terrifying force. This force was so strong that even they didn't dare to approach it. The power of time, that was the power of time emitted by the river of time. At that moment, both of them were extremely shocked. The power of time emitted by the river of time was too terrifying. It was many times stronger than their own power of time. The two of them looked at each other with shock in their eyes. Dao Ling suddenly smiled bitterly. It seems that we have to absorb the power of time from the river of time bit by bit. Only when we are strong enough can we try to enter the river of time. To do that, we will need at least a few hundred years. Yi Xian suddenly said, 100 years? Dao Ling nodded. Yi Xian shook his head and grabbed Dao Ling's shoulder. In the next moment, he and Dao Ling disappeared on the spot. In an instant, Yi Xian and Dao Ling ignored the terrifying power of time and entered the river of time. After entering the river of time, Dao Ling was dumbfounded. Dao Ling looked at Yi Xian and said with a trembling voice, Brother Yi, this, then, he suddenly looked at the green profound sword in Yi Xian's hand and said, It's because of this sword, right? Yi Xian said with a straight face, No, it's because of me. Dao Ling's face darkened, Brother Yi, don't be like that. I'm not blind. Yi Xian was speechless. Dao Ling looked at the green profound sword in Yi Xian's hand and sighed, Brother Yi, it is extremely difficult for ordinary people to enter the river of time. But you can easily enter the river of time, this is a bit too much. Yi Xian was about to speak, but Dao Ling suddenly laughed and said, But I like it, haha. Yi Xian was speechless. Dao Ling looked around. At that moment, he and Yi Xian were in the depths of the river of time. The river of time was so long that it seemed endless. In this long river, the power of time could only be described as terrifying. It was too terrifying. The bit of time energy they cultivated was simply insignificant when compared to the power of time within the river of time. Yixian's right hand swept lightly through the battlefield. As his hand passed through the power of time, he had to admit that he was quite shocked. The power of time was truly terrifying. Time, after the passage of time, it was the passage of time, and the passage of time had lasted for countless trillions of years. Dao Ling suddenly pointed towards the distance. "Brother Yi, look." Yixian raised his head and looked into the distance. At the end of their field of vision, they saw some shadows within the river of time, and those shadows were walking through the river of time and moving towards the distance. Yixian frowned slightly. "What's that?" Dao Ling shook his head. "I don't know." Yixian thought for a moment and said, "Let's go and take a look." Dao Ling nodded. "All right." But he didn't move. Yixian gazed at Dao Ling, but Dao Ling didn't speak. Yixian was quite speechless. "Let's go." Dao Ling nodded. "All right." But he didn't move. Yixian was speechless. Xiaota suddenly said, "Both of you are at the time realm at any rate, and you're amongst the supreme experts of the world. Do you have to be so cowardly?" Dao Ling hurriedly shook his head. "We have to keep a low profile." Before he attained the time realm, he felt that the time realm was very formidable. But after he attained the time realm, he realized that he was still very weak. Of course, the main reason was because of the sword that Yixian's younger sister had given him. That sword had caused him to doubt his life. The slightest bit of arrogance he'd had was instantly extinguished by that sword. Meanwhile, Yixian suddenly said, "Those shadows are quite strange." Dao Ling looked at those shadows and frowned slightly. Yixian suddenly said, "Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot. Dao Ling hurriedly followed him as well. It didn't take long for the two of them to arrive in front of that shadow. Meanwhile, the shadow had gradually condensed into a walking middle-aged man, but the two of them couldn't sense any aura from the middle-aged man at all. The middle-aged man walked into the distance. His gaze was calm, and his steps were very steady. Yixian suddenly said in a deep voice, "He's someone from the past. He's just left behind an illusion of himself in the river of time." "Someone from the past?" Dao Ling frowned slightly. "Why do you say so?" Yixian said, "I guessed." Dao Ling, at this moment, the middle-aged man suddenly stopped and turned to look at Yixian and Dao Ling. Yixian and Dao Ling's expressions changed slightly. Dao Ling hurriedly said, "Brother Yi, he's looking at us." Yixian said in a deep voice, "He's looking at us from the past." The middle-aged man suddenly smiled and said, "Interesting." Yixian looked at the middle-aged man. "Senior, am I right?" The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Yes. The me you see now belongs to the me from a very, very long time ago." Dao Ling was a little curious. "How long ago?" The middle-aged man smiled slightly. "It should be tens of billions of years ago." Dao Ling, the middle-aged man sized up Yixian and Dao Ling, and then he said, "The two of you are very outstanding. But under normal circumstances, the two of you shouldn't be able to enter the river of time." As he spoke, his gaze descended onto the green profound sword in Yixian's hand. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw the green profound sword. In the next moment, his pupils constricted. Yixian hesitated for a moment, and then he passed the green profound sword to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man looked at the green profound sword, and his gaze gradually became slightly dazed. A moment later, he smiled bitterly. "How terrifying." Yixian asked, "What's wrong?" The middle-aged man took a deep look at Yixian. "My young friend, you're really not simple. You actually have such a peerless expert protecting you. I'm really envious." As she spoke, she paused for a moment and said, "The person who created this sword is a time immortal, right?" Yixian frowned slightly. "A time immortal?" A trace of surprise flashed through the middle-aged man's eyes. "You don't know?" Yixian nodded. "I don't." The middle-aged man smiled. "After traversing the mortal world and arriving at the other side, one is an immortal, a time immortal. Time immortals don't affect their bodies, and their lifespan is endless." Yixian fell silent. The middle-aged man asked, "The creator of this sword actually fused the power of time into the sword and suppressed the power of time. Such strength means that the creator has surpassed the power of time. To be able to do this, I believe only a time immortal would be able to do it." Yi Xian shook his head, she probably isn't a time immortal. A trace of surprise flashed through the middle-aged man's eyes, she isn't? Yi Xian nodded, she doesn't cultivate. The middle-aged man fell silent for a moment before he said, no. Yi Xian gazed at the middle-aged man, and the middle-aged man spoke softly, realm is just a name. She doesn't cultivate because she has already broken free of this restriction. Yi Xian frowned slightly, break free of the restriction? The middle-aged man smiled, actually, we are constantly breaking free of the restriction throughout our lives. What is the restriction? It is the various rules, restrictions, and restraints. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, I've broken free of many restrictions as well. The middle-aged man shook his head and smiled. Yi Xian bowed slightly, please guide me, senior. The middle-aged man smiled, even a time immortal is still within the restriction. If you can't break free of fate and karma, if you can't break free of space and universe, if you can't break free of time and samsara, if you can't break free of creation and heaven and earth, you will forever be within the restriction. Yi Xian frowned slightly, how do I break free? The middle-aged man was quite helpless, if I knew, why would I be wasting time with you? Is it fun? Yi Xian, the middle-aged man suddenly said, young friend, can I have a look at your sword? Yi Xian smiled, of course. As he spoke, he handed the sword to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man took the sword, and the next moment, he disappeared with the green profound sword. Yi Xian and Dao Ling were dumbfounded. The two looked at each other, and then said in unison, F***ck. Ran away, have I been F***king tricked? Yi Xian had a mental breakdown. Needless to say, Yi Xian and Dao Ling were truly dumbfounded, they really ran away, how could this be, damn it? Neither of them had expected that the middle-aged man who seemed like a nice guy would actually lie, how careless, however, both of them were puzzled. Wasn't he someone from the past? How could he take the sword away? They didn't have time to think about it. Because once the sword was gone, they couldn't resist the energy of time any longer, and it was about to destroy them. They hurriedly left the river of time. After they left, their bodies had actually rotted away. Both of them broke out in cold sweat when they witnessed this scene. We were almost finished. Meanwhile, Dao Ling suddenly spoke solemnly, how shameless of you to play dirty. How utterly shameless. Yi Xian's expression was quite unsightly as well, damn it, he hadn't expected them to play dirty right away, what the hell, how could they be so shameless? Dao Ling suddenly said, Brother Yi, what do we do now? Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, let me take a look first. As he spoke, he slowly closed his eyes. It was time to sense the sword. A short moment later, Yi Xian's expression was quite unsightly. Because he noticed that he couldn't sense the sword at all. Perhaps it was too far away. Yi Xian's expression was gloomy. Dao Ling suddenly said, Brother Yi, do you have a way? Yi Xian shook his head, we can't defeat that bastard. Since he was able to move freely through the river of time, it was obvious that his strength was absolutely terrifying. Yi Xian fell silent for a short moment before he said, we have to get help. Dao Ling asked, who? Yi Xian spoke solemnly, Miss Qingguan. He still didn't want to get help from Qing'er. He felt bad for troubling Qing'er for something like this. Moreover, it wouldn't be easy to clean up the mess if Qing'er showed up. Yi Xian withdrew the Dark Heaven token and activated it. It didn't take long for the token to tremble slightly, and then space before him split apart before an old man walked out. It was still that masked old man. The masked old man glanced at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi. What's the matter? He was actually a little afraid of Yi Xian. Some of the things this guy did were really inhumane. Yi Xian smiled. I want to talk to Miss Qingguan. The masked old man thought for a moment before nodding. All right. After saying that, he opened his palm, and a white light suddenly flew up. Soon, a screen appeared in the sky, and a virtual image appeared. The virtual image gradually solidified, and soon, Qingguan appeared on the screen. At that moment, Qingguan was standing on an unknown island. Not too far away from him sat an old man. Next to the old man was a woman who had appeared before. She was none other than the woman who had held the sickle. The three seemed to be discussing something. Qingguan suddenly turned her head. When she saw Yi Xian, she was slightly surprised, and then she smiled and said, Young Master Yi, what's the matter? The woman with the sickle and the old man were also looking at Yi Xian, and their eyes were filled with curiosity. Yixian said seriously, "Qingguan, I need your help with something." Qingguan smiled, "What is it?" Yixian explained what had happened. After hearing Yixian's words, Qingguan frowned slightly. "In the river of time?" Yixian nodded. Qingguan thought for a moment and said, "It should be a time walker." Yixian's brows knit together slightly, "A time walker?" Qingguan nodded, "A group of ancient cultivators. They walk through the passage of time. They aren't at the time realm, but they've grasped the energy of time. They're a group of cultivators that have existed for a very long time. They don't pay attention to their cultivation, and they specialize in studying the river of time. All those who attain the Paramitha realm are called time immortals." When she spoke up to this point, she gazed at Yixian. "Do you know what that person looks like?" Yixian nodded, and then he waved his right hand lightly. The middle-aged man's appearance appeared before him. Qingguan glanced at the middle-aged man and said, "Wait a moment for me." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around to gaze at the woman with the sickle and the old man. "I'm going to do something. Wait for me. Is that all right?" The woman with the sickle grinned. "Pavilion Master Qingguan, do you need help?" I can help you fight for free." Qingguan thought for a moment and said, "All right." As soon as she finished speaking, she opened her palm, and a spatial ring appeared before the woman with the sickle. There were 300,000 universe veins within the spatial ring, 300,000 universe veins. The woman's eyelids twitched when she witnessed this scene, and she hurriedly put the spatial ring away. "Thank you, Pavilion Master Qingguan." Meanwhile, the old man suddenly slapped the table. "How presumptuous! You actually dared to bully Pavilion Master Qing's friend." "Pavilion Master Qing, I'll help you fight for free as well. Moreover, I'm willing to fight until my last breath for Pavilion Master Qing's friend." Qingguan grinned, "Thank you." As soon as she finished speaking, she opened her palm, and a spatial ring flew over to the old man. It was 300,000 universe veins as well. The old man hurriedly put it away, and he was quite excited. Experts like them needed universe veins like how ordinary people in the mortal world needed air. They were indispensable, but universe veins were truly too difficult to obtain. The formation of a universe vein represented a universe. So, if they wanted to obtain universe veins, they had to ceaselessly travel about. Meanwhile, Qingguan suddenly said, "Let's go." As soon as they finished speaking, the three of them vanished on the spot. When they reappeared, they were in front of Yixian and Daoling. Qingguan smiled, "Let's go. Let's go find him." As soon as she finished speaking, she led Yixian and Daoling into the river of time. After they entered the river of time, a Tai Chi diagram appeared beneath Yixian and Daoling's feet. Under the protection of the Tai Chi diagram, the two of them actually disregarded the surrounding energy of time. As for the old man and the woman with the sickle, they actually disregarded the surrounding energy of time as well. Under Qingguan's lead, they walked towards the distance. Yixian was suddenly curious. "Qingguan, what's that beneath our feet?" Qingguan said, "A Tai Chi circle." Yixian frowned slightly. "A Tai Chi circle?" Qingguan nodded, "I created it myself. As of now, its defense is considered to be the second best in the entire universe." Daoling suddenly asked, "What's the first?" Qingguan smiled, "The body of the Milky Way's area. Her body can't be broken without 3 swords. Even if it's 3 swords, she can still withstand 1 sword without dying." Daoling was a little puzzled. "Miss Qingguan, what are the 3 swords?" Qingguan glanced at Yixian, smiled, "His sister, his father, and his big brother." Yixian was speechless. Daoling's expression froze. He gulped, then turned to look at Yixian. "Brother Yi. Are you a second-generation heir?" Yixian said calmly, "No." Daoling was speechless. Qingguan suddenly smiled, "Young Master Yi, you're walking faster than I imagined. I can't believe you're able to come into contact with the river of time so quickly. I have to say, your speed is pretty good." Yixian smiled, "Qingguan, what have you been busy with recently?" Qingguan blinked, "Some things. It's not convenient for me to tell you." Yixian was speechless. At this time, the woman with the sickle suddenly said, "Pavilion Master Qing, we have to be careful." Qingguan looked at the woman with the sickle, and the woman with the sickle said in a deep voice, "These time cultivators are not simple, and they all have strange tempers. Qin Guan smiled, it's okay. We'll use peaceful means before resorting to force. The woman with the sickle glanced at Qin Guan, then nodded slightly. Soon, they saw an ancient city at the end of their sight. Yi Xian frowned, there's a city here? Qin Guan smiled, this river of time is equivalent to a universe. Moreover, not all places in this river of time are filled with the power of time. Cities can be built in places without the power of time. Yi Xian nodded slightly, I see. Qin Guan and the others arrived at the city, and at this time an old man in a grey robe suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian and the others. The old man glanced at Qin Guan and the others, what's up? Qin Guan smiled, I'm looking for someone. The old man's face was expressionless, the person you're looking for is not here. Yi Xian pulled Qin Guan's sleeve, and then said, they don't know you? Qin Guan rolled his eyes at Yi Xian, I'm very low-key. Yi Xian, Qin Guan looked at the old man, and smiled, someone here took my friend's sword. You ask him to return it and apologize, and I'll call the shots on this matter. The old man looked at Qin Guan, leave immediately if you don't want to die. Qin Guan suddenly pulled out a gun, then pulled the trigger. Bang, a ray of white light surged out, the old man's pupils constricted, and he hurriedly raised his arms to block it. Rumble, a ray of white light exploded, and the old man retreated explosively. As he retreated, his body was obliterated inch by inch, and it was completely gone by the time he reached the city wall. Moreover, his soul was extremely illusory, this shot had almost obliterated him, the woman with the sickle and the old man gulped, and there was a trace of shock in their eyes, damn it, this pavilion master Qin is quite terrifying, after all, he's a time cultivator. He was almost killed by a single shot just like that. At this moment, the old man was completely stunned. His body is gone, Qin Guan spoke indifferently from afar, geezer, be polite. The old man was speechless. Meanwhile, Qin Guan pointed his gun at the old man, where's that person? Ask him to come out. The old man hurriedly said, who is he? Qin Guan turned to gaze at Yi Xian. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, can't you condense an image? Qin Guan glared at Yi Xian, I've told you many times. I don't cultivate. I don't have any strength at all. All of them almost had a mental breakdown when they heard this, fuck, you don't cultivate. You're even more terrifying than cultivating. Yi Xian was quite speechless as well. He waved his right hand, and the middle-aged man's appearance appeared here. The old man was first stunned when he saw the middle-aged man, and then he said, everyone, he isn't in our city. Qin Guan frowned slightly, he isn't in your city? The old man hurriedly nodded, yes. He's in Time City, and he's quite a distance away from us. Qin Guan glanced at the old man, and then he put his gun away with slight displeasure, since he isn't here, then why are you being so fierce? The old man hesitated for a moment, and then his voice trembled, I didn't know you were so formidable. All of them were speechless. P.S. Can you not use vulgarities when you're insulting others? At this moment, the old man felt slightly aggrieved, he really hadn't expected this woman to be so terrifying. She'd almost killed him with a single move, after all, he was a time walker, however, he hadn't even been able to resist that attack, it was truly terrifying. Qin Guan suddenly opened his palm, and a spatial ring flew over to the old man. The old man glanced at it, and he was stunned in the next moment. There were actually 10,000 universe veins in the spatial ring. The old man looked at Qin Guan, this, Yi Xian blinked, help us find that person. And 100,000 more. The old man's voice trembled, really? Qin Guan nodded, yes. The old man said hurriedly, young miss, let's go. This old man will take you there. As soon as he finished speaking, he put away the spatial ring and led Qin Guan and the others towards Time City. Yi Xian and Dowling exchanged glances. This old man actually had no principles at all, his body had just been shattered by Qin Guan, yet he was lowering his head now. How unprincipled. On the way, Yi Xian suddenly asked, Qin Guan, that person said he was in the past. But how could he take my things now? Qin Guan smiled, because his main body is here. Otherwise, no one would be able to do that. Yi Xian nodded, I understand. It didn't take long for them to arrive at Time City. As soon as they arrived, the old man hurriedly said, White Sage, someone is looking for you. After a moment of silence, a middle-aged man suddenly walked out from within Time City. Yixian looked at the middle-aged man. This was the person who'd held his sword earlier. The middle-aged man glanced at Yixian and smiled. Everyone, why are you looking for me? Qingguan smiled. You're the one who took my friend's things? White Sage frowned. What things? Young miss, I don't understand what you're talking about. Qingguan gazed at White Sage. Take them out now and apologize, and I won't hit you. White Sage narrowed his eyes. Woman, are you threatening me? The old man hesitated for a moment before he said, Saint White, be a little more polite when you speak. A hint of disdain appeared at the corners of White Sage's mouth. Be polite? It depends on the person, doesn't it? Qingguan nodded slightly and took out a gun. The next moment, she pulled the trigger. Boom, a white light suddenly surged out. In the distance, White Saint's expression changed abruptly. He folded his hands together and in an instant, tens of thousands of illusory mountains enveloped him. A powerful pressure swept out in all directions, incomparably terrifying. Rumble, in front of everyone's eyes, the tens of thousands of mountains shattered, and the white light blasted onto White Saint's body. Rumble, Saint White was instantly blasted hundreds of thousands of feet away. As soon as he came to a stop, his physical body shattered. Sage White was dumbfounded. The old man sighed in his heart. This idiot. I told you to speak politely, but you just had to act cool. Is this good? His physical body is gone, right? In the distance, White Sage gazed at Qingguan with disbelief, and he said with a trembling voice, You. What is that thing? Qingguan spoke indifferently, hand it over. White Sage gulped, and then he asked. What, exactly is that? Qingguan frowned slightly, and then she pointed her gun at White Sage. White Sage's expression instantly changed, and he hurriedly said, That sword isn't with me. Qingguan was slightly displeased. Are you wasting my time? White Sage hurriedly said, That sword is in the hands of my Time Sect master. They're studying it. The Time Sect. Qingguan turned to look at the old man. The old man hesitated for a moment before he said, The Time Sect is the #1 extraordinary power in the River of Time. Everyone in it is a time walker. Qingguan gazed at White Sage. Ask your sect master to come out. White Sage hesitated for a moment before he said, Come with me. As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a ray of light that floated into the city. Qingguan was about to walk over when the woman hurriedly said, Pavilion Master Qin, I'm afraid it's a trap. Qingguan blinked. It better not be. Otherwise, I'll raze Time City to the ground. The woman with the sickle was speechless. It didn't take long for them to enter Time City. As soon as they entered, numerous terrifying pillars of light suddenly arose from the surroundings. A grand formation, the two of them instantly became vigilant. Qingguan's brows knit together once more. Meanwhile, White Sage appeared once more, and there was a white-clothed old man in front of him. The white-clothed old man gazed at Qingguan. I'm the sect master of the Time Sect. May I know your name? Qingguan spoke indifferently, Qingguan. The old man frowned slightly. I've never heard of you. Qingguan shook his head slightly. Give that sword back to me. The old man stared at Qingguan. What if I say no? Qingguan sighed softly. She turned to look at Yixian with a puzzled expression. Why? Yixian was stunned. What do you mean why? Qingguan shook her head. Why don't they listen to me every time I speak to them nicely? Yixian thought for a moment, and then said, Next time, fire your spear before you speak to them. They should listen. Qingguan nodded. That makes sense. At this moment, the Time Sect master suddenly said, Your Excellency, this matter has nothing to do with you. Why do you have to stand out? Qingguan looked at the Time Sect master. You should be glad that he came to me. If he came to find someone else, the River of Time would be gone. The Time Sect master frowned. What do you mean? Qingguan shook her head. Don't waste time. As she spoke, she pointed her spear at the Time Sect master. The latter's eyes narrowed slightly, and he suddenly vanished on the spot. Bang! A terrifying aura suddenly swept towards Qingguan. He wanted to take the initiative to gain the upper hand. At this moment, Qingguan suddenly pulled the trigger, and a white light surged out from the muzzle. Rumble, in front of Qingguan, an afterimage retreated madly. This retreat was several tens of thousands of zhang away. It was the Time-Sex Sect Master. After the Time-Sex Sect Master stopped, the space-time he was in turned pitch black. However, his physical body did not shatter, he had withstood it. Beside Qingguan, the scythe-wielding woman and the old man beside her exchanged a glance. A trace of shock could be seen in their eyes. This Time-Sex Sect Master was quite powerful. In the distance, the Time-Sex Sect Master raised his head and looked at Qingguan. There was a trace of seriousness in his eyes. "What are you holding?" Qingguan's face was expressionless. She placed the spear back into the small pouch, but in the next moment, she took out a round object that looked like an egg. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched when he saw this, and he was about to retreat. Right at this moment, Qingguan suddenly smiled and said, "Don't be afraid. You have my Tai Chi ring to protect you. It'll be fine." Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he said, "Really?" Qingguan nodded, and then she looked at the Time-Sex Sect Master. "Come, try its power." As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly tossed it away, and then she covered her ears with both hands. Everyone, in the distance, the Time-Sex Sect Master's pupils constricted. He suddenly pressed his palms together and roared furiously, "Time Divine Palm." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly slapped his palms forward. Bang! A terrifying time energy suddenly swept out from his palms, and then a huge palm print that was over 30,000 zhang long smashed directly towards the egg that Qingguan had tossed out. Meanwhile, Qingguan turned around to look at Yi Xian. "Cover your ears." Yi Xian hurriedly did as he was told. Rumble, suddenly, a world-shaking explosion resounded. At this moment, everyone within the river of time heard this explosion, and countless experts actually started bleeding from all 7 apertures. As the explosion resounded, a mushroom cloud that was hundreds of thousands of meters tall suddenly rose into the air. In an instant, the entire time city was transformed into nothingness. Moreover, the boundless energy of time was shattered and obliterated at this moment. At this moment, the entire river of time was trembling like the ground was quaking. On the other hand, Yi Xian, Dao Ling, and the others were fine. Because the Tai Chi rings beneath their feet had actually forcefully blocked all the terrifying energy that had erupted from the explosion, the entire city of time had been completely obliterated. Countless experts within the city had either perished on the spot or been heavily injured. Everyone was stunned. As for the Time-Sex Sect Master and White Saint, they were still alive. The Time-Sex Sect Master's physical body had completely disappeared, and his soul was almost transparent. As for White Saint, he had been hiding behind the Time-Sex Sect Master just now. Thus, he had luckily escaped this calamity. That was because the Time-Sex Sect Master had used all his strength to block the power of the thing that Qingguan had thrown out. At this moment, both of them were completely dumbfounded, especially the Time-Sex Sect Master. He felt that his brain was not enough to process this. What was that thing just now? Qingguan looked at the Time-Sex Sect Master and took out another "Don't Provoke Me" pill from his cloth bag. Seeing this, the Time-Sex Sect Master and White Saint's expressions changed drastically. The Time-Sex Sect Master hurriedly said, "Your Excellency, that sword, we will return." Qingguan frowned slightly. "Wouldn't it have been better if you had said so earlier? What's the point of forcing me to use force?" The Time-Sex Sect Master's expression froze. "Damn it, this daddy didn't know you were so powerful. If I had known you were so powerful, how would I have dared to attack you?" At this moment, he finally understood. The person in front of him was someone he could not afford to offend. Qingguan spoke indifferently, "Take it out." The Time-Sex Sect Master hesitated for a moment before he said, "That sword isn't in my possession." Qingguan flared up with rage when she heard this. "Are all of you playing tricks on me?" As soon as she finished speaking, she took out over 10 "Don't Provoke Me" pills from her cloth bag. The expressions of Yi Xian and the others changed when they witnessed this scene. Damn it, not to mention the Time-Sex Sect Master, even they were slightly afraid of it. A single pill was already so terrifying, so what if a dozen were to explode at the same time? They didn't dare to imagine it, it was too terrifying. The Time-Sex Sect Master was terrified out of his wits, and he hurriedly said, "Miss, don't be angry. That sword is in the hands of a half-step time immortal of my time sect. and he's not too far away. Qing Guan's expression was quite unsightly. The time sect master hesitated for a moment before he said, "Miss, should I go get him?" Qing Guan's face was expressionless. "He's already gone." The time sect master was stunned. Meanwhile, Qing Guan suddenly said, "Someone." As soon as he finished speaking, the masked old man suddenly appeared by Qing Guan's side. Qing Guan spoke indifferently, "Issue a wanted order. I want the head of that half-step time immortal and 1,000,000 universe veins." The masked old man hesitated for a moment before he nodded. "All right." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished without a trace. The time sect master hesitated for a moment before he said, "Miss, that's useless. That senior is a half-step time immortal, and not many people in this world can kill him. Even if..." Suddenly, the space above them split apart, and then a bloody head and a sword slowly drifted out from within it. The time sect master's pupils constricted, and he retreated repeatedly while his eyes were filled with shock. That head belonged to that half-step time immortal he spoke of. Xian and the others were stunned as well. Is this the power of money? All of them were speechless. Needless to say, everyone here was completely stunned when they saw that head and sword appear. How long has it been? Less than 10 minutes. Meanwhile, an extremely blurry figure appeared not too far away from them. The expressions of all the experts here changed violently when they saw that figure. Danger, that was what they felt at this moment, especially the sect master of the time sect. He had an extremely solemn expression on his face, and there was even terror in his eyes. A half-step time immortal was instantly killed just like that. In the distance, the figure looked at Qing Guan without saying a word. Qing Guan opened her palm, and a spatial ring flew over to the figure. The figure took the spatial ring and said, "Thank you." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. He hadn't taken a few steps when he suddenly stopped and said, "Pavilion Master Qing, do you have anyone else you want to kill? The price is negotiable." All the others were speechless. Qing Guan smiled, "Not for now." The figure nodded slightly, and then he vanished on the spot. Qing Guan opened her palm, and the sword flew into her grasp. After that, she returned it to Yixian. Yixian took it, and then he gazed at Saint White. The latter's expression changed, and he hurriedly said, "It's a misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding." Meanwhile, Qing Guan suddenly withdrew her gun and pulled the trigger. Bang! Saint White wasn't even able to react before he was obliterated. The expression of the sect master of the time sect instantly changed drastically, and he turned around to flee. Meanwhile, Qing Guan fired once more. Rumble! The sect master of the time sect was blasted into nothingness by a ray of white light. Instant annihilation. Qing Guan put her gun away and said, "Let's go." All of them left. The time sect had been destroyed. Right when they were about to leave the river of time, she suddenly stopped, and then her brows knit together slightly as she turned around to look towards a certain direction. Yixian was quite curious as he stood by Qing Guan's side. "There's someone there?" Qing Guan nodded, "There's a time immortal." Yixian frowned slightly, "A time immortal?" Qing Guan nodded, "A time immortal is quite formidable. Their body, heart, and soul have been tempered by the passage of time, and they're practically unaffected by it. So long as they don't court death, then they're practically unkillable." Yixian was quite curious, what about that mysterious person from before? Qing Guan smiled, "God Master Pardon doesn't cultivate the Tao of time, but something else. He should be on par with the time immortal." Yixian frowned slightly. "You are practicing another type?" Qing Guan nodded. "There are many different types of cultivation paths in the world. The Tao of time is only one of them. There are many other types of cultivation paths. For example, there are some people who only cultivate the sword. Other than the sword, they don't care about anything else. However, when they cultivate the Tao of the sword to the pinnacle, they can use a single sword to destroy all sorts of techniques and Taos. There are also some, like martial arts. Some people practice martial arts and don't cultivate their realms, but she can reach the divine in martial arts and is invincible in her generation." Yixian nodded, "I see." At this time, they had left the river of time. Qing Guan looked at Yixian and smiled, "We're leaving." Yixian smiled, "Thank you." Qing Guan smiled, "It's no big deal." Then, she was about to leave when Yixian suddenly said, "Can you give me some of your immoral martial pills? I need them for self-defense." Qingguan rolled her eyes at Yixian. "No." Yixian still wanted to say something, but Qingguan took the scythe-wielding woman and the old man and disappeared at the end of the horizon. Yixian thought to himself that it was a pity. The power of that disregard for martial virtue was really extraordinary. At this time, Dao Ling suddenly said, "It's good to be rich." Yixian was silent. He had to admit that it was good to be rich. If he had enough money, he could kill anyone. Time veins, even a terrifying expert like the Time Immortal couldn't resist the temptation of time veins. Dao Ling suddenly said, "Brother Yi, are we still going to the Shi clan?" Yixian nodded, "Yes." Dao Ling hesitated, and then said, "What if we can't beat them?" Yixian glanced at Dao Ling, "Run." Dao Ling, moments later, the two of them disappeared. 2 hours later, the two of them killed their way to the Shi clan. When he saw Yixian and Dao Ling coming to the Shi clan again, Shi Qian's face instantly turned ugly. "They're here again." Yixian and Dao Ling exchanged a glance. In the next moment, Yixian suddenly opened his palm, and the green profound sword shot into the sky. Then, a 30,000-meter-long sword chi slashed down from the sky. Hiss, the sword chi slashed down and tore everything apart. Meanwhile, Dao Ling suddenly leaped up and activated his Dharma idol. He clenched his right fist and punched down at the Shi clan. Bang! A terrifying force swept down from the sky, and it seemed as if it wanted to shatter the heavens and the earth. It was extremely terrifying. After releasing these two terrifying attacks, the two of them turned around and fled. They were gone. Down below, the expressions of Shi Qian and the others were extremely unsightly. Shi Qian said ferociously, "Attack." As soon as he spoke, numerous powerful time realm experts shot into the sky and met the sword chi and the punch head-on. Rumble, in next to no time, the space above the Shi clan directly exploded apart, and two terrifying forces swept through the surroundings. The entire sky above the Shi clan was in a mess. After a long time, the sky above the Shi clan finally returned to normal. However, Yixian and Dao Ling were nowhere to be found. Down below, Shi Qian's expression was extremely gloomy. "What the hell?" Right at this moment, Shi Qian's pupils constricted. "Watch out." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly turned around, and an afterimage flashed over. It was Dao Ling. Dao Ling directly punched at Shi Qian. It was swift like lightning, and its powerful force directly shattered the surrounding space. Shi Qian reacted extremely quickly, and he raised his arms to block before him. Rumble, Shi Qian was directly knocked back several thousand zhang by Dao Ling's punch. As soon as he retreated, several afterimages charged at Dao Ling. In the distance, Shi Qian suddenly roared, "Be careful of that Yixian hiding in the shadows." Yixian, as soon as Shi Qian's voice fell, a sword light suddenly appeared in the distance. Not far away, the pupils of a time realm expert of the Shi clan suddenly constricted. He stomped his right foot and retreated explosively. However, that sword light suddenly disappeared. This time realm expert was stunned. In the next instant, a miserable scream suddenly sounded from the side. He turned around and saw that not far away, the head of a time realm expert who was fighting with Dao Ling had directly flown into the air, making a feint. In the distance, Shi Qian roared, "Hurry up and protect his soul." As soon as he finished speaking, he directly rushed over to stop Yixian from destroying the time realm expert's soul. However, right at this moment, the profound green sword directly absorbed the time realm expert's soul. At the same time, Yixian and Dao Ling both retreated explosively, putting some distance between them and Shi Qian and the others. Shi Qian was stunned, and then he looked at the distant Yixian and said fiercely, "Yixian." Yixian hurriedly said, "Let's stop here. We'll come again next time. Farewell." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and fled. Dao Ling was stunned, and then he hurriedly turned around and flew away as well. He had just fought passionately, and he wanted to continue fighting. However, after thinking about it carefully, he realized that he couldn't. If he continued fighting, he would be beaten to death. He could only resort to guerrilla warfare and sneak attacks, steal two heads, and then run. Seeing the two of them flee, the Shi clan experts by Shi Qian's side were about to give chase, but they were stopped by Shi Qian. Everyone looked at Shi Qian. Shi Qian shook his head. "Chasing after them is disadvantageous to us." Hearing this, the expressions of the Shi clan experts became somewhat unsightly. If they fought head-on, they would definitely be able to kill Yixian and Dao Ling. However, the problem was that these two fellows never fought head-on, they played dirty, they used sneak attacks. How shameless! All the experts of the Shi clan had extremely unsightly expressions on their faces. Meanwhile, Shi Qian suddenly said, "Have you found Shi Tian?" Shi Tian. All of them instantly became excited when they heard this. Only monstrous geniuses can deal with monstrous geniuses. Meanwhile, an old man suddenly said, "I found him." However, Shi Qian spoke softly, "Is he unwilling to return?" The old man replied, "He's breaking through." Breaking through. Shi Qian was stunned, and then he said, "Hasn't he attained the age realm?" When he spoke up to this point, he suddenly turned around to gaze at the old man, and his voice trembled as he spoke, "He's still breaking through despite being at the age realm?" The old man nodded. "Yes." Shi Qian suddenly roared with laughter, "The heavens haven't destroyed my Shi clan. The heavens haven't destroyed my Shi clan. Ha ha ha." All the experts of the Shi clan started laughing as well, and the gloominess from before had been swept away. Needless to say, they really were quite afraid of Yixian and Dao Ling. Both of them were extraordinary monstrous geniuses. If they continued to target the Shi clan, then it would truly be quite difficult for them to resist. Moreover, their natural talent was so terrifying, and they would only grow stronger if the battle continued. Fortunately, the Shi clan had Shi Tian. Meanwhile, Shi Qian suddenly said, "Come, let's go see Shi Tian." As soon as he finished speaking, he led the experts of the Shi clan along and vanished on the spot. On the other side of the starry sky, Yixian and Dao Ling had stopped, and then they turned around to make sure that the experts of the Shi clan weren't pursuing them. After that, they immediately entered Xiao Ta's body. Dao Ling spoke solemnly, "The Shi clan actually didn't pursue them." Yixian chuckled, "They aren't stupid after all." Dao Ling gazed at Yixian, "Brother Yi, what do you plan to do next?" Yixian thought for a moment and said, "We still have to develop for a while." Dao Ling hurriedly nodded, "Right." Yixian suddenly opened his palm, and then a spatial ring flew over to Dao Ling. There were 10,000 universe veins within the spatial ring. Dao Ling glanced at Yixian, and then he instantly started laughing, "Brother Yi, how could I accept this?" As he spoke, he hurriedly put away the spatial ring. Yixian was a little speechless, and then he said seriously, "If we want to cultivate, we have to first get more universe veins." Dao Ling nodded in agreement. After reaching the time realm, their need for universe veins was simply too great. Even if they wanted to cultivate, they couldn't do it without universe veins. Moreover, after every battle, they had to absorb universe veins to recover. Without universe veins, it was simply too difficult. Yixian said softly, "I have an idea." Dao Ling hurriedly said, "All right." Yixian looked at Dao Ling, "You didn't even ask me what the idea is before you agreed?" Dao Ling said seriously, "The idea that Brother Yi came up with is definitely excellent. In any case, whatever you say, we'll do. You come up with the brains, and I'll put in the effort. Both of us brothers will get rich together, big money." Yixian. P.S. Sorry, something happened in the morning that delayed the update. There's one more thing. Please forgive me. 2 hours later, Yixian and Dao Ling arrived at a branch of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion in the universe of universe. If he wanted time veins, then he had to go to the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. As soon as he arrived, the masked old man appeared before him. Yixian was slightly stunned, and then he said, "Senior?" The old man said, "Young Master Yi, did you come for time veins?" Yixian nodded. The old man hesitated for a moment and said, "Young Master Yi, the pavilion master has time veins. We don't have them as well. If you want them, then you can go look for the pavilion master." He didn't want to deal with Yixian anymore, he was too sly. Yixian smiled, "Senior, you've misunderstood. I'm here to sell my blood." Hearing this, the masked elder was stunned. Dao Ling, who was beside him, was also stunned. Yixian opened his palm, and a drop of blood essence floated out. Yixian spoke seriously, "Senior, how many time veins do you think I can sell this bloodline for?" The masked old man fell silent for a moment before he said, "Young Master Yi, your bloodline is very terrifying. But, do you really intend to sell your blood?" Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Dao Ling suddenly said, Brother Yi, the method you spoke of just now was to sell your blood? Yi Xian nodded. What else? Do you think I'll change? Or rob it? Even if I do, I might not be able to win. He noticed that practically all experts who possessed time veins were at the Year Realm, and there weren't many Year Realm experts. Unless he went to rob Qing Guan, then he would definitely become rich overnight. But the problem was that he couldn't win. Meanwhile, the masked old man said, Young Master Yi, do you really intend to sell your blood? Yi Xian was quite speechless. Senior, do I look like I'm joking? The masked old man hesitated for a moment and said, According to my knowledge, young Master Yi has backing. Why don't you ask for it from your family? Yi Xian instantly felt sad. Damn it, ask my family for some, looking for his father? Forget it. Rather than looking for his father, it was better to look for his sister. But he really didn't want to bother Qing with such a small matter. Moreover, Qing might not have it, but if he wanted it, Qing would definitely be able to get it. But if she did, it would probably cost someone's life. It was better to do it himself. The masked old man suddenly nodded slightly. Young Master Yi, your bloodline is very special. If you sell it, a single drop can be sold for at least 10 universe veins. Yi Xian suddenly flew into a rage. 10? Are you sure? 10? The masked old man hesitated for a moment before he said, Perhaps not yet. Yi Xian's face immediately darkened. Senior, are you joking with me? The masked old man smiled bitterly. Why would I joke with you? Young Master Yi, your bloodline is indeed very special, but time veins are very rare. Let me be frank with you, our celestial treasure pavilion has less than 10,000 of them. As for some rogue time realm experts, they wouldn't have more than 10 of them. Yi Xian frowned slightly. So little? The masked old man nodded. Yes. Time veins are really rare. Yi Xian and Dao Ling exchanged a glance. Zhou Clan's Zhou Yu had given them 20,000 at once. That was already extraordinarily generous, yet the two of them felt that it was too little. In an instant, the two of them felt slightly ashamed. At this moment, the masked old man suddenly said, Young Master Yi, are you selling it? Yi Xian shook his head. I'm not selling it. He couldn't waste his bloodline. After all, it was his father's mad demon bloodline. Unless he had a lot of money, he would absolutely not waste it. The masked old man nodded slightly and didn't say anything else. Yi Xian suddenly asked, Senior, can't we borrow money from the Celestial Treasure Pavilion? Can I borrow some? The masked old man immediately shook his head. No. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Why? The masked old man smiled bitterly. Young Master Yi, if you want time veins, you can look for the pavilion master. There are many pavilion masters. Our small branch really doesn't have many. Don't have any ideas about us. Yi Xian, after a short while, Yi Xian and Dao Ling left. The masked old man sighed softly. This young Master Yi is really pitiful. He's actually reduced to selling his blood. But why don't I feel any sympathy for him? Instead, I feel like laughing? Haha. After leaving the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, Yi Xian and Dao Ling walked through the starry sky dejectedly. Yi Xian never thought that he would be in such a difficult situation. He actually lacked money. Both of them had tried to absorb the time power of the River of Time, but they needed sufficient spiritual energy to support it. Their cultivation required a terrifying amount of spiritual energy. At this moment, they finally understood why some time realm experts found it difficult to improve. They needed money to improve. Without money, they could only slowly endure until they died. Dao Ling suddenly said, Brother Yi, what should we do? Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly opened his palm, and a spatial ring appeared in his hand. A profound ring. This was what his mother had left for him. Until now, he still hadn't discovered the use of this ring. Meanwhile, Xiao Ta suddenly said, Xiao Ta, you can try activating this ring. Yi Xian frowned slightly. In the next moment, the profound energy within his body surged, and the profound ring actually started to tremble slightly. Yi Xian was shocked when he saw this. What the fuck? It really works. But it didn't take long for the profound ring to become calm again. There was nothing, a wisp of confusion flashed through Yixian's eyes. What's going on? At this moment, the space-time in front of Yixian suddenly trembled. Both Yixian and Dao Ling's expressions changed slightly when they witnessed this scene. Right at this moment, space suddenly split open, and an old man slowly walked out. The old man had a slightly hunched back, and he wore a large black robe. Moreover, he held a walking stick in his right hand. A wisp of shock flashed through both Yixian and Dao Ling's eyes when they saw the hunched old man. They were actually unable to sense the old man's aura. The hunched old man walked slowly towards Yixian and bowed slightly. "Guchuan greets young master." Yixian hesitated for a moment before he said, "You're one of my mother's people?" Guchuan nodded, "Yes." Yixian hurriedly asked, "Where's my mother?" Guchuan replied, "Very far, very far." "Very far," Yixian frowned. Meanwhile, Guchuan said, "Master asked me to pass a message to young master." Yixian asked, "What is it?" Guchuan spoke solemnly, "Master said that it's not good for her to interfere in the battle for karmic luck. It isn't just her, even young master's father isn't in a good position to interfere. Moreover, even though Lord Mandate of Heaven is suppressing that fellow in the Milky Way, she's only suppressing him. Because even she has no choice but to suppress him." Yixian was puzzled, "Why?" Guchuan hesitated for a moment and said, "Master didn't explain in detail. She only said that it's related to you." Yixian fell silent. Guchuan continued, "Master said that the battle for karmic luck is very important to you, and it's the best opportunity for you to prove yourself." Yixian was about to speak when space suddenly split apart. A moment later, an ocean appeared before Yixian's eyes, and there was a woman standing at the edge of the ocean. Qing'er's sudden appearance stunned Yixian. On the other hand, a wisp of fear flashed through Guchuan's eyes, and he bent his body and moved aside. Meanwhile, Qing'er suddenly turned around to look at Yixian. "Are you confident in your ability to win the battle for karmic luck?" Yixian hesitated for a moment and said, "What will happen if I'm not?" Qing'er's expression was calm, "Nothing will happen. I'll kill all your opponents on your behalf." Yixian was speechless. Meanwhile, Dao Ling instantly broke out in cold sweat. "Damn it, what the f***ck?" Yixian laughed bitterly, "That isn't a good idea, right?" Qing'er gazed at Yixian, "There's nothing bad about it. Don't listen to that young fellow's nonsense. He suffered in his past life, so he wants you to suffer just like he did. Remember, you're you, and you should live according to your own thoughts. Live however you please, and I'll always be standing behind you." Yixian shook his head and smiled, "Qing'er, if you do this, I'll get lazy." Qing'er said, "It's okay, I'll support you." Yixian, Dao Ling's expression froze. At this time, Qing'er suddenly said, "If you want to fight for it, you can try it yourself." Yixian said solemnly, "I want to try it myself." Qing'er looked at Yixian, "Are you serious?" Yixian nodded, "I'm serious. This time I don't want you to interfere. No matter how strong the enemy is, I'll face it myself." Qing'er wanted to say something, but stopped. Yixian asked, "Qing'er, what are you trying to say?" Qing'er thought for a moment, then said, "Brother, are you sure you want to fight for it yourself?" Yixian nodded, "Everyone says that I'm the king of reliance. This time I want to fight for it myself." Qing'er nodded, "Okay." Yixian suddenly said, "I heard that you're suppressing Dedeabi?" Qing'er nodded. Yixian blinked, "Is it trying to mess with me?" Qing'er nodded, "Sort of." Yixian was puzzled, "What is it trying to mess with me?" Qing'er said calmly, "All living things have their own paths of fate. The Tao brush is only the operator of these paths of fate. It's not the controller of fate." She shook her head, then continued, "A person's fate can be good or bad. It wants to manipulate your bad fate." Yixian was puzzled, "What do you mean?" Qing'er was silent. "Brother, how can I explain this to you?" Qing'er thought for a long time, then said, "A flower has its time to bloom, but it also has its time to wither. Whether it blooms or withers, it's its fate." Yixian frowned, "So, it wants to mess with me?" Qing'er nodded. Yixian was furious, "What the hell is it trying to do? I have no quarrel with it, why does it want to mess with me?" Dedeabi was speechless. Qing'er hesitated, then said, "When a flower withers, a man will die. This is in line with the Tao, all living things should be the same. In your fate, there are good times and bad times. I suppressed it, not letting it run its tragic fate. Yixian was struck dumb. Then he said, so, we broke the rules? Qing'er nodded, yes. Yixian's expression froze. In a small house somewhere in the Milky Way, a sorrowful voice suddenly sounded, damn it, everyone thinks I'm the bad one, but they don't know I'm the victim. It's the brother and sister who broke the rules, destroyed the Dao brush. Ah. P.S. Sorry again. Next time, I'll try to update the first day, or else I'll be delayed by something unexpected. Sorry. Needless to say, the brush of the great Dao was truly aggrieved right now. Just as the will of the heavens had said, everything in the world had its own destiny, and it couldn't be said to be completely predetermined. However, fate was divided into good and bad. There were good times and bad times for a person. It was the same for Yixian. However, the will of the heavens had suppressed it and prevented it from writing Yixian's bad destiny. It was like a blooming flower that didn't wither when it was time to wither. That was going against the Grand Tao. However, it couldn't complain at all. Moreover, the will of the heavens made it seem like it was in the wrong. It was simply too aggrieving. Qing'er stood silently at the seaside. Her dress fluttered lightly as the sea breeze blew against her. At this moment, the world before her seemed to pale in comparison. Qing'er suddenly spoke softly, I've suppressed it, but I've changed your destiny at the same time. That's actually not very good. Because a person will only cherish sweetness after suffering in life. But in this life, I don't want you to suffer too much. Yixian's heart felt slightly warm when he heard this. Needless to say, Qing'er's kindness to him was truly indescribable. As if he'd thought of something, Yixian hurriedly asked, if you hadn't interfered, then my destiny would have been predetermined by the brush of the great Tao from the beginning, right? Qing'er shook her head. No. The destiny of all living beings is a process and not a predetermined outcome. You have countless choices during this process, and every single one of your choices will determine your destiny in the future. She hesitated for a moment when she spoke up to this point, and then she said, do you understand what I mean? If you don't, then I can explain it in detail for you. Yixian was speechless. Qing'er continued, it's like two students in the mortal world. One student studies hard while the other is ignorant and idle all day long. Their lives in the future will be completely different. Yixian was a little puzzled. But Qing'er, you just said that flowers will wither. In that case, from the moment a flower is born, it will wither one day. Doesn't this mean that its fate has already been decided? Qing'er thought for a moment and said, we are talking about the process of fate. What you are talking about is the ending. It is a question beyond fate. Yixian was a little curious. A problem beyond fate? What is it? Qing'er hesitated for a moment and said, let's talk about fate first. Yixian was speechless. At the side, Dao Ling suddenly said, I have a question. Qing'er looked at Dao Ling coldly. Dao Ling's expression changed drastically and his hair stood on end. What the hell? At this moment, he seemed to see death. Dao Ling was shocked. He quickly said, I'm fine. Qing'er withdrew her gaze and looked at Yixian. She said gently, is there anything else you don't understand? Dao Ling's expression froze. Isn't the difference in treatment too huge? Yixian thought for a moment and said, I feel that fate is unfair. Take birth for example. Some people are born with things that others can't get in a lifetime. Qing'er nodded. What you are talking about isn't just about fate. It is also about karmic luck. The karmic luck of the great path. Yixian frowned. The karmic luck of the great path? Qing'er nodded slightly. To put it simply, nothing is absolutely fair. An ordinary person needs a little bit of karmic luck besides their own hard work to get a good result. But some people are born with a golden spoon in their mouths. This is their own karmic luck. Yixian hesitated for a moment and said, Qing'er, I was born as your brother. Is this karmic luck of the great path? Qing'er nodded. Yes. Then, she looked at Yixian and smiled. It is also my karmic luck. Yixian thought for a moment and said, in that case, this Dedeabi seems to be treating us well. Somewhere in a room, Dedeabi suddenly roared. Did you just realize that now? Qing'er continued, karmic luck is illusory. It does exist, but you can't see it. The reason I didn't kill it is because it is only operating your fate and giving you karmic luck. Of course, the most important thing is that it doesn't want to kill you. It just wants to make things harder for you, more bitter. Yixian hesitated for a moment and said, "Does it think I'm living too comfortably?" Qing'er nodded. Yixian was a little displeased. "I used to live a miserable life." Qing'er thought for a moment and said, "I don't think it was that miserable." Yixian was speechless. Qing'er said softly, "It is difficult to achieve the great path without going through great hardships. The path of cultivation is to cultivate the heart, and cultivating the heart is like forging a sword. How can a piece of iron become a sword if it is not tempered 1,000 times?" Yixian looked at Qing'er and said in a low voice, "Qing'er, you must have suffered a lot to get to where you are today, right?" Looking at Yixian, Qing'er said, "The hardest days for me are the days when you are not with me. Every day is hell for me." Yixian was speechless. At the side, Dowling suddenly felt a little envious. "Damn it, why didn't he have a sister?" Qing'er said. "Yang said you are too flashy, but I don't think so." "Brother, you don't have to listen to his nonsense. In terms of cultivation, he and the other swordsmen are both idiots. Big idiots." As she spoke, her expression gradually turned cold. She was obviously unhappy with some of the green-robed man's actions. Yixian was speechless. Qing'er continued, "The path of cultivation is about the true self." "What is the true self?" "It is the true self. Your personality is just like that. Why would you change yourself when you have a choice? There are many people in the world who live according to the requirements of others. Just like in this Milky Way, some people are told by their parents from the moment they are born what kind of person they want to be, what they have to do and so on." She shook her head slightly. "Many people live according to the will of others from a young age and lose their true self. This kind of life is like a puppet. They are busy all their lives and completely lose themselves. They lose their true self." Dowling suddenly said in a low voice, "Senior, I don't think that's right. I think it's not a bad thing for your parents to make you become. Take me for example. When I was born, my parents told me to work hard to become the next clan leader of the Dao clan and avenge the clan. Although it's a burden, it's also a responsibility." Qing'er looked at Dowling. "You are told to live like that because you have no choice. But my brother has a choice. Do you understand?" Hearing this, Dowling's expression froze. He felt as though there were thousands of horses galloping in his heart. He decided not to speak anymore. He was afraid that he would die of anger if he continued. Qing'er looked at Yixian. "You are not young. You don't have to live according to his wishes. He has suffered, so he wants you to suffer as well. His mentality is abnormal and unhealthy." Yixian was slightly embarrassed when he heard this. "Qing'er seems to have a strong opinion of my father," Qing'er continued. "He has experienced great suffering and finally attained the Tao. He thinks that you should do the same. But he doesn't realize that not everyone needs to use such a method to attain the Tao. Cultivating the Tao is about cultivating the heart. Suffering and hardship can temper the heart, but it isn't the only way. There are other ways to temper the heart as well." Yixian asked hurriedly, "What other ways?" Qing'er thought for a moment and said, "I haven't noticed anything for now." Yixian's face froze, and then he shook his head and smiled. "Qing'er is quite mischievous at times," Qing'er continued. "In short, just be yourself." Yixian nodded slightly. "I understand." As he spoke, he gazed at Qing'er and smiled. "Qing'er, you don't have to suppress the brush of the Grand Tao anymore. I want to see what I'll be like without you to suppress it." Qing'er gazed at Yixian. "Are you sure?" Yixian nodded and spoke seriously. "I'll live my life in my own way from now on. However, I want to experience great suffering and hardship as well. Of course, I want to see if I'll be able to live a good life without your help." Qing'er remained silent for a long time before she said, "All right." As soon as she finished speaking, she opened her palm, and the walking sword suddenly left. The brush in the room heaved a sigh of relief. Since the sword had appeared in the room, it had been living in fear every single day. It was deeply afraid that the slightest dissatisfaction would cause it to be stabbed. Qing'er gazed at Yixian and asked, "Big brother, are you sure?" Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, Qing you're asking me twice in a row. I'm suddenly panicking. Qing said, you can still go back on your word now. Yi Xian smiled and said, there's no need. Qing nodded. All right. I believe you. As soon as she finished speaking, her body gradually became illusory, as if she'd thought of something. Qing suddenly opened her palm, and the green profound sword in Yi Xian's hand and Xiao Ta within his body suddenly appeared in her palm. Yi Xian's expression instantly changed slightly when he witnessed this scene. Qing are you going to take back my green profound sword and Xiao Ta? Qing nodded. Yes. Of course, I can refuse to take them if you don't want to. Yi Xian remained silent for a long time before he said, take them back. He agreed. Qing nodded slightly. Big brother, take care. As soon as she finished speaking, her body gradually became illusory, and the seaside gradually became blurry. Yi Xian was slightly curious. Qing what are you going to do now? Qing said, I'm going to talk to the other one. Yi Xian hurriedly asked, the one who's even stronger than the great Dao brush? Qing nodded. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, can you beat him? Qing smiled faintly. Big brother, do you know how strong your little sister is now? Yi Xian shook his head. Qing blinked. Saying that I'm invincible is a bit too humble. Yi Xian. Invincible? You're being modest? Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. Qing didn't say anything else and vanished completely. On the field, Yi Xian was silent. Xiao Ta was gone, even the green profound sword was gone. He really didn't have any external objects now. Guchuan suddenly said, young master, do you have any other instructions? Yi Xian smiled. Tell my mother that I miss her. Once I'm done here, I'll go find her. Guchuan smiled. All right. As he spoke, he opened his palm, and a storage ring floated in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian blinked. This is? Guchuan smiled. 1,000,000 universe veins. Yi Xian and Daoling were stunned. Guchuan smiled. Master said that she can't participate in the battle of the great Dao. However, it's normal for a mother to give her son some pocket money, right? Yi Xian hurriedly said, it's normal. Daoling also said, it's very normal. Guchuan smiled and said, young master, take care. As he finished speaking, he turned and vanished into the horizon. Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm, and a storage ring flew in front of Daoling. There were 300,000 universe veins in the storage ring. Daoling was stunned. Brother Yi. What are you doing? Yi Xian patted Daoling's shoulder. Cultivating together. Daoling was silent for a moment before saying, I'm also a competitor for the great Dao. We might be enemies in the future. Yi Xian smiled. Before that, let's defeat the other competitors first. Is that all right? Daoling laughed. All right. Yi Xian suddenly paced back and forth as if he was in deep thought. Daoling frowned. Brother Yi, what's wrong? Yi Xian's expression was rather solemn. Now, we have two problems. Firstly, I don't have Xiao Ta anymore. In other words, we can no longer cheat in our cultivation. Second, my intuition tells me that besides the two of us and Shi Tian, there's surely someone else competing for the karmic luck of the Grand Dao. Right now, we don't know anything about them, but they might know us. Without the green mystic sword and Xiao Ta, he had to think more. Furthermore, I just told Qing not to let Qing suppress the great Dao brush. In other words, my tribulation is about to begin, but if there was trouble, he couldn't go to Qing, could he? Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, no matter what, our top priority now is to increase our strength as soon as possible. And the fastest way to increase your strength is through battle. Daoling suddenly said, to the Shi clan. Yi Xian said, let's go. With that, the two of them disappeared on the spot. Since they couldn't cheat in their cultivation, they could only cultivate normally. Before long, the two of them arrived at the Shi clan. As soon as they arrived, Yi Xian suddenly leaped up and roared, swords, come. With that, countless swords pierced through time and space and arrived above the Shi clan. In an instant, the sky above the Shi clan was filled with millions of swords. At the side, Daoling suddenly roared, Dharma body of all creations. With that, a Dharma idol tens of thousands of feet tall appeared in the sky behind him. A terrifying pressure swept down from the sky as if it wanted to crush heaven and earth. Yixian suddenly said, "Slash." With that, millions of swords slashed down from the sky. On the other side, Dowling suddenly roared, "Kill." With that, he slapped down with his palm. The Dharma idol suddenly slapped down with its palm, and a powerful force swept down from the sky. In an instant, the sky above the Shi clan boiled and then began to burn. As for Yixian and Dowling, they turned and ran. Below, Shi Qian and the others had ugly expressions. Shi Qian said fiercely, "Attack." With that, the experts of the Shi clan soared into the sky. At the end of the distant sky, Yixian suddenly stopped. Seeing Yixian stop, Dowling hurriedly stopped as well. He looked at Yixian, a little confused. "Brother Yi, what's wrong?" Yixian frowned slightly. "Why are we running? Are we going to find them to fight and improve ourselves?" Hearing that, Dowling was stunned. "That's right, why are we running?" Yixian said in a low voice, "Go back." With that, he and Dowling turned back and returned to the Shi clan. At this moment, the Shi clan was in a mess. Although there were many Time Realm experts in the Shi clan, they could not completely resist the powerful force released by Yixian and Dowling. The expressions of Shi Qian and the others were ugly. This Yixian and Dowling would occasionally release a few moves and then run. They were really like demons. At this moment, Yixian and Dowling suddenly turned back. Seeing Yixian and Dowling, Shi Qian frowned slightly. Just as Yixian and Dowling were about to make a move, a man slowly walked over from the distant sky. It was Shi Tian. Seeing Shi Tian, the experts of the Shi clan instantly became excited. Now, Shi Tian was all the hope of their Shi clan. Seeing Shi Tian, Yixian and Dowling frowned. Shi Tian walked in front of Yixian and Dowling. He looked at Yixian and Dowling and said, "The two of you, Shi Yuan is already dead. Can the enmity between my Shi clan and the two of you end here?" Yixian shook his head. "No." Dowling nodded. "No. In the past, they had been hunted down by the Shi clan. How could this enmity end just like that?" Shi Tian nodded slightly. "Since that's the case, we can only fight." As he spoke, he glanced at Yixian and Dowling. "Which one of you wants to fight me?" Dowling said with a smile, "I'll do it. The battle from before hasn't ended yet. Let's continue." Shi Tian nodded. "That's exactly what I intend to do." As soon as he finished speaking, he directly entered an unknown region of space and time. Obviously, he didn't want to fight in the Shi clan. Dowling vanished on the spot as well. Only Yixian and the experts of the Shi clan remained in the battlefield. Shi Qian looked at Yixian with eyes filled with vigilance. After coming into contact with Yixian, he'd finally realized something. This fellow before him was full of evil tricks, so he had to be careful. Yixian suddenly looked at Shi Qian. "Shaoan." As soon as he finished speaking, his brows suddenly knit together. "Wait, Shaoan is in Xiao Ta's body, he was taken away by Qing. Yixian was slightly dazed. He'd actually forgotten about this, but very quickly, Yixian smiled. Shaoan following Qing was definitely not a bad thing. Not only was it not a bad thing, it was definitely a good thing. After all, it was Qing. If Qing casually gave him some pointers, Shaoan's improvement, as if he thought of something, Yixian's expression turned somewhat ugly. Xiao Ta had also gone to the Milky Way to follow Qing. If Qing were to give this fellow some pointers, wouldn't this fellow become extremely arrogant? Yixian collected his thoughts and looked at Shi Qian and the other Time Realm experts of the Shi clan. The reason he'd come to the Shi clan to kill people, other than the Shi clan's pursuit of him, was because of Shaoan. Back then, Shaoan had almost been beaten to death by the Shi clan. How could he not avenge this enmity? The Shi clan had to be exterminated. It didn't matter who came. Shi Qian suddenly said in a deep voice, "Young Master Yi, Shi Yuan's death is not enough." Yixian smiled and said, "How is it enough?" Shi Qian said fiercely, "Do you really want to fight to the death?" A disdainful smile appeared on Yixian's face. "Isn't this already the case?" As his voice fell, he slowly closed his eyes. In the next moment, a sword light suddenly slashed towards Shi Qian. Slash the future. Shi Qian's pupils shrank. He hurriedly said, "Everyone, join forces." Join forces, facing Yixian's strange/the future, he couldn't resist it alone. He needed several people to join forces to resist it. At this time, Yixian suddenly activated his bloodline power. Bang! In an instant, Yixian's entire body was covered in blood. A sea of blood filled the sky. Yixian suddenly grinned. Great Dao Brush, without Jing to suppress me, I beg for your arrangements. Please arrange a more miserable arrangement for me. I, Yixian, have nothing to fear. As his voice fell, he suddenly rushed out. In the distance, the expressions of Xianxia and the others were incomparably solemn. At this moment, Yixian's aura was skyrocketing. Xianxia said fiercely, "Kill him. Attack together." As his voice fell, the 6 people directly rushed towards Yixian, 6 flowing time realm powerhouses. This time, Yixian didn't retreat, he wanted to challenge his own limits. Rumble, with a loud explosion, a bloody light suddenly exploded. In the next moment, Yixian retreated madly, retreating tens of thousands of feet. After activating his bloodline power, his strength had skyrocketed. However, he still couldn't resist 6 flowing time realm powerhouses. After Yixian stopped, he slowly closed his eyes and opened his palms. Swords, come. Bang! Suddenly, the spacetime behind him trembled violently. In the next moment, countless swords pierced through the heavens. In the blink of an eye, millions of swords had appeared behind Yixian, and these swords were actually blood red. A sinister smile suddenly appeared on Yixian's face. He opened his palms. His palms split open, and a stream of blood suddenly gushed out. In the next moment, that stream of blood directly condensed into a blood sword, using his bloodline as a sword. In the distance, the expressions of Xianxia and the others were incomparably solemn. Was this guy a blood elementalist or a swordsman? Why was he always using such fancy tricks? At this moment, Yixian suddenly leaped up. Slash! As his voice fell, millions of swords slashed down from the sky behind him. In an instant, swords rained down from the sky above the Clan. The terrifying swords tore through everything. A sinister look flashed across Xianxia's eyes. Kill! As his voice fell, 6 flowing time realm powerhouses suddenly rushed into the sky. Terrifying energy directly blasted towards Yixian's sword Qi. At this moment, Yixian suddenly disappeared from the spot. Qi, heaven and earth split apart, a ray of sword light slashed straight down. Rumble! Suddenly, the spacetime above the Clan directly exploded. Immediately after, countless sword Qi shattered. Xianxia and the others were directly knocked back by the countless sword Qi. As for Yixian himself, he was also knocked back several tens of thousands of zhong. As soon as he stopped, a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. In the distance, Xianxia and the others all had sword wounds on their bodies. However, these injuries were not fatal to the 6 of them. Xianxia looked at Yixian with an incomparably solemn expression. Young Master Yi, Shi Yuan is already dead. My Clan has paid the due price. Can the grudge between us end here? He was really afraid now. Although the 6 of them had not lost, the bloodline that Yixian had displayed was too terrifying. This kind of person, if it wasn't his father who was awesome, then it was his ancestors who were awesome. Also, that sword from before, this person definitely had a backer, and there might be more than one backer. At this moment, even if Xianxia wanted to kill, he would not dare to kill Yixian. If he did, the Clan would definitely face a great calamity. In the distance, Yixian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said calmly, "And? Sure. Kneel down for me, this matter." Plop. Xianxia suddenly knelt down. He looked at Yixian and said, "Young Master Yi, I kneel." As he spoke, he suddenly cowed out and said, "Young Master Yi, we won't fight anymore. As long as young Master Yi is willing to let my Clan go, we can do anything." Yixian's expression stiffened. F***ck me. P.S. I discovered that during the weekend, there were very few comments from the readers. I observed for a very long time. Do you guys not read books during the weekend? Is it the kind that sleeps until noon? Yixian was flabbergasted. The experts of the Clan were flabbergasted as well, especially the time realm experts in the lead. They were completely flabbergasted. They knelt just like that. At the beginning, they were extremely furious. But it didn't take long for their anger to vanish, and it was replaced by deep helplessness. Helplessness. Actually, how could they not be aware that this young Master Yi wasn't someone the Shi clan could afford to offend? Even if Yi Xian was defeated and placed his head in front of them, they wouldn't dare to chop it off, not to mention Pavilion Master Qin. Just the person who created the sword behind Yi Xian and the source of Yi Xian's bloodline were absolutely not people the Shi clan could resist. The battle between Yi Xian and the Shi clan had only just begun, and the Shi clan's defeat had already been decided. This was a super monstrous genius with a backer. If they couldn't win, they would be beaten to death by him. If they could win, they would be beaten to death by the people behind him. No matter how they fought, the outcome would be death. When they thought up to here, the eyes of the Time Realm experts were filled with helplessness. The 6 of them weren't afraid of death. They wanted to live longer after living for so long, but it didn't mean that they were afraid of death, but they were afraid that the Shi clan would be annihilated. Backbone. There was no one who didn't want backbone. But what was a person's backbone compared to the Shi clan's fate? Shi Qian gazed at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, my Shi clan was wrong. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, you don't have to be like that. I've decided to rely on myself to obtain karmic luck. I won't rely on my father or my younger sister, really. Shi Qian nodded. I understand. I understand everything. Yi Xian was speechless. I've really decided to fight for karmic luck myself. Fight me. If I can't win, then I absolutely won't call for help. Really? Shi Qian nodded. I understand. We all understand. But we won't fight anymore. Young Master Yi, please be merciful and let my Shi clan off. Yi Xian was speechless. Right at this moment, Shi Tian suddenly appeared here, and he walked slowly over to Shi Qian and helped him up. Shi Qian shook his head. The patriarch is wrong. We were all wrong. Shi Tian spoke softly, my Shi clan has already paid the price. After he finished speaking, he turned to look at Yi Xian and Dao Ling who stood beside Yi Xian. Just as he was about to speak, Yi Xian suddenly said, Shi Tian, when Dao Ling and you were fighting, Shi Yuan suddenly interfered. Do you think this matter is fair? Shi Tian shook his head. It's not fair. Yi Xian nodded. The 2 of us have come here to challenge you. We have no intention of becoming enemies with the Shi tribe, but the Shi tribe is afraid of us. So, they have mobilized their entire tribe to hunt us down. Do you think this is appropriate? Shi Tian looked at Yi Xian. It shouldn't be. Yi Xian smiled and said, then the 2 of us wanting to annihilate your Shi clan, is it reasonable? Shi Tian nodded. If it were me, I would also do the same. Yi Xian said, then kill yourselves. Dao Ling was speechless. Shi Tian and the others suddenly felt slightly dazed. What the hell? Yi Xian spoke indifferently, anyone with the slightest sense of shame would kill themselves. As he spoke, he looked at Dao Ling, don't you think so? Dao Ling hesitated for a moment before he said, yes. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a slight pain in his heart. Conscience, Yi Xian suddenly spoke via voice transmission. Brother Dao Ling, what was the result of your battle with Shi Tian? Dao Ling remained silent for a moment before he said, he was very strong. I couldn't do anything to him, and he couldn't do anything to me. However, I feel that he still hadn't used his full strength. Yi Xian nodded slightly. I understand. In the distance, Shi Tian suddenly said, Brother Yi, Brother Dao Ling, I'm very sorry about this. My Shi clan went too far, and I'm willing to apologize on behalf of my Shi clan. As he spoke, he paused for a moment before he continued, as an apology, I'll share the ruins of a time immortal with both of you. Yi Xian frowned slightly. The ruins of a time immortal? Shi Tian nodded and was about to speak. However, the 3 of them suddenly raised their heads. In the next moment, a terrifying bolt of divine lightning swept down from the sky, and its target was actually Yi Xian's group of 3. Their expressions changed violently when this bolt of divine lightning appeared, it was too terrifying. Furthermore, the target of this divine lightning was the 3 of them. Someone wants to kill us, who is it? They didn't have the time to think and immediately shot into the sky. In the next moment, rumble, the bolt of divine lightning suddenly exploded apart. However, Yi Xian's group of 3 were blasted over 30 kilometers back, and their bodies were instantly blasted apart as soon as they stopped moving. All three of them were stunned when they witnessed this scene. What's going on? Yixian raised his head and looked towards the end of the starry sky. He saw a shadow there, and the shadow held a bolt of lightning in its hand. Yixian spoke in a low voice, "Do all of you know him?" Tian shook his head. Dao Ling shook his head as well. In the starry sky, the shadow looked down at Yixian's group of three with an indifferent expression, and then the bolt of divine lightning in its palm suddenly flew out. Hiss! In an instant, the entire river of stars had been set ablaze. The expressions of Yixian's group of three instantly changed violently when they witnessed this scene, and then Yixian suddenly said, "Run." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and vanished into the horizon. Dao Ling and Tian were slightly stunned. In the next moment, they recovered from their shock, and then they turned around and ran. However, the bolt of lightning was like a maggot that followed them relentlessly. Everywhere it passed, everything was destroyed, and that included the energy of time. In the starry sky, Yixian's group of three raised their speeds to their limits. However, the bolt of lightning was getting closer and closer to them. Yixian spoke in a low voice, "We'll be caught if we continue running like this." Dao Ling gazed at Yixian, "Do you have a good plan?" Yixian fell silent. Tian hesitated for a moment, and then he said, "Just now?" Yixian gazed at Tian, "You go first." Tian hurriedly shook his head, We have to go together." Yixian spoke in a low voice, "That fellow's strength far surpasses the three of us. We underestimated him earlier, and our bodies were destroyed. If we go together now, we'll only be giving our lives away. The important matter at hand is to find a safe place." Tian hurriedly said, "Where's the safe place?" Yixian said, "We're here." As soon as he finished speaking, they'd arrived at the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. As soon as they arrived at the pavilion, the masked old man appeared before Yixian's group of three, and his expression instantly changed violently when he saw the bolt of lightning behind Yixian's group of three. "Fuck. Young Master Yi, what the hell are you doing?" Yixian was slightly stunned. "Senior, what are you talking about? I don't understand. The three of us are here to buy something." The masked old man angrily pointed at the bolt of lightning behind Yixian, "That bolt of divine lightning." Yixian hurriedly said, "It has nothing to do with us. It might be here to cause trouble for you." The masked old man. Yixian's group of three slipped into the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. The masked old man angrily roared, "Sacrificial array." As soon as he finished speaking, a huge light screen enveloped the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. The bolt of divine lightning struck. Rumble, the huge light screen shook violently, and then it shattered. The entire Immortal Treasure Pavilion split open, but it did not completely shatter. Within the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, Yixian's group of three were horrified. Dao Ling said in a low voice, "So terrifying." Tian nodded, and his heart was still palpitating, "So ferocious." As he spoke, he looked at Yixian worriedly, "Brother Yi, what if this Immortal Treasure Pavilion can't stop it?" Yixian picked up the teacup on the table, and took a sip, then said, "Let's go to the next one." Tian. Dao Ling. Yixian turned to look at them, "Do the two of you have any other ideas?" Both of them shook their heads repeatedly and said in unison, "We'll listen to Brother Yi." Outside the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, the masked old man gazed at the figure in the depths of the starry sky with an extremely solemn expression. "Sir, this is the Immortal Treasure Pavilion." The Immortal Treasure Pavilion. The figure suddenly clenched his right hand tightly when he heard this. Qin Guan, he'd fought this woman in the past, and even his eternal tribulation body had been blasted into pieces. The figure had intended to attack, but he seemed to be slightly fearful. He was still fearful of Qin Guan. What a showy woman. A short moment later, the figure spoke in a low voice, "I'm looking for the three of them. Ask them to come out." In the end, he didn't dare to attack. The masked old man hesitated for a moment and said, "Wait a moment." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and entered the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. He arrived before Yixian's group of three and smiled bitterly, "Young Master Yi." Yixian suddenly asked, "Senior, you said that you and Miss Qingguan wouldn't interfere in the competition for karmic luck, right?" The masked old man hurriedly nodded, "Yes. We won't interfere in the competition for karmic luck. So, young Master Yi, what do you think?" Yixian frowned slightly, "Senior, what does that person have to do with the competition for karmic luck?" The masked old man's face froze. Yi Xian withdrew the Black Heaven token and said, Senior, according to my knowledge, one can obtain the protection of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion with this token, right? The masked old man nodded, yes. Yi Xian passed the Black Heaven token to the old man, Senior. The masked old man smiled bitterly, Young Master Yi, I can't beat that person. I can't beat him at all. In the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, only Pavilion Master Qin can beat him. Yi Xian said, 1 hour. Help me by 1 hour. After 1 hour, the 3 of us will leave. The masked old man was in a difficult position. Yi Xian sighed softly and turned to look at Dao Ling and Shi Tian, let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, he stood up and left. Dao Ling and Shi Tian hesitated for a moment and left as well. The 3 of them walked very slowly. Beside Yi Xian, Dao Ling suddenly sent a voice transmission with Xianxia, Brother Yi, are we really leaving? Yi Xian said, he will ask us to stay. Dao Ling nodded, all right. When they were about to reach the door, the masked old man still did not speak. Dao Ling hesitated for a moment and said, Brother Yi, he doesn't seem to want us to stay. What should we do? Yi Xian was speechless. In next to no time, the 3 of them had stepped out of the door. As soon as they did, they saw the figure in the distant horizon, and the figure held a bolt of lightning in each hand. Their expressions changed slightly when they witnessed this scene. Dao Ling said in a low voice, Brother Yi, Yi Xian said, come, let's go back. Dao Ling hesitated for a moment and said, isn't that a little too embarrassing? Yi Xian said indifferently, embarrassing or losing your life. Choose. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and walked back. Dao Ling hesitated for a moment, and then he turned around and walked back as well. It's better to lose face. Shi Tian watched as the 2 of them walked back. He was slightly hesitant because he really couldn't bring himself to do that. Meanwhile, the figure's gaze locked onto Shi Tian, and a shapeless pressure enveloped Shi Tian. When he sensed how terrifying the pressure was, Shi Tian immediately turned around and walked back. Damn it, I can't lose face. In the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, the masked old man looked at the 3 shameless fellows and felt helpless. The 3 of them had made it clear that they weren't going to leave, force them out. The problem was that even though they couldn't defeat the fellow outside, it didn't mean that they couldn't defeat him. Moreover, once they fell out with him, they might even ransack the Celestial Treasure Pavilion with their shamelessness. This was difficult, the masked old man sighed softly. I can buy some time for you, but I don't know how long. Yi Xian nodded hurriedly. All right. We'll leave once our bodies recover. The masked old man hesitated for a moment and said, are you sure? Yi Xian said seriously, I guarantee it with my character. The masked old man's expression froze. Character, do you even have character? The masked old man felt bitter in his heart, but he didn't say anything else. He stood up and left. In the room, Yi Xian and the other 2 started to reconstruct their bodies immediately. Their top priority now was to recover their bodies. Only when their bodies recovered would they have a chance to fight the phantom. They'd really underestimated the enemy before this. The masked old man arrived in front of the phantom in the starry sky. He hesitated for a moment and said, they won't come out. The phantom didn't speak, but a terrifying pressure appeared in the surroundings. The masked old man said hurriedly, Sir, if you want to attack the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, then I can only ask the Pavilion Master to come. The phantom said calmly, are you threatening me? The masked old man shook his head. Sir, I've communicated with them just now. Once their bodies recover, they'll come out and fight you. The phantom fell silent. The masked old man didn't speak either. To be honest, he wasn't a coward. Even though he couldn't defeat the person in front of him, he had Qin Guan behind him. It felt good to have someone behind him, and he felt confident in everything he did. A moment later, the phantom said, I'll wait for them. The masked old man nodded and turned to leave. After the masked old man left, the phantom slowly clenched his right hand. No one knew what he was thinking. In the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, Yi Xian and the other 2 had recovered their bodies. Yi Xian looked at the masked elder in front of him and asked in a deep voice, Senior, who is that person? The masked old man said, the Tribulation Lord was born in response to tribulation. His true form is a bolt of tribulation lightning. He is extremely terrifying. Yi Xian frowned. Why did he want to kill the three of us? The masked old man said in a low voice, he wants to devour your karmic luck of the Grand Tao. Yi Xian was a little puzzled. Can the providence of the Great Tao be devoured? The masked elder nodded. The masked old man said in a deep voice, this person participated in the destruction of the evil spirit race back then. His strength is terrifying. He's definitely not someone the three of you can fight against right now. Yi Xian quickly said, then can we stay here a little longer? The masked old man hesitated for a moment before he said, actually, the three of you should be able to fight him if you join forces. Yi Xian roared with laughter, and then he said, Senior, thank you. The three of us will remember this favor. Goodbye. With that, he turned around and left. Dao Ling and Shirtian hurriedly turned around and left as well. The masked old man remained silent within the room. Meanwhile, a young man suddenly walked over to the masked old man's side. Grandfather, all three of them are extraordinary geniuses. Why don't you take this opportunity to befriend them? The masked old man shook his head and smiled bitterly. How can I befriend them? Let them stay here? Perhaps they will be fine, but the few hundred of us here might be annihilated. The young man hurriedly said, can't we contact the pavilion master? The masked old man shook his head and smiled, but he didn't say anything. Outside. Yi Xian's group of three arrived in midair, and their expressions were extremely solemn as they gazed at the Tribulation Lord in the distance. He's truly formidable. After the three of them attained the time realm, they were practically invincible existences amongst their peers. However, they still felt a terrifying pressure when facing this Tribulation Lord. Yi Xian suddenly said, do you trust me? The two of them instantly hesitated upon hearing this. Yi Xian's face darkened, what's with all of your expressions? Dao Ling laughed bitterly, Brother Yi, you can't joke at a time like this. This fellow is extremely terrifying. If you try anything funny, then I think we'll die here. Shirtian hurriedly said as well, don't act rashly. Yi Xian smiled, don't worry, I won't act rashly. Both of you keep him busy while I play with the sword. Dao Ling nodded. All right. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure suddenly leaped up. In the next moment, an enormous Dharma idol appeared in the sky behind him. Dao Ling looked down at the image below him, and a wisp of a ferocious expression flashed through his eyes before he smashed his fist forward. Rumble, a 30 kilometers long fist smashed down towards the Tribulation Lord, and the formidable force it carried instantly caused the entire starry sky to seethe. Meanwhile, Shirtian suddenly vanished on the spot. In the next moment, numerous terrifying afterimages smashed down towards the Tribulation Overlord. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes, and he seemed as if he'd entered into a meditative state. The Tribulation Lord had a calm expression on his face. When the fist and the afterimages arrived in front of him, he suddenly opened his palm, and then the lightning within his palm transformed into an expanse of lightning that surged forward. Rumble, the fist suddenly shattered into pieces. Moreover, Dao Ling's figure instantly retreated explosively for over 100 kilometers while his Dharma idol was instantly transformed into nothingness. Shirtian, who'd just arrived in front of the Tribulation Lord, was suddenly blasted over 100 kilometers away while countless afterimages were obliterated. However, the Tribulation Lord was retreating repeatedly as well. Even though it was slow, he was really retreating. Right at this moment, a ray of light suddenly appeared above the Tribulation Lord. The Tribulation Lord's eyes narrowed slightly while his expression remained calm. He lightly swept his right hand upwards, and then a bolt of lightning smashed against the ray of light. Bang! The ray of light shattered, but in the next moment, another ray of light appeared at the center of the Tribulation Lord's forehead. Moreover, a few hundred swords had appeared successively, and they were actually stabbing towards different spots and different periods of time. The Tribulation Lord frowned slightly when he witnessed this scene, and then he suddenly clenched his right fist and smashed it down in front of him. Rumble, in an instant, the space in front of him had sunk down and transformed into a huge and terrifying vortex. However, it was utterly useless. Because he'd only shattered the swords of this period of time, and he wasn't able to harm the swords of the next period of time at all, the Tribulation Lord was slightly shocked, and he had no choice but to resist them repeatedly. Bang! Bang! Numerous rays of light were descending incessantly towards the Tribulation Lord, and he had no choice but to retreat by over 1 kilometer. However, Yi Xian's swords were appearing incessantly, and it seemed like they were endless. Suddenly, the Tribulation Lord raised his head and waved his right hand. A bolt of divine lightning suddenly descended from the sky and smashed down towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian's brows knit together slightly, and then he suddenly flicked his left thumb upwards. Hiss! A ray of light shot into the sky and slashed against the bolt of divine lightning. Bang! The ray of light shattered, and then the bolt of divine lightning descended in a straight line. Yi Xian's brows knit together even more tightly. He was clearly aware of the Tribulation Lord's intentions. So long as the Tribulation Lord was able to stop him, then he would have no choice but to stop his attack. Suddenly, a fist smashed against the bolt of divine lightning. Bang! The divine lightning was blasted apart. Dao Ling appeared above Yi Xian, and a ferocious expression appeared on his face as he gazed at the Tribulation Lord. Eat this. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly clenched his right hand. In an instant, a strand of terrifying force converged in his fist, and then he charged forward and smashed his fist down upon the Tribulation Lord when he arrived in front of him. Rumble! In an instant, the space around the Tribulation Lord was obliterated. His strength was truly too terrifying. A ferocious expression flashed through the Tribulation Lord's eyes as he stood amidst the countless rays of light. He suddenly clenched his right fist tightly and smashed it against Dao Ling's fist. Rumble! Dao Ling was blasted over 30 kilometers away, and his figure had just stopped when his body cracked apart while blood sprayed incessantly from his mouth. At this moment, he felt like his internal organs were on the verge of exploding. Meanwhile, the Tribulation Lord had just blasted Dao Ling flying, and then he hurriedly moved back to defend himself against Yi Xian's attack. But right at this moment, a shadow suddenly charged behind the Tribulation Lord, and then it smashed its fist against the back of the Tribulation Lord's head. Rumble! The Tribulation Lord was blasted over 1 kilometer away, but he hadn't even stopped moving when a few hundred swords slashed against him. Hiss! 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 The sound of something tearing apart resounded incessantly. The Tribulation Lord retreated madly amidst the rays of light, and countless swords swarmed towards him as he retreated. They connected perfectly in succession, and they didn't give him any chance to catch his breath. Meanwhile, Dao Ling and Shirtian had charged at the Tribulation Lord. Both of them were very clearly aware of the principle of strike while the enemy is down. So, they had to kill the Tribulation Lord right now. Yi Xian's face was drenched with sweat. It was the first time he'd executed future severing at such a high level, and it was too exhausting. Because he had to calculate every single step the Tribulation Lord took, what sort of reaction the Tribulation Lord might make, and so on and so forth. He had to calculate everything because only then would he be able to slash the Tribulation Lord to the point he couldn't pay attention to anything else. Sword strike after sword strike. The Tribulation Lord was pushed back over and over again by the frenzied attacks of Yi Xian's group of 3. In a short period of time, he'd retreated over 100 kilometers. At this moment, his body was covered in countless injuries, and his body was practically on the verge of being torn into pieces by Yi Xian's swords. Suddenly, the Tribulation Lord roared furiously, "Fuck off." As soon as he finished speaking, he abandoned his body, and his soul suddenly left his body and rose into the air. In an instant, countless swords from Yi Xian slashed through the air. Yi Xian was shocked, and he hurriedly raised his head. He was just about to attack when the Tribulation Lord suddenly slapped his palm down towards him. Bang! In an instant, a few 100,000 bolts of Tribulation lightning swept down from the sky. Rumble! At this moment, the entire starry sky was forcefully obliterated. As for Yi Xian's group of 3, they were blasted over 100 kilometers away. As soon as they stopped moving, their bodies shattered at the same time, and only their souls remained. Their countenances were extremely pale, and their eyes were filled with a solemn expression. The Tribulation Lord gazed at Yi Xian's group of 3 with a ferocious expression on his face. Damnable ants! If Qingguan hadn't destroyed my tribulation body that day, how could ants like you possibly injure me? As he spoke, he suddenly clenched his fists. In an instant, countless bolts of lightning appeared around him, and then numerous strands of terrifying pressure swept down from the sky. Dao Ling and Shirtian's expressions instantly changed drastically. Because they would definitely be unable to hold on at this moment, suddenly, Yi Xian withdrew the spear he'd obtained from Qingguan, and he aimed it at the Tribulation Lord with a calm expression. Did Miss Qing use this when she shattered your body? The Tribulation Lord's expression instantly changed drastically when he saw the spear in Yi Xian's hand. Yi Xian suddenly roared furiously, "Get over here!" His voice was slightly trembling. The Tribulation Lord was speechless. You guys vote. Needless to say, the Tribulation Lord was really quite panicked right now. After all, he'd experienced the might of this weapon in the past. That spear had instantly blasted his tribulation physique into pieces. Even now, he still felt a lingering fear when he thought about it. Moreover, he wasn't in his tribulation physique any longer. So, if he were to suffer another attack, then even if he survived, his soul would suffer a heavy injury. When he thought up to here, the Tribulation Lord glanced coldly at Xian, and then he turned around and vanished into the starry sky. He fled. Dao Ling and Shirtian instantly heaved sighs of relief when they witnessed this scene. Meanwhile, a wisp of disdain arose on the corners of Xian's mouth. He aimed his spear towards the distance and remained silent. Dao Ling and Shirtian were first stunned, and then their expressions changed violently. The Tribulation Lord hasn't left. Xian's expression was calm. Tribulation Lord, what are you hiding for? Show yourself. There was no response. Dao Ling and Shirtian had vigilant expressions on their faces. Their divine senses swept towards the distance, yet there was nothing. They were instantly puzzled. Xian chuckled, do you think I didn't notice you? How laughable. There was still no response. Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, and the profound energy within him surged into the weapon in his hand. Meanwhile, the space in the distance trembled slightly, and then the Tribulation Lord who'd left earlier appeared here once more. Dao Ling and Shirtian were astounded when they witnessed this scene. That fellow really hasn't left. The Tribulation Lord gazed at Xian. How did you notice me? Xian ridiculed, do you think your concealment technique is very formidable? How laughable. The Tribulation Lord took a deep and long glance at Xian, and then he turned around and vanished. Xian heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. How did I notice this Tribulation Lord? I guessed it, of course. As far as he was concerned, it was absolutely impossible for the Tribulation Lord to give up on killing the three of them so easily. Moreover, the Tribulation Lord was most afraid of the spear in his hand. So, if he'd shown any unusual signs or relaxed just now, then the Tribulation Lord would have definitely attacked again. His guess was right. Dao Ling glanced at Xian and was slightly curious. Brother Yi, how did you notice him? Shirtian looked at Xian as well, and his eyes were filled with curiosity. Just now, both of them had scanned the area with their divine senses several times, but they hadn't found the Tribulation Lord at all. Xian glanced at the two of them, pointed to his head, and then turned to leave. Dao Ling frowned. What does he mean? Shirtian hesitated for a moment, and then he said, I think he said we're brainless. Dao Ling. Somewhere in the starry sky, Xian and the other two sat facing each other. Recover his physical body. 2 hours later, the bodies of the three of them had recovered and their expressions were grave. That Tribulation Lord was simply too powerful, Xian suddenly said. He will come again. Dao Ling and Shirtian were silent. Xian said, there's a very important reason why we were able to shatter his body just now, and that's because he underestimated us. He looked down on us from the very beginning, and then we caught him off guard. The two of them nodded. Xian continued, I think that he might not be alone. He might represent some power. Shirtian and Dao Ling were stunned when they heard this, and then they gazed at Xian. Dao Ling said in a low voice, Brother Yi, you said that he represents some power. Why do you think so? Xian said, that masked old man said something in the Celestial Treasure Pavilion just now. He said that they'd annihilated the evil spirit race, and he was one of them. One of them means that there are others. Shirtian and Dao Ling's faces instantly sank when they heard this. A single Tribulation Lord is already so terrifying, so what if this fellow has an enormous power behind him, and he's playing with hammers? Both of them seemed to have thought of something, and they gazed at Xian. Dao Ling said in a low voice, Brother Yi, do you have any way to resist this Tribulation Lord and the power behind him? Xian thought for a moment and said, we're definitely unable to defeat him now, and we're definitely unable to flee as well. It's pointless no matter where we flee when facing an expert of such a level. Hearing this, the expressions of Dao Ling and the other man turned a little ugly. Xian suddenly said, the important matter at hand is to improve our strength, but we need time to do so. Moreover, that Tribulation Lord will absolutely not give us that time. Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm, and the dark sky token appeared there. He activated it, and it didn't take long for the masked old man to appear in front of Yi Xian. The masked old man bowed slightly. Young Master Yi. Yi Xian gazed at the masked old man. Where is the most dangerous place in this universe? The masked old man thought for a moment and said, 3 places. The Zhou clan's forbidden grounds, the Permitha of time within the river of time, and the ancient tomb in space. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice, how dangerous are they? The masked old man glanced at Yi Xian's group of 3, and then he said, extremely dangerous. Yi Xian's brows knit together slightly. Be more specific. The masked old man said, all of you will definitely die if you go there. Yi Xian asked another question. Which of these 3 places is the most dangerous? The masked old man spoke in a low voice, the ancient tomb in space. Yi Xian nodded. Give me a map. The masked old man hesitated for a moment and said, young Master Yi, we really can't go there. Yi Xian hurriedly said, then I'll head to the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. The masked old man immediately withdrew a map and passed it to Yi Xian. This is the location of the ancient tomb. Yi Xian was speechless. A short while passed before the masked old man left. Yi Xian gazed at the map and said, we have to head to the ancient tomb. Dao Ling hesitated for a moment and said, Brother Yi, can you tell me why? Yi Xian spoke softly, we're definitely unable to go against that tribulation lord with our current strength. So, we need to borrow its strength. Dao Ling was slightly puzzled. Will the ancient tomb help us? Yi Xian shook his head. It won't. Dao Ling was astounded. Yi Xian continued, it's exactly because it won't, that's why we have to go. We have to sell ourselves, understand? Shi Tian hesitated for a moment at the side, and then he said, Brother Yi, what do you mean by selling yourself? Yi Xian said, just act according to my mood later. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished into the starry sky. Dao Ling and Shi Tian exchanged glances, and then they vanished as well. On the other side, the masked old man from the Immortal Treasure Pavilion looked up into the sky with a dazed expression. What's young Master Yi going to do? Is he going to give his life away? The Zhou clan. Zhou Yu sat silently in a room with an extremely solemn expression. The Tribulation Lord, she didn't know the Tribulation Lord, but that wasn't the main point. The main point was that the Tribulation Lord had dared to kill 3 people who possessed karmic luck of the Grand Daos at the same time. Meanwhile, a white-haired old man appeared in the room. Zhou Yu was shocked when she saw the old man, and she hurriedly stood up and said, Grandfather. Zhou Ku, the previous patriarch of the Zhou clan, Zhou Ku smiled. Little girl, what do you think our Zhou clan should do now? Zhou Yu shook her head. I'll listen to grandfather. Zhou Ku gazed at Zhou Yu. I want to listen to you. Zhou Yu was shocked. Is he testing me? Zhou Yu fell silent for a moment before she said, my original intention was to befriend Yi Xian. But now. This matter is of great importance. The Zhou clan might be doomed eternally. So, I want to wait and see. Zhou Ku fell silent. Zhou Yu hesitated for a moment and said, Grandfather? Zhou Ku grinned. Little girl, you're still too young. Even though you're cautious, you're not decisive enough. Zhou Yu hurriedly said, please provide me with your guidance, grandfather. Zhou Ku smiled. What do you think of Pavilion Master Qin? Zhou Yu spoke in a low voice. An extraordinary person. Zhou Ku grinned. What about her judgment? Zhou Yu's pupils constricted when she heard this. She understood now, who does Qin Guan favor? Yi Xian, even an extraordinary person like Qin Guan favors Yi Xian. What does this mean? In the starry sky, Yi Xian's group of 3 were traversing through space. The closer they got to the ancient tomb in the starry sky, the more uneasy Yi Xian's group of 3 felt. Danger, meanwhile, Dao Ling spoke in a low voice. Brother Yi, the place we're heading to this time is extremely dangerous. Shi Tian hurriedly nodded. Very dangerous. Yi Xian's expression was calm. Is the Culpa Lord in danger? Both Dao Ling and Shi Tian fell silent. Yi Xian chuckled lightly. Don't be afraid. I'm here. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished into the distance. Shi Tian and Dao Ling exchanged glances, and then they hurriedly followed Xianxia. Around an hour later, Xian's group of 3 arrived at a silent expanse of the starry sky. They saw over 10 ancient tombs in the depths of the starry sky, and they were silent and desolate as they stood towering in the starry sky. At this moment, all 3 of them had extremely solemn expressions on their faces. Danger, they'd sensed extreme danger when they arrived here, and it was even more dangerous than facing the Culpa Lord. Dao Ling spoke in a low voice. Brother Yi, what should we do? Xian suddenly walked over to the largest tomb. Suddenly, a terrifying aura enveloped the 3 of them. The 3 of them were slightly unable to catch their breaths when they were enveloped by this terrifying aura. How terrifying! All 3 of them were shocked. Xian suddenly smiled and said, Senior, can we talk? Meanwhile, a blurry figure appeared in front of Xian. The blurry figure was like a ghost, and it was extremely strange. Xian bowed slightly. Hello, Senior. We've come to seek help from you. Dao Ling was speechless. Tian was speechless. The figure spoke in a hoarse voice. Why? Xian spoke with a serious expression. Senior, what do you think of the 3 of us? The figure fell silent for a moment, and then he said, those who possess the karmic luck of the Grand Tao are naturally not bad. Xian smiled. Geniuses that haven't matured are meaningless. The 3 of us are being pursued by the Culpa Lord right now, so we want Senior to help us and sow good karma. The figure said, why? Xian looked straight at the figure. Senior, if you help us today, then we'll definitely repay this favor in the future if we don't die. As he spoke seriously. We can't give Senior anything now, but we'll definitely be invincible in the future. No, we don't need the future, just 1 year. In 1 year, we'll be invincible in the starry sky. Senior, help us now, and we'll each owe you a favor. This favor isn't worth much now, but what about in the future? At this point, he paused for a moment, and then he continued. Senior, the 3 of us really aren't bad. In the entire universe, there's no more outstanding young man than the 3 of us. You can invest in us. At the side, Dao Ling and Tian instantly felt slightly embarrassed. Although they felt that they were very outstanding, they couldn't brag about themselves like this even if they were beaten to death. The figure in front of Xian was silent. After a long time, the figure said, You're amazing. Xian, the figure said again, Young man, do you know who the Tribulation Lord is? Xian said seriously, I don't know, but I know that Senior is not afraid of him at all. The figure smiled, Why do you say so? Xian smiled, If Senior is afraid of him, you wouldn't have listened to me so much. The figure nodded, I am not afraid of him, but I don't want to provoke him and the forces behind him. Xian suddenly said, 1 year, Senior will protect us for 1 year. The figure was silent for a moment, then said, I can't protect you for a year, but I can find a place for you. You can go there because the Tribulation Lord doesn't dare to rashly go there, but it's extremely dangerous. Xian asked, What place? The figure said, The Primordial Godland, an ancient civilization forbidden area. Even a powerhouse like the Time Immortal doesn't dare to rashly step into that place. Of course, there are opportunities there. Xian was silent. The figure continued, You choose. Xian turned to look at Dao Ling and Tian. Dao Ling said solemnly, We'll listen to you. Tian nodded, We'll listen to Brother Yi. Xian said, Let's go. The figure said, Think carefully. Xian said with a smile, Yes. The figure nodded slightly, opened his palm, and a huge teleportation array appeared in front of Xian's group. The figure said, Enter this array and you can reach the Primordial Godland. Dao Ling and Tian were about to enter when Xian suddenly said, What's your name, Senior? The figure smiled, A Huang. Xian nodded slightly, and was about to speak, when a terrifying aura came from the distant horizon. At the same time, lightning flashed all around. Tribulation Lord, seeing this, Xian's group's expression changed slightly. A Huang said, Go in. I'll stop him. Xian bowed slightly, Senior A Huang, the 3 of us will remember this favor. A Huang laughed and said, I hope you remember what you said today. Xian nodded. Definitely. Then, he led Dao Ling and Tian into the teleportation formation. Yi Xian's group of 3 had just vanished when the Tribulation Lord appeared here. The Tribulation Master looked at Ah Huang. Ah Huang, are you going to interfere in this matter? Ah Huang said plainly, they have already gone to the Great Void Immortal Lands. If you have the guts, go after them. Great Void Immortal Land. Hearing this, Ah Huang's expression instantly became unsightly. However, Ah Huang didn't pay any attention to him and disappeared from where he stood. The Culpa Lord remained silent for a moment before he vanished on the spot. After entering the teleportation array, Yi Xian's group of 3 suddenly felt the world spinning around them. It did not take long before the 3 of them appeared in a mountain range. Looking around, they saw an endless mountain range that they could not see the end of. Yi Xian suddenly said, let's find a place first. As soon as he finished speaking, he glanced at the surroundings and vanished on the spot. In an instant, he'd arrived at the peak of a mountain range. Dao Ling and Shirtian followed closely behind him. They were able to look down at the boundless mountain range from this position. Yi Xian suddenly said, have all of you noticed something? Dao Ling was slightly puzzled, what is it? Yi Xian spoke softly, it's too quiet. Only now did Dao Ling and Shirtian notice that it was just as Yi Xian had said. It had been unusually quiet since they'd arrived here. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice, there's a formidable existence here. Moreover, that existence has definitely noticed us. Dao Ling spoke in a low voice, what should we do? Yi Xian glanced at the surroundings and said, Senior, since you've noticed us, then why don't you show yourself? His voice had just resounded when an old man suddenly appeared not too far away from Yi Xian's group of 3. The old man wore an ancient black robe, had white hair, and an extremely sharp gaze that was like that of an eagle's. The old man stared at Yi Xian's group of 3 and said, you possess the karmic luck of the Grand Tao. Yi Xian nodded, yes. The old man's face was expressionless, why have we come here? Yi Xian smiled, the seniors of our clan asked us to come here to temper ourselves. The seniors of our clan, the old man frowned slightly, you came here to temper yourselves? Yi Xian nodded, they said that this place is the most dangerous, so they asked us to play here for a while before returning. The old man gazed at Yi Xian and didn't speak. Yi Xian suddenly grinned, and then he opened his palm, causing a spatial ring to float over to the old man. There were 100,000 universe veins within the spatial ring. The old man was stunned by the scene, what are you doing? Yi Xian smiled, Senior, we've just arrived here, so we really don't know much about this place. We want to understand this place. The old man's expression gradually softened as he put the spatial ring away and said, it's a small matter. This place is the Divine Void Grounds, and it's divided into 4 regions, north, south, east, and west. Every single region has a terrifying existence, the region lord. They're existences that you absolutely can't offend. Otherwise, you might die even if you possess the karmic luck of the Grand Tao. Yi Xian nodded slightly, I understand. The old man continued, besides the region lords of these 4 regions, there are also some primeval variant beasts. All of them were left behind from the primeval times, and they're extremely terrifying as well. Don't offend them rashly. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, Senior, which places are safer? The old man glanced at Yi Xian and said, nowhere is safe. Yi Xian was speechless. The old man continued, moreover, forgive me for being blunt, but it's really dangerous for you to come here. Because many experts covet the karmic luck of the Grand Tao that you possess. Yi Xian said in a low voice, Senior, there's something I don't understand. We possess the karmic luck of the Grand Tao, which means that Dedeabi is on our side. Why would anyone dare to touch us? The old man said indifferently, that's true, but possessing the karmic luck of the Grand Tao doesn't mean that you're invincible. You should know that if you act improperly and do something you shouldn't, your karmic luck of the Grand Tao will dissipate, and once it does, you'll die as well. Yi Xian fell silent. I should have asked Qing to get Dedeabi to give me more karmic luck of the Grand Tao. Dedeabi? The old man continued, however, ordinary experts wouldn't dare to look for you. You possess the karmic luck of the Grand Tao, so you're obviously not ordinary. Ordinary experts wouldn't dare to offend you, but if they do, then they're definitely top experts. Yi Xian nodded slightly. Understood. The old man glanced at Yi Xian. Take care. After saying that, he vanished on the spot. In the field, Dao Ling, who was beside Yi Xian, suddenly said, "Brother Yi, what should we do now?" Yi Xian thought about it and said, "Some of the top experts here must already know of our arrival. Therefore, it's impossible to keep a low profile. Since we can't keep a low profile, we'll keep a high profile. We'll keep a high profile." Dao Ling was a little curious. How do we keep a high profile? Yi Xian looked around. Then he said with a smile, "Follow me." After saying that, he suddenly rode his sword and soared into the sky. Dao Ling and Shirtian looked at each other and hesitated for a moment before following him. Yi Xian began to fly on the sword at an extremely fast speed. Not only did he fly on the sword, but he also made the sword emit sword chimes. He rode the sword from south to north, then from north to west, then from west to east. In an instant, the entire great void sacred ground became lively. Many powerhouses raised their heads to look at Yi Xian and the other two who were riding on their swords in the sky, their faces filled with confusion. Where did this show-off come from? Soon, Yi Xian rode his sword around the entire great void sacred ground. No one came out to stop the three of them. In the sky, Yi Xian suddenly laughed. "Is the southern region domain lord around?" There was no response. Yi Xian suddenly used sword draw to determine life and death in the sky. After that, he used one sword to determine life and death. Finally, he activated his bloodline power. The powerful bloodline power engulfed the entire sky. The entire sky turned blood red and the entire great void sacred ground felt a powerful bloodline power. That attitude was just short of saying, "I have someone backing me." At the side, Dao Ling and Shirtian were stunned. What was Brother Yi doing? At this moment, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian's group. As soon as the middle-aged man appeared, Yi Xian's group of three felt an invisible pressure. It was even more terrifying than the Culpa Lords. The middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian without saying a word. Yi Xian smiled. "Senior, are you the Southern Region Domain Lord?" The middle-aged man nodded. Yi Xian smiled. "I've heard of your name for a long time." The Southern Region Domain Lord frowned. "You've heard of me?" Yi Xian nodded. "I've heard of you from my elders." The Southern Region Domain Lord looked at Yi Xian. "Your bloodline is not simple. What's your father's name?" Yi Xian replied, "Yang Yi." The Southern Region Domain Lord shook his head. "I've never heard of him." Yi Xian said with a smile, "It's normal that you haven't heard of him. My dad keeps a low profile." As he spoke, he waved his right hand, and then the green-clothed man's image appeared here. The Southern Region Domain Lord was shocked when he saw the green-clothed man. "Just an image actually makes me feel slightly uneasy," Yi Xian suddenly said. "Senior, to tell you the truth, I've come here to ask for your help. I want to form good karma with you." The Southern Region Domain Lord glanced at Yi Xian. "What kind of good karma?" Yi Xian spoke seriously. "The three of us are being pursued by the Culpa Lord, and he should be here soon. We want to ask Senior to help us stop him." The Southern Region Domain Lord immediately shook his head. "It has nothing to do with me." Yi Xian suddenly pointed at himself, Dao Ling, and Shirtian. "Senior, what do you think of the three of us?" The Southern Region Domain Lord hesitated for a moment before he said, "Very outstanding. Even during the primeval times, all of you were top-rate monstrous geniuses." Yi Xian spoke seriously. "Senior, to be honest, no one in this world is more monstrous than the three of us. We'll definitely be invincible in the future. Right now, we just need a little bit of time. If Senior can buy us some time and allow us to grow, then we'll definitely be invincible in the future." 10 years? 3 years? No. We just need a year. So long as Senior can buy us some time, then we'll be invincible after a year. Invincible throughout the world. As he spoke, he grinned. "Senior, this deal is really worth it." The Southern Region Domain Lord was speechless. The Southern Territory Lord was filled with disbelief. There's actually such a shameless person in this world. Dao Ling and Shirtian were slightly embarrassed as well. A year, invincible? Needless to say, that was quite exaggerated. Meanwhile, the Southern Territory Lord spoke solemnly. "Young Master Yi, I don't really want to get involved in the matter between you and the Culpa Lord." Yi Xian nodded. "I know and understand. However, if you're willing to help." The Southern Territory Lord shook his head. I'm sorry, I don't want to get involved. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and vanished into the horizon. Yixian remained silent on the spot. A short while later, Yixian said, "Let's go." The three of them were about to leave when an old man suddenly appeared before them. The old man wore a loose linen robe and had a wine gourd hanging from his waist. The old man smiled. Wait. Wait. Yixian gazed at the old man. Senior, you're? The old man smiled. Old man, the Northern Territory Lord. Yixian was slightly stunned. Senior, do you need something? The old man nodded and smiled. Young friend, I heard everything you said to the Southern Territory Lord. He isn't willing to help you and your brothers, but I am. Come, let's go to the Northern Territory. Yixian and the others exchanged glances. In the end, Yixian spoke in a low voice. Why? The old man roared with laughter. I'm willing to owe all of you a favor. I believe that even though it's worthless now, it'll definitely be worth a fortune in the future. Yixian smiled. Senior, I might have exaggerated a little when I said I'd be invincible in a year. The old man blinked. That's your problem. In any case, I'm only responsible for protecting all of you for a year. I guarantee that the Culpa Lord won't be able to cause trouble for you during that year. After that, I won't care about it anymore. After all, the power behind that Culpa Lord isn't simple, and I don't want to offend it. Yixian nodded. Deal. The Northern Territory Lord smiled. Come, let's go to the Northern Territory. With that, he turned around and disappeared into the horizon. Yixian brought Dao Ling and Shirtian along with him. Before long, they arrived at the northern region. Within a stone palace, the Northern Domain's Domain Lord smiled and said, The Tribulation Lord is already here. Yixian frowned. They're already here? The Region Lord of the Northern Region nodded. He has already entered this place. He will arrive at the Northern Region in at most half an hour. As he spoke, he glanced at Yixian and the other two. Is 1 year enough? Yixian nodded. That's enough. The Northern Region Lord nodded. I don't have any cultivation resources, so I can't provide them for you. However, I do have a place to cultivate. If you want to find a place to cultivate, I can provide it for you. Yixian smiled and said, Thank you. The Northern Region Lord suddenly raised his head and looked outside the stone door. He smiled and said, They're here. I'll go meet him. With that, he stood up and left. Within the stone palace, Yixian suddenly said, If we cultivate normally, we definitely won't be able to surpass the time realm in a short time. Our current cultivation realm doesn't have enough time. So, I think the three of us should train together. Dao Ling frowned slightly. Cooperate? Yixian nodded. I've estimated the difference in strength between the three of us and the Tribulation Lord. It's not too big. If we cooperate well, we have a chance to kill him. And to cooperate, we need to know each other's trump cards and moves. Only then will we be able to cooperate perfectly. Dao Ling suddenly said, I have no problem. Shirtian also said, I also have no problem. Yixian nodded slightly. Then I'll go first. My strongest trump card is severing the future, severing the past, severing the present. Soon, inside the stone palace, the three of them began to introduce their trump cards and trump cards. Outside the stone house. The Tribulation Lord looked at the Northern Region Lord with a calm expression. Sir, do you really want to interfere in this matter? The Northern Region Lord smiled. Tribulation Lord, I'm a little curious. You should know that the three of them aren't simple, so why are you targeting them? Aren't you afraid of the Great Tao? The Tribulation Lord said indifferently, That's our business. The Northern Region Lord smiled. Looks like there's nothing to talk about. The Tribulation Lord looked at the Northern Region Lord. Northern Region Lord, I advise you not to interfere in this matter. Not to mention you, even the entire primordial godland can't bear the consequences. The Northern Region Lord's eyes narrowed. Is that so? The Tribulation Lord's expression was calm. Since we can't talk, then we'll fight. With that, he vanished on the spot. The Northern Region Lord laughed. That's exactly what I wanted. With that, he vanished on the spot. On the other side, the Southern Region Lord was watching the battle between the Northern Region Lord and the Tribulation Lord, and a middle-aged man was standing by his side. It was the Eastern Region Lord. The Eastern Region Lord spoke softly, "This old fox from the north never does anything that causes him to lose out. He actually went head-on against the Tribulation Lord for the sake of those 3 youths." The Southern Region Lord's expression was calm. "Don't you think those 3 youths are really extraordinary?" The Eastern Region Lord nodded. "They are extraordinary indeed. Even during the primeval times, they were true geniuses. But, it's those people who are targeting them." The Southern Region Lord fell silent. The Eastern Region Lord glanced at the Southern Region Lord and smiled. "What are you thinking about?" The Southern Region Lord shook his head slightly. "I was slightly tempted when that youth asked me for help, and I wanted to form a good relationship with him. But..." As he spoke, he shook his head once more. "I'm still fearful. The Tribulation Lord isn't terrifying, but the people behind him are. If I help that youth, then even though I can form a good relationship with him, I'll form a bad relationship with those people behind him." The Eastern Region Lord nodded slightly. "Those people are indeed terrifying." As he spoke, he looked at the Northern Region Lord in the distance. "This old guy knows about those people, but he still dares to do this. What gives him the right to do this? Isn't it simple?" At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from the side. The two turned to look. Not far away, a beautiful woman was slowly walking towards them. This person was the Western Region Lord. The Western Region Lord chuckled. "Everyone, what do you think the 3 of us want to do the most right now?" The Eastern Region Lord frowned slightly. "Of course it's to transcend time." As he spoke, his pupils suddenly shrank. "That youth can help him transcend time?" The Southern Region Lord frowned slightly. "That's impossible." The Western Region Lord shook his head and smiled. "Why is it impossible?" "I think it's completely possible." The Eastern Region Lord was puzzled. "Why?" The Western Region Lord said softly, "Intuition." The Southern Region Lord and the Northern Region Lord's expressions instantly froze. The Western Region Lord shook his head and smiled. "Actually, I really admire that old guy from the Northern Region. He really has the guts, and he dares to fight." The Eastern Region Lord said lightly, "He dares to fight, but if he doesn't succeed, I'm afraid he'll lose his life." The Western Region Lord turned to look at the horizon, and said softly, "But what if he succeeds? What if that young man can really bring him a great opportunity?" The 3 fell into silence. Inside the stone hall, Xian and the other 2 began to have an in-depth discussion. They exchanged their experiences in cultivation and martial arts. Needless to say, the 3 of them benefited greatly from the discussion. The 3 of them had different fighting styles, and their use of various powers was also different. Dao Ling focused on the Law and Dao, which was the all-elephant's Dharma body that he mainly cultivated. Shi Tian, on the other hand, focused on pure speed and strength. He did not have any fixed moves, and he did not have many martial arts techniques. He only focused on speed and strength. As for Xian, he was a swordsman. His sword was different from other swordsmen. His sword was based on craftiness and darkness, and it focused on surprise and killing in one move. After the 3 of them discussed, they all understood something. After a long time, the 3 of them began to try to learn from each other. More accurately, they were practicing their coordination. With their current strength, if they wanted to kill the Tribulation Lord, they had to cooperate perfectly. And this was not difficult for them, outside the stone hall. In the void, the Tribulation Lord and the Northern Region Lord suddenly stopped. The Tribulation Lord looked at the Northern Region Lord with an ugly expression. He realized that he could not do anything to this Northern Region Lord. The Northern Region Lord smiled. "Tribulation Lord, you can't do anything to me, and I don't want to kill you. You should go back." The Tribulation Lord stared at the Northern Region Lord. "Northern Region Lord, are you really going to interfere in this matter?" The Northern Region Lord smiled. "I won't hide it from you. I want to fight. Even if I lose in the end, I will have no regrets." The Tribulation Lord shook his head. "You'll definitely lose." As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his palm, and then a transmission talisman suddenly vanished. The Northern Region Lord's eyes instantly narrowed when he witnessed this scene. Obviously, the Tribulation Lord had called for help. The Tribulation Lord had a calm expression on his face. "Northern Region Lord, you'll regret this." The Northern Region Lord roared with laughter. "Let's wait and see." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. The Tribulation Lord's expression was calm. and no one knew what he was thinking. Below, the lord of the northern region had returned to his own stone hall. There was a scroll in front of his desk. He opened the scroll, and all the information about Xian was within it. It was very complete. Meanwhile, an old man appeared by the northern region lord's side, and he spoke in a low voice, "Regional lord, we're making a huge bet this time." The northern region lord spoke softly, "If I don't obtain a huge fortuitous encounter, then my life will come to an end. Besides waiting for death, there's nothing else I can do. What's the point of living like that?" The old man hesitated for a moment and said, "Will that young man really be able to help us?" The northern region lord spoke softly, "I don't know. All I know is that he's that person's son." The old man was slightly puzzled. "Who?" A trace of fear suddenly appeared in the northern region lord's eyes. "That swordsman. That terrifying swordsman who made me feel like I was dead just by looking at me all those years ago." A ferocious expression flashed through his eyes as he spoke. "I'm going to bet. I'm betting that this young man is an extraordinarily formidable second generation. Damn it. My life has come to an end, and if I don't ride on someone powerful, how can I improve further? Even if I lose this bet, I have no regrets." The old man was speechless. 2 hours later, Dao Ling and Xianxia appeared before the Tribulation Lord. Dao Ling gazed at the Tribulation Lord. "Let's fight again." The Tribulation Lord's eyes narrowed slightly. "Then what about Xian?" Dao Ling frowned. "Just the two of us will fight you." The Tribulation Lord spoke furiously. "Fight my ass. Tell that Xian to come out. I won't fight the two of you if he doesn't." As soon as he finished speaking, he retreated explosively. Dao Ling was speechless. The Tribulation Lord was very clearly aware that Xian was definitely plotting something since he was hiding in the shadows. Even though he hadn't known Xian for long, he knew that the young man was an extremely sinister person. But now, the young man hadn't shown himself, so it was very obvious that the young man intended to play some sort of trick. After the loss he'd suffered last time, he didn't dare underestimate Xian's group anymore. After all, their joint forces could threaten his life. The Tribulation Lord was still quite worried, and he moved 3 kilometers back. It didn't take long for his divine sense to sweep out like a net, and it instantly covered an area of a few million kilometers. However, he still didn't notice Xian. The Tribulation Lord frowned slightly. "Where is he?" Dao Ling hesitated for a moment and said, "He's fled." The Tribulation Lord glared angrily at Dao Ling. "What nonsense. Do you think I would believe that?" Dao Ling was speechless. Damn it, that bastard isn't falling for it. The Tribulation Lord was still looking vigilantly at the surroundings because he couldn't rest at ease so long as Xian didn't show himself. Moreover, his intuition told him that something was off. Why, after Xian's group of 3 had been blasted into pieces by him, they'd been constantly on the run. Yet now, they'd actually dared to show themselves in front of him. What did that mean? It meant that they might have a way to deal with him. When he thought up to here, the Tribulation Lord didn't hesitate to turn around and vanish into the horizon. He wasn't a rash fellow, so he naturally had to flee when he sensed that something was off. Dao Ling and Xianxia were stunned when they saw the Tribulation Lord flee. He fled just like that. Meanwhile, Xian appeared here, and he frowned slightly as he looked up into the sky. The Tribulation Lord's actions surprised him. He hadn't expected that the Tribulation Lord would actually flee just like that. Dao Ling spoke solemnly. "Brother Yi, what should we do now?" Xian shook his head and felt quite helpless. If the Tribulation Lord was determined to flee, then the 3 of them would really be helpless against him. After all, it was too difficult to keep an expert at such a level from escaping. Meanwhile, the Northern Territory Region Lord appeared here. He looked up into the sky and spoke softly. "He called for help just now, and it won't be long before that person behind him shows up." Xian suddenly said, "Senior, we have to go." The Northern Region Lord looked at Xian. "Leave?" Xian nodded. "Staying here will only implicate you. Of course, the 3 of us will always remember Senior's help." He knew that the Northern Region Lord was very strong, but if they stayed here, they would definitely implicate the entire Northern region. The Northern Region Lord wanted to say something, but Xian suddenly smiled and said, "We have decided." The Northern Region Lord spoke in a low voice. "All of you can head to the primeval shrine. If all of you are able to enter it, then the Tribulation Lord and those behind him might not be able to do anything to all of you. Yixian frowned. Primordial Shrine? The Northern Region Lord nodded slightly. Yes. That is a forbidden area here. No one dares to enter that place, including the 4 domain lords. But I think that if you go there, there shouldn't be a problem. Yixian smiled and asked, why? The Northern Region Lord spoke solemnly, all of you possess the karmic luck of the Grand Tao. Yixian thought for a moment and said, then let's give it a try. The Northern Region Lord nodded. Head south, and the primeval shrine is 5,000 kilometers away. Yixian cupped his fists and smiled, Senior, we'll meet again. As soon as he finished speaking, he led Dao Ling and Qing Er away. Suddenly, Yixian stopped and said, Senior, do you have any wishes? The Northern Region Lord was slightly stunned, and then he hurriedly said, Transcend time. Yixian nodded slightly. I'll help you fulfill that wish right now. The Northern Region Lord was stunned. Right now? Yixian nodded. Right now. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I'll forget about it once I leave this place. The Northern Region Lord was speechless. Yixian suddenly raised his head and spoke softly, Qing Er, I know you can hear me. This senior isn't bad. Give him a fortuitous encounter. Boom, the space-time above the Northern Region Lord's head suddenly split open, and a ray of white light entered the Northern Region Lord's head. Rumble. The Northern Region Lord's body shook violently as countless information surged into his mind. After a long time, the Northern Region Lord suddenly opened his eyes, and his body trembled with excitement. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. In the distance, Yixian suddenly said, Senior, take care. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked towards the distance. The Northern Region Lord suddenly bowed deeply. Thank you, young Master Yi. Young Master Yi, in that instant, he understood that there was an extremely terrifying existence behind Yixian. How terrifying, it was indescribable. Yixian and the other 2 vanished into the distance. The Northern Region Lord immediately turned around and left. He had a new direction now, and transcending time was only a matter of time, in the distance. Dao Ling, who was beside Yixian, suddenly said, Brother Yi, I know you want to rely on yourself, but can you ask your sister to help me? I don't want to rely on myself anymore. Yixian was speechless. Dao Ling said seriously, Brother Yi, I'm serious. Sure Tian hesitated for a moment, and then he said, Brother Dao Ling, you shouldn't think like that. We have to rely on ourselves. It's only meaningful to become strong through our own cultivation. Dao Ling sighed softly. You don't know about Brother Yi's cheating devices. Whoever uses them will love them. Yixian was speechless. Right at this moment, the Southern Region Lord, Eastern Region Lord, and Western Region Lord appeared before Yixian and the other 2. The Southern Region Lord cupped his fists and said, Yi company. Yixian smiled. What's the matter? The Southern Region Lord said in a low voice, Young Master Yi, the Northern Region Lord has just entered closed-door cultivation. Yixian blinked. What does that have to do with you? As soon as he finished speaking, he led the 3 of them and vanished. The Southern Region Lord and the other 2 had extremely unsightly expressions on their faces. It didn't take long for them to arrive at a wasteland. A huge hall stood towering at the end of the wasteland. The hall was over 1 kilometer tall, and it was a magnificent sight. Moreover, it carried a trace of an ancient aura. The 3 of them walked towards the primeval divine hall. All along the way, Yixian and the other 2 frowned. Because they'd noticed numerous corpses of demon beasts all along the way. Some of these corpses were very old, but some were very new. Moreover, these corpses only had bones and no flesh. Yixian and the other 2 exchanged glances and became vigilant. After walking for a short while, the 3 of them suddenly stopped. Not far in front of them on the right, there was a small slope, and behind the small slope, there was a youth squatting there. The youth had very long hair, and it had already reached his waist, and it was very messy, like a chicken coop. In front of him was a huge demonic beast corpse, and at this moment, the youth was crazily eating the meat of the demonic beast corpse. He was eating demon beasts, and he was eating them raw. Yixian and the other 2 exchanged glances, and they were slightly shocked. Dao Ling spoke in a low voice, this brother really has strong tastes. Right at this moment, the young man suddenly turned around to look at Dao Ling. As soon as he turned around, Yi Xian and the other two saw the young man's appearance. The young man's eyes were suffused with a ferocious glow, the young man stomped his feet on the ground, and the entire ground collapsed. Meanwhile, he relied on the terrifying force to leap up and pounce towards Dao Ling like a wolf pouncing on its prey. Dao Ling frowned slightly, what's wrong with you? As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward. Rumble, the space in the surroundings suddenly shook violently, and then both of them retreated explosively. After Dao Ling stopped, a wisp of a solemn expression flashed through his eyes, and he gazed at the young man in the distance. His physical body is so terrifying. Yi Xian glanced at the young man. He noticed it as well. The young man seems to be a body cultivator. Right at this moment, Xianxia spoke abruptly, he possesses karmic luck of the Grand Tao as well. Yi Xian and Xianxia were stunned when they heard this. Xianxia gazed at the young man in the distance that was filled with hostility, and he spoke in a low voice, I never expected that there would be someone here that possesses karmic luck of the Grand Tao. Yi Xian was slightly curious, how did you notice? Xianxia spoke in a low voice, I have a secret technique called the aura observation technique that allows me to observe karmic luck. The karmic luck on this person is the karmic luck of the Grand Tao. He's the same as us. Dao Ling frowned slightly, we both possess karmic luck of the Grand Tao, so we're on the same side. Why is he so hostile towards us? Yi Xian rolled his eyes at Dao Ling, I'm afraid you're an idiot. It's precisely because we both possess karmic luck of the Grand Tao that he's hostile towards us. Dao Ling instantly came to an understanding when he heard this, he'd actually almost forgotten that they were fighting for karmic luck of the Grand Tao. Xianxia spoke in a low voice, this fellow wants to kill us. Yi Xian glanced at the young man, and the young man's eyes were filled with killing intent. Yi Xian spoke abruptly, beat him up first. As soon as he finished speaking, the three of them vanished on the spot. In the distance, the young man was stunned. In the next moment, he roared furiously and charged forward, numerous explosions resounded incessantly in the surroundings, and it wasn't long before the young man was beaten up. After a short moment, Yi Xian's group of three stopped, and all of them were slightly shocked, because they noticed that the young man's body was extraordinarily terrifying. The joint forces of the three of them were actually unable to break through the young man's defenses. Dao Ling glanced at his right hand. His right hand had split apart, but the young man in the distance was completely unharmed. Of course, it wasn't good for the young man as well. After all, he'd been beaten up by the joint forces of the three of them, he wasn't injured, but it didn't look good. Xianxia spoke abruptly in a low voice, he seems to only know how to hit randomly. Yi Xian nodded because he'd noticed it as well. The young man before them had been completely disorganized when they'd fought earlier, and he'd been hitting randomly. If it wasn't for his body being too abnormal, then the three of them would have been able to instantly annihilate him with ease. Perhaps they could break through the young man's defenses with the green profound sword in their possession. But now, according to the degree of the young man's defense was abnormal, they would probably be unable to do anything to the young man even if they struck him 100 times. What a freak! Of course, if the three of them were to really go all out, they should be able to exhaust the young man to death. In the distance, the young man stared at Yi Xian and the other two with a ferocious expression. The next moment, he suddenly leaped and directly crashed into Yi Xian and the other two. Yi Xian said calmly, use some force. Let him know why the flowers are red. After that, the three of them disappeared on the spot at the same time. This time, the three of them didn't fight the young man head-on. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In the field, the young man was being brutally beaten by Yi Xian and the other two. Faced with the perfect cooperation of Yi Xian and the other two, the young man had no strength to fight back at all. He could only passively take the beating. Just like that, the three of them brutally beat the young man for nearly 15 minutes before stopping. After stopping, the young man's hands trembled. He glared at Yi Xian and the other two and roared, one-on-one. One-on-one? Yi Xian said seriously, brother, times have changed. Now, it's about numbers. Unity is power. Haven't you heard of it? The young man was speechless. Ganging up on him, the young man's expression turned ferocious when he heard Yi Xian's words. He roared furiously and charged at Yi Xian. Yi Xian's expression was calm. Beat him up. The three of them vanished on the spot. Rumble, numerous explosions resounded incessantly in the surroundings. The three of them were very powerful. The energy that leaked out directly cracked the ground around them. However, the surrounding spacetime was completely unharmed. Vicious beatings, the young man did not even have the strength to fight back. He was beaten up. It was hard to say if it was one-on-one. However, 3-on-1 was like a father beating his son. About 15 minutes later, Yi Xian's group of three stopped. The young man's expression was extremely ugly. He roared madly at Yi Xian's group of three as if he had gone mad. He kept shouting, "One-on-one." Yi Xian said calmly, "Continue beating him up." The three of them vanished on the spot once again. The young man was speechless. Just like that, Yi Xian's group of three beat up the young man for a full hour. The young man did not have the strength to fight back at all during this hour. Although his physical body was really terrifying, he could not withstand this beating. After all, the pain was still there. After a long time, Yi Xian's group of three stopped. The young man glanced at Yi Xian's group of three. Although there was still anger in his eyes, he had calmed down overall. Yi Xian smiled. "What's your name?" The young man stared fixedly at Yi Xian and did not speak. Yi Xian said solemnly, "No discord, no concord. Let's be friends." Dao Ling and Shirtian's expressions froze. The young man broke through their defenses and roared, "Scram!" As he spoke, his blood surged and he was about to charge at Yi Xian's group of three. However, he quickly calmed down. He suddenly remembered that he was not a match for the three of them. Yi Xian smiled faintly. "You should have already discovered our identities." "That's right, we are the possessors of the Great Path Luck. Now, you have two choices. 1. Join us. 2. The three of us kill you and divide the Great Path Luck on you." The youth beside Yi Xian, Dao Ling said in a low voice, "Brother Yi, are you trying to rope him in?" Yi Xian said seriously, "Think about it. What do we lack the most right now? He was a meat shield. If he joins us, with him taking the brunt of the damage, won't it be much easier for us?" Dao Ling blinked and gave a thumbs up. "Brilliant. It's too high." Shirtian hesitated for a moment before he said, "He might not join us." Yi Xian smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'll bluff." "Oh, no, I'll have a good talk with him. You see, this brother has a bad temper and gets angry at the slightest provocation. One look and you can tell that he's a simple-minded person. This kind of honest person is the best to bluff, the best to talk to." Shirtian and the other man were speechless. Yi Xian glanced at the corpse of the gigantic demon beast in the distance and walked towards it. The youth's expression instantly changed drastically when he saw this, and he roared furiously, "It's mine." Yi Xian glared at the youth. "What do you mean mine? Good things should be shared, understand?" The youth, Yi Xian, walked over to the demon beast's corpse and sized it up. He was slightly shocked in his heart because he noticed that the demon beast's corpse wasn't simple at all. It was filled with abundant energy. Yi Xian didn't think too much about it. He started a fire and started roasting the meat. Yi Xian was extremely skilled in cooking and roasting. Moreover, he'd brought a lot of ingredients with him. It didn't take long for Yi Xian to roast the demon beast's meat until it was golden yellow. Moreover, it was extremely fragrant. Dao Ling and Shirtian sat down by Yi Xian's side, and then they started to tear apart the meat and eat it. In the distance, the youth stared fixedly at Yi Xian's group of three. His gaze seemed like he wished for nothing more than to eat the meat of Yi Xian's group of three. However, his gaze would occasionally glance at the roasted meat in front of Yi Xian's group. Dao Ling suddenly exclaimed in admiration, "Brother Yi, your culinary skills aren't bad." Shirtian nodded. "Sure." Yi Xian laughed heartily. Then, he picked up a piece of roasted meat and passed it to the youth. "Do you want some?" The youth stared at Yi Xian and didn't speak. Yi Xian smiled and pointed with his finger. The piece of roasted meat landed steadily in front of the youth. The youth was slightly hesitant. Yi Xian smiled. "It's not good to eat raw meat. Meat should be roasted." The youth looked at the roasted meat in front of him. His throat rolled, but he still endured it. Yi Xian smiled. "Try it." The youth fell silent for a long time. In the end, he couldn't bear it anymore. He picked up the roasted meat and started chewing. In an instant, he finished the roasted meat. Seeing this scene, Xian's group of 3 was stunned. Why was this guy like a beast? After he finished chewing, the youth looked at Xian. Xian smiled and said, "Come over and eat with us." The youth looked at Xian with vigilance in his eyes. Xian smiled. "If we had any ill intentions towards you, we wouldn't be sitting here talking nonsense with you. The 3 of us are good people. Very good people." The youth hesitated for a while. Then, he walked over to Xian and sat down. He glanced at the 3 of them. "Eat?" Xian nodded. "Eat." The youth picked up the roasted meat from the rack and started chewing. In less than 2 breaths of time, the roasted meat that was the size of an adult was completely devoured by the youth. Not even the bones were left. Xian's group of 3 was dumbfounded. What the hell was this guy doing? After the youth finished chewing, he looked at Xian and pointed at the corpse of the demon beast in the distance. "Continue roasting it." Xian was speechless. The youth moved the demon beast corpse in front of Xian and let him roast it. Xian was speechless. He didn't refuse and continued roasting. The youth looked at Xian silently, his saliva dripping down. Xian suddenly smiled and asked, "I'm Xian. The 2 beside me are called Daoling and Shirtian. What's your name?" The youth's gaze was still fixed on the roasted meat. "Heaven's abandonment." Xian frowned. "Heaven's abandonment?" The youth stared at the roasted meat and didn't speak. Xian sized up heaven's abandonment. It had to be said that heaven's abandonment was very sloppy. He was no different from a wild beast. It was obvious that he had lived here alone for a very long time. Moreover, he didn't understand the ways of the world. At this moment, the meat was done roasting. As soon as it was done, heaven's abandonment picked it up and started eating. Soon, the entire demon beast was eaten clean by him. After that, heaven's abandonment looked at Xian. At this moment, the hostility in his eyes lessened. Xian smiled. "Do you want to go with us?" Heaven's abandonment frowned. "Go?" Xian nodded. "Go outside and have a look." Heaven's abandonment was silent for a long time. He said, "There's food here." Xian smiled. "There's food outside too. Moreover, there's a lot of food." Heaven's abandonment shook his head. "I won't go." Xian didn't understand. "Why?" Heaven's abandonment said, "Father is here." "Father?" Xian narrowed his eyes. "Your father is here?" Heaven's abandonment nodded. He turned and pointed at a small hill in the distance. Xian glanced at the hill. In next to no time, he frowned. A demon beast was buried within the hill. Xian looked at heaven's abandonment. "This fellow is a demon beast." In next to no time, he noticed that this fellow really was a demon beast. Daoling and Shirtian noticed this as well. "No wonder this fellow's body is so strong," heaven's abandonment suddenly said. "Father told me to be careful of all of you." Xian frowned slightly. "All of us?" Heaven's abandonment nodded. "He said to be careful of those that have the same smell as me." Obviously, he was talking about the karmic luck of the Grand Tao. Xian smiled. "What do you think?" Heaven's abandonment glanced at Xian. "You're not a good person." Xian was speechless. Heaven's abandonment suddenly stood up. He turned around and walked over to the hill, and then he lay down before the hill and started to sleep. Shirtian spoke abruptly from the side. "The bloodline of the demon beast buried within the hill is different from his." Xian spoke solemnly. "In other words, it isn't his biological father that's buried there?" Shirtian nodded. Obviously, heaven's abandonment wasn't simple at all. Daoling suddenly asked, "Are we still taking him with us?" Xian spoke softly. "Do you think the Tribulation Lord would let him go if he were to stay here and be noticed by him?" Daoling spoke softly. "That's true." Xian walked over to heaven's abandonment, squatted down, and said, "Do you want to leave?" Heaven's abandonment hesitated for a moment, and then he said, "Yes." Xian said with a smile, "Then come with us. We have enough meat." Heaven's abandonment turned around to glance at the hill behind him. Yi Xian smiled, that's easy. As he spoke, he withdrew a spatial ring and moved the entire hill into it. After that, he passed the spatial ring to Heaven's abandonment. Heaven's abandonment was stunned, and then he said, inside? Yi Xian nodded. Heaven's abandonment hurriedly put the spatial ring on his hand, and then he rubbed it lightly while a wisp of sorrow flashed through his eyes. Yi Xian suddenly said, you have to dress yourself up. As he spoke, he waved his hand lightly, and all the dirt on Heaven's abandonment was swept away. After that, he withdrew a black robe and put it on Heaven's abandonment. On the other hand, half of Heaven's abandonment's hair had been cut off. It didn't take long for a completely new Heaven's abandonment to appear before Yi Xian's group of three. Needless to say, Heaven's abandonment had undergone a tremendous change after he dressed himself up and cleaned himself up. Heaven's abandonment was very handsome, but he was slightly cold. His eyes were crimson red, and there was a very deep scar on his chest. Yi Xian glanced at the scar, and he was slightly shocked. He'd experienced how formidable Heaven's abandonment's body was, yet someone had actually been able to injure his body. Yi Xian pointed at the scar on Heaven's abandonment's chest and said, who did this? Heaven's abandonment shook his head, I don't know. Yi Xian frowned slightly, he's been here since he was young? Heaven's abandonment nodded. Yi Xian fell silent for a moment, and then he nodded slightly, come with us. Heaven's abandonment glanced at Yi Xian, there's enough meat, right? Yi Xian roared with laughter, yes. Heaven's abandonment nodded, all right. Yi Xian led the three of them towards the primeval shrine. On the way, Heaven's abandonment suddenly gazed at Yi Xian, and then he hesitated for a moment before he said, can I have some of your meat? Yi Xian's face instantly darkened when he heard this. Damn it, this fellow actually wants to eat me, Dao Ling suddenly roared with laughter. Yi Xian glared at Dao Ling, and then he said, Heaven's abandonment is strong in terms of defense and physical strength, but his techniques are too weak. If he encounters a top-rate expert, then he'll definitely suffer a loss. We have to teach him how to fight. Dao Ling, I'll leave this glorious task to you. Dao Ling's face instantly darkened when he heard this. It didn't take long for the three of them to arrive at the primeval shrine. The door to the shrine was over 30 m wide, and there were a few dozen enormous stone pillars that were as thick as an adult's body before it. There were some hideous demon beasts drawn on the stone pillars. Yi Xian took a look at the hall in front of him. The entire hall was filled with an ancient aura. Dao Ling spoke solemnly, Brother Yi, this place isn't simple at all. Xianxia spoke abruptly, it's dangerous. Yi Xian gazed at Xianxia, have you been here? Xianxia hesitated for a moment, and then he shook his head, I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare, Yi Xian fell silent. He knew that demon beasts were very sensitive to danger. Since Xianxia hadn't dared to come here, then it was obvious that this place was very dangerous. Moreover, he himself felt quite uneasy right now. It was very dangerous. Right at this moment, the four of them suddenly turned around and saw two extremely terrifying auras sweeping towards them from afar. One of them belonged to the Culpa Lord, and the other was much stronger than the Culpa Lord. Yi Xian immediately said, let's go in. As soon as he finished speaking, he pushed open the door to the shrine and led the four of them in. As soon as they entered, the Tribulation Lord and a middle-aged man appeared at the entrance of the shrine. The Tribulation Lord was just about to enter when the middle-aged man stopped him. The Tribulation Lord gazed at the middle-aged man, Master Yun? The middle-aged man called Master Yun shook his head slightly, it's dangerous. The Tribulation Lord spoke solemnly, I know, but they've entered. Master Yun's expression was calm. Wait. The Tribulation Lord hesitated for a moment before he said, my suggestion is that we don't give them a chance. Their strength increases explosively every once in a while. Master Yun didn't answer the Tribulation Lord. He frowned slightly as he gazed at the shrine, and there was a trace of fear and bewilderment in his eyes. There was a trace of worry in the Tribulation Lord's eyes as he gazed at the shrine. It was very dangerous. He felt that it was very dangerous as well, but Yi Xian's group had entered. After they entered the shrine, Yi Xian turned around and noticed that the Tribulation Lord and the middle-aged man hadn't followed them in. Obviously, this place was really dangerous. Yi Xian looked around. The place where they came in was a courtyard. It was very big, and it was all paved with bluestone. In the middle of the courtyard, there was a tree that was almost withered. The surroundings were silent, abnormally silent. At this moment, Tianqi's body suddenly trembled slightly. Yixian looked at Tianqi. What's wrong? Tianqi clenched his fists and his eyes were filled with vigilance. Danger! Danger! At the side, Dao Ling also said in a low voice, Brother Yi, I feel a little uneasy. It's very strong. Yixian suddenly asked, Is it as dangerous as my sister's sword? Dao Ling hesitated for a moment before he said, No. Yixian blinked. Then what are you afraid of? Dao Ling thought about it and said, Now that you mention it, I don't think I'm nervous anymore. Shi Tian suddenly said, Because Brother Yi is here, his sister might not kill you, but here, Dao Ling was speechless. Shi Tian glanced at the withered tree in the distance. Brother Yi, there's something wrong with this tree. Yixian nodded. I can see that. Shi Tian hesitated for a moment before he said, Why don't we head out? I can see the danger outside, but the danger here. I can't see it. Yixian thought about it and said, It's fine. I'll take care of it first. As he spoke, he walked towards the withered tree. Shi Tian suddenly pulled Yixian back and shook his head. It's dangerous. Yixian nodded. I know. Then what do you think our chances are if we head out and fight the Culpalord? Shi Tian shook his head. I don't know. I don't know, Yixian smiled. Someone once read my fortune, and he said that my fate is very strong, and it's very difficult for me to die. As he finished speaking, he walked towards the withered tree. Dao Ling suddenly said in a trembling voice, Brother Yi, who read your fortune? Is it reliable? Yixian roared with laughter. I think it's probably reliable. As he spoke, he walked over to the withered tree and sat down. Not too long ago, I told my younger sister not to suppress Dedeabi. I want to rely on myself to walk down the path of the Grand Tao. When he spoke up to here, he shook his head lightly. We possess the karmic luck of the Grand Tao, yet we feel that you're very dangerous. Obviously, you're definitely a peerless great figure. We brothers have no ill intent when we enter this hall today, and we merely want to see if we're able to take you as our master. If we're able to take you as our master, then we'll definitely bring Senior's inheritance to glory. He paused for a moment as he spoke up to here, and then he said, Even though I really want to be humble, it's a pity that my strength doesn't allow me to do so. Amongst the monstrous geniuses in the outside world, there's no one that's more outstanding than us brothers. If Senior intends to leave behind an inheritance or pass on the Tao, then I think that us brothers are very suitable. There was no reply. Dao Ling hesitated for a moment, and then he said, Shi Tian, do you think Brother Yi will be able to do it? Shi Tian shook his head. I don't know. In the distance, Yixian bowed slightly. Senior, if you don't say anything, then it means that you've agreed. As soon as he finished speaking, he hurriedly turned around to look at Dao Ling and the others. Quickly bow and take him as your master. Dao Ling and Shi Tian were slightly stunned. What's this? He's taking him as his master just like that. Yixian didn't say anything else, and he directly bowed slightly. Greetings, master. His voice hadn't finished resounding through the air when a terrifying aura suddenly enveloped Yixian. Yixian was shocked in his heart, but his expression was very calm because the person hadn't attacked him directly. Meanwhile, the tree suddenly started trembling. In the next moment, a voice resounded from within the tree. Young man, you're really shameless. Yixian was speechless. The voice continued. What makes you think that I won't kill you? Yixian immediately said, There's no reason. The voice said, The karmic luck of the Grand Tao that all four of you possess is extremely beneficial to me as well. Yixian laughed heartily. The voice said, What are you laughing at? Yixian laughed. I'm laughing because Senior is joking with me. With Senior's strength, why would you care about this insignificant karmic luck? Not to mention this insignificant karmic luck, even Dedeabi wouldn't be able to do anything to Senior. The voice fell silent. Yixian said again, Senior, you're able to make the four of us feel uneasy with just your aura alone. With such strength, I'm afraid that even Dedeabi would have to bow his head in submission when he sees your excellency. The voice suddenly laughed. Young man, you're really good at flattering. Yixian bowed slightly. What Junior said is what I think. There's not a single word of falsehood. The voice laughed. Dadeabi's ability is much more terrifying than you can imagine. Of course, as you said, I'm really not too afraid of it. Yixian bowed slightly. Senior, do the four of us have the honor of becoming your disciple? The voice fell silent. Yixian nodded slightly. Junior understands. Saying so, he sighed in a low voice. It's a great regret that I couldn't become Senior's disciple. The voice suddenly said, Young man, if it was in the past, I would have been willing to accept the four of you. After all, the four of you are monsters among monsters. Moreover, your temperament is to my liking. Unfortunately, the current me. At this point, he didn't continue speaking. Yixian asked in a deep voice, Senior, are you still alive? The voice laughed. What do you think? Yixian shook his head. I think no one in this world can kill Senior, unless Senior wants to die. Otherwise, who can hurt Senior? Haha. The voice suddenly laughed. Little guy, although I know you're flattering me, I have to say that it's really nice to hear. Yixian smiled slightly. Senior, when we four brothers came in just now, we were a bit uneasy. We thought Senior was a difficult person to talk to, but now it seems we were overthinking. The voice said, just now, you were uneasy because I don't want anyone to disturb me. However, I'm a bit curious about the four of you. Logically speaking, the four of you should be enemies with each other, but now it seems you're on the same side. Yixian smiled. Because we have a stronger enemy. The voice said, the two outside? Yixian nodded. Yes. I wonder if Senior has heard of that Tribulation Lord. This person is known as the Myriad Tribulation Ancestor, invincible in the universe. The voice suddenly said disdainfully. What bullshit Myriad Tribulation Ancestor? Invincible in the universe. Did he say that? Yixian hurriedly nodded. Yes. That day when he bullied us three brothers, he told us that he was invincible and we could do whatever we wanted. What bullshit is that? The voice was filled with disdain. It's just a bolt of tribulation lightning that has developed intelligence and attained initial success in cultivation. He actually dares to say that he's invincible. He's truly a frog at the bottom of a well that doesn't know the immensity of the heavens and the earth. Yixian spoke solemnly, Senior, that Tribulation Lord is really formidable. Even our joint forces weren't a match for him. When that bolt of tribulation lightning descended, it was simply terrifying. When he spoke up to this point, he paused for a moment before he continued, of course, he's definitely far inferior to Senior. After all, just a strand of Senior's aura was enough to make us four brothers feel uneasy and terrified, but we didn't feel that way when facing that Tribulation Lord. But, that Tribulation Lord is very formidable. The voice said, he's actually just a piece of trash, and he's just a lackey of someone else. Even though the three of you are inferior to him now, surpassing him in the future is extremely easy. Yixian nodded slightly. Thank you for thinking so highly of us, Senior. The four of us brothers will definitely work hard. He hesitated for a moment as he spoke up to this point, and then he said, Senior, since you're not interested in taking disciples, then we'll be taking our leave. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Dao Ling and the others were slightly stunned, but they still left with Yixian in the end. Suddenly, the voice said, they're right outside. You'll be in danger if you leave now. Yixian nodded. I know. However, we'll probably drag Senior down if we stay here. Once that Tribulation Lord and the others behind him act against Senior. At that time, our consciences wouldn't be able to bear it. The voice suddenly roared with laughter. Little fellow, do you think I'm afraid of them? Yixian hesitated to speak. The voice chuckled, little fellow, just watch. I'll show you what a true expert is like. As soon as the voice finished speaking, a black shadow suddenly appeared in the sky outside the hall, and it looked down at the Tribulation Lord. Trash, like you said that you're invincible throughout the universe? Are you shameless? How dare you speak such arrogant words? A moment later, a huge palm swept down at an extremely swift speed, and the Tribulation Lord wasn't even able to react before he was blasted flying. Rumble, the Tribulation Lord was blasted over 3 kilometers away. As soon as he stopped, His body exploded apart into countless bolts of lightning that shot towards the surroundings. The Tribulation Lord was speechless. P.S. I don't dare to say anything else, but do all of you think that I'm on time? Is there anyone who's more stable and punctual than me? It had to be said that the Tribulation Lord was dumbfounded. What the hell was this? Who was this fellow in front of him? Why did he attack him? In the horizon, the phantom looked down at the Tribulation Lord hundreds of thousands of feet away. It disdainfully said, "What trash?" Tribulation Lord. At the entrance to the hall, Master Cloud looked up at the phantom, his expression calm. You must be the primal god race's primordial divine tree soul. In the horizon, the phantom looked at Master Cloud and chuckled. To think you even investigated my origins so thoroughly. You aren't simple at all. Master Cloud chuckled. Primordial divine tree, our goal is only those 4 people. The primordial divine tree lightly said, what does that have to do with me? Master Cloud nodded. Then I ask you to let them come out. The primordial divine tree mocked, why should I? Master Cloud frowned. The primordial divine tree sneered. What, you want to fight? Master Cloud sighed. We have always respected the primal god race. Primordial divine tree, we must obtain those 4 people. Can you not interfere? The primordial divine tree laughed. Are you threatening me or begging me? After a moment of silence, Master Cloud nodded. I understand your attitude. With that, he turned and left. He didn't attack because he truly couldn't do anything to the primordial divine tree. At this time, the distant Tribulation Lord trembled. Primordial divine tree, as far as I know, this is the first time we have met. Since this is the first time we have met, why did you hit me? The primordial divine tree lightly said, if I want to hit you, I hit you. You don't agree? The Tribulation Lord fiercely said, was it that Xian? Did he tell you to hit me? Xian, the primordial divine tree frowned. Why do you have to spout so much nonsense? If you don't agree, then hit me back. The Tribulation Lord's expression was incomparably fierce. He knew, it was definitely that bastard Xian who was up to no good, that old bastard. On the side, Master Cloud glanced at the Tribulation Lord. Let's go. With that, he vanished with the Tribulation Lord. The primordial divine tree returned to the hall. At this moment, the eyes of Xian and the others were filled with admiration. Xian said excitedly, Senior, that Tribulation Lord was like an ant in front of you. Senior, you are amazing. The primordial god tree laughed, it's not that I'm powerful, it's that the Tribulation Lord is too weak. Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly. Senior, before this, us 4 brothers felt that there were very few in the world who could be a match for us. But now that we've met Senior, we finally know how weak we are. Sigh. We were shocked by Senior's invincible strength. The primordial god tree laughed, little guy, don't keep flattering me, I don't like it, haha. Xian was speechless. Meanwhile, Dao Ling spoke abruptly, Senior, who's the power standing behind the Tribulation Lord? The primordial god tree frowned. Don't you know? Xian nodded. I don't know. The primordial god tree fell silent. Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, is it very strong? The primordial god tree said, very strong. They have a long history, even before my primordial god race. Moreover, according to what I know, they've even devoured the people of the previous generations who possessed the destiny of the great Tao. Xian frowned. They've devoured the previous generations? The primordial god tree nodded. Yes. Xian said in a low voice, is the destiny of the great Tao so useless? It was actually killed by someone else. This Dedeabi is too cheap. Dedeabi. The primordial god tree laughed. Possessing the destiny of the great Tao only means that one's destiny becomes extremely good. Apart from that, it doesn't mean anything. But there are some powerhouses that can ignore this so-called destiny, just like the Tribulation Lord and those people behind him. Xian frowned. Senior, who are those people behind him? The primordial god tree fell silent. Xian asked, you can't tell me? The primordial god tree said, the immortal mausoleum. It's a very, very ancient super faction. When my primordial god race was still around, we had dealings with them. In truth, I have some doubts. Logically speaking, although your great Tao destiny is good, it shouldn't be of much use to existences like them. This is because they don't have the destiny of the great Tao, so it's impossible for them to compete for it. Although the destiny of the great Tao can be devoured, the effect isn't that great. Unless, Yixian suddenly said, unless they also have someone who possesses the destiny of the great Tao. The primordial god tree nodded. If they also have someone who possesses the destiny of the great Tao, then everything makes sense. As it spoke, it glanced at Yixian and the others. The four of you have been targeted by them. I'm afraid your days won't be too good. Yixian said in a low voice, just how many people possess the destiny of the great Tao? The primordial god tree smiled. I'm not sure about that. Yixian thought for a moment and then said, Senior, can you point us in the right direction? The primordial god tree fell silent. Yixian faintly smiled. I was rude. The primordial god tree said in a low voice, little fellow, to tell you the truth, the reason I stayed here is to seek a lucky chance for my primal god race. In the past, because of some special reasons, my race was destroyed. And in these past years, my people have always wanted to rebuild the primal god race and return to our ancestral land, Primordial City. But, because of some special reasons, we cannot return. As it spoke, it glanced at Yixian. Little fellow, I know you aren't ordinary. If you agree to bring my primal god race's people back to the primordial god race in the future, then I will bring you 4 brothers to see the souls of my primal god race's ancestors and have them help you 4 brothers. But, I must remind you that once you agree, that is the same as accepting an even greater karma. In the past, my primal god race's strength was evenly matched with the immortal mausoleum. Hearing this, Yixian and the others fell silent. Evenly matched, and the primal god race had still been destroyed. What did this mean? It meant that the primal god race had provoked an extremely terrifying influence or powerhouse. Yixian turned to look at Dao Ling and Shirtian. Both of them were silent. Yixian smiled and said, if you aren't going to say anything, then state your stance. Dao Ling hesitated for a moment and then said, Brother Yi, you make the decision. Yixian looked at Shirtian. Shirtian nodded. Brother Yi, you decide. Yixian looked at Skyforsaken. Skyforsaken hesitated for a moment and then said, just give me the meat. Everyone, Yixian laughed and then turned to look at the primordial god tree. Senior, we will make this deal. The primordial god tree looked straight at Yixian. Are you sure? Yixian nodded. Let the future speak for itself. Living in the present is the most important thing. The primordial god tree was silent for a moment and then said, follow me. After saying that, it turned and walked towards the small hall. Yixian hurriedly led Dao Ling and the other 2 to follow. On the way, Shirtian said in a deep voice, Brother Yi, why do I feel like we are getting weaker and weaker? It wasn't like this before. Dao Ling also nodded. Yes, before I met Brother Yi, I was already invincible for many years. Ever since I met Brother Yi, I feel weaker by the day. As he said that, he glanced at Yixian and then said, Brother Yi, what about you? Yixian sternly said, I am the same. Before we were together, I was always invincible. Along the way, I swept away everything and never met a worthy opponent. Dao Ling hesitated for a moment and then said, really? Yixian's face darkened. I am a swordsman. Do you think I would lie? Dao Ling curled his lips. You are a hammer swordsman. After spending time with Yixian, he finally realized this. Although Brother Yi was a swordsman, the things he did were completely different from what he imagined a swordsman to be. Shirtian suddenly said, Brother Yi, I feel that this matter with the primordial god race is not as simple as it seems. Yixian nodded. I know, but we have no choice. No choice, Shirtian was silent. As Yixian said, the 4 of them had no other choice. Before long, everyone entered the small hall. There were some statues in the small hall and the entire hall was very quiet. The primordial god tree slightly bowed towards the leading statue. Patriarch. Kacha, the statue suddenly shattered and an old man appeared in front of Yixian and the others, the old man's long hair draped over his shoulders. He wore a large and luxurious robe and there was a dignified air between his eyebrows. The old man looked at Yixian and the others in front of him. Those who possess the destiny of the great Tao. Yi Xian bowed, greetings, senior. The old man was silent. The primordial god tree hesitated for a moment and then said, Patriarch, the old man said in a soft voice, them. As he spoke, he looked at Yi Xian. Besides fighting, what do you want us to help you with? Yi Xian thought for a moment and then said, increase our strength. The old man nodded. What else? Yi Xian blinked. Give us some money. The old man faintly smiled. Money? Yi Xian nodded. And equipment, of course, if you don't have it then we won't force you. The old man said, I do. As he spoke, he opened his palm and a pitch-black sword appeared in front of Yi Xian. The sword was 4 feet long and 2 fingers wide. It was pitch black all over. Yi Xian blinked. Senior, this is? The old man smiled. The primordial god sword, the #1 divine sword of my primal god race. The blade is forged from divine time metal and can increase the power of time several times over. Not just that, but it also contains the soul of my primal guardian beast. This beast has already transcended time in the past. With its help, the power of your sword skills will multiply. Yi Xian said in a low voice, are you giving it to me? The old man nodded. Yi Xian fell silent. The old man suddenly looked at Xianxia. He opened his palm and a pair of arm guards appeared in front of Xianxia. Primordial god arms. These arms were forged from the arms of an ancient variant beast, the Tongbi divine ape. These arms contain the terrifying strength of a divine ape. They suit you very well. Xianxia fell silent. He didn't take them. The old man then looked at Dao Ling. He opened his palm and a black stone appeared in front of Dao Ling. This is a primordial god stone. It can greatly increase the power of one's soul. When you cast a spell, use it as a medium. Not only will the power increase, but the consumption of your soul will also be minimal. Dao Ling didn't take them either. The old man then looked at Xianxia. He hesitated for a moment, then turned to look at Yi Xian. Are you sure you want him to follow you? Yi Xian glanced at Xianxia and said, what's wrong? The old man sighed. His background isn't simple. If he follows you, I'm afraid he will bring you endless trouble in the future. Yi Xian smiled. I'm not afraid. The old man was puzzled. Why? Yi Xian picked up the primordial god sword and said, there's no need to worry about too many debts. The old man. Karma. Yi Xian knew very well that if he couldn't get through this, everything else would be for naught. He had to get through this first. As if he thought of something, Yi Xian said in a low voice, Senior, you said Xianxia's origins aren't simple. Can you tell me in detail? The old man shook his head. No. Yi Xian was speechless. The old man glanced at Xianxia who was still eating meat, and he said in a low voice, his origins are very extraordinary. As for exactly what his origins are, I'm unable to tell you because I don't want to cause trouble for myself. Yi Xian nodded. Understood. The old man seemed to have thought of something. He opened his palm and a set of armor appeared in his hand. The old man said in a low voice, Primal God armor, the strongest defensive divine equipment of my primal god race. As it spoke, the armor slowly floated in front of Xianxia. However, Xianxia was unmoved. In his eyes, there was only meat. Yi Xian hurriedly said, Xianxia, quickly pick it up. This is good stuff. Xianxia shook his head, you can't eat it. Yi Xian's face darkened. You're really a foodie. As he spoke, he picked up the primeval divine armor, walked over to Xianxia, and then placed it in Xianxia's hand. When you fight in the future, utilize this treasure, and you'll become even more formidable. Xianxia hesitated for a moment and said, really? Yi Xian nodded. I'm not lying. Xianxia nodded, and then he put the armor away. As soon as the armor entered his hand, it transformed into a strand of black light that entered his body. Boom! Within Xianxia's body, a horrifying aura suddenly swept out. The old man gently waved his right hand, and the aura was immediately dispersed. The old man's right hand suddenly opened and 4 spatial rings slowly floated in front of Yi Xian and the others. Yi Xian glanced at them and was shocked. Each spatial ring actually contained 1 million universe veins. 1 million. Dao Ling and Xianxia looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock. Weren't the primal god race far too heroic? Xian shook his head and smiled. Senior, you're too generous. I'm panicking. The old man smiled and said, what are you afraid of? In any case, there's no need to worry about more debts, isn't there? Xian nodded. Yes. As he spoke, he put away the spatial ring and said, Senior, your request is for the 4 of us to lead your primal god race clansmen to Primeval City in the future? The old man nodded. Yes. Xian asked, where are your people? The old man looked at Xian. They are in a very, very safe place. In the future, when your ability reaches a certain level, someone will come looking for you and make you fulfill today's promise. Xian nodded. I understand. The old man smiled faintly. Little fella, we can't openly help you with your matter with the immortal mausoleum, but we can secretly help you. Right now, we can help you reach beyond the age of time. Xian was a little curious. Senior, what realm is above flowing time? The old man said, transcend time. As his voice fell, he waved his right hand and dozens of phantoms appeared. The old man said in a low voice, these are the ancestors of my primal god race. Now, we will pass on all of our inheritances to you. As for whether or not you can reach beyond the age of time in a short period of time, that will depend on your own good fortune. Xian said, then the immortal mausoleum, the old man said, 3 days. We will help you delay them for 3 days. After 3 days, we will no longer interfere. My apologies, but because of our current state, we cannot wage an all-out war with the immortal mausoleum. We can only help you within the limits of our abilities. Xian nodded. I understand. The old man said, then let's begin. Xian turned to look at Dowling and the others. Let's compete and see who is faster? Dowling laughed. That's exactly what I was thinking. Shirtian also nodded. Sure. The 3 of them suddenly looked at Heaven Forsaken, who was still eating meat. Heaven Forsaken had an indifferent expression, as if he didn't even know what he was doing. Xian and the others were left speechless. This fellow's heart was too big. The old man suddenly said, then let's begin. Xian nodded. Okay. The old man turned to look at the primal god race ancestor souls and nodded. Soon, everyone began to pass the inheritances to Xian and the others. Transcending time in 3 days, in truth, the 4 of them didn't have any confidence. But they had no path of retreat. Even if they didn't have confidence, they had to brace themselves and do it. At the side, Heaven Forsaken was about to leave when Xian hurriedly stopped him. What are you doing? Heaven Forsaken shook his head. It's not fun. Xian's face darkened. Cultivate according to what they say. Once you succeed, I will give you meat to eat. A lot of meat. Heaven Forsaken hesitated for a moment and then said, really? Xian nodded. Really? Heaven Forsaken immediately nodded. Okay. With that said, he went to receive the inheritance. Xian was speechless. What a glutton. Without thinking too much about it, Xian also began to receive the inheritance. The old man and the primordial god tree left the hall. The old man sat on the stone steps and looked into the distant horizon in silence. The primordial god tree said in a low voice, Patriarch, are you worried? The old man said softly, that youth isn't simple. The primordial god tree nodded. All 4 of them aren't simple. The old man chuckled. What do you think of the youth in the lead? That fellow called Xian. The primordial god tree was silent for a moment before saying, what thick skin? The old man laughed. Is that it? The primordial god tree shook its head and smiled. Patriarch, what are you trying to say? The old man said softly, do you see the other 3 fellows? They're all led by that fellow. The primordial god tree fell silent. The old man shook his head. That little fellow looks flashy on the surface, but he's actually very meticulous and knows how to read people's minds. Of course, the most important thing is that the power behind him isn't simple. I fear it's no weaker than that Heaven Forsaken youth. The primordial god tree said, Patriarch, is that Heaven Forsaken from that race? The old man nodded. Hearing this, the primordial god tree's expression instantly became solemn. He's actually from that race. The old man smiled. I didn't expect that either. As far as I know, a super genius appeared in that race and shocked everyone for a while. Unfortunately, for some reason, that genius suddenly disappeared. At this point, he shook his head. Now it seems that heaven-forsaken is that youth from back then, and he ended up here, the primordial god tree said solemnly. If he really was framed and ended up here, then Xian brought him, the old man said softly. That's great karma. The primordial god tree fell silent. The old man suddenly smiled. This Xian is quite capable. They were originally fated to fight, but he actually gathered them together. The immortal mausoleum is probably in trouble this time. The primordial god tree frowned slightly. Trouble? With their current strength, it's far from enough to threaten the immortal mausoleum. The old man smiled. It's indeed not enough now, but what about the future? These four fellows are monstrous beyond our imagination. Let's wait and see. Just as the primordial god tree was about to speak, he suddenly looked up into the horizon. Three powerful auras were slowly pressing down from the horizon. The primordial god tree narrowed his eyes, and a fierce light flashed through them. He was about to attack but was stopped by the old man. The old man smiled. Let's talk. At this moment, Master Cloud, Tribulation Lord, and a beautiful woman appeared in front of the two. The beautiful woman sized up the old man and smiled. I presume you are the patriarch of the primal god race, Primordial Yuan. The old man smiled. I am. The beautiful woman faintly smiled. Patriarch Yuan, my immortal mausoleum has no grudge with your primal god race, so I don't think there's any need for such displeasure. What do you think? Primordial Yuan nodded. I think so too. The beautiful woman looked at Primordial Yuan, her smile still on her face. Then I asked Patriarch Yuan to hand over those four people. I will be eternally grateful. Primordial Yuan thought for a moment and then said, we made a deal with that youth. 3 days. 3 days from now, he will leave. 3 days, the beautiful woman's eyes narrowed. Patriarch Primordial Yuan, what do you mean by this? Primordial Yuan smiled. I don't mean anything else. I just hope that you can wait 3 days. 3 days from now, that youth will leave. At that time, you can resolve the matter between you and him. We won't interfere at all. The beautiful woman chuckled. Patriarch Primordial Yuan, are you joking with me? Primordial Yuan laughed. If you think it's impossible, then let's fight. Fight, the beautiful woman's smile gradually turned cold. Patriarch Primordial Yuan, those four people are useless to you, but they are extremely useful to us. We must obtain those four people. Immemorial Yuan said with a smile, Sir, I just said that we made a deal with them. 3 days, 3 days later, they will leave this place. As for the grudge between you and them, my primal god race has no interest in interfering. Of course, if you aren't willing to wait 3 days, then you can attack now. However, I must remind you that with your strength, if you want to fight me, then you will likely be beaten to death by me. The beautiful woman's complexion suddenly turned ugly. Primordial Yuan, the beautiful woman didn't attack. The person in front of her wasn't from the same era as her. This person was once the powerful patriarch of the primal god race. His strength was definitely above hers. At this time, Primordial Yuan said again, 3 days. Just 3 days. Although my primal god race has declined, can the immortal mausoleum not give us face? The beautiful woman pondered for a moment and said, all right, I'll give you 3 days. With that, she turned and left. Primordial Yuan looked at the horizon and faintly smiled. Outside. The beautiful woman's complexion was extremely ugly. Master Yun said in a low voice, there's something fishy about this. The Calamity Lord nodded. It's very strange. Logically speaking, the primal god race has no reason to help them. But as he spoke up to hear, he looked at the beautiful woman. Revered Mist, can we not give them 3 days? The beautiful woman was silent for a moment and said, the primal god race cannot be underestimated. As he spoke, he turned and said in a soft voice, 3 days, we'll give them 3 days. I want to see what they can do in 3 days. 1 day later. Inside the primordial hall. A terrifying aura suddenly appeared. Someone had broken through. In the corner, Xian opened his eyes and looked into the distance. When he saw the person who had broken through, he was stunned. It wasn't Dao Ling or Shi Tian. It was Tian Qi. He broke through just like that. Xian and the other two were stunned. In the distance, Tian Qi suddenly walked in front of Xian. Meat, a lot of meat, Xian. P.S. I'm going to study this month. What a pain in the ass. I've been working hard to save up manuscripts. I won't ask for votes this month. I'm too ashamed to ask for votes. I'm too ashamed. Every time I ask for votes at the end, my conscience will condemn me. Xian was speechless. Could this fellow have cultivated to transcend time so quickly because he wanted to eat meat? Needless to say, Xian was quite shocked at this moment. Transcend time. Tianqi had actually used such a short period of time to reach transcend time. That wasn't just an ordinary level of terrifying, it wasn't normal. Meanwhile, Primeval Yuan appeared here. He glanced at Tianqi and said softly, his heart is very simple. The simpler it is, the faster his cultivation will be. Xian fell silent. At this moment, he recalled something Qin Guan had once said. There are no obstacles to cultivation. It's the human heart that is too complicated and has too many thoughts. That's why there are obstacles to cultivation. Obviously, Tianqi's heart was very simple and pure. Xian shook his head and smiled. He took out a roasted leg of lamb and handed it to Tianqi. Tianqi was overjoyed and took a bite. Meanwhile, Primeval Yuan suddenly said, all of you should speed up as well. There are only 2 more days left. Xian nodded. The inheritances continued. Xian sat cross-legged on the ground while the countless inheritances of the primeval race flashed through his mind. Time was the passing of time. Was it the past? Strictly speaking, it was. The river of time was the product of the accumulation of time over a long period of time. Was it difficult to transcend time? Of course it was. Because one had to gain complete control of the river of time before they could transcend time. Fortunately, there were many cultivation techniques within those inheritances. These ancient cultivation techniques could allow them to grasp the river of time quickly. At this moment, Xian sighed with emotion. Independent cultivators couldn't compare to such extraordinary powers at all. Such extraordinary powers had their own inheritances. Many realms were as difficult as ascending to the heavens in the outside world, but they had extremely detailed cultivation techniques here. It was so detailed that it made one's scalp go numb. Just like the old saying, what you need to spend your entire life pondering and pursuing is something others are born with. There was no comparison at all. Xian shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He started to focus on controlling the river of time. As he studied the river of time, a thought suddenly arose in Xian's mind. Why transcend time? Why couldn't it fuse with time? Without detachment, I am both for the years. Thinking of this, Xian decided to give it a try. But soon, Xian was a little depressed. It was because he discovered that he couldn't merge with the river of time at all. The other party didn't care about him at all. At this moment, Xian suddenly missed the green profound sword. If it was the green profound sword, it would definitely fuse with him. However, Xian did not intend to give up. After a short moment of silence, Xian suddenly said, River of Time, I know you're intelligent. Since you're intelligent, can we talk? No response. Xian thought for a moment and said, according to my understanding, even though you're time, you're not absolutely safe. There are countless great experts in this world that can destroy you. Right? There was still no response. Xian continued, you should have met my younger sister, right? Time, if you fuse with me, your fate will be tied to mine. As long as I don't die, no one can destroy you. In other words, if you choose to fuse with me, my backer will be your backer. Still no response. Xian smiled slightly, since you're unwilling, then forget it. Before he could finish speaking, Xian suddenly discovered that the river of time around him suddenly trembled. In the next moment, the river of time actually took the initiative to fuse with him. Seeing this scene, Xian was overjoyed. Damn it, it actually worked. Actually, he had just wanted to fool it casually, but he hadn't expected it to actually succeed. Life was really full of surprises. Wonderful. Xian hurriedly took the initiative to fuse with the river of time. When he took the initiative to fuse with the river of time, Xian was shocked to the extreme. He was like a tiny fish, and the river of time was like a vast ocean. Only when he entered the ocean did he realize how tiny he was compared to the river of time. Transcend time? Yixian suddenly discovered a problem. The so-called transcending time didn't mean surpassing the flow of time. It meant that the other party wasn't bound by the flow of time. In front of the river of time, the other party was still very tiny. This was because the power of time was everywhere. Transcending was not surpassing it, just like a fish in the sea. If it left the sea, it could also be said that it had transcended the sea, but it couldn't be said that it was more amazing than the sea. Thinking of this, Yixian suddenly became enlightened. Yixian slowly closed his eyes. He began to earnestly fuse with the river of time. Like this, the third day passed. In the grand hall, Dao Ling and Xianxia suddenly opened their eyes at the same time. A terrifying aura erupted from their bodies, but this aura was instantly retracted by the two. The two looked at each other and then laughed. Transcending time, with the help of the primal god race ancestors, they had directly transcended time. As if thinking of something, the two turned to look at Yixian not too far away. At this time, Yixian was still quietly sitting, like an old monk in meditation. Both of them frowned. He still hasn't broken through. Right at this moment, Primeval Yuan suddenly said, "How do the two of you feel now?" Dao Ling grinned, "I feel like I'm invincible." Haha. Primeval Yuan shook his head and smiled, "It's very normal. When I transcended time for the first time, I was very arrogant as well." Dao Ling said in a low voice, "Senior, my brother Yi." Primeval Yuan glanced at Yixian and fell silent. Dao Ling and Xianxia exchanged glances, and they were both slightly puzzled. Why hasn't he broken through? Right at this moment, Primeval Yuan suddenly said, "Young Master Yi, time's up." Yixian didn't reply. Primeval Yuan's expression froze. This little fellow isn't trying to act shamelessly, right? Dao Ling hesitated for a moment and said, "Senior, he might be at a critical moment. Can you give him a little more time?" Primeval Yuan was about to speak when a voice suddenly resounded from outside, "Patriarch Primeval, 3 days are up." Primeval Yuan fell silent. "Time's up." Primeval Yuan gazed at Yixian, but Yixian still didn't reply. Dao Ling intended to say something when Xianxia spoke abruptly, "Senior, the 3 of us brothers will go stop them and allow Brother Yi to stay here and continue cultivating. What do you think?" Primeval Yuan fell silent. Xianxia spoke abruptly, "We'll take Yixian out." As he spoke, he bowed deeply to Primeval Yuan. "We 4 brothers will definitely remember what the primeval race has done for us today. If the primeval race needs anything in the future, we 4 brothers will definitely do our best to help. Senior, we'll meet again." As soon as he finished speaking, he took Yixian with him and left. Dao Ling bowed slightly, and then he turned around and left as well. Xianxia glanced at Primeval Yuan, and then he withdrew a piece of roasted meat. He stuffed it into Primeval Yuan's hand, and then he turned around and ran. Primeval Yuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he gazed at the roasted meat in his hand. The primeval god tree spoke in a low voice, "Patriarch." Primeval Yuan said softly, "We can only help them this much. If we continue to help, we'll have to face the immortal mausoleum head-on. If it was in the past, even if we have to face the immortal mausoleum head-on, I wouldn't hesitate. But now..." As he spoke, he shook his head, "We've already declined. If we really face the immortal mausoleum head-on, us old fellows don't matter, but what about our clansmen who are hiding in the dark?" As he spoke, he looked into the distance and said softly, "Our abilities are limited. Even if we have good karma, we have to stop." The primeval god tree nodded, "I understand." As if he thought of something, he suddenly looked outside, "Then what about young Master Yi?" After a long silence, Primeval Yuan said, "I'm also very puzzled." As he spoke, he looked outside, "I hope they can get through this. Otherwise, our investment will be wasted." Outside. The moment Dao Ling, Xianxia, and Xianxia brought Yixian out, they were locked onto by 3 terrifying auras. It was Master Yun, Culpa Lord, and Supreme Mist. Supreme Mist looked at Dao Ling and the other 2 with a calm expression. The Culpa Lord's gaze fell on Yixian with an unfriendly expression. Supreme Mist sized up Dao Ling and the other 2. In the next moment, a cold light flashed in his eyes, "Transcend time." Hearing this, Master Yun and the Culpa Lord's expressions instantly turned ugly. These three actually transcended time in such a short period of time. Supreme Mist looked at the primeval god palace in the distance and her expression was terrifyingly gloomy. She naturally knew that the reason these people could transcend time in such a short period of time was because of the primeval god race. Otherwise, Xian and the others definitely couldn't transcend time in such a short period of time. At this moment, the Culpa Lord suddenly pointed at Xian in the distance and said, "He doesn't seem to have broken through." Supreme Mist retracted her gaze and looked at Xian in the distance. She frowned. "He hasn't broken through." Below, Dao Ling suddenly smiled. "Everyone, can we talk?" Supreme Mist looked at Dao Ling. "Talk about what?" Dao Ling smiled. "What do you think of the four of us?" Supreme Mist's expression was calm. "What do you want to say?" Dao Ling said seriously, "Don't you think we are very outstanding? Forgive me for being blunt, but there are no more outstanding geniuses and monsters than us four brothers. You guys are targeting us. If we take revenge on you in the future when we grow up, won't you guys be in trouble?" Supreme Mist nodded. "It will indeed be troublesome." Dao Ling hurriedly said, "So, why are you guys targeting us? Now, if you apologize to us and compensate us with something, the grudge between us will be over. What do you think?" Supreme Mist looked at Dao Ling. "Are you trying to trick me?" Dao Ling, Supreme Mist said again, "You're right. If you guys really grow up, you can indeed bring us a lot of trouble. So, we have to kill you before you guys grow up." As she said this, she looked at Dao Ling. "Thank you for your reminder." "Kill." As her voice fell, Master Yun, who was beside her, dashed out. At the side, Dao Ling's expression froze. Shi Tian sighed softly, "You idiot. If you don't have a brain like Brother Yi, don't try to trick us." Dao Ling. 7017K. At the instant that Master Yun charged over, a vicious look flashed through Tianqi's eyes. In the next moment, he charged at Master Yun. Bang! An explosion resounded in the sky, and then both Master Yun and Tianqi retreated explosively at the same time. The two of them retreated several tens of thousands of feet away. After Master Yun stopped moving, he gazed at Tianqi with a wisp of a solemn expression in his eyes, and he was shocked. "What a terrifying physical strength," Venerable Mist suddenly said. "He's a demon beast. Watch out." Master Yin nodded slightly, and then he vanished on the spot. Hiss, space suddenly split apart, a wisp of ferocity flashed through Tianqi's eyes, and then he clenched his right fist and punched forward. Rumble, a huge explosion resounded, and then the heavens and the earth were blasted apart. This time, Tianqi retreated by almost 300 kilometers, and he just stopped when the space behind him collapsed into pieces. Master Yin gazed at Tianqi with a calm expression again. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged at Tianqi. Tianqi clenched his right fist tightly, and then he shot into the sky and smashed against Master Yun. He was going head-on against him. On the other side, Dao Ling glanced at Venerable Mist and the Tribulation Lord, and then he said, "Brother Tian, who do you choose?" Shi Tian immediately pointed at the Tribulation Lord. Dao Ling's face froze. Everyone could discern that Venerable Mist was even more terrifying. Shi Tian glanced at Yi Xian, who was still meditating in the distance, and then he said, "That Tribulation Lord's gaze has been fixed on Brother Yi. Obviously, he intends to kill Brother Yi. Be careful." Dao Ling nodded, and then he gazed at Venerable Mist. "Do you want to fight me? If you don't want to fight me, you can fight my brother Tian." Shi Tian was speechless. Venerable Mist stared at Dao Ling. "I want to fight you." Dao Ling was puzzled. "Why?" Venerable Mist's expression was calm. "I hate flashy people. So, I want to beat you to death." As she spoke, she suddenly vanished on the spot. Dao Ling's pupils constricted, and then he pressed his palms together. In an instant, an all-manifestation Dharma body that was over 30 kilometers long appeared behind him. He didn't dare act carelessly or underestimate such a terrifying Venerable Mist. Dao Ling suddenly roared, "Die." As soon as he finished speaking, he slammed his right palm down. Boom! Behind him, the Dharma body, which was tens of thousands of meters tall, suddenly slammed its palm down. Boom! Wherever the giant palm passed, the space would burn and be annihilated. Revered Mist watched the palm strike with a calm expression. She flicked her sleeve. Boom! The enormous palm was directly shattered. At the same time, Dao Ling retreated explosively for over 100 kilometers. and the all-creation Dharma body behind him had already vanished. Dao Ling was a little confused. Damn it, I was beaten up right after transcending time. Dao Ling looked at Venerable Mist in the distance. Venerable Mist's expression was calm. A Dharma body of all creations. Why are you still playing with such a low-level thing? How could you entrust your power to the Dharmakaya? What are you thinking? Dao Ling took a deep look at Supreme Mist, then turned to look at Shirtian. Shirtian's eyelid twitched. Don't look at me. I want to follow Lord Robber. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged towards the Tribulation Lord. Dao Ling's expression froze. The Culpa Lord's face remained emotionless when he saw Shirtian charge over, but his gaze was terrifyingly icy cold. Actually, he wasn't much weaker than Supreme Mist and Master Yun in the past. The reason why he was so weak now was because Qin Guan had destroyed his myriad calamity body. When he thought of this, he felt his heart ache. All calamity body, he had cultivated for tens of thousands of years to achieve it, yet that woman had beaten him into nothingness. When he thought of that woman, his scalp went numb. The Culpa Lord didn't think too much about it and charged towards Shirtian. In an instant, countless tribulation lightning appeared in the surroundings. Shirtian didn't dare to be careless when facing the Culpa Lord. In the battle, the one who suffered the most was Dao Ling. When he fought against Supreme Mist, he was simply taking a beating. At this moment, he didn't even have the strength to fight back. He could only passively take a beating. Tianqi was also being suppressed by Master Yun. Although Tianqi's body was extremely terrifying, his combat style was too simple. He was at a disadvantage when facing an expert of Master Yun's level. However, Master Yun couldn't do anything to Tianqi for the time being. Because Tianqi's body was too terrifying, in particular, he still had the primal god armor that the primal god race had given him. When Shirtian fought with the Culpa Lord, he was also suppressed by the Culpa Lord. After all, he had just transcended time and couldn't compare with the powerhouse of the Culpa Lord's level, and the one who suffered the most was Dao Ling. He was simply being beaten up. In the distance, in the Grand Hall, the Primal God Tree said softly, "They aren't a match for Supreme Mist's group of 3. Primal Yuan was silent. The Primal God Tree said in a low voice, "In at most a quarter of an hour, Dao Ling will be killed by Supreme Mist. Once Dao Ling is killed, then neither Shirtian nor Tianqi will live." Primal Yuan looked at Yi Xian, who was still sitting in the distance. It was unknown what he was thinking. The Primal God Tree shook its head. Even if Yi Xian makes a breakthrough now, it is meaningless. Even if the 4 of them join forces, they still won't be a match for Supreme Mist's group of 3. After a moment of silence, Primal Yuan said softly, "That will depend on their own good fortune." The Primal God Tree said in a low voice, "Are we really not going to help?" Primal Yuan smiled bitterly, "What can we do to help? If we help, it means that we will be waging war against the Immortal Mausoleum. How can the Kurudus resist the Immortal Mausoleum?" The Primal God Tree sighed. The current Primal God race indeed didn't have the ability to contend with the Immortal Mausoleum. At this moment, Primal Yuan looked up at the distant horizon and said softly, "It might be over." Bang! In the distant starry skies, the starry skies suddenly exploded. In the next moment, a figure frantically retreated. It was Dao Ling. Dao Ling had retreated hundreds of thousands of feet. After Dao Ling stopped, a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. In the distance, Supreme Mist looked at Dao Ling with a calm expression, "You don't seem to be much." Dao Ling wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He looked at the distant Supreme Mist and slowly closed his eyes. He opened his hands and in the next moment, a divine stone appeared between his eyebrows, Primal God Stone. Suddenly, the space around Dao Ling trembled. Dao Ling slowly clenched his right hand. In the next moment, he suddenly soared into the sky. In an instant, the starry skies boiled. With the help of the Primal God Stone, a Wanxiang avatar that was hundreds of thousands of feet long appeared behind him. The moment this Wanxiang avatar appeared, a terrifying pressure instantly swept across the entire starry skies. Then, the starry skies within a radius of millions of miles trembled violently as if there was an earthquake. It was incomparably terrifying. In the distance, Supreme Mist looked at Dao Ling with a calm expression. "The source of power comes from within, not from outside." Dao Ling suddenly turned his head and looked at Yi Xian, who was sitting quietly below. He said in a trembling voice, "Brother Yi, how much longer do you need? Give me a definite answer." Yi Xian was silent. Dao Ling's expression froze. He didn't say anything else. He suddenly leaped up and directly fused with the Wanxiang avatar behind him. Boom! In an instant, the Wanxiang avatar violently trembled. In an instant, a terrifying aura directly locked onto Supreme Mist in the distance. Supreme Mist frowned slightly. At this moment, she finally felt a little dangerous. Supreme Mist stared at Dao Ling. You're overexerting yourself. In the starry skies, Dao Ling took a deep breath. He was indeed overexerting himself. He had no choice but to do so. If he didn't do so, he wouldn't be a match for Supreme Mist at all. He had to buy some time for Yi Xian. Dao Ling collected his thoughts. He looked at Supreme Mist in the distance and a ferocious glint flashed in his eyes. In the next moment, he directly disappeared on the spot. Boom! The Wanxiang avatar that was hundreds of thousands of feet long swept across the starry skies and directly collided with Supreme Mist. The powerful force seemed to be able to crush this part of the universe. It was extremely terrifying. In the distance, Supreme Mist squinted her eyes. She suddenly opened her right hand and gently swept it forward. Pissed, the spacetime suddenly split open. A black light suddenly shot into the sky and met the Wanxiang avatar. Rumble! In the blink of an eye, the ray of black light was obliterated, and the enormous all-elephant's Dharma body trembled violently before it exploded into pieces. A strand of terrifying energy suddenly erupted from the battlefield. Rumble! Supreme Mist retreated explosively for thousands of feet while Dao Ling retreated for hundreds of thousands of feet. As soon as he stopped, he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. He was extremely weak. In the distance, Supreme Mist glanced at Dao Ling with a trace of seriousness in her eyes. Needless to say, the person before her was indeed monstrous. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for him to challenge her at a higher level. After all, she, Supreme Mist, was once a monstrous person. Challenging others at a higher level was a common occurrence. How could others challenge her at a higher level? How difficult would that be? However, this Dao Ling before her could fight her. In the distance, Dao Ling wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and then grinned. One more time. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly leaped up. In the starry skies, he suddenly put his palms together. In an instant, hundreds of illusory figures appeared behind him. He suddenly slammed his palms down, and dozens of illusory figures slammed down simultaneously. In the distance, Supreme Mist was expressionless. She suddenly flicked her sleeves. With this movement, the entire starry skies seemed to be lifted up. Rumble! In an instant, a terrifying power swept through the starry skies. Dao Ling was directly thrown hundreds of thousands of feet away by this terrifying power. As soon as he stopped, his physical body was immediately destroyed. Not only that, but his soul also became extremely illusory. That strike just now almost directly obliterated his soul. Dao Ling turned his head and looked into the distance. At that moment, Xianxia and Shirtian were already being suppressed. Dao Ling then looked at Yi Xian, who was sitting quietly in the distance. He said softly, "Brother Yi, if you still don't wake up, we can only be brothers in our next lives." In the distance, Supreme Mist was expressionless. Even if he wakes up now, what can he do? As she spoke, she slowly clenched her right hand. A terrifying power suddenly condensed in her right hand. Dao Ling took a deep breath and said softly, "Brother Yi. Tell me honestly, are you already awake?" Yi Xian did not reply. Dao Ling said with a trembling voice, "Brother Yi, let's not joke around. Hurry up and get up. If you still don't get up, we'll all be killed." Yi Xian still did not reply. Dao Ling still wanted to say something, but Yi Xian suddenly stood up. Seeing this, Dao Ling was overjoyed. "Brother Yi?" Yi Xian glanced at the horizon and said softly, "I understand." After that, he turned and left. Dao Ling was stunned. Then, he said, "Brother Yi, where are you going?" Yi Xian did not even turn his head. "I'm going to cultivate in seclusion. Brother Dao Ling, help me hold them off for another 3 days. 3 days later, I'll come back and find you." After he finished speaking, he had already disappeared. Dao Ling's face instantly turned pale. 3 days later, come back and collect my corpse. P.S. Those with tickets, please give me a nod. Thank you for your support. Did he really leave? Seeing Yi Xian disappear, Dao Ling was dumbfounded as if he was struck by lightning. From afar, Venerable Mist sneered, "This is the person you want to protect with your life? You." As she said that, her pupils suddenly contracted. She turned around and blocked with her arm. Boom, a wave of sword light suddenly erupted from her arm. Kaboom, Venerable Mist retreated tens of thousands of feet away. As soon as she stopped, a shadow suddenly appeared. It wasn't Xian, but Dao Ling who was beside her. A fist flew towards Venerable Mist's face. Venerable Mist's eyes flashed with hostility. She flicked her sleeves. Kaboom, in front of her, time and space collapsed and was destroyed. At that moment, a sword ray appeared behind her without any warning. Venerable Mist's body suddenly shook and she appeared tens of thousands of feet away. A sword slashed through the air. After Venerable Mist stopped, she lifted her head and looked at Xian who was tens of thousands of feet away. Sneak attack? From afar, Xian smiled faintly. Yes. Venerable Mist looked at Xian. You are a swordsman. Don't you think it's shameful to do this? Xian asked back, you have such a high realm, but you bully us. Don't you think it's shameful? Venerable Mist smiled faintly. You have a glib tongue. As soon as she said that, she suddenly pointed at Xian from afar. Boom, a fingerprint suddenly swept across the field and hit Xian. From afar, Xian unsheathed his sword and slashed. Kaboom, the fingerprint shattered immediately. Seeing that, Venerable Mist frowned slightly. You haven't transcended time. Xian smiled faintly. Transcended time? Only ordinary people like you would cultivate realms. I, Xian, don't cultivate realms, understand? Venerable Mist looked at Xian. Don't cultivate realms? Are you kidding me? Xian was just about to speak when Shirtian suddenly said from the side, Brother Yi. Let's not chat for now. Can you deal with that woman first, and then come back to help? Xian glanced at Shirtian. At this moment, Shirtian was being suppressed by the Tribulation Lord, and many parts of Shirtian's body had been charred by lightning. He was in a rather miserable state. Only Tianqi was slightly better, his physical body was simply too terrifying. Even though Yunshi was suppressing him, he was unable to do anything to him. Xian retracted his gaze and looked at Venerable Mist in the distance. Venerable Mist smiled and said, he's right. If you want to save them, you have to get rid of me first. Xian suddenly turned his head to look at Dao Ling, who was next to him. What are you looking at? Go and heal your wounds first. Dao Ling was stunned for a moment before he hurriedly nodded. All right. Brother Yi, you can do it. With that, he turned around and vanished into the distance. Xian looked at Supreme Mist in silence. Kill this woman, that wasn't very realistic. Even though he'd fused completely with the river of time, he hadn't learned how to fully control it. So, he was only barely able to resist this woman, but if this continued, then Shirtian and Tianqi would be in danger, risking his life. If risking his life was of any use, then he would definitely do so. But the problem was that he couldn't kill this woman even if he risked his life. Xian thought for a moment, and then he opened his palm. The Dark Heaven token appeared in his hand, and he activated it. In the next moment, the masked old man appeared in front of him. The masked old man was instantly shocked when he saw Supreme Mist and the others. He gazed at Xian and spoke with a trembling voice, Young Master Yi. Xian grinned. Don't be nervous. I didn't ask you to come and help me fight. The masked old man was still very nervous. He'd never really believed Xian's words. Xian said, issue a warrant for my arrest. I'll give you 1 million universe veins if you're able to kill this woman in front of me. The masked old man hesitated for a moment, and then he said, Young Master Yi, I can issue this warrant for you. But the condition is that you really have 1 million universe veins. As he spoke, he paused for a moment and continued, you have to. Otherwise, it'll affect my immortal treasure pavilion greatly. Xian smiled, you think I don't have it? The masked old man hurriedly shook his head. I absolutely didn't mean that. It's just a rule. Xian tapped with his finger, and a spatial ring descended to the masked old man. There were 1 million universe veins within the spatial ring. After the masked old man put the spatial ring away, he said, Young Master Yi, wait a moment. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and vanished. In the distance, Supreme Mist laughed with ridicule. 1,000,000 universe veins? Kill me? Yi Xian, I really suspect that there's something wrong with your head. Yi Xian's expression was calm. Meanwhile, the masked old man suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian, and he said in a low voice, Young Master Yi, someone contacted me. I need at least 3,000,000 universe veins to kill this woman. 3,000,000. Yi Xian frowned. He didn't think too much about it, and he just turned around to look at Dao Ling and Shi Tian. Hand over the universe veins. Shi Tian and Dao Ling didn't hesitate at all. They hurriedly teleported over to Yi Xian, and then Yi Xian placed 2 spatial rings in the masked old man's hand. The masked old man immediately turned around and left. In the distance, Supreme Mist frowned slightly. You actually have so many universe veins. As she spoke, she slowly clenched her right fist. Right at this moment, her pupils constricted, and she swiftly turned around and punched. Rumble, the space in front of Supreme Mist suddenly exploded apart, and then she retreated explosively for over 100 kilometers. Meanwhile, an afterimage charged towards her. It was a majestic sight. In the distance, Supreme Mist was shocked, and she didn't dare to be careless. She opened her palm, and an umbrella suddenly appeared in her hand. In the next moment, she opened the umbrella and pushed it forward. A palm suddenly slammed against the umbrella. Rumble, the umbrella suddenly exploded, and Supreme Mist, who was behind it, instantly retreated hundreds of thousands of meters away. As soon as she stopped, the galaxy behind her was directly destroyed, and at the same time, the remnant shadow had already dashed in front of her. Their speed was simply too fast. It was so fast that even Yi Xian wasn't able to accurately capture its trajectory. It was simply terrifying. In the distance, Supreme Mist's expression instantly changed when she saw the afterimage charge in front of her. It was too fast. She suddenly clenched her fists tightly, and a terrifying force swept out from within her. Rumble, with Supreme Mist at the center, the surroundings suddenly exploded, and a terrifying pressure and force instantly swept through the starry sky. Bang! An afterimage suddenly retreated madly in the starry sky. It was Supreme Mist. As she retreated, the afterimage appeared above her again, and then he suddenly stomped down. Rumble! Supreme Mist fell straight down from the starry sky. In an instant, she smashed into the ground, and then an enormous abyss appeared there. However, in the next moment, Supreme Mist charged out from within the abyss. But she'd only just emerged when the afterimage appeared above her again, and then he stomped down again. Rumble! Supreme Mist was stomped down into the bottomless abyss once more. Meanwhile, Master Yun suddenly stopped in the starry sky, and then he turned around and charged towards the black shadow. Obviously, he wanted to relieve the pressure on Supreme Mist. The black shadow suddenly turned around and smashed his fist forward. Rumble! In an instant, Yunshi was sent flying more than 100,000 zhang away. As soon as he stopped, his body split apart, and blood sprayed out. Master Yun was slightly stunned. So terrifying, Master Yun gazed at the figure in the distance, and his voice trembled as he said, Who exactly are you? Do you know that we're from the Immortal Mausoleum? The figure in the distance paid no attention to him, and he charged down towards the abyss. Obviously, he intended to kill Supreme Mist. Yi Xian suddenly gazed at Xianxia. Xianxia, let's attack together. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged towards Master Yun. He was overjoyed when he saw that Master Yun was injured. Now that Supreme Mist was busy, it was the best opportunity for him to kill both Master Yun and the Tribulation Lord. Yi Xian was extremely swift, and a ray of light shot towards Master Yun. On the other hand, Xianxia had charged towards Master Yun as well. When he heard Yi Xian, Master Yun's expression instantly changed when he saw Yi Xian and Xianxia charge towards him. He was quite fearful of Yi Xian and Xianxia. Especially Yi Xian because he'd actually been able to fight Supreme Mist for so long just now. Moreover, he was heavily injured right now. Master Yun didn't hesitate to turn around and flee. He was extremely swift, and he instantly vanished into the ends of the starry sky. Yi Xian and Xianxia were stunned when they witnessed this scene. He fled just like that. Yi Xian suddenly turned around to look at the Tribulation Lord in the distance. The Tribulation Lord had escaped the battle and vanished into the starry sky as soon as Supreme Mist fled. Yi Xian's face instantly darkened when he witnessed this scene. Damn it, these fellows flee when they can't win. They really don't have any backbone. As if he'd thought of something, Yi Xian looked towards the abyss below, and he was slightly puzzled. Is Supreme Mist dead? Right at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Xian. It was exactly that figure from before. Xian gazed at the figure while he became vigilant in his heart. Even if it was standing right in front of him, he wouldn't be able to see its true appearance. The figure suddenly said, "She fled." Xian frowned slightly. "I actually allowed her to flee." Meanwhile, the masked old man appeared in front of Xian, and he returned 3 million universe veins to Xian. Xian thought for a moment, and then he withdrew 500,000 universe veins and passed them to the figure. "This is for you." The figure gazed at Xian. "There's no need for that. I won't take a single cent from you if you don't complete the mission." Xian grinned. "This is your reward." The figure fell silent for a moment before he said, "My principles." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and vanished into the horizon. "Principles?" Xian gazed towards the depths of the starry sky and spoke softly. "Senior, who is he?" The masked old man replied, "You've met him." Xian spoke solemnly, "The god of forgiveness?" The masked old man nodded. Xian was quite curious, "What's his background?" The masked old man shook his head, "I don't know. In any case, he's very mysterious." Xian thought for a moment and said, "I want all the information about the immortal tomb." The masked old man was slightly hesitant. Xian smiled, "Is it very difficult?" The masked old man hurriedly shook his head, "No." As he spoke, he took out a scroll and passed it to Xian. "Young Master Yi, I didn't hesitate just now because I didn't want to hurt young Master Yi. The Culpa Lord and the others aren't scary, but the immortal tomb behind them is scary, and the strength of the immortal tomb." Xian glanced at the masked old man. "I hate it when people talk to me about the people behind them. I have people behind me, but am I too arrogant?" As he spoke, he snorted coldly. "They should be glad that I, Xian, don't want to be a backer. Otherwise, I'd fucking rely on the entire universe to death. Do you believe me?" The masked old man hesitated and said, "Young Master Yi, this old man has one more thing to say. Bragging isn't a very good thing. Don't brag." Xian spoke seriously, "I'm not bragging this time." The masked old man nodded, I understand. Xian was speechless. He stopped talking nonsense with the old man and opened the scroll that the masked old man gave him. His expression froze when he saw it. Dao Ling suddenly walked over. He was curious when he saw Xian's expression. "Brother Yi, what's wrong?" Xian said calmly, "See for yourself." As he spoke, he handed the scroll to Dao Ling. Like Xian, Dao Ling froze as soon as he saw it. Shirtian also walked over. He took the scroll and looked at it. His expression turned serious. Immortal Mausoleum. There were 980 people who had transcended time. 980 people, the three of them were completely dumbfounded when they saw that sentence. What the hell, 980 people who had transcended time, that was not the main point. The main point was that there were super terrifying experts who had transcended time in the Immortal Mausoleum. Actually, the three of them were no longer interested in looking at the experts behind them. 980 people who had transcended time, these experts were enough to kill the four of them. Xian looked at the masked old man. "This information is correct, right?" The masked old man shook his head. "No." Xian was curious. "Since they are so terrifying, why did they only send so few experts to kill us? Furthermore, the ones who came aren't even the strongest experts." The masked old man said in a low voice, "We specially investigated what young Master Yi said. We discovered that it is not the entire Immortal Mausoleum that is targeting young Master Yi. It is just a few individuals within the Immortal Mausoleum." Xian frowned. "A few individuals?" The masked old man nodded. "There is also a person who possesses the great Tao's providence in the Immortal Mausoleum. This person has an extremely high status in the Immortal Mausoleum. He might even be the next Immortal Mausoleum master. There are people below who want to curry favor with this person. Therefore, they took the initiative to send people to find you. They want to kill you to please that person." Hearing that, the faces of Xian and the other two darkened. "He really didn't care about martial ethics," the masked old man said in a low voice. "Actually, young Master Yi, since this matter isn't the intention of the Immortal Tomb Master, nor is it the intention of that person, then I feel that this matter can be big or small. You can ask the pavilion master to come forward and mediate for you. The immortal mausoleum is powerful, there is no need to fight to the death with them. Xian said indifferently, mediation? They've tried to mess with us time and time again, and we still have to beg them? The masked old man hesitated for a moment before he said, it's mainly because all of you can't defeat him right now. Xian was silent. Mediation, Xian shook his head. I can't swallow this. Can't beat him, it doesn't matter. If I can't beat it, I can run. I'll come back after I've developed for a while. Can't beat him? Beg for mercy, this won't do. Xian, was shameless, not without dignity. The masked old man said in a deep voice, Young Master Yi, what do you plan to do? Xian was silent for a moment, and then he smiled and said, since the entire immortal tomb isn't targeting us, then what are we afraid of? In any case, they're sneaky, aren't they? The masked old man shook his head. That's true, but if all of you kill them, then the matter will become huge. There'll be an endless stream of trouble in the future. Xian turned to look at Daoling and Shirtian. What do the two of you think? Daoling fell silent. Shirtendo said, my reason tells me that we should sue for peace. But my heart tells me that we should fight them. Xian roared with laughter. Then will you follow your reason or your heart? Shirtian looked at Xian. I'll listen to you, Brother Yi. Xian was speechless. Daoling also said, Brother Yi, you make the decision. Xian nodded. I've decided to continue fighting them. There are two reasons. First, those fellows will never let us go. They'll definitely come back to mess with us again. Second, if we go to the immortal tomb to beg, I really can't do something as humble as that. Shirtian nodded. I can't do it either. Daoling smiled. Then we'll continue fighting them. Xian nodded. Let's just fight them. Shirtian suddenly said, Brother Yi, you haven't transcended time, but you're stronger than us. Why is that? Daoling looked at Xian with curiosity in his eyes. Xian smiled. I haven't transcended time. Instead, I've fused with time. Shirtian frowned slightly. Fused with time? Xian nodded. As he spoke, he shared his cultivation insights with Shirtian and Daoling. Unfortunately, Shirtian and Daoling couldn't fuse with the river of time. That was because the river didn't care about them. However, the two of them gained a lot from this. Xian suddenly said, we've just broken through. Our realms aren't stable yet. The most important thing now is to stabilize our realms. Shirtian nodded. All right. Xian and the other two cultivated on the spot. Tianqi didn't cultivate. He just ate meat at the side. Xian and the other two felt helpless. This guy loved meat like his life. Without caring about Tianqi, Xian and the other two started to stabilize their realms. Inside the primordial shrine. Primordial Yuan smiled. I didn't expect that they actually survived. Primordial God Tree shook his head. That guy actually used money to kill revered mist. I didn't expect that someone actually dared to accept it. Primordial Yuan nodded. Do you know who that person was? Primordial God Tree shook his head. Patriarch, I haven't gone out for many years. I know some of the people and strengths in the past. But the ones that appeared later. As he spoke, he shook his head once more. He suddenly felt complicated. He hadn't gone out for many, many years. As for the primal god race, they had nearly been forgotten by the world. Primordial Yuan was silent for a moment before saying, in a bit, give each of them 1,000,000 universe veins. Primordial God Tree was stunned. Why? Primordial Yuan had a calm expression. I've decided to increase the investment. Primordial God Tree hesitated for a moment and then said, Patriarch, even we don't have many universe veins, our clansmen need them. Primordial Yuan shook his head. You're wrong. What my primal god race needs right now isn't money. What they need is lucky chances, massive lucky chances. Without lucky chances, no matter how much money we have, we won't be able to return to Primordial City. Primordial God Tree nodded. I understand. After speaking, he turned and left. Primordial Yuan looked into the distant horizon and said in a soft voice, will they be my primal god race's last chance? Outside the primordial shrine, Xian sat in the air like an old monk in meditation. He was using the river of time, when he had just broken through. Because of revered mist and the others, he hadn't had time to control the river of time. The river of time had fused with him. In theory, as long as he wanted to, he could take the power of time. Now, he wanted to put it into practice. It had to be said that after fusing with the river of time, Xian discovered that he could use the power of time even more smoothly. Unfortunately, he didn't have the profound blue sword. Otherwise, with his current strength, he could easily kill revered mist. Profound blue sword, Xiao Ta. Xian shook his head and smiled. He missed these two little fellows a little. Xian shook his head, threw away the distracting thoughts in his mind, and began to concentrate on cultivating. Time slowly passed. After Xian completely fused with the river of time, he began to try to stimulate the entire river of time. It wasn't realistic to stimulate the entire river of time with his own strength. But what if the river of time actively cooperated? However, even with the river of time's active cooperation, he could only stimulate the river of time within a radius of 1 million zhang. This was his current limit. However, this was already very terrifying. He could even mobilize the river of time within 1 million zhang. Although he hadn't transcended time yet, he was even more terrifying than that. Xian took a deep breath, a little excited. He could now mobilize the power of time within 1 million zhang. If it was just the power of time alone, it wouldn't be so terrifying. However, if it was fused with his sword technique, that would be extraordinarily terrifying. As if thinking of something, Xian turned to look at Dao Ling and Shitian in the distance. At this moment, their auras were at least several times stronger than before. Obviously, both of them had completely consolidated their realms. Now, if they were to fight the robber again, they would definitely win. At this moment, both of them also looked at Xian. Dao Ling smiled. Brother Yi. Xian said in a low voice, we have to cooperate. Dao Ling asked, like before? Xian nodded. If the four of us join forces, then we'll definitely be able to instantly kill Venerable Mist with ease. However, if we fight her in a one-on-one battle, then any one of us will be unable to kill her. So, when you encounter members of the Immortal Tomb next time, just watch my signal. Dao Ling nodded. All right. Xian gazed at Tianqi as well. Dao Ling and Shitian glanced at Tianqi, and then they nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, the primeval god tree suddenly appeared here. It opened its palm, and then 4 spatial rings slowly floated over to Xian's group of 4. Every single spatial ring had 1 million universe veins. Xian spoke in a low voice. Senior, the primeval god tree smiled. The patriarch asked me to give it to all of you. He said that all of you probably lack it right now. Xian fell silent. He understood what the primeval god tree meant. Xian didn't refuse it and put the spatial rings away, and then he said, Senior, please tell the primeval Yuan patriarch that we brothers will definitely repay the primeval god tree's help today. The primeval god tree nodded. Thank you. Xian smiled. We have to go. Senior, we'll meet again. As soon as he finished speaking, he led Dao Ling and the others away. The primeval god tree looked up into the sky in silence, and no one knew what it was thinking. In the starry sky, Dao Ling, who stood by Xian's side, asked, Brother Yi, what should we do now? Xian said indifferently, wait. Dao Ling frowned slightly. Wait for who? Xian slowly closed his eyes. Wait for Venerable Mist and the others. If I'm not wrong, they'll definitely come looking for us soon. Remember, so long as any one of them appears, then immediately attack. Don't waste your breath, just kill them first. We'll chat after we kill them. This will be our style in the future. Dao Ling nodded. All right. Right at this moment, the space in front of them suddenly trembled. A moment later, a bolt of lightning appeared, and then the Tribulation Lord appeared. The Tribulation Lord had just appeared and was about to speak when Xian's group of 4 suddenly swarmed over. The Tribulation Lord was dumbfounded. What the hell, I didn't even say anything. Vote first, then scold. Thank you. When he saw Xian's group of 4 attack, the Tribulation Lord didn't hesitate to turn around and flee. He was extremely swift, and he vanished into the starry sky in the blink of an eye. Now, it was Xian's group of 4 who were stunned. What the hell, he fled so decisively. Xian's group of 4 were slightly speechless. Actually, the Tribulation Lord was very clear about one thing now, and that was that he was utterly unable to resist Xian's group of 4 who had broken through. 1 against 4, not to mention now, even if he still had the myriad tribulation body, he wouldn't be able to defeat the joint forces of Xian's group of 4, let alone now. Thus, he decisively chose to flee. Only an idiot wouldn't flee. In the battlefield, Dao Ling said in a low voice, "Brother Yi, this fellow isn't fighting us." Xian's expression was slightly unsightly as well. Since when did the enemies become so smart? First it was Xianxian who directly knelt, and now it was this Tribulation Lord who fled when the situation wasn't right. Could it be that it was because Dedeabi wasn't suppressed, but it was normal? If they knew to flee when they couldn't win, then others would definitely do the same, Xianxian said in a low voice. Will they come again? Xian nodded, they should. Xianxian looked at Xian, Brother Yi, why don't we go directly to the Immortal Mausoleum? Xian smiled, why would we go to the Immortal Mausoleum? Xianxian said in a low voice, doesn't the Immortal Mausoleum have a possessor of the karmic luck of the Grand Tao? Let's go find him and fight fairly. Xian shook his head, we can't go. Xianxian was slightly puzzled, why? Xian said, find him, and then what? Xianxian said in a low voice, let's fight fairly. Xian said indifferently, what if he doesn't fight fairly? Even if he's willing, what if the Immortal Mausoleum isn't willing? Xianxian was silent. Xian shook his head, if we lose the bet, then we're finished. Xianxian laughed bitterly. But now, we're in a rather passive position. Xian shook his head, I think it's good now because we don't have to face the entire Immortal Mausoleum. We can use Revered Mist and the others as whetstones. Xianxian's eyes narrowed. Whetstone? Xian nodded. We've already broken through. If we still want to improve, the best way is to fight. If you can kill them, then kill them. If you can't, then use them as sparring partners. Xianxian was speechless. Xian suddenly said, come on, let's go into the River of Time. With that, he brought the 3 of them into the River of Time. Now that he had fused with the River of Time, he could freely enter and leave the River of Time. Yearmoon City. No one knew who rebuilt the Time City that had been destroyed by Qingguan. When Xian's group arrived at Yearmoon City, more than a dozen spiritual senses suddenly swept over them. Xian looked around and slowly closed his eyes. Soon, he raised his head and looked into the distance. In the next moment, he brought Xian's group and disappeared into the distance. A while later, Xian's group of 4 arrived at a riverside. On the riverside, there was a small courtyard. In front of the small courtyard was a vegetable garden. Inside the vegetable garden, a lean old man was weeding. Xian walked to the vegetable garden and smiled, greetings, senior. The old man glanced at Xian and continued weeding. Xian smiled, senior, can we have a chat? The old man replied calmly, what do you want to chat about? Xian looked at the old man, about life. In the distance, the old man suddenly put down his hoe and turned to look at Xian, little fellow, I don't want to get involved in the matter between you and the Immortal Mausoleum. Don't have any ideas about me. Xian smiled, senior misunderstands. I just want to ask senior about a few things. The old man nodded slightly, ask away. Xian spoke in a low voice, what is a time immortal? The old man in front of him was the only time immortal in the River of Time. After seeing this old man, Xian discovered that this time immortal's strength was even more terrifying than he'd imagined. The old man put down his hoe and walked to a nearby stone bench to sit down. All of you, sit. Xian's group of 4 sat in front of the old man. The old man sized up Xian's group and chuckled, the last time I saw you, you were still a bit weak. But now, you've actually transcended the time immortal. This speed is not an ordinary kind of fast. As he spoke, his gaze descended onto Xian, especially you. You were actually able to fuse with the River of Time. Needless to say, I'm really shocked. Xian grinned, senior, I'm puzzled. Exactly what realm is this time immortal at? Has it transcended the time immortal? The old man thought for a moment and said, what is the time realm? It refers to those who have just grasped the energy of time. Such people can be called the time realm. This realm was suggested by Miss Qingguan. Of course, there were others who had started to grasp the energy of time before she did. However, they weren't called the time realm at that time, they were called time walkers. Moreover, everyone's understanding of the energy of time isn't sufficient. Miss Qingguan perfected this realm very well. Xian spoke in a low voice, what about transcending the time immortal? The old man chuckled, the so-called transcending the time immortal is actually a joke. Xian was slightly puzzled, a joke? The old man spoke softly, just look at the boundless river of time. How many people are able to transcend it? The so-called time immortal is even more of a joke. What is time immortal? It's eternal life, true eternal life. Because the passage of time isn't of any use to you. Only experts who have truly transcended the time immortal would dare to say that time immortal doesn't affect them. As he spoke, he looked at Shi Tian and Dao Ling who were at the side. He waved his right hand lightly, and a terrifying force instantly enveloped the two of them. Their expressions instantly changed violently when they were enveloped by this force because they noticed that their lifespans were actually starting to disappear at a rapid pace. Meanwhile, the old man withdrew his right hand, that person over there spoke of the corrosion of time just now. Do you think they can resist it? Xian fell silent. The old man continued, I've only seen one person who can resist the corrosion of time. Xian was slightly curious, who? The old man spoke softly, Miss Qingguan. Xian was stunned, and then he said, didn't she say that she doesn't cultivate? The old man shook his head and smiled, I don't know as well. In any case, all I know is that time isn't able to corrode her. Besides her, even top-rate experts who have transcended the age barrier are unable to resist the corrosion of time. Xian spoke in a low voice, Senior, do you know of Exalt Mist from the Tomb of Immortals? The old man nodded, I know of Dao Yi Dian Dian. Xian was slightly curious, what realm is she at? The old man smiled, after transcending the age barrier, you know. Xian frowned slightly, I know? The old man nodded, after transcending the age barrier, it's time to control it. Xian's face froze. The old man smiled, do you think it's very ridiculous? After transcending, she actually wants to control the age barrier. Xian nodded, it's very ridiculous indeed. The old man spoke softly, transcending doesn't represent transcendence. It's just like the relationship between a man and a woman in the mortal world. Sleeping doesn't represent love. The expressions of Xian's group of three froze when they heard this. What the fuck, what sort of analogy is that, sleeping, it doesn't represent love, there's a story behind this old man, the old man smiled, it's just like that. When they cultivate to a certain extent, they'll notice that the river of time isn't as simple as they thought. So, they start to study the river of time with the hope of controlling it. On the other hand, little fellow, it's like you've directly surpassed two realms and attained the age barrier. Moreover, you're different from others. Others rely on the river of time, but you've directly fused with it. There's a qualitative difference. It's just like the relationship between a man and a woman in the mortal world. You both loved and slept with it. Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, Senior, let's not use analogies. There's no need for analogies, I understand. He was slightly afraid of this old man. What kind of analogy is that? It's even more ridiculous than Xiao Ta's. The old man smiled, isn't my analogy a little inappropriate? Xian was speechless. This isn't a matter of whether it's appropriate or not. You're simply taking the meaning of it astray, the old man continued, don't pay attention to these details. Let's get back to the main topic. Venerable Mist controls time, and time immortal is a realm above that. What is a time immortal? Those who experience the passage of time without losing themselves are time immortals. After attaining the time immortal realm, even though you can't truly avoid the passage of time, you can coexist with it. It's not fusion, it's coexistence. It's just like the relationship between a man and a woman in the mortal world. They just live together, not on the same bed. But you live together and on the same bed. That's amazing. Xian and the others were speechless. Xian felt a headache coming on. The old man continued, what else do you want to ask? Xian spoke in a low voice, Senior, according to what you said, I'm considered a time immortal now? The old man shook his head, no. Even though you've fused with the river of time, you still can't truly control it. This river is endless and profound. If you want to become a time immortal, you must first experience the endless passage of time and reach a certain height in your mental state. Only then can you be considered a time immortal. Thus, becoming a time immortal is a process of tempering your mental state. Right now, you are too young. You haven't been tempered by the passage of time, and your mental state hasn't transcended the passage of time. Thus, you can't be considered a time immortal. Xian turned his head and looked at the old man. Is it enough to walk through the river of time? The old man shook his head. Walking through the river of time is just a process. What you can comprehend in this process is the key. It's like when someone reads a book. If you read seriously, you can gain a lot from the book. If you don't read seriously, you won't gain anything. Hearing this, Xian nodded. I understand. Then, he looked at the old man. Senior, to tell you the truth, us brothers are preparing to go to the immortal mausoleum. Are you interested in joining us? The old man shook his head. Not interested. Xian said seriously, don't be afraid. We have people behind us. The old man said calmly, there's no one behind me. Xian still wanted to say something, but the old man shook his head. The reason an old man like me has lived until now is because I stand aloof from worldly affairs. If I don't cause trouble for others, others won't cause trouble for me. I don't have any other requests. I just want to live longer, have more relationships, and enjoy more worldly pleasures, hee. Xian was speechless. This old man isn't serious, however, he was also a bit envious. Actually, isn't this old man's life a kind of happiness? The old man said, little guy, this immortal mausoleum isn't simple. You have to be careful. Xian nodded, thank you for the reminder, senior. The old man smiled, if the four of you want to become time immortals, you have to walk through this mortal world. Moreover, you might not gain anything. So, my suggestion is to stabilize your realm and cultivation and reach the level of controlling time. The Tao of time seems simple but is actually very complicated. It isn't something that can be comprehended in 2 or 3 days. Xian nodded, I understand. With that, he stood up and cupped his fists. Senior, thank you for answering my question. The old man smiled, little friend, I also have 2 questions. Can I ask you? Xian nodded, of course. The old man smiled, how do you fuse with time? Xian blinked, Senior wants to know? The old man nodded, of course, if it isn't convenient, I won't force you. Xian smiled, it's actually very simple. You can talk to the river of time. It has intelligence and can communicate with it. The old man was silent. Xian smiled, does Senior not believe me? The old man nodded, it's a bit unbelievable. However, I know little friend has no reason to lie to me. Then, can you explain? Xian shook his head and smiled, this can't be explained. I can only say that it depends on your eloquence. Eloquence, the old man shook his head and smiled, little friend, don't tease me. I've come into contact with the intelligence of the river of time. It's extremely difficult to get along with. Xian thought about it and said, you really want to know? The old man nodded. Xian grinned, there's someone behind me. The old man's expression froze. Xian smiled, Senior, we'll meet again. With that, he stood up and left. The old man was silent for a long time before shaking his head, damn second generation. On the other side, Xian and his 3 brothers were traversing the river of time. The 4 of them were silent. Xian said softly, it is not realistic to reach the time immortal level at the moment. Xianxia nodded. It's indeed unrealistic. Our cultivation speed is already very fast. Any faster, and that would be abnormal. Xian nodded slightly. However, with our current strength, if we encounter an expert on the level of the time immortal, we will be beaten up again. We need to prepare for a rainy day. As he spoke up to hear, he turned to look at Xianxia. Xianxia, you said earlier that you wanted to share the ruins of a time immortal with us. Where is it? Xianxia laughed bitterly. Brother Yi, even if we find the ruins of the lunar immortal and obtain his inheritance, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for us to break through in a short period of time. Xian smiled and said, you misunderstood me. My goal isn't his legacy, but his legacy. Xianxia frowned. Inheritance? Yi Xian nodded. We have to get some money. So long as we have enough money, then we can even kill a time immortal. Dowling hurriedly nodded. Yes, yes. Miss Qingguan doesn't even have to lift a finger to kill someone. Shi Tian fell silent for a moment before he said, let's go. The four of them left the River of Time, and as soon as they did, Venerable Mist led the Tribulation Lord and Master Yun to appear before Yi Xian's group of four. Venerable Mist gazed at Yi Xian with a rather gloomy expression. You damnable swordsman. Let me see if you can escape this time. Yi Xian suddenly withdrew the Dark Heaven token, and in the next moment, the masked old man appeared here. The masked old man suddenly felt a headache when he saw Yi Xian. This young Master Yi is simply a devil. Yi Xian spoke indifferently, help me put out a bounty. I'll give you 5 million universe veins if you kill Venerable Mist, 5,000,000. In the distance, Venerable Mist's expression instantly became ferocious, and she glared angrily at Yi Xian. Have you gone mad? Do you have 5 million universe veins? Yi Xian opened his palm, and a spatial ring fell in front of the masked old man. The masked old man glanced at it, and there really were 5 million universe veins within the spatial ring. The masked old man was instantly shocked when he saw these 5 million universe veins. Where did this fellow get so many universe veins from? These universe veins were given to the four of them by the primal god race. Each of them had 1 million universe veins, and they already had 1 million universe veins to begin with. Thus, the four of them had 9 million universe veins. Because besides the 2 million universe veins that the primal god race had given them, Yi Xian still had the 1 million universe veins that his mother had given him. When they saw Yi Xian really produce 5 million universe veins, it wasn't just the masked old man, even the distant Tribulation Lord and Master Yun were shocked. Both of them turned to glance at Venerable Mist. It had to be said that at this moment, both of them wanted to attack and kill Venerable Mist, 5,000,000 universe veins. This absolutely wasn't something that an ordinary person could produce. Only a top influence like the Immortal Mausoleum would be able to produce so many universe veins. Where had Yi Xian obtained them from? At this moment, Venerable Mist suddenly said fiercely, it's the primal god race. The primal god race is helping them. She knew that these universe veins had definitely been given to Yi Xian by the primal god race. Only a super influence like the primal god race could produce so many universe veins. Although the primal god race wasn't as strong as they were in the past, they were still able to produce 5 million universe veins. Thinking of this, killing intent erupted from Venerable Mist's eyes. In the past, it had been the primal god race that had stopped them from killing Yi Xian's group of four. But now, Yi Xian's group of four had experienced an explosive increase in strength. Even if they joined forces, it would still be difficult to kill them. In the distance, the masked old man glanced at Yi Xian and said, young Master Yi, do you really want to issue a bounty? Yi Xian nodded, yes. I will give these 5 million universe veins to whoever can take that woman's head. The masked old man hesitated for a moment and then nodded, all right. With that, he turned around to leave. At this moment, Venerable Mist suddenly said fiercely, sir, does your immortal treasure pavilion really want to help him? The masked old man looked at Venerable Mist, we are only helping to issue a bounty. We haven't helped young Master Yi. Venerable Mist glared at the masked old man, you dare to issue a bounty for someone from the immortal tomb. The masked old man frowned, you aren't trying to threaten me, right? Venerable Mist slowly clenched her right hand, what if I say yes? The masked old man said lightly, if you do that, then I can only call you Pavilion Master. Let me tell you, Venerable Mist. This young Master Yi might not be able to kill you if he issues a bounty for you, but if you annoy my Pavilion Master and he issues a bounty for you, your head will roll to the ground in an instant. Do you believe me? Venerable Mist was so angry that she laughed instead, how laughable. My head roll to the ground? How absurd. At the side, Master Yun hesitated for a moment and said, Venerable Mist, don't offend the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. He'd dealt with the Immortal Treasure Pavilion in the past. Even though the Immortal Treasure Pavilion was a merchant group and didn't have much combat strength, the Pavilion Master was really heaven-defying. Venerable Mist's expression was extremely unsightly, it's the Immortal Treasure Pavilion that's not giving me face. In the distance, Yi Xian suddenly looked at the masked old man and spoke anxiously, Senior, she's even threatening our Immortal Treasure Pavilion. How can we tolerate this? Ask Qingguan to come out. The masked old man hesitated for a moment, and then he turned to look at Venerable Mist. Venerable Mist, I'll repeat for the last time. We're only issuing a bounty for young Master Yi and have no intention of helping him. If you have the money, we can issue a bounty for you as well. Venerable Mist stared fixedly at the masked old man. If you dare to issue that bounty, then it's equivalent to representing the Immortal Treasure Pavilion to declare war on my immortal tomb. She was very clearly aware that if the Immortal Treasure Pavilion really issued this bounty, then there would definitely be people coming to kill her. 5 million universe veins. Someone would definitely be tempted, and even the experts within the immortal tomb would be tempted. 5,000,000 universe veins. It was really too much, not to mention others. Even she herself was tempted. When Master Yun heard Venerable Mist, his expression changed. Venerable Mist, you can't. The Tribulation Lord hurriedly said, you absolutely can't. At this moment, both of them were slightly panicked. Firstly, they were utterly unable to represent the entire immortal tomb. If something like this happened, then it would be like playing with fire. Secondly, that mysterious pavilion master was really heaven-defying, especially the Tribulation Lord. He'd personally experienced how terrifying Qingguan was. She was simply a woman that was even more flashy than Yi Xian. Venerable Mist paid no attention to the Tribulation Lord and Master Yun, and she stared fixedly at the masked old man. The masked old man thought for a moment before he nodded. He opened his palm, and a talisman suddenly shot into the sky. In the next moment, an enormous screen of light appeared in the depths of the starry sky. Within the screen of light, a blurry figure gradually condensed into appearance, and it wasn't long before Qingguan appeared before everyone. At this moment, Qingguan was within a cave, and an emaciated old man sat cross-legged not too far behind her. The old man didn't emanate any aura. Yi Xian glanced at the cave and was slightly puzzled. Did Qingguan rob a tomb? Qingguan suddenly turned around, and she was slightly stunned when she saw Yi Xian, and then she smiled and said, Young Master Yi, are you looking for me? Yi Xian hurriedly shook his head. No, it's not me. It's the members of the Immortal Tomb who are looking for you. Qingguan blinked. The members of the Immortal Tomb are looking for me? Yi Xian nodded. As he spoke, he pointed at Venerable Mist in the distance. Qingguan looked at Venerable Mist. Is there something you need? Venerable Mist's expression was calm. Pavilion Master Qin, your people want to place a bounty on me. Qingguan frowned slightly, and she looked at the masked old man. The masked old man hesitated, and then said, It's young Master Yi who wants to place a bounty on her, and it has nothing to do with us. But she doesn't want us to place a bounty on her, and said that if we place a bounty on her, it's a declaration of war against the immortal tomb. Qingguan looked at Venerable Mist. Can you represent the immortal tomb? Venerable Mist stared at Qingguan. Yes. Qingguan thought about it, and then said, Are you sure? Venerable Mist said fiercely, Why do you have so much nonsense to say? If I say I can, then I can. What, does your celestial treasure pavilion dare to declare war against the immortal tomb? Qingguan blinked. The next moment, she formed a seal with both hands, and silently chanted an incantation. After a moment, she suddenly opened her eyes, and shouted, Mali Mali Ku, money come, oh no, sword come. Sword come. Boom, suddenly, a sword appeared above Venerable Mist's head. The next moment, that sword fell straight down. Before Venerable Mist could react, that sword stabbed into her body. Boom, Venerable Mist's body shattered. Everyone. P.S. Mali Mali Ku, tickets come. At this moment, Mist Reverend was completely stunned. What's going on? She actually didn't even sense that attack. The Tribulation Lord and Xianxia were astounded, and their eyes were filled with terror. Pavilion Master Qin is a swordsman. Right at this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly enveloped the Mist Reverend, and the Mist Reverend's soul that should have dissipated was actually forcefully preserved under the envelopment of this aura. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man appeared on the other side of the sky. The Tribulation Lord and Xianxia were shocked when they saw the middle-aged man, and they hurriedly bowed slightly. Sage Gu. Yi Xian glanced at the middle-aged man and was slightly surprised. Obviously, the middle-aged man was an extraordinary expert at the Time Immortal realm. Sage Gu gazed at Qingguan. Pavilion Master Qin, you're going too far. Qing Guan's beautiful brows knit together slightly. Are you criticizing me? Sage Gu's face remained expressionless. Yes. Qing Guan nodded. Looks like you want to fight. Sage Gu's expression was calm. Please provide me with your guidance, Pavilion Master Qin. Qing Guan spoke abruptly. Where's the starship? Bang! Suddenly, the space above Yixian and the others exploded apart, and then an enormous being flew out from within it. The enormous being was shaped like a ship, and it was over 100 kilometers long. It was simply like an enormous starry sky beast, and it emanated a shapeless pressure just by standing there. On the deck of the ship were a few hundred things that looked like flying birds. Every single one of them was completely pitch black, and it seemed to be made of some unknown special material. Sage Gu frowned slightly. Are you intending to kill me with a divine artifact? Qing Guan's expression was calm. Divine armaments, dispatch and blast him to death. As soon as he finished speaking, a few hundred divine armaments suddenly shot into the sky, and then they aimed directly at Sage Gu. After that, rays of white light surged towards Sage Gu. Yixian's pupils constricted when he saw the rays of white light. Flee. As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed Dao Ling, Shirtian, and Tianqi and ran. In every ray of white light, there was a disregard for martial virtue, hundreds of disregard for martial virtue. Damn, Yixian panicked. A single disregard for martial virtue was already so terrifying, and now hundreds of them appeared together. Yixian's scalp went numb. As soon as Yixian and the others ran away, horrible explosions came from behind them. Even though Yixian and the others were dozens of galaxies away, they still felt their eardrums burst. They were scared out of their wits. Yixian and the other three stopped and turned around to take a look. What they saw made them dumbfounded. As far as they could see, all they could see was darkness. Dao Ling said with a trembling voice. At this moment, Yixian suddenly said, Look. As they spoke, they looked towards the starry sky. The three of them looked in the direction of Yixian's finger and saw that the ancient sage was still there. However, he was only left with a wisp of his soul. Moreover, this wisp of soul was already dim and lightless, like a wisp of green smoke. Yixian and the others looked at each other in shock. This Gu god was really powerful. He was not dead. The Culpa Lord and Master Yun were not dead either, because they were hiding behind the Gu god, and he had blocked most of the power for them. Even so, they were not well off. Their bodies were blown up, even their souls were blasted until they were transparent. To recover completely, it would take at least 100 years. The three were completely dumbfounded, especially the leader, Gu God. He was a time immortal, a rare top expert in this world, but he was dumbfounded just now. What were those things? The power was so great that even he could not block it. Deep in the starry sky, Qing Guan looked at the Gu God with a cold expression. Get the Toon Lord of the Immortal Tomb out. The Gu God, Qing Guan frowned. She waved her right hand, and the hundreds of divine armaments suddenly flew up and aimed at the Gu God. The Gu God's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly said, Pavilion Master Qin, this is a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding, a huge misunderstanding. Qing Guan suddenly pulled out a gun and pulled the trigger. Bang! A ray of white light directly ignored the starry sky and blasted onto the Gu God's body. Rumble! The Gu God retreated explosively, and his soul dimmed slightly. He was so weak that it felt like a single breath could blow him apart. Terror appeared in the Gu God's eyes. I will really die, I will really die, that was what he felt at this moment. The woman in front of him had the ability to kill him. Qing Guan looked at the Gu God with a cold expression. If you can win, then fight. If you can't, then it's a misunderstanding. Your skin is as thick as young Master Ye's. On the other side, Yi Xian's face instantly darkened. What do you mean by as thick as me? This Qing Guan really didn't know how to speak. It would probably be difficult for her to find a husband in the future. At this moment, the space-time behind the Gu God suddenly trembled. The next moment, an old man walked out. After the old man came out, he hurriedly looked at Qing Guan. Pavilion Master Qin, I am the head of the 6 sages of the Immortal Mausoleum, Sage Shu. Qing Guan suddenly became expressionless. What? Am I not worthy of your Immortal Mausoleum's Mausoleum Lord to come out? Sage Shu hurriedly said, No, no. The Mausoleum Lord is busy, he. Qing Guan angrily said, Busy your ass. After saying that, she was stunned. The next moment, her face turned red, and she lightly patted her cheeks with both hands. Don't use vulgar language. Hee hee. Everyone, Qingguan looked at Sage Shu. Is your immortal mausoleum declaring war on my immortal treasure pavilion? Sage Shu hurriedly said, No, no. This is just a misunderstanding, a huge misunderstanding. Qingguan's expression was calm. Tell your immortal mausoleum lord that if you cause trouble for my immortal treasure pavilion again, I will go to your immortal mausoleum and blow it up. After saying that, she turned and disappeared. Sage Shu's expression was somewhat ugly. The immortal mausoleum had never been threatened like this before, but there was nothing he could do. This pavilion master Qin was too mysterious. Even the immortal mausoleum didn't dare to easily provoke her. As if thinking of something, he suddenly turned to look at the ancient sage. At this moment, the ancient sage's soul was already so illusory that it could not be seen. Sage Shu was shocked and was about to attack when Sage Gu shook his head. It's too late. Sage Shu fell silent. Sage Gu softly said, I originally thought that only a few people in this world could kill me. Saying that, he shook his head. Arrogance killed me. If he hadn't spoken so arrogantly before, he wouldn't have died, but there were no ifs in life. Sage Gu suddenly looked at Yixian's group of 4 in the distance. Old Shu, these 4 people have great Dao luck and are extremely monstrous. Don't let them grow, or they will bring you great disaster, even to the immortal mausoleum. After saying that, he completely disappeared. Sage Shu raised his head and looked at Yixian's group of 4 in the distance. In the next moment, he suddenly disappeared. At the end of the distant starry sky, beside Yixian, Shi Tian softly said, Time immortal, why are the enemies always abnormally strong? It wasn't like this before. Dao Ling solemnly said, Before, we were facing a time controller, but now, the enemy is a time immortal. Who can withstand it? Tianqi continued to eat his meat. It didn't matter who the enemy was, as long as there was meat to eat. Yixian suddenly said, Brothers, do you have confidence? Dao Ling hesitated and then said, To be honest, no. Shi Tian nodded. Indeed. Yixian laughed. Even if you don't have confidence, we have to fight. Brothers, let's fight. After saying that, he directly disappeared. A sword suddenly tore through the starry sky and slashed at Sage Shu who was traversing the starry sky. Dao Ling, who was beside him, suddenly laughed and said, Time immortal? What is there to fear? Let's just fight. After saying that, he directly disappeared. Shi Tian nodded. Then let's fight. We have no other choice anyway. After saying that, he directly rushed towards the distant Sage Shu. The eyes of the leader, Yixian, flashed ferociously. He directly drew his sword and slashed. This slash directly mobilized the power of time within a radius of 1,000,000 zhang. Not only that, but he also activated the power of his bloodline. This slash, he used all his strength. He had to use all his strength. After all, before, they couldn't even defeat a time controller, let alone an expert at the level of a time immortal. 2 ranks higher. If it was before, perhaps there wouldn't be any problem, but now, after all, how many of those who could reach the level of time immortal were idiots? 2 ranks higher, how difficult, but they had to fight, escape. There was nowhere to escape. Rumble, the starry sky suddenly exploded. The next moment, a wave of sword light shattered, and the leader, Yixian, directly retreated tens of thousands of zhang away. As soon as Yixian was sent flying, Dao Ling, with his 10,000 elephants Dharma body, rushed to the head of the Sage Shu, and then smashed down with a fist. Boom, when this fist descended, it seemed as if it would crush the vast starry sky. It was extremely terrifying. The Sage Shu's face was expressionless. He flicked his sleeve. Rumble, a terrifying power of time swept out. In an instant, Dao Ling's entire body was directly blasted away, and his 10,000 elephants Dharma body was instantly destroyed. At this moment, an afterimage rushed in front of the Sage Shu, and he directly punched at the Sage Shu's head. Tianqi, as this punch blasted out, the surrounding starry sky directly exploded, and countless stars were extinguished. The purest power of the physical body, the Sage Shu's face was expressionless, and he directly punched out, head-on. Rumble, Tianqi directly flew back. As soon as he stopped, his right arm directly exploded, and his flesh split open. Blood splattered everywhere. It was extremely tragic. Meanwhile, Shi Tian suddenly appeared behind Sage Book, and then he flipped his right hand before suddenly slapping down with his palm. A terrifying force poured out from the center of his palm, and at this moment, a shapeless barrier appeared behind Audiobook. Bang! The force was actually completely blocked by the invisible barrier. The sage shoe suddenly turned around and kicked. Bang! The space in front of the sage shoe exploded apart, and Xianxia retreated explosively for over 100 kilometers. As soon as he stopped moving, a wisp of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth, and his internal organs had been torn apart. The battle between them had merely taken less than a breath of time. In this one breath of time, the book sage had blocked all the attacks from the four of them. On the other side, Dao Ling wiped off the blood from the corners of his mouth, and then he gazed at the sage Shu and said, "Brother Yi, we can't beat him." Yi Xian fell silent for a moment, and then he said, "We might have been set up by Dedeabi. That fellow doesn't care about martial virtue. Can't he start with a weaker opponent when he's arranging his enemies? It's really..." In the Milky Way galaxy, a furious roar suddenly resounded from a certain room. "Start with a weaker opponent? Who do you think you are? Ah? Who do you think you are? Did Yi Xian come first, and then Tianqi? Bullshit, I've been putting up with you for a long time. You." Meanwhile, a sword suddenly appeared in the room. The walking sword of the Tao. The room was deathly silent. After a short moment, a calm voice resounded. "My words were indeed a bit overboard. I apologize for that, and I will reflect on it. I won't do it again. I promise." In the starry sky, Yi Xian and the other three looked solemn, really strong. The Mist Reverend was also strong, but compared to the Sage of Book, they were not on the same level. Apart from anything else, Yi Xian was also a little annoyed. The strength of the enemy was always abnormal. It was simply a little too outrageous. In the distance, the Sage of Book looked at Yi Xian and the other three calmly, but he was worried. The possessor of the Great Path Luck, this kind of person was not an ordinary person. There was one possessor of the Great Path Luck in the Immortal Mausoleum. And that person's terror could only be described as abnormal. Although the four in front of him were not as terrifying as that person, he knew that the four of them had not fully grown. Although they were enemies, he had to admit that the four of them were indeed monstrous. Under normal circumstances, those who were 2 levels lower than him would not even have the courage to look him in the eye. As the ancient sage said, if the four of them were allowed to grow, his lineage would be in big trouble. In the future, it might even bring great trouble to the Immortal Mausoleum. Thinking of this, the Sage of Book looked at Yi Xian and the other three and clenched his right hand. The best way to solve problems was to get rid of them before they were formed. In the distance, at the end of the starry sky, Yi Xian looked calm. "Under normal circumstances, we can't beat him." Dao Ling said solemnly, "Then what should we do?" Yi Xian took a deep breath and chuckled. "What else can we do? Of course we fight with our lives. I'll fight with my life first." With that, he slowly closed his eyes. Boom! Yi Xian's body started to burn. At the same time, the power of bloodline in his body surged wildly. But this time, he did not burn his soul. Without the Qingxian sword, once his soul was ignited, he would really be burnt to ashes. Seeing Yi Xian burn his body, Dao Ling and the other two were stunned. Was he really going to fight with his life? Yi Xian suddenly said, "To fight against this person, the four of us must cooperate well. Do you understand what I mean?" The three nodded. Yi Xian suddenly said, "My sword is the strangest, it's suitable for support. But this time, I'll take the front, you guys support me." Dao Ling was stunned. "Why?" Yi Xian chuckled. "Because it's really dangerous this time." With that, he disappeared on the spot. A strand of blood-colored sword light suddenly tore through space and slashed straight at the distant book sage. The book sage's expression was calm. When the sword light arrived above his head, he suddenly opened his right hand and an invisible barrier appeared in front of him. Rumble! Yi Xian's sword was directly blocked by that barrier. At this time, Yi Xian appeared above the book sage and slashed down with his sword. Draw the sword to decide life and death. This sword strike had superimposed over 100,000 slashes. When the sword was unleashed, the entire starry sky exploded. It was incomparably terrifying. Rumble! As Yi Xian's sword slashed down, the barrier in front of the book sage suddenly trembled violently. A strand of blood-colored sword light suddenly exploded above the book sage's head. At this time, Yi Xian frantically slashed down with his sword, chi 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 chi. In an instant, the surrounding starry sky directly roared. Countless blood-colored sword lights continuously spread out, the entire starry sky was a mess. At this time, Dao Ling and the others also rushed in front of the book sage. A frenzied siege. At this moment, the four of them did not hold back at all and did their best. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The entire endless starry sky suddenly boiled, and then was annihilated bit by bit. This was because the starry sky could no longer withstand the power of Yi Xian and the others. The four of them did not fight alone, but cooperated. Under the perfect cooperation of Yi Xian and the others, the book sage could not do anything to Yi Xian and the others for a moment. The more Yi Xian and the others fought, the more excited they became, and the more frenzied they became. At this time, a terrifying power suddenly swept through the starry sky. Rumble, the entire starry sky was obliterated. Yi Xian and the others retreated explosively for over 100 kilometers. The book sage stood silently in the distance, and her expression was terrifyingly gloomy. There was an ancient book in her hand, and the terrifying energy from before had come from this ancient book. The book sage stared fixedly at Yi Xian's group of four. Damn it. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly closed slowly. In the next moment, the ancient book in his hand trembled slightly, and then a strand of terrifying energy suddenly surged out explosively from within the ancient book. Bang! A terrifying aura swept through the surroundings. In the distance, Yi Xian's pupils constricted abruptly. Everyone, watch out. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly charged forward, and then he swiftly drew his sword and slashed. Hiss, an expanse of blood-red sword light slashed down like a waterfall. Rumble, the expanse of blood-red sword light had just come into contact with the terrifying energy when it was instantly dispersed. Meanwhile, numerous flying swords suddenly slashed towards the book sage from all directions. The book sage had an emotionless expression on his face. He suddenly clenched his right hand into a fist and smashed it forward. Bang! A black circle suddenly surged out from within him, and then those four flying swords were instantly obliterated into nothingness. Meanwhile, the terrifying energy had arrived before Yi Xian's group of four. The expressions of Yi Xian's group of four changed violently, and they hurriedly attacked in unison. Rumble! A strand of terrifying energy suddenly erupted like a volcano in front of Yi Xian's group of four. Bang! Bang! Bang, bang. Along with four explosions, Yi Xian's group of four were blasted over 30 kilometers away. As soon as they stopped moving, besides Xianxia, the bodies of Yi Xian's group of three exploded apart. Their bodies were obliterated. The three of them weren't able to endure such terrifying energy at all. The book sage stared fixedly at Yi Xian's group of three. It's time to end this. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly charged towards Yi Xian's group of three. A wisp of a ferocious expression flashed through Yi Xian's eyes, and he was just about to charge forward. Meanwhile, a shadow charged towards the book sage. It was Xianxia. Xianxia suddenly roared furiously when he arrived in front of Sage of Book, and then he smashed his fist towards Sage of Book. A terrifying force swept out from within him, and at the same time, a furious roar that was like that of a wild beast resounded from within Xianxia, and it shook the heavens and the earth. Rumble! Xianxia's punch had actually forced the book sage back, but Xianxia himself was blasted over 30 kilometers away as well. As soon as he stopped moving, his body shattered, and a ball of blood exploded. He still couldn't defeat him. The book sage was stunned, and his eyes were filled with disbelief as he gazed at Xianxia. This bloodline. You're from that clan. Xianxia stared fixedly at the book sage and remained silent. The book sage had an extremely solemn expression on his face. You're actually from that clan. How could this be possible? Xianxia suddenly roared furiously, and then he charged towards the book sage again. However, Yi Xian stopped him. Only his soul remained, so he would definitely die if he charged forward again. Yi Xian turned to glance at Dao Ling and Shi Tian. At this moment, their souls were extremely weak as well. They'd used up everything they had in that battle. Even if the four of them fought with their lives on the line, they still couldn't defeat a time immortal. When he thought up to this point, Yi Xian suddenly took out the spear he obtained from Qin Guan and had it devour 3 million universe veins. Fearing that it wouldn't be enough, he added another 2,000,000,5,000,000 universe veins. He had no other choice but to use the spear. Yi Xian gazed at the spear in his hand with a calm expression. The reason he hadn't used the spear in the beginning was because its recoil was too terrifying. The more universe veins it fed, the more powerful it would be. However, the recoil would be even more terrifying as well. 5,000,000 universe veins. That recoil was absolutely not something he could withstand right now. Yi Xian suddenly said, Dao Ling, Shirtian, take Tianqi and go to the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. The Celestial Treasure Pavilion? Dao Ling was stunned, and then he said, what about you? Yi Xian smiled, I'll stay behind and bring up the rear. Dao Ling immediately shook his head, no, you can't defeat him. Yi Xian said, I have a way to deal with him. Dao Ling shook his head again. He was about to speak when Yi Xian suddenly turned around and roared furiously, cut the crap. Leave quickly. Dao Ling was stunned, and then he said angrily, why are you being so fierce? My father hasn't been fierce to me, so I won't leave. Beat me to death. Yi Xian said angrily, do you believe that I'll ask my sister to beat you up? Dao Ling's expression froze, don't call me sister if you dare. Yi Xian shook his head, all of you leave first. Trust me, I can escape. Shirtian shook his head slightly, brother Yi, we aren't stupid. Yi Xian fell silent. In the distance, the book sage suddenly said, are you done chatting? Yi Xian suddenly looked at the book sage. The next moment, he immediately retreated, but his gun was still in place. He suddenly realized, why did he have to hold a gun with his hand? Couldn't he use his mind to shoot? The small gun was speechless. Yi Xian suddenly said, retreat. As soon as he finished speaking, he led Dao Ling and the rest to retreat. At the same time, he used his mind to activate the small gun. Boom, a beam of white light suddenly burst out from the muzzle. Almost instantly, Yi Xian's eyes opened wide, and his entire soul trembled violently. Then, he fell straight down. At this moment, he felt his mind go blank. It's over. This was the last thought in Yi Xian's mind. This was because he realized that even if he used his mind to shoot, his divine soul would still suffer from the backlash. It's over. In the distance, when the book sage saw the beam of white light, his pupils suddenly shrank. He raised his arms to block it, and at the same time an invisible barrier enveloped him. The beam of white light arrived. Rumble, the invisible barrier in front of the Sage of Book exploded. At the same time, the Sage of Book retreated hundreds of thousands of meters. As soon as he stopped, his body shattered as well. The book sage was dumbfounded. What the hell was this? In the distance, Dao Ling and Shirtian had already taken Yi Xian and Tianqi and disappeared into the starry sky. The book sage was still dumbfounded. That spear strike had directly injured him. After a moment, the book sage's expression suddenly became ferocious. Pass down my order, the Yuan lineage will pursue and kill these four. At the end of the starry sky, Dao Ling hugged Yi Xian's soul and said with a trembling voice, Brother Yi, wake up. Yi Xian's eyes were slightly closed, and his aura was getting weaker and weaker. Dao Ling panicked. Brother Yi, wake up. Still no response. Dao Ling turned to look at Shirtian. Shirtian said in a low voice, he suffered from the backlash. Now that he has lost consciousness, we must find a place to heal him. Dao Ling said in a low voice, go to the Celestial Treasure Pavilion? Shirtian said softly, the Celestial Treasure Pavilion doesn't want to get involved in this. It's not nice of us to go to them again and again. Dao Ling was silent. Shirtian said in a low voice, go to the Shur clan. I will ask my ancestor for help. Dao Ling immediately shook his head. If you go to the Shur clan, you will implicate the entire Shur clan. After a moment of silence, Shirtian said, he is a friend. We can't leave him in the lurch. Soon, the three of them brought Yi Xian to the Shur clan. As soon as they arrived, Shirtian's voice resounded in the sky above the Shur clan. All Shur clan members, except for the elders, leave. Stay far away. Without my order, no one is allowed to return to the clan. If the Shur clan is destroyed today, none of the Shur clan members outside will be allowed to seek revenge. P.S. I've been studying in Beijing these few days, and I've met many experts. Apart from me, do you like other authors? I know, definitely not. 7017K under Shirtian's summons, the experts of the Shur clan emerged from their secluded cultivation. At the same time, the members of the Shur clan were led to various parts of the universe. Shi Clan, Ancestral Shrine. At this moment, Xian was lying silently on the ground while a group of Shi Clan experts were healing him. Looking at Xian in front of them, the strong ones from the Shi Clan all had mixed feelings. Not long ago, the Shi Clan and Xian had been mortal enemies. Yet now, the Shi Clan was going all out to save this fellow. Fate really made fools of people. Some of the top experts of the Shi Clan had solemn expressions. Because they'd realized the severity of the situation, Shi Tian arrived before a statue and bowed slightly. Ancestor. Crack, the statue suddenly cracked open, and then a middle-aged man appeared before Shi Tian. All the experts of the Shi Clan hurriedly knelt down. Shi Tian, this man was the ancestor of the Shi Clan, and he was the founder of the Shi Clan. Shi Tian gazed at Shi Tian for a long time before smiling. You're very outstanding. Very outstanding, Shi Tian spoke solemnly. Ancestor, my Shi Clan is in danger of annihilation. I wish to ask for your help. Shi Tian suddenly looked outside and spoke softly. The time immortal? Shi Tian turned around, and his face sank. The Sage of Book had arrived. Outside the Shi Clan, the Sage of Book looked down at the Shi Clan below, and his gaze descended onto Shi Tian with a frown. Shi Tian looked at Shi Tian and smiled. Little fellow, you've caused quite a bit of trouble. Shi Tian spoke solemnly. Can Ancestor defeat this person? Shi Tian shook his head. I can't. Shi Tian's face fell when he heard this. Meanwhile, Shi Tian spoke again. Even though I can't defeat him, I can delay him. Delay him? Shi Tian was stunned. Shi Tian suddenly turned to glance at Dao Ling and Xianxia, and he frowned. Possessors of the karmic Dao? Shi Tian nodded. They are my friends. Friends? Shi Tian's expression instantly became strange. You are friends? Shi Tian nodded. Yes. Shi Tian shook his head. How strange. You actually became friends. How interesting. Shi Tian lightly smiled. It's a long story. Xianxia suddenly turned his head to look at the distant Xian lying on the ground. Is he also? Shi Tian nodded. Xianxia said in a soft voice, his injuries are extremely serious. It is useless for you to heal him like this. Shi Tian hurriedly said, does Ancestor have a way? Xianxia was silent for a moment before he said, let him go to the soul recovery pool. I and some of my clansmen have left some divine souls there. Let him swallow them to restore his divine soul. Shi Tian was slightly stunned when he heard this, and then he turned to look at Shi Qian. Shi Qian laughed bitterly. I don't know as well. That should only be known by the clan leader. Xianxia laughed and said, indeed. When I left back then, I left behind an ancestral rule that only the clan leader could enter this place. The previous clan leader. Did something happen to our clan? All the experts of the Shi clan fell silent when they heard this. Xianxia shook his head and smiled. Forget it. I don't care about that anymore. In any case, the current clan leader is very good. As he spoke, he suddenly pointed to the right. The mountain wall in the distance suddenly split open, and a passage appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Shi Tian immediately said, Elder Shi Qian, quickly bring Brother Yi into it. Shi Qian carried Xian and disappeared on the spot. At this moment, Xianxia raised his head and looked at the distant Sage of Book. He smiled faintly and said, I don't know how long I can last. Take care of yourselves. As his voice fell, he suddenly disappeared on the spot. Boom, a terrifying force suddenly swept towards the sky and the Sage of Book. The Sage of Book was expressionless. I will deal with this person first. Master Yun, Tribulation Lord, you two deal with the others. As he finished speaking, he directly disappeared on the spot. Rumble, soon, a terrifying explosion suddenly came from the depths of the distant starry sky. Below, the Tribulation Lord and Master Yun looked at Dao Ling and the other two. The Tribulation Lord suddenly disappeared on the spot, and a terrifying divine lightning suddenly descended from the sky, sweeping towards Dao Ling and the other two. As soon as the powerful lightning appeared, the entire sky changed color and trembled violently. Below, Dao Ling's eyes flashed with malevolence. Leave this shit to me. As his voice fell, he suddenly stomped his right foot and shot up into the sky. Rumble, the moment Dao Ling shot up into the sky, a terrifying Dharma body of all elephants appeared behind him. At the same time, his physical body directly burned. When he chose to burn his physical body, the Dharma body of all elephants actually burned along with him. Facing the Tribulation Lord, Dao Ling was very clear that he had to fight with all his might. Otherwise, he would be at an absolute disadvantage. If he fought with all his might, there was still a chance of survival. On the other side, the moment the Tribulation Lord and Dao Ling attacked, Xianxia also shot up into the sky and headed straight for Master Yun. His previous enemy was Master Yun. Now that the two of them met, it was as if two enemies had met, and their eyes were exceptionally red. Master Yun coldly looked at Xianxia, who was charging at him, and the next moment, he suddenly disappeared on the spot. A terrifying force descended from the sky, and the entire sky was directly torn apart. Below, Tian looked into the distance. Not far away, the space-time there suddenly split open, and a youth slowly walked out. The youth wore a long robe, and his black hair was combed vertically behind his head. In his left hand, he held a sheath-long saber. He walked very calmly. Tian looked at the youth with a calm expression. He knew that the youth in front of him was his opponent. The youth suddenly said softly, "The fate of the great path." As he spoke, he shook his head, and a hint of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. A true monster does not need the recognition of the great path's brush? Why do they need its bonus? As his voice fell, he suddenly leaped up and slashed with his saber. A wave of saber light suddenly tore the entire sky apart. Below, Tian's eyes narrowed slightly, and his right foot suddenly tapped lightly. Boom! Tian shot up into the sky and directly met the wave of saber light. Soon, the entire sky and earth began to be destroyed inch by inch. On the other side, a youth and an old man were quietly watching everything in front of them. This youth was the Evil Lord. The Evil Lord said softly, "Master, they finally started fighting with the Immortal Mausoleum." Beside the Evil Lord, the old man said excitedly, "This is naturally great news." The Evil Lord fell silent. The old man said in a deep voice, "You want to help them?" The Evil Lord nodded. "It's not good to benefit from it." The old man was somewhat puzzled. What's not good about it? Isn't it great to let these people and the Immortal Mausoleum fight to the death? After a moment of silence, the Evil Lord shook his head. No. The old man was puzzled. Why? Let them exhaust the Immortal Mausoleum. Regardless of whether they die or the Immortal Mausoleum is exhausted, it will only be beneficial to us. The Evil Lord shook his head again. You can't think like that. Master, if they die, then we will no longer have a powerful ally. At that time, facing this terrifying Immortal Mausoleum, our evil spirit race will no longer have a chance to rise again. As he spoke, he looked into the distance and softly said, "Today, if we watch from the sidelines and don't lend a helping hand, in the future, when the Celestial Mausoleum deals with us, who will help us?" The old man fell silent. The Evil Lord looked at the Tribulation Lord in the distance, and his gaze gradually turned cold. With our evil spirit race's strength, we will never have a chance to take revenge in this lifetime. Since that's the case, why not take a gamble? As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly clenched his right hand, and a blood-colored spear suddenly appeared in his hand. The old man's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly said, "You don't be rash. If we attack now, it will be equivalent to exposing us in advance." The Evil Lord shook his head. "If we don't help now, it will only be icing on the cake in the future. Do you think they want it?" As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly soared into the sky and headed straight for the Tribulation Lord in the distance. The old man's face instantly turned pale upon seeing this. In the distant sky, the Tribulation Lord, who was fighting with Dao Ling, suddenly changed his expression. In the next moment, he suddenly turned his head. At that moment, a spear pierced through the air. The Tribulation Lord's eyes narrowed. He waved his right hand, and a divine lightning barrier appeared in front of him. Rumble, a bolt of lightning suddenly exploded, and the Tribulation Lord was forced to retreat nearly 10,000 feet. After stopping, the Tribulation Lord raised his head and looked at the Evil Lord in the distance with a cold glint in his eyes. "Remnant of the evil spirit race." The Evil Lord chuckled. "Come, let's continue." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly vanished on the spot. Hiss, a ray of red spear light suddenly tore through the battlefield, and in the next moment, the tip of the spear had arrived before the Tribulation Lord. The Tribulation Lord's pupils constricted. He suddenly leaped up and smashed his fist forward. Countless bolts of lightning rained down from his fist. Rumble, countless rays of spear light and lightning suddenly exploded and shot towards the surroundings. In an instant, the entire expanse of the starry sky was shattered into pieces. Meanwhile, Dao Ling suddenly charged towards the Tribulation Lord. At the same time, another ray of spear light slashed towards the Tribulation Lord. Boom! The Tribulation Lord retreated explosively for over 100 kilometers. As soon as he stopped, Dao Ling and the evil lord charged towards him once more. Boom! The Tribulation Lord retreated explosively once more. It didn't take long for the Tribulation Lord to be suppressed by the evil lord and Dao Ling. Over 100 kilometers away, the Tribulation Lord had just stopped, and he suddenly spoke in a ferocious voice, "You want to bully me with numbers?" As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his right hand, and a command token suddenly shot into the sky before vanishing into the horizon. Dao Ling and the evil lord frowned at the sight of this. It was obvious that the Tribulation Lord had called for help. Immortal Mausoleum. The evil monarch was silent and his face became a little dignified. Dao Ling glanced at the evil prince and asked, "What's your name?" The evil monarch said, "Evil spirit race, evil monarch." Dao Ling shook his head. "Never heard of it." The evil monarch, Dao Ling sized up the evil monarch and said, "The Tribulation Lord is calling for help. Did someone call you? If you do, call for more." The evil monarch hesitated for a moment and then said, "No." Dao Ling was silent. There was no one to call. What a pain in the ass. At this moment, a huge vortex suddenly appeared in the depths of the starry sky. Then, several terrifying auras suddenly swept down from the vortex. Dao Ling said in a deep voice, "Their men are here." The evil prince suddenly turned around and left. Dao Ling looked at the evil prince in shock. "Where are you going?" The evil monarch hesitated and then said, "I'm going to the toilet, Dao Ling." 7017K. Hearing the evil prince's words, Dao Ling's face darkened. What if *King toilet, this fellow was trying to escape? Dao Ling quickly pulled the evil prince back. "Brother, you can't leave. If you leave now, the Immortal Mausoleum won't let you go. You're going to die anyway. What's the difference between dying sooner or later?" Hearing this, the evil prince was speechless. Wasn't it better to die later? Meanwhile, a middle-aged man and two black-robed figures appeared here. The evil prince and Dao Ling's faces darkened when they saw the three middle-aged men. All three of them were time controllers. Although he wasn't a time immortal, a time controller was still terrifying. On their side, not only were their cultivation levels suppressed, but they were also suppressed in terms of numbers. How to fight? Dao Ling was in despair. The evil monarch's expression was extremely solemn. One should know that in the depths of the starry sky, there was a time immortal. The ancestor of the Shirk clan was only a wisp of his soul. He couldn't delay the time immortal for long. The Chronoman immortal didn't even need to worry about the Chronoman immortal. All the time controllers here were more than enough to annihilate them. Their strengths were seriously unequal. At this time, the Tribulation Lord looked at Dao Ling and Xie Jun with a malevolent expression. "What? Didn't you want to gang up on me? Come on, come on." Dao Ling's expression was calm. "Tribulation Master, if you have the ability, then fight me one-on-one. What's the point of ganging up on me?" The Tribulation Lord glared at Dao Ling. "How can you be so shameless?" Dao Ling, the Tribulation Lord suddenly disappeared. Chi, a bolt of lightning flashed across the battlefield. In the distance, Dao Ling narrowed his eyes slightly. He gently twirled his right hand, and a terrifying power quickly gathered in his right fist. In the next moment, he charged forward and threw a punch at the Culpa Lord. Rumble, a bolt of lightning suddenly exploded, and a figure frantically retreated from the starry sky. It was Dao Ling. After Dao Ling stopped, a trickle of blood slowly flowed out from the corner of his mouth, and the Culpa Lord charged towards him again. A ferocious look flashed across Dao Ling's eyes. Suddenly, he became illusory. Boom! With the help of the primeval god stone, the aura of his soul suddenly skyrocketed. A moment later, he transformed into an all-manifestation that charged towards the Tribulation Lord. Fight head-on, rumble, a loud bang suddenly resounded between the heavens and the earth, and two figures retreated explosively at the same time. When Dao Ling stopped, his corporeal body was completely annihilated. Only his soul was left. Furthermore, his soul was extremely illusory. He had expended a lot of energy just now. He could no longer bear it. In the distance, the evil prince was silent. He couldn't help because there were 3 terrifying auras locking onto him. As long as he tried to help, the other party would attack as well. In the distance, the Tribulation Lord glanced at his chest. There was a deep imprint of a palm, left behind by Dao Ling just now. That palm imprint had already shattered his internal organs. After a moment of silence, the Culpa Lord looked at Dao Ling. He had to admit that he was still somewhat shocked. One should know that his cultivation level was 1 level higher than Dao Ling's. Furthermore, he was once a genius amongst geniuses. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the Lord of all tribulations. However, he didn't expect Dao Ling to be able to fight against him for so long. However, it was time to end this. The Tribulation Lord opened his right hand, and a bolt of lightning suddenly appeared in his hand. In the distance, Dao Ling took a deep breath. A look of helplessness flashed in his eyes. How helpless! He had done his best. However, most of the time, you won't necessarily win just because you put your life on the line. There was still a gap between them. If he was given a little more time, he was confident that he could surpass the Culpa Lord. However, he didn't have that much time. It was time to end this. Dao Ling looked at the Culpa Lord. Although he was unwilling, it was indeed time to end this. Dao Ling suddenly turned towards the Shi clan and said softly, "Brother Yi, if you survive, please help me take care of my clansmen." As soon as he finished speaking, his soul trembled violently and started burning. Soul ignition. This was his last resort. Bang! As Dao Ling started burning his soul, a mysterious gas slowly seeped out from his body. The evil lord's pupils constricted when he saw this. The karmic luck of the great Dao. Dao Ling suddenly soared into the sky. He looked towards the Shi clan and roared with laughter. "Brother Yi, I'll help you one last time." As soon as he finished speaking, all the karmic luck within his body surged out and arrived at the Shi clan's secret realm before surging into Yi Xian's body. In the distance, the Culpa Lord's expression turned unsightly. "Have you gone mad? You've actually given all your karmic luck of the Grand Dao to Yi Xian." Dao Ling spoke fiercely, "It's none of your fucking business." The Culpa Lord was infuriated, and a ferocious expression appeared on his face. "You're dead without the karmic luck of the Grand Dao." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly vanished on the spot. Bang! A terrifying bolt of tribulation lightning suddenly swept through the surroundings, and it shot straight towards Dao Ling. Dao Ling suddenly roared with laughter, "Bring it on." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly vanished on the spot. Hiss! A ray of red light tore through the surroundings. It was soul ignition. Rumble! Suddenly, a ray of red light and lightning erupted in the sky, and then the Culpa Lord was blasted over 30 kilometers away. On the other hand, Dao Ling had stopped on the spot. However, his soul had become completely ethereal like a strand of smoke. His soul had been obliterated. The evil lord's pupils constricted when he witnessed this scene, and he tightened his grip on the spear in his right hand. He knew that Dao Ling was gone. At this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly shot into the sky from the secret realm in the distance. In the next moment, a ray of sword light descended in front of Dao Ling. It was Yi Xian. Yi Xian hurriedly supported Dao Ling, but he was stunned when his hand came into contact with Dao Ling's soul. Because his hand had passed through Dao Ling's soul, now, Dao Ling's soul was almost gone. Yi Xian was horrified. He was about to speak when Dao Ling suddenly shook his head. "I can't. This time I really can't." Yi Xian suddenly roared furiously, "Qing Xian! Xiao Hun! Xiao Hun!" However, there was no response. Yi Xian's face instantly turned ghastly pale. "Qing There was still no response. Dao Ling suddenly said with a trembling voice, "Brother Yi, the only thing I care about is my clansmen. If you can get through this, please help me take care of my clansmen." "Thank you." As soon as he finished speaking, his soul quickly disappeared. Yi Xian was extremely horrified. He hurriedly said, "Qing I beg you, help me save him." However, there was no response. Yi Xian wanted to say something, but Dao Ling, who was about to disappear, shook his head. "Brother Yi, if there's an afterlife, we'll..." Before he finished speaking, his soul suddenly disappeared completely. Looking at the emptiness in front of him, Yi Xian's mind went blank, as though he was struck by lightning. Gone. Dao Ling was really gone. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly began to panic. For the first time, Qing did not respond to him. When Qing did not respond to him, he experienced despair for the first time. Without Qing, he really could not reverse many things. Pain, his heart had never been in such pain, nor had he been in such despair. Haha, Yixian suddenly laughed crazily. Once upon a time, he had arrogantly said that Qing should not suppress Dedeabi. He wanted to walk the path of the future alone, but the result was that without Qing suppressing Dedeabi, he, Yixian, was nothing. Yixian's laughter became louder and louder. Gradually, the blood in his body surged crazily. Waves of terrifying killing intent swept around. In the distance, the Tribulation Lord looked at Yixian and frowned. Do you think that going crazy will work? You. Yixian suddenly looked at the Tribulation Lord. His eyes were like a sea of blood. He said crazily, Great Tao luck. Haha. Great Tao luck. It's all because of this damned Great Tao luck. Boom, suddenly, the Great Tao luck within his body surged out. In the next moment, countless Great Tao luck surged towards Shirtian, Tianqi, and the evil monarch in the distance. At this moment, everyone was shocked. Because they found that Yixian's Great Tao luck was too much. It was more than 10 times more than Dao Ling's, and now, Yixian took the initiative to give his Great Tao luck to Tianqi, the evil monarch, and Shirtian. He didn't want the Great Tao luck anymore. In the distance, the Tribulation Lord stared at Yixian. How is this possible? At this moment, he was also shocked. Because he found that the Great Tao luck on Yixian was even more than the one in the Immortal Mausoleum. What did this mean? It meant that Yixian, who had so much Great Tao luck, was protected by Dedeabi. Why would Dedeabi protect Yixian like this? Of course, this was not the main point. The main point was that Yixian took the initiative to disperse the Great Tao luck. The Tribulation Lord stared at Yixian. You're courting death. Yixian nodded. You're right. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly disappeared. Qi, a blood-colored sword light slashed at the Tribulation Lord in the distance. He had completely gone mad. At this moment, Yixian no longer had any rationality. Moreover, he didn't have the Profound Azure Sword. In the past, with the Profound Azure Sword, he could still maintain his last trace of sanity. But now, without the Profound Azure Sword, he no longer had any rationality. Seeing the blood-colored sword light slash over, the Tribulation Lord's pupils shrank. He found that the power of this sword was several times stronger than before. What the hell? The Tribulation Lord was shocked. How could this guy's strength grow to this extent after he went mad? Without thinking too much, the Tribulation Lord punched out with his right hand. In an instant, countless lightning surged out of his fist. Rumble, a blood-colored sword light and lightning suddenly erupted in front of the Tribulation Lord and Yixian. In the next moment, a figure retreated. It was the Tribulation Lord. As soon as the Tribulation Lord stopped, another sword light slashed over. Rumble, the Tribulation Lord wasn't even able to react before he was slashed over 30 kilometers away. As soon as he stopped moving, his body shattered into pieces, and only his soul remained. The Tribulation Lord was utterly stunned. What's going on? Yixian suddenly vanished on the spot, and his sword slashed straight at the Tribulation Lord's soul. In the distance, the pupils of the Culpa Lord suddenly shrank. At this moment, a terrifying force suddenly hit Yixian's sword. Bang! Yixian was blasted back. Meanwhile, Sage of Book appeared in front of the Tribulation Lord. Sage of Book gazed at Yixian. You dispersed the karmic luck of your Grand Tao. Without Dedeabi's protection, you'll definitely die. As soon as he finished speaking, he slowly clenched his right hand, and a terrifying force condensed within it. In the distance, Yixian opened his right hand, and the primeval divine sword suddenly vanished. In the next moment, the blood within his body surged, and then countless strands of blood surged out from within him and converged into a sword in his palm. Blood as a sword, bang! In the next moment, the sword in Yixian's hand started burning, bloodline ignition. Presently, he had nothing but desperately fighting for his life. P.S. Does anyone have anything to say to me during today's study? 7017K. The Sage of Book frowned when he saw Yixian ignite his soul. Soul ignition. After Yixian chose to ignite his soul, he noticed that Yixian's aura had suddenly risen explosively. At this moment, Yixian's aura wasn't normal anymore. At this moment, in the distance, Yixian suddenly disappeared. hiss, a blood-red ray of light suddenly slashed down towards the Sage of Book. The Sage of Book clenched his right fist, and then he punched forward. A strand of terrifying force surged out from his fist. Rumble, an expanse of light shattered as the Sage of Book was blasted over 100 kilometers away. On the other hand, Xianxia was blasted over 100 kilometers away as well. But in the next moment, he charged towards the Sage of Book once more. In the distance, Sage Shu stopped and looked at his right hand. There was a deep sword scar on his right fist. Xianxia had actually injured him. A wisp of ferocity flashed through the Sage of Book's eyes, and then he suddenly vanished on the spot and smashed his fist towards Xianxia's head. When the fist arrived before Xianxia's head, Xianxia actually didn't dodge at all, and he just slashed his sword towards the Sage of Book's throat. Bang! Hiss! Xianxia instantly retreated by 30 kilometers, and his body exploded apart as soon as he stopped moving. Meanwhile, the Sage of Book's throat suddenly split open, and then a strand of blood sprayed into the surroundings. After that, his body was obliterated. Both of their bodies were obliterated at the same time. The Sage of Book's expression was extremely unsightly. The reason he'd exchanged his body for Xianxia's was because he felt that Xianxia's sword couldn't possibly break through his body. However, he'd underestimated the blood-red sword in Xianxia's hand. Xianxia's soul was still burning in the distance, and his aura was rising madly as well. Besides burning his soul, his bloodline energy was providing him with an endless supply of bloodline energy. That was why he was able to fight a time immortal right now. On the other side, the Sage of Book slowly clenched his right fist, and it didn't take long for his body to start reforming. Meanwhile, Xianxia suddenly vanished on the spot. Chi! A blood-red sword light tore through the sky. In the distance, a wisp of savagery flashed through the eyes of the Book Sage. He suddenly charged forward, and a terrifying wave of energy shook space apart as it collided with the sword light. Fight head-on, facing Xianxia, he, as a time immortal, had no reason to retreat. Rumble, in the distant spacetime, a blood-red sword light and a terrifying force suddenly erupted. In an instant, the spacetime in an area of a few million meters was directly obliterated and turned pitch black. In this pitch-black space and time, two figures frantically retreated. It was Xianxia and the Book Sage. As soon as Xianxia stopped, he slowly closed his eyes. In the next moment, a sword suddenly appeared above the head of the Book Sage in the distance. Sever the future. The sudden attack caused Sage Shu's face to change slightly. However, he reacted quickly and dodged the attack with a sidestep. The sword pierced through the sky and disappeared into the starry sky. But in the next moment, hundreds of swords suddenly appeared around him. Sage Book's expression instantly changed drastically, because these hundreds of swords didn't appear at the same time, and each one was slightly later than the last, slashing the future. The Book Sage was shocked and didn't dare to be careless. He raised his hands and a thick ancient book suddenly flew out from within him. In the next moment, rays of violet light surged out from the ancient book. At the same time, a mysterious and strange sound resounded in the surroundings. The sound was extremely old and seemed to come from ancient times. Rumble. Terrifying explosions resounded incessantly around the Book Sage. Just at this moment, Xianxia suddenly vanished on the spot. The Book Sage's pupils constricted, and he suddenly charged forward and punched out. Once again, rumble, along with a deafening explosion, Xianxia retreated over 30 kilometers away. However, at practically the exact same moment, a few dozen rays of light enveloped the Book Sage. An instant later, a terrifying force suddenly surged out from the rays of light, and then they were instantly obliterated. After that, the Book Sage walked out slowly with the ancient book in hand. At this moment, there were no less than a dozen injuries on his body, and it was especially so on his face. That injury had practically torn his entire face apart. The Tribulation Lord, Master Yun, and the others instantly revealed extremely solemn expressions when they witnessed this scene. They hadn't imagined that Xianxia would actually be able to fight the Book Sage to such an extent. It was too terrifying. Master Yun spoke in a low voice. He's overexerting himself. The Tribulation Lord nodded. They were very clearly aware that the reason Xianxia's combat strength had become so ferocious was because Xianxia had utilized a secret technique to forcefully overexerting himself. So, it would take 15 minutes at most for Xianxia to exhaust himself to death. The Book Sage stared fixedly at Xianxia, and then he suddenly flipped open the ancient book in his hand. In the next moment, an afterimage suddenly flew out from within the ancient book. and then it charged towards Yixian. Hiss, the sound of something tearing apart resounded abruptly. Yixian suddenly opened his eyes, and a monstrous ocean of blood surged within them as he swiftly drew his sword and slashed. Hiss, bang, along with the sound of something tearing apart and an explosion, Yixian was blasted back by the afterimage, and he moved over 30 kilometers back. However, the afterimage had charged over to him again. Moreover, the book sage had vanished on the spot as well. Suddenly, Yixian raised his head, and then the energy of time in an area of 3 kilometers suddenly converged within him. He'd mobilized the river of time. Yixian swiftly drew his sword and slashed. Draw the sword to decide life and death. Yixian had overlapped 150,000 strands of energy with this attack. The river of stars in the surroundings was instantly obliterated. Rumble. The afterimage was instantly slashed into pieces by Yixian's attack. As for the book sage who charged towards Yixian, he was blasted over 100 kilometers away. As soon as he stopped moving, Yixian appeared in front of him again, and then Yixian drew his sword and slashed again. Draw the sword to decide life and death. Bang, an expanse of light instantly enveloped the book sage. Rumble, a world-shaking explosion resounded as the book sage was blasted flying. At practically the exact same moment, a blood-red sword suddenly flew over to the book sage. Rumble, the light from the sword shattered, and the book sage was blasted back once more. This time, his soul had instantly dimmed down. The expressions of the Culpa Lord and the others instantly changed violently when they witnessed this scene. We're in danger. The Culpa Lord was about to act when Master Yun stopped him. Master Yun looked towards the distance and spoke softly, only the book sage can fight him right now. We'll be courting death if we act against him. The Culpa Lord fell silent. Regardless of whether he was willing or not, he had to admit that Yixian's strength had attained the age-immortal realm, and those beneath the age-immortal realm weren't a match for Yixian. After the book sage was blasted back, he suddenly opened the ancient book in his hand. In the next moment, a strand of terrifying force erupted from within the book, and then countless ancient characters shot into the sky and shot into the starry sky. After that, the ancient characters actually condensed into a huge sword that held an extremely terrifying force within it. A ferocious expression flashed through the book sage's eyes, and then he suddenly charged forward. The huge sword tore through the sky and slashed down towards Yixian. Yixian clenched the blood-red sword in his right hand. At this moment, his soul was growing more and more illusory. Actually, it wouldn't take another 10 minutes for him to vanish. However, the book sage clearly didn't want to wait that long. Under everyone's gaze, the giant sword streaked across the starry sky and then came to the top of Yixian's head. However, to everyone's surprise, Yixian did not dodge at all. He just let the sword sink into his head. Everyone was stunned. Rumble. Right at this moment, a terrifying force suddenly swept out from Yixian's body. In an instant, the book sage who just arrived in front of Yixian was blasted hundreds of kilometers back by this terrifying force. Bang! When the book sage stopped moving, he was stunned, and his eyes were filled with disbelief as he gazed at Yixian, whose aura was rising explosively. It wasn't just the book sage, everyone else here was stunned as well. What's going on? Is this fellow devouring that huge sword? Impossible. The book sage gazed at Yixian with disbelief in his eyes. That's absolutely impossible. At this moment, in the distance, Yixian suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, his soul, which had been incorporeal, started to solidify. Not only that, but Yixian's aura also skyrocketed crazily. Yixian suddenly vanished on the spot. Hiss, a blood-red sword suddenly appeared above the book sage. The book sage's expression instantly changed violently. He opened his right hand, and the ancient book in his hand flew up and transformed into a screen that blocked above his head. Rumble, the sword descended, and the ancient book trembled violently. Immediately after, the powerful force blasted the book sage several tens of thousands of meters away. Yixian swept his sword, and the thick ancient book was directly swept before Shirtian in the distance. Shirtian was stunned, and then he put the book away. At this moment, Yixian's consciousness had recovered slightly because the energy of the huge sword was truly too terrifying, and it allowed him to faintly show signs of breaking through. Yixian raised his head to look at the book sage, and the latter's expression was unsightly to the extreme. How did you devour my book sword? Why? He'd never understood how Yi Xian could actually devour his book sword. Yi Xian didn't answer, and he suddenly vanished on the spot. The book sage's pupils constricted, and his soul suddenly became illusory. In the next moment, he'd retreated over 30 kilometers away. He didn't choose to go head-on against Yi Xian, because he found Yi Xian's strength was many times stronger than before. Even that ancient book of his could not withstand Yi Xian's strength, not to mention he was just a soul now. In the distance, Yi Xian suddenly vanished on the spot once more, and the book sage vanished as well. He'd retreated over 30 kilometers again, and he'd pulled some distance away from Yi Xian. Yi Xian's eyes closed slowly, the book sage's eyes narrowed slightly. Right at this moment, he suddenly raised his head. In the next moment, the space in the sky suddenly split apart, and then a golden screen of light swept down from the depths of the starry sky. A middle-aged man walked down slowly from within the golden screen of light, the time immortal. The book sage instantly heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this middle-aged man, and then he raised his head to look at Yi Xian. "My people are here." As he spoke, a wisp of a savage smile arose on the corners of his mouth. "What's the point of a one-on-one battle? This is an era where people compete in numbers." "Is that so?" Right at this moment, an icy cold voice suddenly resounded from the depths of the boundless starry sky. "Compete in numbers?" Yi Xian's figure trembled slightly when he heard this voice. "Who is it?" The sage of book's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked towards the starry sky in the distance. A woman was walking over slowly. It was none other than Dong Linen. The next moment, Dong Linen showed up in front of Yi Xian. When he saw Yi Xian, who was covered in blood, Dong Linen's eyes suddenly welled up with tears. Dong Linen hugged Yi Xian tightly and spoke in a trembling voice. "Xian Yi Xian spoke softly, "Mother." Dong Linen suddenly turned to look at the sage of book, and her peerlessly beautiful face was extremely ferocious at this moment. "So you want to compete in numbers?" The sage of book looked at Dong Linen and was about to speak. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky. In the next moment, the sage of book's pupils constricted, and he was just about to retreat when a hand clamped down on his throat. Bang! A terrifying force locked onto the sage of book, and he couldn't move at all. The sage of book's eyes were filled with terror as he looked at the old man. "You, what realm are you?" The old man's face was emotionless as he turned to look at Dong Linen. Dong Linen's face was expressionless. Letting him die now would be letting him off too easily. The old man nodded slightly and didn't kill him. Meanwhile, the time immortal who had just arrived spoke abruptly. "You are." His pupils constricted before he could finish speaking, and he swiftly turned around. Meanwhile, a ray of light suddenly slashed towards him. The time moon immortal was greatly shocked in his heart. He suddenly raised his right hand and a terrifying time energy swept out from his body. Rumble, the ray of light was blocked, but in the next moment, another ray of light slashed down. Bang, the terrifying time energy shattered abruptly, and then the time immortal retreated explosively. As soon as he stopped moving, a sword was placed against his neck. They were stunned, everyone in the surroundings was stunned. A time immortal was subdued just like that. What kind of terrifying expert is this? The time immortal looked at the swordsman in disbelief. "You, who the hell are you?" The swordsman's expression was indifferent. He did not speak but turned to look at Dong Linen. Dong Linen was expressionless. "Let him live first." Swordsman nodded. Dong Linen turned to look at Yi Xian. The coldness in her eyes instantly turned gentle as she asked softly, "Are you all right?" Yi Xian was silent. Dong Linen felt a pang in his heart. "I shouldn't have listened to your father." Yi Xian said softly, "Father is not wrong. Before this, I thought I was extraordinary. I thought that without him and Qing'er, I could still make a name for myself. But the cruel reality tells me that without him and Qing'er, I can do nothing." Dong Linan shook his head. "It's not your fault. Your father's enemy was not as perverted as you think. You are wrong to compare yourself to him." Yi Xian shook his head slightly, a pained expression on his face. He didn't say anything else. Dao Ling, at the thought of Dao Ling disappearing from this world forever, his heart felt like it was being pricked by needles. Dong Linen said softly, "They don't care about you, but I do." After saying that, she turned to look at the leader of the group, Sage of Book. "You are from the Immortal Mausoleum." Sage of Book's expression was incomparably solemn. "You are?" Dong Linen was expressionless. I am his mother. Sage of Book glanced at Xian and was stunned. This guy's mother? Dong Linen suddenly said, to the immortal mausoleum. Lead the way. Lead the way. Sage of Book's expression changed drastically. You. What are you doing? Dong Linen looked at Sage of Book with a cold expression. I said lead the way. You don't understand? Sage of Book's expression was extremely ugly. This woman knew about the immortal mausoleum, but she still went there. What did this mean? It meant that she was not afraid of the immortal mausoleum. Thinking of this, cold sweat dripped from Sage of Book's forehead. At this time, Dong Linen said again. Lead the way. Just as Sage of Book was about to speak, he suddenly felt his throat tighten and his soul became illusory. Sage of Book was greatly shocked. He hurriedly said, I will lead the way. He knew that if he dared to shake his head, he would be erased in an instant. After cultivating for so long to reach time immortal, he was naturally unwilling to be erased just like that. Under Sage of Book's lead, everyone stood up and headed towards the immortal mausoleum. Tianqi, Shitian, and Xiajun followed closely behind. Along the way, Yixian looked into the distance in silence. No one knew what he was thinking. Dong Linen stood beside Yixian and said softly, Are you angry? Yixian shook his head. No. Dong Linen sighed softly. She gently rubbed Yixian's head and did not say anything else. At this time, Tianqi suddenly walked in front of Yixian. He took out a piece of meat and handed it to Yixian. Yixian looked at Tianqi. Tianqi just looked at him without saying a word. Yixian was stunned for a long time. Then, he took the meat and started gnawing on it. At the side, Shitian suddenly said softly, Brother Yi, your great Tao karmic luck. Yixian shook his head, I don't want it. You guys keep it. Shitian shook his head, it's yours. You, Yixian looked at Shitian, you keep it. Shitian was silent. He could feel that Yixian really did not care about this great Tao karmic luck. At this time, Dong Linen suddenly said, They are your friends? Yixian nodded. Dong Linen was silent for a moment. Then, she said, Elder Jun. As his voice fell, the swordsman old man suddenly appeared beside Dong Linen. Dong Linen said softly, Give the three of them some pointers. The swordsman old man nodded slightly, okay. After saying that, he turned to look at Shitian, Tianqi, and Xianxia, Follow me. Shitian and Xianxia looked at each other, and then they hurriedly followed. This swordsman old man had almost killed Time Moon Immortal with a single sword strike. He was a super big shot. At this moment, Shitian suddenly stopped and turned to look at Tianqi. Tianqi, what are you doing? Tianqi took out the meat and continued to chew. Obviously, he had no interest in the pointers. In his eyes, there was only meat. Seeing that Tianqi did not move, Shitian immediately glared at him, and then he hurriedly walked over to Tianqi and pulled him away. At the side, Sage Shu and the others had extremely ugly expressions. They knew that they had offended a superpower. This time, it was a big deal. Dong Linen ignored them, and Sage Shu and the others did not dare to run. Running was the same as courting death. As Dong Linen and the others left, within the primeval shrine, the primeval god tree rushed into the primeval shrine. A moment later, crazy laughter suddenly resounded. This laughter belonged to the primeval god race patriarch, Primeval Yuan. Primeval Yuan laughed even louder. He had gambled correctly. This time, he had gambled correctly. This youth's background was truly extraordinary. There was hope for the primeval race to return to Primeval City. As he laughed, tears flowed down Primeval Yuan's cheeks. Those were bitter tears. Not long after, Dong Linen and the others entered an unknown star field. This star field was boundless, and there were experts flying around from time to time. Their auras were extremely strong, but there were very few time immortals. Immortal Mausoleum Cosmos. The Immortal Mausoleum occupied a cosmos. When everyone entered the Immortal Mausoleum Cosmos, a terrifying aura directly locked onto Yixian and the others. Dong Linen frowned, Kill them. As her voice fell, an old man beside her suddenly disappeared. The next moment, the space-time at the end of the distant starry sky suddenly exploded. Then, a mournful scream suddenly rang out. Boom! At this moment, the entire Immortal Mausoleum Cosmos was shocked. an enemy was invading. Soon, an old man suddenly appeared in front of Dong Linen and the others. When this old man saw Sage Shu and the others, he frowned. Sage Shu, you. As he said this, he seemed to have discovered something. His pupils suddenly shrank. You, Sage Shu nodded, informed the Tomb Lord. Tomb Lord, the old man was shocked. He did not dare to hesitate and quickly turned to leave. He knew that this matter was not simple. Dong Linen suddenly turned to look at Yixian and said softly, how do you want to deal with it? After a moment of silence, Yixian said, kill them. Kill them, Dong Linen nodded, okay. As her voice fell, she suddenly took out a token. The next moment, the token shot into the sky and disappeared into the starry sky. At this moment, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared. This person was the Immortal Mausoleum's Tomb Lord, Dao Ming. Dao Ming's gaze fell on Dong Linen and he frowned because he had never seen Dong Linen before. He basically knew all the top experts and top forces in the known universe, but he had never seen Dong Linen and the others before. Where did they come from? Dao Ming frowned slightly. Dong Linen's face remained emotionless. There's no need to waste your breath. Elder Jun, Elder Gu, kill them. Kill anyone you see. As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Jun suddenly transformed into a ray of light that charged forward. A sword howl resounded throughout the Tomb of Immortals. A wisp of ferocity flashed through Dao Ming's eyes when he saw Elder Jun attack. Do you think my Tomb of Immortals is easy to bully? As soon as he finished speaking, numerous terrifying auras suddenly shot into the sky from the depths of the starry sky behind him. They were top-rate experts that surpassed the time immortal realm. Dong Linen's face remained emotionless as she disregarded them. Kill them. As soon as she finished speaking, over 20 powerful auras suddenly surged out from not too far away from her. Every single one of them was actually at the time immortal realm. Dao Ming's pupils constricted when he witnessed this scene. There are actually so many time immortals here. What sort of power is this? He had no answer. At this moment, he didn't have the time to investigate because both sides had entered into battle. They were directly suppressed. Elder Jun and the others had directly suppressed the top-rate experts of the Tomb of Immortals. No, they were directly bashed up. Dao Ming's eyes were filled with disbelief when he witnessed this scene. Right at this moment, the space in the sky suddenly split apart, and then over a dozen terrifying auras assaulted the Tomb of Immortals. The time immortal realm, all the experts of the Tomb of Immortals were stunned when they witnessed this scene. Where did these experts come from? Dong Linen suddenly gazed at Sage Shu. Didn't you want to compete in numbers? Come, my Yang clan will compete with all of you. If you think it's not enough, then I'll summon another 1,000 time immortals. Everyone was speechless. P.S. Reader, is a single monthly ticket enough? If it isn't, then I'll give you another 1,000, green yuan. It's not enough, reader. Here, 7017k 1,000 time immortals. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Are time immortals as common as cabbages? After all, even the Immortal Mausoleum only had a few dozen time immortals, but this woman actually said that she could summon 1,000. Is she trying to scare me? Dao Ming stared fixedly at Dong Linen. Go on. Go on. He wanted to bet that she couldn't summon 1,000 time immortals. Dong Linen's face remained emotionless when she heard Dao Ming. She opened her palm, and a sword command token suddenly shot into the sky and instantly vanished into the starry sky. After a while, the depths of the starry sky suddenly trembled. In the next moment, a terrifying aura spread out from the depths of the starry sky. In an instant, the starry sky was boiling. Then, terrifying experts appeared in the starry sky. Dao Ming's pupils constricted when he witnessed this scene, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, roaring laughter resounded. Do you want to fight? It didn't take long for over 1,000 time immortals to appear in the sky above the Immortal Mausoleum. Everyone here was stunned. Over 1,000 time immortals had really come. Dao Ming and the others had extremely unsightly expressions on their faces, and it was like they'd eaten shit. At this moment, he finally felt slightly panicked. Where did these people come from? As soon as the time immortals arrived, they immediately bowed to Dong Linen, and they didn't conceal their respect for her at all. Meanwhile, Dong Linen suddenly gazed at Yixian. My son. Son, everyone here was slightly stunned, and then they hurriedly bowed. Greetings, young master. Young master. The Tribulation Lord's face instantly turned ghastly pale. Young master. Actually, he knew that they were finished since Dong Linen had appeared. They were completely finished. It was definitely a terrifying extraordinary power, and the facts proved that he was right. However, he hadn't imagined that Xian's background would actually be so terrifying. 1000 time immortals, what did that mean? It was too terrifying. It wasn't just the Tribulation Lord, all the experts of the Immortal Mausoleum were stunned. Over 1000 time immortals. Are they demons? All the time immortal realm experts in the surroundings were sizing up Xian with curiosity. This was the son of the sword master. They were naturally curious. Meanwhile, Dao Ming suddenly said, "There's no enmity between my immortal tomb and all of you, so why are all of you acting in this way?" Dong Linen sneered, "No enmity? Are you kidding me? Your immortal mausoleum sent 2 time immortals to kill my son, and you're telling me that we have no enmity between us?" Dao Ming frowned slightly. In the next moment, he looked at Saint of Books and the others. "Did you do this?" Sage of Books' expression was somewhat ugly. Dao Ming's expression instantly turned icy cold when he saw Sage of Books' expression. He glanced coldly at Sage of Book, and then he looked towards the south. "Sir, this was done by an individual from my immortal mausoleum. It has nothing to do with our immortal mausoleum. Don't worry, I will definitely give you an explanation." A wisp of ridicule arose on the corners of Dong Linen's mouth. "Explanation? I don't need you to give me anything, too. Slaughter all the experts in the immortal mausoleum." As soon as she finished speaking, the people behind her charged towards the experts from the immortal mausoleum. Seeing this, Dao Ming's expression changed drastically. He wanted to say something, but a sword light had already slashed in front of him. Slaughter. Under the joint attack of over 1000 times celestial powerhouses, the powerful celestial mausoleum was directly defeated. It didn't even have the strength to put up a fight. Even though the immortal mausoleum activated all of its array formations, it was of no use. What followed was a massacre, a frenzied massacre. Screams rang out in the divine mausoleum. On the other hand, the countenances of Sage Shu and the others were pale, and their eyes were filled with despair. "It's over." The immortal mausoleum was finished just like that. In front of this group of experts, the immortal mausoleum had almost no ability to retaliate. Right at this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly shot into the sky from within the mausoleum. It didn't take long for an old man to appear in the sky above the mausoleum. This person was the Immortal Tomb Patriarch. The appearance of the Immortal Tomb's Patriarch ignited hope in the hearts of countless despairing Immortal Tomb experts. Countless experts of the Immortal Mausoleum knelt down and kowtowed. The Patriarch of the Mausoleum Immortal glanced at the battlefield, and his expression instantly darkened. He looked down at the southeast and was about to speak when several afterimages suddenly rushed in front of him. His expression changed drastically, and he flicked his sleeves. Boom! With a loud explosion, the Immortal Mausoleum Patriarch was directly reduced to ashes. Everyone was dumbfounded. "He's gone just like that." Dong Linen's face was expressionless. "Continue the slaughter. Don't leave a single one alive." All the experts charged directly into the mausoleum. This slaughter continued for an entire 2 hours, and all the experts of the Immortal Tomb universe were annihilated. Of course, the Culpa Lord and Sage Shu hadn't died because Dong Linen wanted them to personally witness how the Yang clan slaughtered the Immortal Tomb. At this moment, Sage Shu and the Culpa Lord's faces were ashen. "It's over. Everything is over." Meanwhile, Dong Linen turned around to look at the Culpa Lord and Sage Shu. "Didn't you want to compete in numbers and bully others?" Sage Shu's face was ashen. "Why speak so much? If you want to kill me, then kill me. Beg for mercy." That was impossible, because doing that would only be asking to be humiliated. Dong Linen waved his right hand lightly, and a ray of light suddenly stabbed into the center of Sage Shu's forehead. Bang! Sage Shu's soul shattered and was obliterated. Dong Linen looked at the distant Culpa Lord. The Culpa Lord suddenly looked at Xian and stared fixedly at Xian. "Is it interesting?" "Is it? You're acting like a pig to eat a tiger. First, you're weak, and then you allow the people behind you to clear the battlefield. Is it interesting to do that?" Xian glanced at the Culpa Lord and said, "You want to bite me?" The Culpa Lord flared up with rage, but a ray of light shot into the center of his forehead in the next moment. Bang! The Culpa Lord's body exploded apart, and countless bolts of lightning vanished. He'd been completely wiped out. All of a sudden, the surroundings fell silent. The formidable Immortal Tomb had been destroyed just like that. Meanwhile, an old man walked over to Dong Linen's side, and he spoke in a low voice. One of them escaped. Dong Linen's beautiful brows knit together slightly when she heard this. The old man spoke in a low voice. That person possesses karmic luck of the Grand Tao. Our people underestimated his strength and were killed by him. Dong Linen's expression was calm. Pursue him. Meanwhile, Yixian suddenly said, there's no need. Dong Linen gazed at Yixian, and Yixian said, he'll come looking for me. Dong Linen hesitated for a moment before she nodded, all right. Yixian gazed at Dong Linen and spoke softly, Mother, help me do one more thing, all right? Dong Linen rolled her eyes at Yixian, silly child. There's no need to be so polite to a family member. Yixian nodded slightly, and then he turned around, Senior Primeval Yuan, come on out. Space suddenly split apart in the distance, and then an old man walked out slowly. It was Primeval Yuan. Actually, he'd arrived a very long time ago. He'd personally witnessed the destruction of the immortal tomb. Needless to say, he was shocked to the extreme. It was so powerful that the immortal tomb had actually been destroyed just like that. Who would dare to believe it? Yixian gazed at Primeval Yuan and spoke softly, Senior, ask your clansmen to prepare themselves. We're heading to Primeval City. Primeval Yuan was slightly stunned, and then he hurriedly said, thank you, young Master Yi. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Yixian gazed off into the distance, and no one knew what he was thinking. Dong Linen spoke softly, do you want to come with me? Yixian thought for a moment, and then he shook his head. Dong Linen spoke in a low voice, I don't want you to shoulder too much. Yixian shook his head, there are some things that I have no choice but to shoulder. Dong Linen sighed in his heart. Just as Yixian had said, there were some things that he had no choice but to shoulder. To be the second generation for life, or to be the first generation? It was obvious that he chose the latter. Right at this moment, an old man appeared before Dong Linen, and he bowed slightly before placing a spatial ring in front of Dong Linen. Mistress, the entire immortal tomb's wealth is in this ring. Dong Linen received the spatial ring, and then he turned around and placed it in Yixian's hand. Keep it. Some didn't refuse and directly put the spatial ring away. Yixian suddenly asked, Mother, who are they? Dong Linen glanced at the experts in the surroundings and smiled, you're talking about them? Yixian nodded. Dong Linen smiled, they are people who have received your father's grace, and there are also some who have voluntarily followed your father. Follower. Yixian fell silent. At this moment, Dong Linen suddenly said, do you have the confidence to deal with that great Tao Providence contender in the immortal tomb? Yixian nodded, he will come find me. Let me do it myself. Dong Linen nodded, good. I believe in you. At this moment, Primeval Yuan arrived with the ancient race experts. There weren't many, only less than 10,000. The once glorious ancient race only had less than 10,000 people left. It had to be said that this was a bit sad. Primeval Yuan hurriedly walked in front of Yixian, young Master Yi. Yixian nodded slightly, lead the way. Primeval Yuan excitedly said, thank you. Yixian shook his head, I should be the one thanking you. Thank you for your help. Primeval Yuan faintly smiled. It had to be said that this was the most discerning investment he had ever made in his life. He had won the bet, but this wasn't the important point. The important point was that the ancient race had now become friends with Yixian. Becoming friends with Yixian was the same as becoming friends with a massive and terrifying influence. This lucky chance was what he valued the most. After becoming friends with such a terrifying influence, who would dare cause trouble for the primal god race in the future? This was simply a huge profit. It wasn't long before they arrived at the primeval god domain under Primeval Yuan's lead. This was the former home of the primeval god clan, and a terrifying aura enveloped everyone as soon as they entered the primeval god domain. Dong Linen frowned. At this time, old June suddenly said, Matriarch, be careful. There are some Sara walkers here. Dong Linen nodded, it's fine. It's just trash. Old June, on the side, an old man said, Matriarch, do we need to mobilize the Yang family army? The Yang family army? Yixian was startled. Then, he looked at Dong Linen and softly said, what is the Yang family army? Nan Linen smiled, it was established by me and your Auntie Sue, specifically to protect the Yang clan. Yixian asked in a deep voice, is he very strong? Dong Linan blinked his eyes. Just one person is enough to sweep away all the experts here. Yi Xian was speechless. Yi Xian was speechless. His originally firm heart of cultivation began to waver again. Should he go back and inherit the family property? 7017K. End of chapter 2268. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.